Chapter 1, The Abyss of Despair, The Arrival of the Super Rich. In July, Zhangcheng was as hot and humid as a huge steamer. The air was so thick that it was hard to breathe, and the asphalt road was steaming with twisted heat waves. Lin Feng dragged his heavy steps on the way back to his 800 yuan a month rental house in the urban village, holding a wrinkled plastic bag tightly in his hand, which contained 2 packs of the cheapest instant noodles. Sweat soaked his washed, cheap t-shirt, sticking to his body. He lowered his head, his eyes were empty, like a walking corpse. Just now, he experienced the greatest humiliation in his life, and his last bit of pitiful dignity was completely trampled into the mud. Lin Feng, let's break up. At the entrance of the high-end Western restaurant Blues Paris, Zhang Lily, wearing the latest Chanel dress and exquisite makeup, was arm-in-arm with a man with a slicked-back hair and a shiny Rolex green submariner on his wrist. Her tone was so cold as if she was announcing something insignificant. Lin Feng remembered that his mind went blank. He wore his only decent outfit today, a shirt he bought at a discount, and came to pick up his girlfriend who had just finished working overtime. He wanted to give her a surprise and celebrate their 3rd anniversary. He even saved money for 3 months and reserved a seat in a corner of the restaurant. Why? Lin Feng's voice was dry and hoarse, trembling with disgust even for himself. He looked at the man beside Zhang Lily, the undisguised contempt and mockery in the man's eyes, piercing his heart like a needle. Why? Zhang Lily sneered, and her finger with bright red nail polish tapped Lin Feng's cheap shirt. Look at you, Lin Feng. It's been 3 years, and you're still so poor. Even treating me to a decent meal requires saving for several months? What are you going to give me for my future? Your 5,000 yuan salary every month? The man next to her, Wang Hao, put his arm around Lily's waist and proudly shook the green water ghost on his wrist. Lily is my woman now. Be sensible and don't bother me in the future. A low-level worker like you should know your place. A toad wants to eat swan meat? Ha ha. Wang Hao is right. Zhang Lily snuggled in Wang Hao's arms, looking at Lin Feng as if he were a pile of garbage. Lin Feng, we're done. Let's go our separate ways from now on, and don't bother me anymore. The guests coming in and out of the restaurant cast curious and disdainful glances at him, pointing and talking. Lin Feng felt as if his face was on fire, blood rushed to his head, and then instantly receded, leaving behind a bone-chilling coldness. He wanted to refute, to question, to punch that bastard, but his body seemed to be nailed to the spot, and he didn't even have the strength to raise his hands. The huge sense of humiliation and powerlessness completely overwhelmed him. The cheap roses he had saved up to buy fell to the ground and were carelessly stepped on by Wang Hao, with the petals falling into the mud. Go away, poor bastard. Wang Hao said lightly, hugged Zhang Lily, laughed and walked into the revolving door of Blues Paris, which symbolized wealth and status. Lin Feng didn't know how he left there. He only remembered the gazes around him, which cut him like a knife. He fled from that place in despair like a deserter, and fled from the scene that crushed his dignity. Lin Feng fell headfirst onto the hard wooden bed after returning to the dark, narrow, musty rental house. 3 years of love and 3 years of dedication seemed like a huge joke. Poverty was the original sin. Without money, one is not even qualified to love someone or protect a relationship. Despair was like a cold tide, wrapping him up layer by layer, almost suffocating him. He wanted to cry, but even tears could not flow. The huge debt shadow made him breathless. The 300,000 foreign debt owed by his father, who was seriously ill and hospitalized, was like a mountain, pressing on him, a young man who had just graduated and had a meager income. He could not see any hope, only darkness in front of him. What did I do wrong? Why me? Lin Feng muttered to himself, his voice hoarse. He took out his cell phone, and the cracks on the screen reflected his pale and haggard face. He swiped through the names of relatives and friends in the address book one by one, and finally stopped at Bosley. This was his biggest creditor, a ruthless character who started out as a loan shark, and tomorrow was the final repayment date. 300,000? He couldn't even take out 3,000. What was waiting for him? He didn't dare to think about it. Bite. Just when Lin Feng was completely hopeless and his consciousness was a little fuzzy, a cold, emotionless electronic synthesized voice suddenly sounded in his mind. It is detected that the host is in a state of extreme despair and strong desire for wealth. Meet the binding conditions of the super rich counterattack system. System binding, 10%, 50%, 100%, binding successful. Host, Lin Feng. Newbie gift packs are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Initial startup capital of 500,000 yuan has been safely transferred to the host's bank card with the last number XXXX. Newbie Task release. Please spend all the initial startup capital of 500,000 yuan within 24 hours. Task success reward: basic attribute points strength, agility, physique, spirit plus 1 point each, system points 100 points can be used for system mall exchange. Penalty for mission failure: deduct 1 year from the host's lifespan. The road to becoming a super rich person has been opened. Please spend as much as you want and enjoy the supreme pleasure brought by money. A series of information roared in Lin Feng's chaotic mind like thunder. He sat up suddenly from the bed, his heart pounding wildly, almost jumping out of his throat. System? Super rich? 500,000? Spend money? He rubbed his eyes vigorously, wondering if he was hallucinating because of the heavy blow. But the clear, translucent system interface emitting a light blue light in his mind was floating in his mind with great reality. Host information. Name: Lin Feng. Age: 23. Wealth: system funds 500,000 yuan can be used by binding a bank card. Personal assets: about 53.8 yuan WeChat plus Alipay plus cash. Basic attributes. Strength: 5 average for an average adult male is 10. Agility: 6 average for adult males is 10. Physical fitness: for average for an average adult male is 10, due to long-term malnutrition and stress. Spirit: 7 average for normal adult males is 10. Skills: none. System points: 0. Task. Novice task: spend money like water 500,000 yuan, remaining time, 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Status: unfinished. With trembling hands, Lin Feng took out his old mobile phone whose screen was cracked like a spider web, and opened the mobile banking app with trembling fingers. Log in. Check your balance. When that long string of numbers came clearly into view, Lin Feng felt like his breathing had stopped. Account balance: 500,053.80. Really? 500,000. Appeared out of nowhere in his bank card. It's not a dream. That system is real. An indescribable ecstasy and excitement gushed out from Lin Feng's heart like a volcanic eruption. Instantly overwhelmed the previous despair and humiliation. He tightly grasped the phone, his knuckles turned white due to the force, and his body trembled slightly due to excitement. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng couldn't help laughing out loud, his laughter echoing in the small rental house, carrying a kind of madness and relief of surviving a disaster. Money. 500,000. Although it is not worth mentioning to the real rich, to Lin Feng at this moment, it is a life-saving straw and the key to changing his destiny. Newbie mission: please spend 500,000 yuan within 24 hours. Penalty for mission failure: deduct 1 year of life. The cold system prompt sounded again, like a warning bell, calming Lin Feng down instantly. After the ecstasy, there was a huge sense of urgency. Spend money? Spend 500,000 in 24 hours? This is an incredible challenge for a poor boy who is used to saving money and spending every penny carefully. Moreover, failure will deduct a year of life? Lin Feng's eyes burned with a fire he had never seen before. It was the hope of survival from a desperate situation, and the madness that was about to explode after being suppressed for too long. Spend money? Fine. I'll spend it. Lin Feng stood up suddenly, his eyes flashing with an almost ferocious light. Zhang Lily's humiliation, Wang Hao's contempt, the creditor's coercion, his father's medical expenses, all of these require money. And now, he has the capital to squander. It's just 500,000, right? 24 hours? I'll spend it for you to see. Lin Feng growled, grabbed his phone and keys, and rushed out of the rental house like a gust of wind. Goal spending. Chapter 2, First Test: Money Paves the Way. In the night, neon lights flickered and traffic was heavy. Lin Feng stood on the street, the evening breeze blowing on his hot cheeks, calming him down a little. With 500,000 yuan in hand, how to spend it all within 24 hours was still a technical job. Buy luxury goods? He didn't even know which direction the doors of those specialty stores faced. Invest? He didn't have enough time, and he didn't know anything about it. Eat, drink and have fun? He would never be able to spend all the 500,000 yuan just on food and drink. Calm down, Lin Feng, think about the task requirements, it's consumption. As long as you spend money to buy things. Lin Feng took a deep breath and swept his eyes across the brightly lit shops on the street. His stomach growled at an inopportune moment. He hadn't eaten a single grain of rice since noon. He felt a strong hunger. Fill my stomach first. Lin Feng made up his mind and walked towards a relatively clean-looking convenience store not far away. 24-hour Jella. I pushed open the glass door and was greeted by a cold breeze. There were not many people in the store except for a young girl in her 20s wearing a convenience store uniform sitting behind the cash register, playing with her phone. She had a ponytail and was barefaced, with a student-like immaturity on her face, and looked a little listless. Lin Feng walked to the shelf and scanned the dazzling array of goods. Ham, instant noodles, bread, these things that he used to rely on for survival now seemed particularly dazzling. No. I'm rich now. Lin Feng roared in his heart, skipping the cheap food area and heading straight for the refrigerator. He opened the door and the cold air filled the air. This, and this. Lin Feng was not polite at all. He grabbed the most expensive imported milk, beautifully packaged sandwiches, and several boxes of high-end-looking sushi platters, and piled them all on the cashier counter. The cashier girl was startled by his movement. She looked up and saw the pile of goods. Then she looked at the washed-out t-shirt on Lin Feng. There was a hint of suspicion and a hint of pity in her eyes. She probably thought he was being so arrogant because he was extremely hungry. Sir, are you sure you want so much? The cashier girl's voice was soft and hesitant. She picked up a box of sushi and said, "This is 128 per box. The shelf life is tonight. We are about to take it off the shelf." Yes. All of them. Lin Feng waved his hand, his tone was firm and unquestionable. He just wanted to spend money at this moment, and he didn't care about the shelf life. Also, that biggest box of Ferrero chocolate, give me 5 boxes. Those imported potato chips, 2 packs of each flavor. That red wine, the most expensive one, give me a bottle. The cashier was completely confused. She watched Lin Feng pointing things out and constantly adding things to the cash register with her mouth slightly open. She had worked here for a year and had seen all kinds of customers, but this was the first time she had seen someone like Lin Feng who was dressed shabbily but ordered expensive food. She wondered in her heart, is this guy probably irritated? Or does he want to buy it back and return it? Sir, are you sure? She couldn't help but confirm again, her eyes full of confusion. Okay. Swipe the card. Lin Feng was too lazy to explain and simply slapped the bank card that had just deposited 500,000 yuan on the cashier's counter, his action filled with a sense of satisfaction as if he was venting his feelings. The cashier girl looked at the ordinary bank card and became more suspicious. But the customer is the king, so she had to bite the bullet and start scanning the code. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of the barcode scanner gun continued to sound. Imported milk, 68 yuan. Sushi platter, 128 yuan x3 is equal to 384 yuan. Sandwich, 45 yuan x2 is equal to 90 yuan. Ferrero Rocher large box, 298 yuan x5 is equal to 1,490 yuan. Imported potato chips, 35 yuan x10 bags equals 350 yuan. French imported red wine, 888 yuan. The cashier's palms began to sweat as she watched the numbers on the screen keep jumping and climbing. When the number finally stopped at 3,518.00, she couldn't help but look at Lin Feng again. Sir, the total is $3,518. Swish. Lin Feng did not hesitate. After entering the password, the POS machine spit out the purchase order. When the words, "transaction successful," appeared, Lin Feng clearly felt a faint warm current appear in his body, instantly dispelling the hunger and some fatigue. At the same time, the system interface in his mind flashed. Consumption successful. Consumption amount, 3,518 yuan. Newbie task progress, 3,518 500,000 yuan. It was great. Although it was only a trivial amount of more than 3,000 yuan, the feeling of spending money like water and instantly solving the problem of food and clothing made Lin Feng's long-suppressed mind suddenly open up. It turns out that spending money feels so good. He picked up 2 heavy bags of food, and walked out of the convenience store with his head held high, under the astonished and complicated gaze of the cashier. He did not leave immediately, but walked to a public bench not far from the entrance of the convenience store, put down the bags, and then began to unpack. He tore open the box of 128 pieces of sushi, picked up a piece of plump salmon sushi, and took a big bite. The sweet and soft fish meat mixed with the slightly sour sushi rice, the ultimate taste bud enjoyment instantly rushed to his brain. This is completely different from the instant noodles and steamed buns he usually eats. He unscrewed the bottle of 68 yuan imported milk and gulped down a few big mouthfuls. The rich aroma of milk filled his mouth. Great! Lin Feng couldn't help but roar, feeling that every cell in his body was cheering. The material enjoyment brought by money was so real and strong. At this time, several hooligans approached the convenience store. The leader was a thug with dyed yellow hair, wearing a tight vest and showing his tattooed arms. He was smoking a cigarette and looking around with unfriendly eyes. They obviously noticed Lin Feng, who was overeating on the bench. "Hey, man, you're eating well? Imported goods?" The yellow-haired thug walked up to Lin Feng and looked him up and down with ill intent at the pile of obviously expensive snacks and red wine at his feet. His eyes were full of greed and teasing. "Lend me some money? We haven't even found dinner yet." The other two thugs also surrounded him, blocking Lin Feng's way. The cashier girl at the convenience store saw the scene and turned pale with fear. She wanted to call the police but didn't dare. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the three hooligans who were obviously looking for trouble. If it were before, he would definitely panic and either swallow his anger and give some money, or try to escape. But now, an inexplicable sense of confidence rose from the bottom of his heart. He just spent a few thousand yuan. Although the task had just begun, he was no longer the poor boy who was bullied by others. Moreover, the system had reminded that spending could make you stronger. Although the attribute points had not been added yet, Lin Feng felt that his mentality was completely different. "Get lost." Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but extremely cold, with an unquestionable toughness. He continued to pick up a piece of sushi and stuffed it into his mouth without even looking at the yellow-haired man. The yellow-haired thug was irritated by Lin Feng's attitude. "Damn it, you are shameless, right? You are dressed like a beggar, why are you pretending to be a rich man?" He stretched out his hand suddenly, trying to grab the bag of Ferrero chocolates that Lin Feng placed next to him. "This chocolate is good, I'm honoring your yellow-haired brother." Lin Feng's eyes became fierce. Just when the yellow-haired man's hand was about to touch the bag, he almost subconsciously raised his foot and kicked the yellow-haired man hard in the abdomen. Bang! A muffled sound. Ah! The yellow-haired gangster let out a shrill scream, and his whole body flew backwards 2 or 3 meters with his back bent as if he was hit by a speeding car. He fell heavily to the ground, holding his stomach and rolling over and wailing in pain, even vomiting out the food he had eaten the night before. Lin Feng was stunned, looking at his foot in disbelief. He didn't think too much about the kick just now, it was just a counterattack out of anger and instinct. But the power of this kick was far beyond his imagination. He felt that his strength seemed to be much greater, and his movements were much faster. The other two hooligans were also dumbfounded. They looked at the boss who was rolling on the ground and wailing, and then looked at Lin Feng who stood up with a stern face, their eyes full of fear. How could this poor boy be so strong? Ding! The host has taken the initiative to counterattack, which meets the characteristics of a super rich man. Reward advance payment, basic attribute point strength plus 1 point. Please complete the task as soon as possible to unlock all attribute points. The system prompt sounded in time. Strength plus 1? No wonder that kick just now was so powerful. Lin Feng was ecstatic. Spending money to become stronger is true. And there are rewards for counterattacks? He glanced coldly at the remaining two frightened thugs, moved his wrists, and the bones made a slight cracking sound. "You too, do you want to try it too?" The two hooligans shuddered at his cold eyes, and then looked at their boss who couldn't get up from the ground. How could they dare to stay? They were so scared that they even rolled and crawled to pick up the still wailing yellow-haired man and ran away in a hurry, not even daring to say a harsh word. The cashier girl at the convenience store was stunned, her mouth opened into an O shape. This young man who looked ordinary and even a little down and out, not only spent money lavishly, but was also so good at fighting? He kicked the yellow-haired guy who often caused trouble nearby away with one kick? Lin Feng ignored the thugs who ran away, and didn't care about the look of the cashier girl. He felt the new sense of power in his body, looked at the pile of food worth thousands of dollars on the ground, and thought of the more than 490,000 yuan left in the bank card. He felt a sense of pride and confidence that he had never felt before. This is just the beginning. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. 500,000? No big deal. Next stop, get a cell phone. He picked up the remaining things, mainly the bottle of red wine and a few boxes of chocolates, and strode towards the Apple Store flagship store not far away, which was brightly lit and had a huge Apple logo shining in the night sky. Chapter 3: Spending a Fortune and Showing Off His Talent. The Apple Store flagship store is bright and spacious, and the high-tech decoration is incompatible with Lin Feng's pale t-shirt. But he didn't care, and walked in with his head held high, with a clear goal: a mobile phone. The old phone in his hand with a screen that was cracked like a spider web should have been replaced long ago. He didn't have money before, but now? He wants the latest model with the best configuration. A male clerk wearing Apple's iconic blue t-shirt came up to him with a professional smile on his face, but when he glanced at Lin Feng's outfit and the convenience bag in his hand, he inevitably flashed a hint of subtle contempt. Customers dressed like this usually come in to touch and look, and to satisfy their eyes. "Hello sir, how can I help you?" The clerk's voice was polite but lacked warmth. "iPhone, latest model, top configuration, which color is the fastest to stock?" Lin Feng went straight to the point. His tone was crisp and clear, with an unquestionable urgency. His time was precious, and it would cost $500,000 in 24 hours. The clerk was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect Lin Feng to be so direct and ask for the top configuration. He quickly adjusted his expression. "Sir, the latest iPhone 15 Pro Max, 1TB top configuration version, dark purple and original titanium are in stock. The price is 14,999 yuan. Okay, dark purple, 1. And a top-of-the-line iPad Pro, 12.9 inches, 2 terabytes, with cellular. And the latest Apple Watch Ultra, the one with a titanium band. And top-of-the-line AirPods Max headphones too." Lin Feng spoke very quickly, like he was reading out the menu. He didn't understand the specific model parameters at all, but he knew that he had to buy the most expensive one. The latest one. The top-of-the-line one. That was for sure. The clerk was completely stunned. He could barely maintain the professional smile on his face, his eyes full of shock and disbelief. The top configuration of an iPhone costs 15,000 yuan, the top configuration of an iPad Pro costs more than 20,000 yuan, the Apple Watch Ultra costs more than 8,000 yuan, and the AirPods Max costs more than 4,000 yuan. This adds up to almost 50,000 yuan. This young man who looks like he just came to the city to work, wants it right away? Is he sure he's not kidding? Or is he just trying to make fun of people? "First, sir, are you sure? The total price of these is not cheap." The clerk's voice was a little stammering, and he couldn't help but confirm again. "Sure." "Swipe the card." Lin Feng once again took out the magical bank card and slapped it on the display stand. "Hurry up, I'm in a hurry." The pop sound was particularly clear in the quiet store. Several customers and employees who were trying out the products nearby looked over curiously. The clerk looked at the card, then at Lin Feng's determined eyes, and swallowed. "No matter what, I'll know if it's real or fake after swiping the card." He suppressed the turmoil in his heart and picked up the POS machine with slightly trembling hands. "iPhone 15 Pro Max 1TB dark purple, 14,999 yuan. iPad Pro 12.9-inch 2 terabyte cellular version, 22,999 yuan. Apple Watch Ultra titanium band, 8,799 yuan. AirPods Max, 4,399 yuan. Sir, do you still need Apple Care Plus service? We can extend the warranty." "Yes. The most expensive package, add it to me." Lin Feng did not hesitate. "Spending money? What you buy is security and peace of mind. Okay, iPhone Apple Care Plus, 1,798 yuan, iPad, 1,498 yuan, watch, 1,199 yuan, headphones, 548 yuan. The clerk was quoting prices while operating rapidly. The numbers jumping on the POS screen made his heartbeat faster. Finally, the amount on the screen froze at a number that made the customers watching secretly gasp. 55,440.00. "Sir, the total is 55,440 yuan." The clerk's voice was obviously trembling. Swish. Lin Feng remained calm. "Enter your password." Transaction successful. The POS machine spits out a long purchase slip. Ding. Consumption successful. Consumption amount, 55,440 yuan. Novice task progress, 58,958 500,000 yuan. The system prompt sound is like the sound of nature. At the same time, a warm current that was stronger and clearer than the one in the convenience store instantly surged through Lin Feng's body. This time, not only did he dispel his fatigue, he even felt that his mind was much clearer, and his thinking seemed to be more agile. His sense of strength was also faintly enhanced. Although the attribute points have not been officially added, the feeling of becoming stronger brought by consumption is so real and intoxicating. The clerk was completely petrified when he saw the words "transaction successful" on the receipt. The look he gave Lin Feng instantly changed from contempt and suspicion to extreme shock, awe, and even flattery. Is this a real rich man? Or is he the type who likes to play the pig and eat the tiger? Sir, please wait a moment. I will pack for you right away. Please take a rest in the VIP area over here. The clerk's attitude made a 180-degree turn, his waist bent almost to 90 degrees, and his voice was so enthusiastic that honey could drip out. He hurriedly began to pack the pile of high-tech products worth more than 50,000 yuan, and his movements were very careful, for fear of bumping them. Soon, several large bags with eye-catching Apple logos were handed to Lin Feng. Carrying the heavy bags, feeling the curious, shocked, and envious gazes around him, Lin Feng felt a sense of pride in his heart that was about to burst through the sky. This is the power of money. It can instantly change other people's attitude towards you. It can buy the best enjoyment. It can make you stand up straight. Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, his cell phone suddenly rang. The piercing ringtone was the special reminder he had set his creditor, Bosley. Lin Feng frowned and answered the phone. Immediately, a rude, fierce, and impatient roar came from the other end of the phone. Lin Feng, where have you been? Tomorrow is the deadline. 300,000. If you pay 1 fucking cent less, I'll break one of your legs. Do you hear me? Don't think you can get away with hiding. I know where your crappy rental house is. If it was before, Lin Feng would be so scared that his hands and feet would turn cold when he heard this voice. But now, Lin Feng raised a cold arc at the corner of his mouth, and his tone was terrifyingly calm, even with a hint of sarcasm. Bosley, don't be so angry. 300,000, right? Nonsense. 300,000 including principal and interest. Not a penny less. See you at the usual place at 12 o'clock tomorrow noon. If you can't pay, you know the consequences. Bosley threatened viciously on the other end of the phone. No need to wait until tomorrow. Lin Feng's voice suddenly rose, with a calmness that seemed to be in control of the situation. Now, immediately, tell me your bank card number. The person on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned. What do you mean? Now. Do you have money? Boss Lee's tone was full of suspicion. Stop talking nonsense, account number. Lin Feng ordered impatiently. What he lacked most now was time, so he had no time to talk nonsense with this loan shark. Although Bosley was full of suspicion, he still reported a string of bank card numbers, and at the end he did not forget to threaten, boy, if you dare to play tricks. Ding dong. Before Bosley finished his words, his mobile phone received a text message alert. He took the phone away from his ear in confusion, clicked on the text message and looked at it. His eyes widened instantly. His mouth opened so wide that an egg could fit in. XX Bank, your account ending in XXXX completed a transfer deposit of 1 million renminbi at 21:15 on July 9, and the balance is 1 million? A whole million? Boss Lee's mind went blank. Was he dazzled? That poor boy Lin Feng transferred 1 million to him? Not 300,000, but 1 million? Boss Lee, have you received the money? Lin Feng's cold voice came from the phone, interrupting Boss Lee's shock. I got it, but this is 1 million? Boss Lee's voice completely changed, full of unbelievable stuttering and panic. He has been in the underground for many years and knows that a person who can casually throw out 1 million in cash is definitely not simple. His previous threats, now thinking about it, are simply courting death. The 300,000 is the principal I owe you plus your reasonable interest. Lin Feng's voice was as cold as ice. The remaining 700,000 is the cost of buying you to disappear from my and my family's sight forever. Did you hear that clearly? If you dare to bother me again, or if I find out that you are harassing my family. Lin Feng paused, and his tone suddenly became chilling, with an invisible sense of oppression. I promise that you and your gang of brothers will spend the rest of your lives in wheelchairs, and you won't get a penny. If you don't believe me, you can try it. There was a deathly silence on the other end of the phone. Bosley held the phone, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He could clearly feel the unquestionable murderous intent and confidence in Lin Feng's words. This was definitely not a bluff. The one who could casually take out 1 million to hit someone must have the energy to crush him to death. Listen. I heard it clearly. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. Don't worry. I received the money. The account is settled. From now on, Li Laohe, will avoid you when I see you. I promise not to touch a single hair of your family. I swear. Boss Li's voice was full of fear and flattery, and he wanted to kowtow to Lin Feng across the phone. Very good. Lin Feng spat out 2 words coldly and hung up the phone directly. Ding. Transfer and consumption successful. Consumption amount, 1 million yuan. Newbie task progress, 1,058,958 500,000 yuan. The task was completed in excess. Newbie task, spend money like water 105,895,850,000 yuan status, completed. Task rewards, basic attribute points strength, agility, physique, spirit plus 1 point. System points plus 100 points. Ding. It is detected that the host has exceeded the task, extra reward, charm plus 1 point. Host attribute update. Strength, 5 plus 1 is equal to 6 reward plus 1 advance equals 7. Agility, 6 plus 1 is equal to 7. Constitution, 4 plus 1 is equal to 5. Spirit, 7 plus 1 is equal to 8. Charm, initial hidden value plus 1 easier to gain favor and attention from others. System points, 100 points. A series of system prompts sounded like heavenly music. Then, an unprecedented strong warm current suddenly poured into Lin Feng's limbs and bones. It was as if all the cells in his body were activated and strengthened at this moment. Strength. He felt his muscles were filled with explosive power, and when he clenched his fists lightly, his joints made a crackling sound. Agility. The body becomes extremely light and flexible, and the thinking reaction speed is also much faster. Physical fitness. The weakness caused by long-term malnutrition is gone, and I feel energetic and refreshed. Spirit. His mind was extremely clear, as if he had suddenly been enlightened. The haze of humiliation had completely dissipated, leaving only immense confidence. Charm. Lin Feng didn't feel it yet, but the system reward must be correct. What surprised him even more was that the mission was completed. Not only was it completed, but it was also completed more than double the target. There was no need to worry about his lifespan. He also received an extra 100 valuable points. The huge joy and strong sense of power made Lin Feng want to roar to the sky. He stood at the door of the brightly lit Apple store, looking at himself reflected on the glass curtain wall. Although his clothes were still cheap, his temperament had changed drastically. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle, his posture was as straight as a pine tree, and an invisible confidence and aura began to gather on him. At this moment, a low and magnetic engine roar came from afar, attracting the attention of everyone on the street. A brand new, black ghost-like supercar, with an extremely smooth and arrogant tailspin, stopped steadily in front of the Apple store. The scissor doors slowly rose up like wings. The streamlined body sparkles with a dreamy luster under the neon lights. The huge air intake grille and sharp headlights are full of aggressiveness. The low body and exaggerated tail wing all demonstrate its wild speed gene and noble status symbol Lamborghini Aventador SVJ. A respectful driver in a neat suit and white gloves quickly got out of the car, trotted around the front of the car, came to the passenger side, and bowed deeply to Lin Feng, who had just walked out of the store with a few bags of apples in his hands. His voice was loud and clear. Hello, Mr. Lin Feng. The new Lamborghini Aventador SVJ you ordered has been delivered to you. All relevant documents have been completed and are placed in the car. Here are your keys, please check them. The driver held a uniquely shaped car key with a bull logo on it in both hands and handed it to Lin Feng respectfully. Boom! This was like dropping a blockbuster bomb on the calm lake. The clerks and customers in the Apple store, the pedestrians passing by on the street, and even the people in the shops across the street were all stunned. Countless eyes were focused on Lin Feng. Apple's top-of-the-line family bundle? Just transfer 1 million to pay for loan sharking? Now, a brand new Lamborghini supercar worth nearly 10 million yuan is delivered directly to your door? Who is this young man wearing cheap clothes? The huge visual impact and identity reversal petrified everyone. The air seemed to freeze. Lin Feng was also stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized. This must be the system's doing. The more than 1 million miles spent obviously included this car. The system is delivering it directly to the door, it's really awesome. He felt the countless shocked, envious, jealous and unbelievable eyes around him, and then looked at the black beast in front of him that was like a work of art. An unprecedented sense of control over everything soared into the sky. He stretched out his hand, and under the gaze of countless scorching eyes, he steadily took the key that symbolized speed and power. The touch of cold metal made his blood boil. He was carrying a bag of apples, and after the driver respectfully opened the door, he calmly sat in the cockpit that looked like a fighter jet cockpit. The scissor door slowly fell, blocking out the noisy world outside and countless complicated gazes. The deep and violent V12 engine emits a soul-stirring roar. The black Lamborghini, like an awakened prehistoric beast, turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the dust under the gorgeous night sky of Jiangcheng. All that was left behind was a dead silence of shock, and countless people's hearts filled with questions and amazement. Lin Feng's life of extraordinary wealth has officially begun in the most shocking way. Ding! The novice stage ends. The system quota is refreshed. This week's disposable amount, 10 million yuan 10 million yuan. Time limit, 7 days. Task, please spend all the quota within 7 days. Task success rewards, 1 random skill master level, attribute points plus 2 free allocation, system points 500 points. Penalty for mission failure, deduct 5 years of lifespan. Spend it all, host. A bigger stage is waiting for you. Chapter 4 Rambo roars, old hatred and new grudges. The black Lamborghini Aventador SVJ was like a lightning that tore through the night sky. The deep roar of the V12 engine exploded on the busy streets of Jiangcheng, attracting the attention of countless passers-by and vehicles to avoid it. Inside the car, Lin Feng tightly grasped the uniquely shaped carbon fiber steering wheel, feeling the surging power transmitted by the Italian beast under him, and the pushback feeling of the seat tightly wrapping him. So cool! This feeling was completely different from the shared bikes he had ridden before, and the subways and buses he had squeezed into. The ultimate enjoyment brought by money impacted his senses so directly and violently. The car was filled with the mixed smell of expensive leather and brand new machinery. Lin Feng glanced at the bags with Apple logo on the passenger seat, and thought of the shocking scene in front of the Apple store just now. He couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. This feeling of being the center of attention and in control of everything was intoxicating. He casually glanced at the document bag next to the dashboard. It contained all the documents for this supercar worth nearly 10 million yuan. It was so complete that it was outrageous. The system worked flawlessly. Ding! The host is detected driving a top-level vehicle, which is consistent with the status of a super-rich person. Reward, driving mastery master level. The cold system prompt sounded at the right time. Instantly, a huge and sophisticated driving knowledge and experience flooded into Lin Feng's mind like a revelation. Various complex vehicle control techniques, operation under extreme conditions, accurate perception of speed and distance. It was as if he was born to be a top driver who had been immersed in the track for many years. The originally unfamiliar operation instantly became smooth. Lin Feng's eyes flashed, and he stepped on the accelerator a little harder. The Lamborghini let out an even more violent roar, and rushed out like an arrow from a bow, flexibly shuttling through the traffic. Every lane change was extremely precise, and every acceleration was just right, bringing out the performance of the top supercar to the fullest. Great! This is what driving is like. Lin Feng couldn't help but growl, enjoying the ultimate pleasure brought by speed and control. Master-level driving proficiency, this system reward is so thoughtful. Just as he was immersed in the joy of driving, the red light at the intersection ahead came on. Lin Feng tapped the brakes lightly, and the Lamborghini stopped steadily in front of the stop line. The powerful braking system made the car body shake almost without any extra movement. He subconsciously looked at the rearview mirror, and suddenly, his pupils shrank slightly. In the rearview mirror, a familiar Porsche 911 stopped right behind him. The bright yellow color and the license plate number that he would never forget, it was Wang Hao's car. What a narrow road the enemies meet. Lin Feng's eyes instantly turned cold. The scene of being publicly humiliated at the entrance of Blues Paris yesterday flashed through his mind like a slideshow. Zhang Lily's cold and harsh words, Wang Hao's contemptuous and mocking eyes, and the bouquet of crushed roses. All the humiliation and anger were rekindled at this moment. He noticed that the window of the Porsche 911 was rolled down, and Wang Hao's greasy face popped out, staring at the rear of his black Lamborghini with an extremely exaggerated and unbelievable look, his mouth open so wide that an egg could fit in. Obviously, Wang Hao recognized the car Lamborghini Aventador SVJ, a top-level supercar worth nearly 10 million yuan. This is simply not comparable to his Porsche 911 worth 1 million yuan. He couldn't understand or believe that the poor boy Lin Feng, who was stepped on by him yesterday and was wearing cheap clothes, could afford such a car? Sitting in the passenger seat next to Wang Hao was the well-dressed Zhang Lili. She also saw the black king-like Lamborghini in front of her, and her eyes were also filled with shock and envy. However, her attention was quickly attracted by the unique scissor doors and smooth body lines, and she did not pay attention to the driver's seat at first. "Brother Hao, look at that car. Lamborghini Aventador. So cool. I heard it costs tens of millions." Zhang Lili's voice was filled with undisguised admiration and yearning. Her body leaned forward involuntarily, and she wanted to stick her face to the windshield. Wang Hao's face turned extremely ugly, as if he had been slapped hard in the face. He was showing off his Porsche in front of Lin Feng yesterday, but today he was blocked by a top-of-the-line supercar that cost 10 times as much as his car. This was a slap in the face. And it happened in front of Zhang Lili. Humph, who knows if it's rented or borrowed? There are so many people pretending to be cool nowadays. Wang Hao snorted sourly, trying to save some face, but he couldn't hide the jealousy and guilt in his tone. Just then, the green light ahead came on. Lin Feng's mouth curled up into a cold, teasing arc. Through the rearview mirror, he clearly saw Wang Hao's distorted face and Zhang Lili's crazy expression. Rented? Borrowed? Lin Feng whispered to himself, his eyes sharp as a knife, "Then let me show you what it means to be overwhelmingly strong." He didn't step on the accelerator immediately, but slowly, as if he was waiting for something. Wang Hao, who was behind, saw that the car in front of him didn't move when the light turned green, so he honked his horn impatiently. Beep. 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 The harsh horn sounded at the intersection, full of anxiety and dissatisfaction. The guy in front. What's so great about driving a broken car? What are you hesitating for? Do you know how to drive? Wang Hao even leaned his head out and cursed at the rear of the Lamborghini, trying to vent his frustration and get back at his former self in this way. Zhang Lili also frowned, thinking that the driver of the car in front was indeed a bit too much. Just when Wang Hao was cursing and preparing to honk the horn again. Boom! The 6.5-liter V12 naturally aspirated engine of the Lamborghini Aventador SVJ erupted with a deafening roar. It was like a sleeping prehistoric beast that was completely enraged. The huge sound instantly overwhelmed Wang Hao's insignificant horn sound, and even caused the sirens of other vehicles around to sound. Then, in front of everyone's horrified gaze, the four thick exhaust pipes at the rear of the black steel beast suddenly spewed out hot blue flames. The entire body of the car seemed to be ejected, with an unparalleled violent momentum, instantly tearing through the air. The terrifying performance of 0-100 km acceleration in just 2.8 seconds is fully demonstrated at this moment. The huge push on his back pressed Lin Feng firmly on the bucket seat. The scenery outside the window instantly turned into a blur of light. Only a black afterimage and the terrifying roar of the engine that echoed in the street for a long time were left. Wang Hao's Porsche 911 seemed to be pushed away by an invisible airwave and shook violently the moment Lin Feng started driving. Wang Hao and Zhang Lili were caught off guard and their heads hit the back of the seats hard, with stars in their eyes. When they looked up in shock, the intersection ahead was already empty. Where was the shadow of the black Lamborghini? Only the faint smell of exhaust in the air and the roar of the engine in their ears proved that the shocking scene just now was not an illusion. Fuck. Wang Hao's face turned pale, his hands were shaking while holding the steering wheel, and cold sweat broke out on his back. The explosive power and sound just now made him feel like he had walked through the gates of hell. This is definitely not the state that a car rental company can rent. This is the full force of a real top supercar. That car is so fast. Zhang Lili covered her forehead, which was hurt by the collision, her eyes were dull, and she muttered to herself. Although she didn't know much about cars, the visual and auditory impact brought by the pure speed and power made her mind sway. Who was the person driving this car? Faster, faster. Wang Hao was so angry that he slammed the steering wheel, his face livid. It must be some nouveau riche or second-generation rich. Why are you pretending? Are you driving so fast? Are you in a hurry to be reborn? He cursed fiercely, but his heart was filled with indescribable frustration and a little fear. He felt vaguely that something seemed to be wrong. At this moment, Lin Feng, who was driving the black ghost-like car, looked through the rearview mirror at the yellow Porsche that was left far behind and was as small as an ant. The pent-up anger in his heart was finally fully released. Wang Hao, Zhang Lili, yesterday's humiliation was just interest. Lin Feng's eyes were cold, and his voice was filled with a hint of cruel playfulness. Let's play slowly. He glanced at the time. It was not yet 10 o'clock in the evening. The new weekly quota was 10 million, and 7 days was more than enough. But the penalty for failing the system task was 5 years of life, so he dared not slack off. Next stop, 4S shop. Change my clothes. Lin Feng made up his mind. He was still wearing that washed-out t-shirt, which didn't match the multi-million supercar. Besides, spend money. Must continue to spend money. He tapped the central control screen and set the navigation destination to Jiangcheng's most high-end shopping mall, Xingyou International. The black Lamborghini let out a low roar and rushed towards its next target like the king of the dark night. Chapter 5, Dog Eyes, Fight Back. Xingyou International, the top luxury shopping mall in Jiangcheng, gathers the world's top luxury brands. The huge glass curtain wall sparkles under the lights, and there are luxury cars parked at the door. The guests coming in and out are all dressed in fancy clothes and have extraordinary aura. When Lin Feng's Lamborghini Aventador SVJ, which was like a black beast, parked steadily at the most eye-catching VIP parking space at the main entrance of Xingyou International with an extremely arrogant tail-swinging posture, it instantly attracted the attention of all the doormen, security guards, and guests entering and leaving. The scissor doors slowly rise like wings, drawing an elegant and powerful arc under the bright lights. Lin Feng carried the bags of apples and stepped out of the low cockpit calmly. He was still wearing the washed-out t-shirt and ordinary jeans, and a pair of unidentified brand sneakers, which formed an extremely glaring contrast with the supercar worth nearly 10 million yuan and the magnificent shopping mall in front of him. Hiss. The doorman in a neat uniform took a breath, looked at Lin Feng, then looked at the Lamborghini, his eyes filled with extreme shock and confusion. Is this performance art? Or is it a super-rich second-generation experiencing life? The guests around him also looked sideways and whispered to each other. Some were curious, some were surprised, but more were undisguised contempt and ridicule. But you drive such a nice car, but you dress like you picked up rags? I guess he borrowed it to show off? Or the driver? Young people nowadays will do anything to attract attention. Lin Feng ignored the comments and looks around him. His mindset had changed a lot, and the looks of these mediocre people were not worth paying attention to. He casually threw the car keys to the doorman who reacted the fastest and said calmly, "Park it." The doorman caught the key in a panic. The touch of the heavy carbon fiber in his hand made his heart shudder. He bowed quickly, "Okay, sir. Don't worry. Anyone who can drive a car like this, even if he is wearing a sack, is definitely not someone he can afford to offend." Lin Feng walked into Xingyou International with his bag in hand. There were dazzling crystal chandeliers, shiny marble floors, and the air was filled with the smell of high-end fragrances. Logos of various top luxury brands shone seductively under the lights: LV, Gucci, Hermes, Prada, Dior. His goal is clear menswear. From head to toe, a new look. He walked straight to Brunello Cucinelli, an Italian menswear brand known for its top-quality fabrics, exquisite tailoring and low-key luxury style. The decoration of the store is extremely simple and luxurious, with dark wood and warm yellow lights creating a quiet and elegant atmosphere. Several well-dressed shopping guides are serving the customers in the store in a gentle voice. Lin Feng's intrusion instantly broke the tranquility. His clothes that didn't fit in with the surroundings, and the shopping bag with the Apple logo on it, although the items inside were expensive, the bag was a symbol of common people in luxury stores, immediately attracted strange looks from the shopping guides. A tall female shopping guide with delicate makeup and a fitted uniform came over. She had a professional smile on her face, but deep in her eyes there was a subtle scrutiny and contempt. "Hello, sir, how can I help you?" The voice was polite but lacked enthusiasm, more like a routine matter. Lin Feng didn't even look at her. He scanned the clothes on display in the store and walked directly to the area where the new suits of the season were hung. He took a fancy to a dark gray plaid suit with a very smooth cut and high-end sheen. "This one, and that navy blue one, try my size on." Lin Feng pointed at the two suits with a flat tone, as if he was buying vegetables in the market. The smile on the shopping guide's face froze for a moment. She looked in the direction Lin Feng pointed. The two suits were the main styles of the season, and the prices were both in the six figures. This young man in front of her, wearing street stall clothes and carrying an Apple bag, wanted to try it on? She immediately made a judgment in her heart: another one who came in to enjoy the sight, take pictures, and post them on WeChat Moments to show off. "Sir, are Brunello Cucinelli ready-to-wear clothes require an appointment or senior membership to try on?" The female shopping guide's tone carried a subtle sense of superiority. Although she still had a smile on her face, her eyes had turned cold. "Also, the prices of these two sets may not quite fit your budget. How about you take a look at the discount area over there?" There are several basic styles that are quite cost-effective. She pointed to an inconspicuous shelf in the corner. The contempt and dismissal in these words are already very obvious. Several other well-dressed customers in the store also noticed this and cast their eyes to watch the show with playful smiles on their faces. Obviously, they also thought that Lin Feng was here to cause trouble. Lin Feng finally turned his head and looked calmly at the self-righteous female shopping guide. He had just improved his charm attribute, and although he didn't feel it was obvious, his eyes seemed particularly deep and sharp at this moment, as if they could penetrate people's hearts. Budget? Lin Feng's lips curled up into a smile. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the quiet store. Do you think I can't afford it? The female shopping guide felt inexplicably panicked by Lin Feng's gaze, but the sense of superiority she had developed in luxury stores for a long time made her hold on. Sir, I didn't mean that. It's just that our brand has regulations, high-end ready-to-wear clothes need to. Regulations? Lin Feng interrupted her directly, not wanting to waste any more words. He took out the bank card that carried the system's tens of millions of dollars, held it between two fingers, and casually tapped it on the glass display case next to him, making a crisp pop sound. Call your store manager. Lin Feng's tone was an unquestionable command, or, now, immediately, bring me some clothes to try on. Choose one of the two. The female shopping guide looked at the ordinary bank card, and then at Lin Feng's confident and calm attitude, and she was more convinced that he was bluffing. She suppressed her anger and her voice became cold. Sir, please don't be unreasonable. If you are not sincere in shopping, please leave and don't disturb our other distinguished guests. Being unreasonable? Lin Feng smiled, but his smile was cold. He no longer paid attention to the female shopping guide who looked down on others, and directly took out his mobile phone and made a call. The call went through almost instantly. Hello? Is this the property manager of Xingyou International? Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. I am Lin Feng. I am now in the Brunello Cucinelli store on the first floor of your mall. I am very dissatisfied with the service attitude of your shopping guides here. I will give you 5 minutes. Either ask their store manager to bring all the new styles of the season in my size for me to try on, or, tomorrow, this store will not be open for business here. After saying that, without waiting for the other party to respond, Lin Feng hung up the phone. The entire Brunello Cucinelli store fell into deathly silence. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in amazement, as if they were looking at a madman. Ask the store manager to bring all the new models to try? 5 minutes? Otherwise, this top luxury brand will be removed from the shelves? Isn't this too arrogant? Who does he think he is? The boss of Xingyou International? The female shopping guide looked at Lin Feng as if he were a fool, with contempt and ridicule on her face. Sir, do you know what you are talking about? Do you know what level of brand Brunello Cucinelli is? Do you know Xingyou International? Before she could finish her words, there was a sudden sound of hurried and messy footsteps at the door of the store. A middle-aged man in a dark suit, with neatly combed hair and a store manager nameplate on his chest, rushed in with a pale face and sweat all over his forehead. Behind him were two equally panicked shopping guides, holding a thick stack of hangers filled with all kinds of new suits, shirts, and pants of the season. Mr. Lin. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The store manager immediately locked onto Lin Feng, who was standing in the center with a strong aura. He almost rolled and crawled to him, bending his waist to 90 degrees, and his voice was filled with tears and extreme panic. It's our mismanagement. We neglected you. Please calm down. The clothes you want to try are all here. They are all the latest styles. All sizes are available. Try whatever you want. The store manager wiped his sweat while glaring at the dumbfounded female salesperson fiercely. You. Immediately. Right now. Apologize to Mr. Lin. Then pack up and get out. You are fired. Boom. This scene was like a blockbuster bomb exploding in the store. All the guests, including the arrogant female shopping guide, were petrified. Their faces were filled with extreme shock, bewilderment, and disbelief. The store manager really came with all the new models? And his attitude was as humble as a dog? Just because of a phone call from this young man? That phone call was real? He could really get Brunello Cucinelli to be removed from the shelves? The female shopping guide's face turned pale as paper in an instant, her body was shaky, and she looked at Lin Feng with extreme fear and regret. She knew she was done. She had kicked the titanium alloy steel plate completely. Her lips trembled, and she wanted to apologize, but she couldn't say a word. Lin Feng didn't even look at the pale-faced female salesperson. He casually threw the apple bags to a salesperson next to him who was also shocked but reacted quickly. Here. Then, he walked to the hanging hangers filled with top-quality men's clothing and moved his fingers casually, as if he was not selecting clothes worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, but picking cabbages in the vegetable market. This one, and this one, this shirt, those pants. Lin Feng's fingers pointed quickly, and the shopping guide immediately took down the clothes he pointed out carefully. Soon, Lin Feng picked out 7 or 8 sets of clothes of different styles but all very valuable, including suits, casual wear, and coats. Pack them all up. Lin Feng ordered calmly, then looked at the store manager. Give me a few more pairs of shoes, belts, and wallets. The best ones. Yes. Yes. Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. We will get everything for you right away. The store manager was as if he had been pardoned. He personally took a few shopping guides with him and started busying himself like serving his ancestors, fearing that if he was a little slow, he would upset this gentleman. The fired female shopping guide sat on the ground in despair. No one paid any attention to her. The other customers in the store had already put away all their contempt and ridicule, and looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of awe and curiosity. Who is this young man? Soon, a pile of exquisite packaging bags with Brunello Cucinelli logo printed on them were piled in front of Lin Feng. The store manager personally took the POS machine and the bill, handed them over with both hands, and said in a flattering voice, Mr. Lin, the total amount of the goods you selected is 1,867,000 yuan. I'll give you the decimal point, please see. Swipe the card. Lin Feng handed over the bank card without even raising his eyelids. Drop. Transaction successful. Ding. Consumption successful. Consumption amount, 1,867,000 yuan. This week's task progress, 1,867,010 million yuan. The system prompt sounded, and a warm current surged through my body, and my physical and mental fitness seemed to have improved a little bit. The store manager looked at the receipt, breathed a sigh of relief, and smiled sincerely. Thank you for your patronage, Mr. Lin. You are welcome to visit us next time. Lin Feng ignored the store manager's compliments. He picked up a bag containing a brand new white shirt and casual pants and said to the store manager, Find me a fitting room. Okay. Please come this way. VIP fitting room. The store manager personally led the way. A few minutes later, when Lin Feng walked out of the VIP fitting room again, the whole store seemed to light up. The fitted Brunello Cucinelli white linen shirt perfectly outlines his upright posture and faintly visible muscle lines, physique-enhancing effect, and the lower body is a pair of dark casual trousers. The low-key and luxurious fabric is full of texture. Although it is just a simple match, the top brand's tailoring and fabric instantly raise his temperament to several levels. His delicate features are even more handsome with the bonus of charm +1. His eyes are sharp and deep, his body is as straight as a pine tree, and he exudes an invisible, confident and powerful aura. He is completely different from the image of him wearing a t-shirt from a street stall before. The poor boy disappeared, and in his place was a young nobleman with outstanding temperament, low-key and introverted but with a sharp edge. Everyone in the store was stunned. Several young female shopping guides were even more amazed, with their cheeks slightly red. Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. This saying was perfectly interpreted by Lin Feng. Lin Feng walked to the huge floor-length mirror, looked at his transformed self in the mirror, and nodded with satisfaction. Money is really a good thing. He picked up the remaining packaging bags including his old clothes, and walked out of Brunello Cucinelli with his head held high again, as the store manager and a group of shopping guides bowed 90 degrees to him. He had just walked to the mall atrium and was about to go to the underground garage to pick up his car when his cell phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar local number. Lin Feng frowned slightly and answered, Who is this? An old but full-bodied voice with a strong smile came from the other end of the phone. Ha, little friend Lin, did you enjoy your consumption tonight? Chapter 6 Mysterious Call, Undercurrent begins to emerge. Lin Feng paused for a moment, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. This voice was unfamiliar, but the other party knew his last name was Lin, and also knew that he was spending money? Who are you? Lin Feng's voice was calm, with a hint of subtle vigilance. He had only obtained the system for a day, and although he acted in a high-profile manner, he did not think that he was known to everyone. This mysterious call was strange. Ha, young friend, don't be nervous. The old man on the other end of the phone laughed heartily, as if he could see through Lin Feng's thoughts.
My surname is Qin, and my given name is Yu.
I'm sorry to bother you, but I just heard a little about your feat at Xingyo International tonight, and I'm curious.
Qin Yu?
Lin Feng quickly searched his memory, but there was no impression.
Xingyo International's feat? Was it referring to his purchase at Brunello Cucinelli just now? Or was it referring to the fact that he drove a Lamborghini? How could the news spread so quickly? Mr. Qin is well informed. Lin Feng did not comment, his tone remained calm. Do you have any advice? I don't deserve your advice.
Xin Yu's voice was full of admiration. I just think that you behave like the ancients, taking revenge and spending money like water, yet keeping your true colors hidden.
It's really interesting. I have prepared some tea at the Henteing Club. Would you be so kind as to come over and have a chat? Just treat it as making friends. Henteing Club?
Lin Feng's heart moved. He had heard of this place, one of the top private clubs in Jiangchan, located on the top floor of Henteing building in the city center.
It is said that it has an extremely strict membership invitation system, and the entry threshold is frighteningly high.
It is a gathering place for the real top rich and powerful circles.
This Qin Yu, can he hold a banquet there? Mr. Qin is too polite.
However, Lin Feng glanced at the time on his phone. I'm afraid it's not convenient tonight, I have something else to do. He instinctively remained alert to this sudden kindness. There is no such thing as a free lunch, especially when he just got a huge fortune.
Ha ha, no problem, no problem.
Xin Yu didn't seem surprised by Lin Feng's refusal, and his laughter was still hearty. I'm sorry for being rude.
So, if you have free time in the future, you can contact me at any time.
This is my private number, which is open 24 hours a day for you. He reported a string of numbers. Lin Feng wrote down the number. Okay, I'll contact you when I have a chance.
Looking forward to meeting you, young friend.
Oh, by the way, Xin Yu seemed to suddenly remember something, and his tone was a little playful. The guy from the Li family whom you taught a lesson tonight, the people behind him seemed a little unhappy. You have just arrived, so you need to be careful.
However, if you need anything, feel free to find me.
After saying that, Xin Yu hung up the phone without waiting for Lin Feng's response. Lin Feng held the phone, frowning slightly.
Li's kid? Did he mean the loan shark boss Li? Was there someone behind him? And, was Qin Yu's last sentence a reminder? Or, a warning? Or a gesture of goodwill?
This Qin Yu who suddenly appeared was mysterious and contained a huge amount of information in his words.
He not only knew Lin Feng's consumption tonight, but also knew that he had taught Boss Li a lesson, and even knew that there was someone behind Boss Li? This power seemed a bit big. It seems that the water in Jiangcheng is deeper than I thought.
Lin Feng's eyes flickered. The ecstasy and overwhelming pleasure brought by obtaining the system cooled down slightly, replaced by a kind of vigilance against the unknown and a hint of excitement. A bigger stage seemed to be unveiled to him. He temporarily put aside Qin Yu's affairs and walked to the underground garage with his bags. When the black Lamborghini appeared in front of him again, Lin Feng's mood became cheerful again. He sat in the driver's seat, threw a bunch of luxury bags on the passenger seat, and started the engine.
A low roar echoed in the basement.
Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, his phone rang again. This time it was a WeChat video call request, and the caller ID showed Mom. Lin Feng felt warm in his heart, the coldness on his face melted instantly, and he connected the video.
Mom!
Lin Feng shouted with a smile. A kind but deeply tired and worried face of a middle-aged woman appeared on the phone screen. It was Lin Feng's mother Zhou Huilan. The background was a hospital ward.
Xiao Feng.
Zhou Huilan tried to force a smile on her face when she saw her son, but she couldn't hide the sadness in her eyes.
Have you eaten? Are you tired from work? Do you have enough money? Mom still has. Mom! Lin Feng's nose felt sore and he interrupted her quickly. I've eaten.
Work is not tiring.
Money? Your son is rich now. A lot of money.
Silly boy, you're still trying to be stubborn with your mother. Zhou Huilan obviously didn't believe it and thought her son was just trying to comfort her.
Your father's illness. Well, don't worry about the money. I'll think of a way.
Just take care of yourself.
Mom! Listen to me.
Lin Feng's tone became heavier, with unprecedented seriousness and confidence. I really have money.
Lots and lots of money. Dad's medical expenses and the debts he owed, I've taken care of them all. All of them. Ah? Zhou Huilan was stunned.
Looking at her son's energetic and confident face in the video, it felt a little strange, yet extremely real.
Solved? Where did you get the money? Xiaofeng, you can't do anything stupid.
Her voice was filled with horror.
Mom, don't worry.
Your son didn't steal or rob. Lin Feng smiled. To reassure his mother, he switched the camera and aimed it at the golden, powerful bull logo in the center of the steering wheel.
Look at this. What kind of car is this? It looks quite luxurious.
Zhou Huilan didn't know much about cars, she just thought the steering wheel was very beautiful.
Lamborghini, Mom, your son just bought it.
It cost less than 10 million. Lin Feng said in a relaxed tone.
How much more? Zhou Huilan's voice suddenly rose, her eyes almost popped out. 10 million? Xiaofeng. Do you have a fever? What nonsense are you talking about?
Her first reaction was that her son was stimulated and had mental problems.
Mom, I didn't lie to you.
Lin Feng had no choice but to switch the camera back to himself, then picked up a Brunello Cucinelli bag next to him and pointed at the logo on it. Look at this, Mom, top Italian menswear. Your son's outfit, plus the stuff in the bag, is worth nearly 2 million.
2 million?
Zhou Huilan was completely stunned. She felt like her brain wasn't enough and her breathing became rapid.
Xiaofeng.
What exactly are you?
Mom, listen carefully.
Lin Feng took a deep breath, looked at his mother's shocked and worried face, and said solemnly, I, your son, have met a noble person.
I want a super prize.
The specific process is quite complicated, but I promise that the money came cleanly.
It is absolutely legal.
From now on, our family will never have to worry about money again.
For Dad's illness, I will definitely hire the best doctor and use the best medicine.
You and Dad, just wait and enjoy. In order to reassure his mother, Lin Feng directly opened the mobile banking app, took a screenshot of the balance interface with part of the card number hidden, and sent it to her via WeChat. When Zhou Huilan saw the long string of dizzying numbers on the screenshot sent by her son, balance 8,128,942.60, she was completely stunned. She almost couldn't hold the phone steady.
More than 8 million? Current deposit?
This. Zhou Huilan's lips trembled, and she couldn't say a word for a long time, but tears flowed out uncontrollably. It was excitement, disbelief, and the great relief of having the huge stone that had been weighing on her heart for many years removed.
Mom, please don't cry.
Lin Feng felt bad seeing his mother crying. The money is real.
Good days for your son, good days for our family, are really coming. Tomorrow I will go to the hospital and transfer Dad to the best VIP ward.
Invite a specialist for consultation.
I will cover all the expenses.
Good child.
Zhou Huilan burst into tears and just nodded. Mom believes in you. Mom believes in you.
God, please be merciful. Your dad is saved.
He is saved.
After comforting his excited mother for a while, Lin Feng hung up the video. He looked at his mother's face crying with joy on the phone screen, and his heart was filled with warmth and strength. To let his family live a good life was one of his most simple wishes after obtaining the system, and now it was being realized. He started the Lamborghini and prepared to go back to his shabby rental house to pack up his things and move to a new place tomorrow. Just as he drove out of the basement, his cell phone rang again.
This time it was a text message.
It was from an unfamiliar number, but the content made Lin Feng's eyes freeze. Lin Feng, you are very good.
You are so high profile even though you touched my people?
We, the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, have taken note of Li Laohei's account.
The game has just begun. Zhao Sihai. Sihai Chamber of Commerce? Zhao Sihai?
Lin Feng quickly searched his memory.
He had an impression of this name.
One of the big guys in Zhongqing's underground world, he was powerful and ruthless. It was said that he had connections and controlled many gray industries.
That Li Laohei boss Li was actually his man?
It seems that Qin Yu's reminder was not groundless. He crushed an ant to death, but it led to the poisonous snake behind him. Lin Feng looked at the text message, and instead of being afraid, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold, fighting arc.
Sihai Chamber of Commerce? Zhao Sihai? Lin Feng whispered to himself, his eyes sharp as a knife. Write down my account?
Very good. He stepped on the accelerator hard, and the Lamborghini let out an angry roar, like a black arrow of revenge, shooting into the depths of the night.
Want to play? I'll accompany you to the end.
Lin Feng's voice was chilling and confident amid the roar of the violent engine. It just so happens that I haven't spent all the 10 million yet. I'll use you to test the waters. The journey of a super rich man is never smooth sailing. But Lin Feng knows that no matter whether there are jackals or tigers ahead, in the face of absolute money and the power of the system that is about to be unlocked, they will only be stepping stones on his way to the top.
Ding! The host is detected to be threatened by a force, triggering the side quest, provocation from the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Task requirements: disintegrate or subdue the Sihai Chamber of Commerce and resolve the threat from Zhao Sihai. Task time limit: 30 days. Rewards for successful mission: 1 random combat skill mastery level, free attribute points +3, system points 1000 points. Penalty for mission failure: randomly deprive 1 acquired skill or attribute point. Host, please be cautious. The road to becoming a super rich person is also the road to conquest. New challenges, along with new opportunities, have arrived. Lin Feng's life of a wealthy man has set off even more turbulent waves under the night sky of Zhangcheng. Chapter 7, Chasing in the Dark, First Test of Strength. Zhao Sihai's text message was like a poisonous snake spitting out a message, carrying a cold threat. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly turned cold, but the corners of his mouth raised a hint of fighting intent. Sihai Chamber of Commerce? It just so happened that the quota of 10 million had not yet found a target of sufficient weight. Want to play? I'll accompany you to the end. Lin Feng growled and stepped on the accelerator hard. Boom! The Lamborghini Aventador SVJ burst into a deafening roar, like a black beast that broke free from its shackles, and turned into a stream of light that tore through the night sky on the empty streets at midnight. The strong push on the back pressed Lin Feng firmly on the bucket seat, and the pointer on the dashboard jumped wildly. His master-level driving skills allow him to control the vehicle with ease. Every gear shift and every turn is extremely precise, and the vehicle body draws a heart-pounding trajectory on the road with little traffic. However, after only 2 blocks, Lin Feng's keen perception spiritual attribute enhancement caught something unusual. In the rearview mirror, 3 black SUVs appeared at some point. They were like ghosts, tightly biting behind the Lamborghini, keeping a distance that was neither too close nor too far. The engines also emitted a low roar, and they were obviously modified. You're here so soon? You're quite efficient. Lin Feng sneered, his eyes sharp as an eagle. Instead of slowing down, he stepped on the accelerator again. The roar of the V12 engine resounded through the night sky, and the speed of the Lamborghini instantly exceeded 200 km per hour, trying to shake off the tail. But the 3 off-road vehicles behind were obviously tough as well. The drivers were skilled and coordinated well, biting on him tightly, like a thorn in the flesh. They did not approach immediately, but kept an oppressive distance, like a pack of wolves chasing prey, trying to force Lin Feng into a preset trap. Lin Feng tried several extreme lane changes and accelerations. With the absolute performance of the Lamborghini and master-level driving skills, although he narrowly missed the target several times, the 3 modified off-road vehicles always managed to catch up again by relying on their familiarity with the terrain and advanced prediction. Obviously, the other party knew the roads in Zhangcheng very well, and their goal was clear: to force him out of the main urban area. It seems that you want to find a place where no one is around to have a good talk? Lin Feng understood, and the cold light in his eyes became even stronger. He glanced at the navigation, and there was a fork in the road leading to an abandoned industrial park in the suburbs of Zhangcheng. Ding! The host is detected to be chased and intercepted by hostile forces, triggering temporary skill, Crisis Perception Primary. Time limit: 30 minutes. Crisis Perception Primary slightly improves the host's intuitive warning ability for fatal threats. The cold system prompt sounded like timely rain. A strange cold feeling instantly flooded into Lin Feng's mind. Everything around him seemed to become clearer, and his intuition about danger also increased sharply. Just as he was about to drive into the fork in the road, his crisis sense skill suddenly sounded a sharp alarm. A strong, deadly threat came from the viaduct in front of him on the right. Sniper? Lin Feng's pupils shrank suddenly. His master-level driving skills and instantly improved agility made him react almost instinctively. He suddenly turned the steering wheel to the left and stepped on the brakes hard. Squeak-ga! The harsh sound of tires rubbing against the ground pierced the night sky. The Lamborghini made an extremely thrilling drift and moved sideways in front of the fork in the road. Almost at the same moment. Call out! A burning bullet, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, hit the asphalt road where the front of Lin Feng's car was originally located, splashing up a cloud of gravel and sparks. Cold sweat instantly soaked Lin Feng's back. What a close call. If it weren't for the early warning of crisis perception and master-level driving skills, he would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die from the shot just now. Damn it. Use guns? Lin Feng was completely furious. The desperate gang of Sihai Chamber of Commerce even sent out snipers to deal with him. This was no longer a simple threat, but a plan to kill him. The murderous intent, like solid ice, condensed in Lin Feng's eyes. The three SUVs chasing behind him obviously didn't expect Lin Feng to dodge the sniper, and they were stunned for a moment. It was this moment of stunned concentration. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with ferocity. Hide? No. He wanted to fight back. Instead of taking the opportunity to escape, he suddenly engaged the reverse gear and swerved the steering wheel. The Lamborghini's low body and powerful four-wheel drive system showed amazing flexibility. With a harsh friction sound, the front of the car instantly turned 180 degrees, and the rear of the car was aimed at the three off-road vehicles that had just rushed to the fork in the road and were still a little unprepared. Boom! 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 Lin Feng stepped on the accelerator without hesitation. The Lamborghini roared like an enraged bull, and with an indomitable momentum, it rammed into the black SUV in the front. Madman! The driver in the SUV widened his eyes in horror and let out a desperate roar. Bang! A deafening bang. The collision of steel behemoths. The sturdy rear of the Lamborghini was like a heavy hammer, smashing hard on the front of the SUV. The huge impact instantly twisted the hood of the SUV and the windshield exploded. All the airbags in the car popped out, and the driver and the co-pilot fainted on the spot. The thugs in the other two SUVs were all stunned by this crazy counterattack. They had seen desperate people, but they had never seen a madman driving a supercar and hitting people in reverse. Taking this opportunity, Lin Feng changed gears again. The Lamborghini shot out from the wrecked SUV like an arrow, aiming directly at the approach bridge of the viaduct in front of him. That sniper must be dealt with. Otherwise, he will be in trouble. Stop him. The thugs in the remaining two SUVs reacted, roared, and accelerated to chase after him. The windows were rolled down, and the black muzzles of guns were extended out. Dud-did-day. Dud-did-day. The piercing sound of gunfire suddenly rang out in the silent night. Bullets shot towards the speeding Lamborghini like water splashing. Crisis sense, skill crazy warning. Lin Feng's spirit is highly concentrated, and his master-level driving skills are brought to the extreme. Lamborghini is like a butterfly flying through the hail of bullets, making all kinds of incredible evasive actions. Bullets hit the car body, splashing sparks and making a crisp sound of ding-dong. Fortunately, the body of this super sports car worth tens of millions is strong enough, and its bulletproof performance is far superior to ordinary vehicles, so it has not been penetrated for the time being. Fuck! Is this car a tank? The thug who fired the shot was shocked and angry. Lin Feng completely ignored the gunshots behind him and roared the Lamborghini onto the viaduct approach bridge. He had only one target, the vaguely visible black figure holding a sniper rifle above the bridge pier. The sniper obviously discovered that Lin Feng's target was him. He quickly put away his gun, turned around and wanted to run. Want to run? Lin Feng's eyes were cold, and he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The Lamborghini was speeding on the not-so-spacious approach bridge, and its speed was increasing instead of decreasing. Just when he was still a few dozen meters away from the bridge pier, Lin Feng suddenly opened the car door. The master-level agility and strength attributes were perfectly combined at this moment. He jumped out of the high-speed car like a cheetah. His body rolled in the air to release the force and landed steadily on the bridge. The out-of-control Lamborghini, with huge inertia, crashed into the bridge pier like an out-of-control cannonball. Boom! There was another loud bang. Flames shot up into the sky. The supercar worth nearly 10 million yuan instantly turned into a ball of burning scrap metal. The huge crash and the flames attracted the attention of everyone on and under the bridge. The two chasing SUVs were also frightened by the tragic scene and braked suddenly. Taking advantage of this chaotic moment, Lin Feng did not stop at all when he landed. His strong physique allowed him to withstand the impact of landing. Like a ghost, he used the shadow of the bridge pier to rush towards the sniper who was about to climb down the bridge along the maintenance ladder at an astonishing speed. The sniper heard the sound of wind behind him and turned back in horror, only to see a pair of eyes as cold as the god of death in the light of the fire. Go down! Lin Feng shouted in a low voice, and his fist containing 7 points of strength basic 6 plus advance 1 smashed into the sniper's chest like a sledgehammer. Snap!
A clear sound of bone cracking was heard.
Ah!
The sniper let out a short scream and fell from the bridge pier more than 10 meters high like a kite with a broken string, and landed heavily in the green belt under the bridge, his life or death unknown.
Clean. Sharp. Brutal.
On the bridge, Lin Feng's figure, against the backdrop of the burning Lamborghini, looked like a god of war bathed in blood. He glanced coldly at the remnants of the two off-road vehicles below, who were in a mess and frightened by the flames and the sniper's tragic appearance. When those thugs met Lin Feng's cold eyes, they felt as if they were being stared at by a poisonous snake. A chill ran straight up from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. They dared not stay any longer, and reversed in fear, turned around, and fled madly.
They didn't even care about their companions and the wrecked SUV.
The sound of sirens came from far away, and it was obvious that the huge noise had alarmed the police. Lin Feng did not stop. He quickly took off the Brunello Cucinelli shirt that was stained with dust and smoke, feeling heartbroken for a second, revealing his muscular upper body, the effect of improving physical fitness, and then disappeared into the shadow of the bridge pier in a few flashes like a cheetah blending into the night. A few minutes later, when police cars and fire trucks arrived at the scene, they only saw the burning wreckage of a Lamborghini, a crashed SUV, a sniper who fell under the bridge and was seriously injured and unconscious, and scattered bullet shells. The perpetrator had long disappeared.
That night, the Jiangcheng underground world was shaken.
Zhao Sihai, the vice president of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, smashed his favorite purple clay teapot in his villa.
Waste. A bunch of waste. You can't even handle a young boy.
And you killed Viper, code name of the sniper. Zhao Sihai's face turned pale, and murderous intent was boiling in his eyes.
Lin Feng. What a Lin Feng.
I, Zhao Sihai, swear not to be a human being until I tear you into pieces. At this moment, Lin Feng had quietly returned to his dilapidated rental house. He did not go in immediately, but found a secluded corner to check the system.
Ding!
The host successfully resolved the fatal attack and repelled the hostile forces.
Reward, free attribute point +1.
System points +200 points.
Ding!
The vehicle Lamborghini Aventador SVJ is damaged and has been removed from the system assets.
Ding!
Host combat needs detected. The system mall opens the combat skills items section for a limited time.
System points required for redemption.
I lost a supercar, which was a bit painful, but I got attribute points and credits in exchange, and unlocked the battle area in the mall, so it was worth it.
Moreover, the supercar was originally bought with the system quota, so it was spent.
Without hesitation, Lin Feng added the one free attribute point he had just obtained to physique.
His physique went from 5 to 6.
A warm current flowed through his body, sweeping away the fatigue from the previous battle, and he was more energetic. His ability to resist blows and his ability to recover were also significantly enhanced. He clicked on the system mall, and the battle skills items section was filled with a wide variety of items.
Basic combat mastery entry level, 50 points. Gun mastery entry level, 80 points. Special operations dagger excellent, 100 points. Bulletproof suit normal, 150 points.
One-time strength burst potion primary, 200 points effect, temporary strength +3, lasts for 10 minutes, weakens for 1 hour after use. Lin Feng looked at his only 300 points initial 100 plus bonus 200 and fell into deep thought. The revenge of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce would never stop, and he needed to improve his self-protection ability. Chapter 8, Money Power is Evident, Famous Doctors Gather.
The next morning, sunlight shone through the small window of the rental house. Lin Feng opened his eyes, radiant with energy.
After his physical fitness was raised to 6 points, he felt more energetic than ever before. He put on the new clothes he bought yesterday, a dark casual shirt and trousers from Brunello Cucinelli. Although simple, the texture and comfort brought by the top-grade fabrics and tailoring are far beyond the previous street stall goods. His whole temperament is refreshed. He took a look at the balance on his mobile bank, more than 8.12 million yesterday's shopping plus 1 million transferred to Li Laohe plus crashed Lamborghini 10 million in consumption. The balance is the initial 53.8 plus the remaining balance after the system quota of 10 million. There is less than 1.88 million left in the 10 million quota for the new week, including the value of the crashed Lamborghini. In 7 days, there is not much pressure.
But the most important thing right now is my father.
Lin Feng picked up the phone and dialed directly the VIP appointment line of Jiangcheng's top private hospital, Sacred Heart International Hospital.
Hello, Sacred Heart International VIP Service Center.
A sweet but formal female voice came. I want to make an appointment with your best internal medicine specialist, especially one who specializes in treating advanced liver cirrhosis and its complications.
The consultation will be this morning.
Lin Feng went straight to the point, his tone leaving no room for doubt. There was silence on the other end of the phone, as if surprised by Lin Feng's directness and request. Sir, our top experts at Sacred Heart International usually need to be booked more than a week in advance, and the consultation fee.
Money is not a problem.
Lin Feng interrupted directly. I need the best team, the best ward, and the best treatment plan.
The fee will be based on the highest standard, and there is no upper limit. Now, immediately, arrange it.
The customer service representative on the other end of the phone was obviously confused, but still maintained his professionalism. Sir, please provide the patient's name and basic information.
I need to check the specialist's schedule. The patient, Lin Jiangwo, is currently in the general ward of the 3rd Municipal Hospital. I will transfer him to the best VIP ward at Sacred Heart International.
I want the expert team to be in place for consultation before 10 o'clock this morning. Lin Feng reported his father's name and basic information in a strong tone. Also, contact the top experts in this field at home and abroad, and invite all who can come.
They will be given first-class seats on the plane and stay in the presidential suite. The consultation fee will be paid at 10 times their usual standard.
I will prepay a deposit of 10 million for all expenses.
Now, tell me your work number and account number for receiving payments. Boom.
The person on the other end of the phone was completely speechless.
A 10 million yuan deposit in advance? 10 times the consultation fee? A first-class seat on a plane? A presidential suite? This is no longer an ordinary VIP customer, this is a super rich man.
Sir,
please wait a moment. I will transfer you to our dean right away. The customer service's voice instantly became extremely respectful, even with a hint of trembling. A few minutes later, Lin Feng's call was transferred to the director's office of Sacred Heart International Hospital.
Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Chen Mingyuan, the president of Sacred Heart International. A calm but excited voice came from the other end of the line. We have received your request. Please rest assured.
We will immediately activate the highest level emergency plan.
Mr. Lin Jiangwo will be taken care of by our hospital's top medical team, and I will personally serve as the coordination team leader.
We will contact the top domestic and foreign experts you mentioned immediately. Before 10 o'clock, the preliminary consultation team will be in place.
The best Tianshu suite has been reserved for you in the VIP ward.
A deposit of 10 million. Ahem, we will send you the account number later. Is it convenient for you to come to the hospital to handle the formalities now? I'll be there in half an hour.
Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Money ability is so simple, crude, and effective at critical moments. Half an hour later, when Lin Feng appeared at the gate of Sacred Heart International Hospital, which was as luxurious as a 5-star hotel, driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom that he had temporarily rented from a top car dealership, his Lamborghini was crashed, so he had to solve the transportation problem first and spend money at the same time. The hospital's president Chen Mingyuan was already waiting respectfully at the door with a large group of people including the vice president, department heads, etc.
Mr. Lin. Welcome to Sacred Heart International.
Dean Chen Mingyuan came up with a big smile on his face and personally opened the car door for Lin Feng.
The hospital executives behind him looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of awe and curiosity.
He was so young, but he could be greeted by the dean himself and even paid a deposit of tens of millions in advance.
His background was unfathomable.
Lin Feng nodded slightly and walked into the hospital surrounded by the crowd.
Without any extra greetings, he went directly to the Tianshu VIP suite on the top floor.
Rather than a ward, it is more like an ultra-luxurious presidential suite. It is spacious and bright, with top-notch facilities, a separate living room, a nursing room, and even a small kitchen and a balcony with a view.
Professional medical equipment is cleverly embedded in the luxurious decoration.
Lin Feng's mother, Zhou Huilan, had been picked up in advance. She was standing in the living room at a loss, looking at this luxurious environment that she had only seen on TV, her face full of fear and disbelief.
Mom!
Lin Feng walked over quickly and held his mother's hand.
Xiaofeng, this is too expensive. Zhou Huilan's voice was trembling.
Mom, Dad's health is the most important.
Don't worry about the money. Lin Feng comforted her, and then looked at Dean Chen. Dean Chen, when can my father be transferred? Where is the expert team? Don't worry, Mr. Lin. We have already coordinated with the 3rd Municipal Hospital. The ambulance and our professional transfer team have already set off. Mr. Lin will arrive safely within half an hour. Dean Chen replied quickly. As for the expert team, he looked at his watch. 9:50, they should be here soon. We have invited Professor Zhang Weiman, a leading figure in the field of liver disease in China, and several top experts from our hospital. We are also actively contacting several foreign authorities, and there will be a reply by tonight at the latest. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door of the ward. A nurse led several old experts in white coats and with a calm aura in front of them. The old man in the lead, with gray hair and a vigorous spirit, was none other than Professor Zhang Weiman, a leading figure in the field of liver disease in China. Following behind him were also top experts from Sacred Heart International. Professor Zhang, thank you for your hard work. You come here so early. Dean Chen hurried forward to greet him. Professor Zhang Weiman nodded slightly, but his eyes fell directly on Lin Feng, with a trace of scrutiny and curiosity. Is this Mr. Lin? It is true that heroes emerge from youth. Where is the patient? Let's take a look at the situation first. Lin Feng nodded to Professor Zhang. Professor Zhang, thank you for your help. My father is still on the way and will be here soon. Can the experts please go to the conference room and take a rest for a while? No need to rest, just wait here. Professor Zhang Weiman waved his hand and walked directly to the sofa in the living room and sat down. Other experts also sat down. They couldn't help but look at Lin Feng in this luxurious ward, and they were also shocked. Such a young man, such a big man, just to treat his father's illness, this filial piety and financial resources are all eye-catching. While waiting, Lin Feng was not idle. He said directly to Dean Chen, Dean Chen, please help me contact the best security company in Jiangcheng. I want to hire a professional security team to protect my parents' safety 24 hours a day. The number of people should be no less than 8, and they must be elites with the best equipment. Money is not a problem. Security? Dean Chen was stunned, and then he saw the unquestionable coldness in Lin Feng's eyes. Thinking of the rumors last night the Lamborghini crash incident was circulated in a small circle among senior officials, his heart trembled and he nodded immediately. Understood. Mr. Lin, don't worry. I will contact Pancher International immediately. They are the top security company in Jiangcheng and even the whole province. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. Lin Feng nodded. The threat from the Sihai Chamber of Commerce was right in front of him, and he had to ensure his parents' safety. It was only natural to spend money to buy safety. At this moment, the door of the ward was pushed open again. A nurse came in with a transfer cart, on which lay Lin Feng's father, Lin Jiangwo. The old man had a sallow complexion, was thin, and was wearing an oxygen mask. He was still in a coma, but he was obviously well taken care of and had been transferred here from the ordinary ward of the 3rd Municipal Hospital. Dad! Lin Feng and Zhou Huilan immediately surrounded him. Professor Zhang Weiman and other experts also immediately stood up, gathered around, and began to take a preliminary look at Lin Jiangwo's condition, their expressions focused and serious. Seeing his father surrounded by a team of top experts and admitted to the best ward, Lin Feng felt relieved. Money power showed its warmest and most powerful side at this moment. However, just as the experts finished their preliminary examination and were about to go to the conference room for a detailed consultation, there was another knock on the ward door. A middle-aged man in an executive suit and with a capable temperament whispered something in Dean Chen's ear. Dean Chen's expression changed slightly, and he walked to Lin Feng and whispered, Mr. Lin, there is a distinguished guest outside who wants to see you. He is the housekeeper of Mr. Qin Yu. Qin Yu? Lin Feng's eyes moved slightly. This mysterious person was indeed well informed. As soon as he arrived at Sacred Heart International, his people came to him. Chapter 9, The Housekeeper's Message, Qin Yu's Invitation. Qin Yu's housekeeper? Lin Feng's mind was racing. This mysterious boss had acted really fast, from the phone call last night to the housekeeper coming to visit. It seemed that his big move in Sacred Heart International had also caught the other party's attention. Please come in. Lin Feng said to Dean Chen in a calm tone. What is coming will eventually come, and he also wanted to see what Qin Yu was up to. Dean Chen quickly signaled, and soon, a middle-aged man in his 50s, wearing a well-tailored dark gray tang suit, with meticulously combed hair, a calm face, and eyes as sharp as an eagle, walked in. He walked steadily and his aura was restrained, but there was an imposing presence that could not be ignored when he walked. It was obvious that he was not an ordinary person.
He quickly scanned the luxurious environment in the ward, the top experts, and finally landed on Lin Feng. A barely perceptible gleam flashed in his eyes, and then he bowed slightly, respectful but not overbearing. "Hello, Mr. Lin, my last name is He, and I am the housekeeper of Mr. Qin Yu.
I have come to visit Mr. Lin on the orders of Mr. Qin."
"Hello, steward He." Lin Feng nodded and motioned for the other party to sit down. Zhou Huilan looked at the extraordinary steward nervously and subconsciously moved closer to her son. Butler He did not sit down, but took out a small rosewood box that looked simple and elegant from his arms and presented it with both hands. "Mr. Qin learned that your respected master was not feeling well and was deeply concerned. He specially asked me to send you a century-old wild ginseng as a token of his appreciation. I wish Mr. Lin a speedy recovery." He opened the box, and inside lay a wild ginseng with its hair and beard spread out, excellent appearance, and a faint medicinal fragrance. It was obvious that it was worth a lot of money.
"Mr. Qin is so thoughtful. Please thank him for me."
Lin Feng did not refuse and signaled Dean Chen to accept it. Since the other party showed goodwill, he accepted it. Seeing Lin Feng accept it, Butler He smiled and continued, "Old Qin also asked me to bring a message. He said that when Mr. Lin first arrived in Jiangcheng, he was harassed by scoundrels, which is a pity for Jiangcheng. Old Qin has heard a little about the affairs of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Zhao Sihai is a domineering person who doesn't know how to restrain himself. Old Qin said that if Mr. Lin finds it annoying, he doesn't mind helping Mr. Lin clean up the mess." As soon as these words were spoken, the ward fell silent.
Dean Chan and several experts all took a deep breath.
Zhao Sihai of Sihai Chamber of Commerce. He was a well-known and ruthless character in the Jiangcheng underground world. In the words of this housekeeper, he became a scoundrel who could be cleaned up. The power of this old Qin was simply unfathomable. They looked at Lin Feng with even more awe. This Mr. Lin could actually make old Qin value him so much. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, and his heart was slightly shocked. Qin Yu's words were extremely important. This was not just a gesture of goodwill, but also a display of strength and a kind of recruitment. If he helped him deal with Zhao Sihai, he would have to accept his favor.
"Thank Mr. Qin for his kindness for me."
Lin Feng spoke calmly, "But they are just a few annoying flies. I can kill them myself.
No need to bother Mr. Qin."
His words were full of strong confidence and a hint of pride. Zhao Sihai is troublesome, but he is also a target for him to level up and spend money. Letting Qin Yu take action is certainly easier, but he will also lose the sense of control and will owe favors. How can the path of the super rich be entrusted to others? A flash of surprise flashed across Butler He's eyes, and then turned into deeper appreciation. He didn't expect Lin Feng to reject the olive branch that old Qin took the initiative to extend so straightforwardly, and to reject it so confidently.
This kind of character and pride are indeed extraordinary. Mr. Lin is a man of quick words and bold spirit.
Mr. Qin really didn't make a mistake in choosing him. Butler He smiled more sincerely. Mr. Qin also said that whenever Mr. Lin is free, the door of Hentang Club will always be open to you. I look forward to having tea and discussing philosophy with you.
Okay, tell Mr. Qin that I will visit him someday.
Lin Feng agreed.
Qin Yu is worth contacting, but not now. I will definitely bring him there.
Butler He bowed slightly again, "Then I will not disturb Mr. Lin and the experts from consulting with your father. Goodbye." Butler He came and went quickly, like a shadow delivering information. But the words he left behind in the old mountain ginseng stirred up a storm in the hearts of everyone in the ward. Professor Zhang Weiman's eyes when he looked at Lin Feng completely changed, full of inquiry and attention. The background and power of this young man who could be treated like this by the legendary Qin Lao were definitely beyond imagination. His attention to Lin Jiangmo's condition was virtually raised to a higher level.
The subsequent expert consultation went extremely smoothly and efficiently.
Professor Zhang personally took the lead and, based on Lin Jiangmo's previous medical records and the latest examination report, Sacred Heart International's equipment far outstrips that of the third hospital, quickly developed a detailed and proactive treatment plan, including the most advanced targeted drugs, possible liver transplantation evaluation, and the most comprehensive complication prevention and treatment measures. All expenses were implemented according to the highest standards under Lin Feng's no matter the cost requirement. Seeing the team of experts busying around for his father, his mother Zhou Huilan finally showed a long-lost hope and peace of mind on her face, and Lin Feng felt relieved. His money-making ability was finally used in the most valuable place. After seeing off the expert team, Dean Chen brought good news. Mr. Lin, the head of the security team of Rock International, has arrived and is downstairs. In addition, the car you requested has also been delivered. Lin Feng nodded, let his mother rest in the ward, and went downstairs with Dean Chen. Parked downstairs in the hospital was a brand new off-road vehicle with tough and domineering lines, all black like an armored vehicle Mercedes-Benz G63 AMG. Next to it stood 4 men in black tactical uniforms, with upright postures, sharp eyes, and a sturdy aura. The leader was a tough man in his 30s with a resolute face and slightly bulging temples.
Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Lei Gang, the leader of the Special Operations Team of Rock International Security Company. The sturdy man stepped forward and said in a loud voice with the efficiency unique to a soldier, I am here with the company's order to lead the first team to report to you. We will work in shifts 24 hours a day to ensure the absolute safety of Mr. Lin and Ms. Zhou. Lin Feng glanced at Lei Gang and the 3 equally calm team members behind him, and nodded with satisfaction. These people carried a murderous and iron-blooded aura, and it was obvious that they were elites who had truly experienced actual combat, not just show-offs. Very good. Lin Feng asked directly, what's the price for a team of your level? Reporting to Mr. Lin. Lei Gang straightened his back. Our first team is the company's highest level security team. The standard configuration is 4 people, 24-hour personal protection, well equipped including non-lethal weapons, and the total daily salary is 150,000 yuan. A daily salary of 150,000. That is 4.5 million a month. This is absolutely a sky-high price.
But Lin Feng didn't even blink.
Money is not a problem.
Lin Feng took out his mobile phone directly, I will prepay 1 month's fee.
I have only one request, my parents' safety must not be compromised.
If any suspicious person approaches, no warning is needed, and they must be controlled directly.
If there is a threat with weapons, you are allowed to use all necessary means to fight back. If anything goes wrong, I will be responsible. Money, enough. Lei Gang and the team members behind him all had a flash of surprise and excitement in their eyes.
This was the first time they had encountered such a generous employer who granted them great authority.
Understood. Please rest assured, Mr. Lin. The target is absolutely safe as long as we are here. Lei Gang roared decisively, his eyes full of fighting spirit. This kind of high-paying, high-pressure and fully authorized job is exactly what these elites desire.
Lin Feng transferred 4.5 million to the Pancher Company account on the spot. Looking at the huge expenditure prompt on the mobile phone, as well as the consumption prompt and warm current jumping on the system interface again, his physical and mental health improved a little bit, he was not moved at all.
Ding! Consumption successful. Consumption amount, 4,500,000 yuan. This week's task progress, 6,367,010 million yuan. Note, the previous shopping of 1.867 million plus the crashed Lamborghini is counted as about 8 million within the 10 million limit, plus the 10 million prepaid hospital deposit is not fully consumed, but the system may calculate it according to the limit? Here it is simplified and accumulated according to the actual large expenditures.
The 10 million prepaid by Sacred Heart may not be fully consumed, but the 4.5 million security is actually paid. After arranging the safety of his parents, Lin Feng felt relieved.
He walked towards the brand new Mercedes-Benz G63 AMG and patted the tough body.
This car was what he needed now, safe, low profile compared to supercars, and able to handle complex situations.
See High Chamber of Commerce. Xiao Si Hai. Lin Feng sat in the driver's seat of the G63, feeling the heaviness and power that was completely different from a supercar, his eyes cold. It's my turn to take the initiative. Chapter 10 Intelligence opens the way, locks on the target.
The Mercedes-Benz G63 was like a black steel behemoth, driving on the streets of Jiangcheng, attracting many sidelong glances, but compared to the flamboyant Lamborghini, it was much more low-key. In the car, Lin Feng made a call.
Hello? Is this by Shaosheng? Lin Feng's voice was low.
This was the information dealer he contacted through a deep search on his mobile phone network and paid a high price on a secret forum. He claimed that there was no news in Jiangcheng that he didn't know.
It's me. Are you Mr. Feng? A hoarse voice with electronic synthesized sound effects came from the other end of the phone.
It was obvious that a voice changer was used and it was very cautious.
It's me. The balance has been transferred to the encrypted account you specified. Where is the thing I want?
Lin Feng asked directly. He had previously paid a deposit of 100,000 yuan in advance, requesting to purchase detailed information about the core members of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, its main industries, and Zhao Sihai himself, especially evidence of illegal activities.
Mr. Feng is straightforward.
The hoarse voice seemed to smile. The item has been sent to the encrypted mailbox you specified.
The password is set by you. A friendly reminder, the Sihai Chamber of Commerce is very complicated. There may be someone behind Zhao Sihai.
Be careful, Mr. Feng.
Got it.
Lin Feng hung up the phone and immediately logged into his email using a newly bought, encrypted tablet.
He entered the password and an encrypted compressed file was downloaded. After decompression, there are a lot of documents, pictures, and even some blurry video clips.
Lin Feng glanced through it quickly, his eyes becoming colder and brighter.
Sihai Chamber of Commerce.
Core members: President Zhao Sihai, ostensibly a successful entrepreneur and Vice President of Jiangcheng Chamber of Commerce; Vice President Qian Bao, responsible for underground casinos, loan sharking, and debt collection; Military Advisor Wu Yong, responsible for finance, money laundering, and legal evasion; and several heads of gangs responsible for entertainment venues, smuggling, engineering violence, etc.
Main industries.
On the surface, Sihai Group real estate, catering and entertainment, logistics, but mostly empty shells and money laundering tools. Dark side: underground casinos, at least 5 in hidden locations; loan sharking networks controlling a large number of micro-loan companies; entertainment venues, many KTVs and nightclubs involved in pornography, gambling, and drugs; violent monopoly of some building materials markets and earthwork projects; and suspected smuggling auto parts, luxury goods, and even cultural relics.
Zhao Sihai himself.
He is extremely cautious, his whereabouts are erratic, and he is always accompanied by 4 elite bodyguards. I have a serious heart disease and need to take medication and have checkups regularly, a major weakness. Suspected of having secret overseas accounts. He has close ties with a local powerful figure not named in the intelligence, only codenamed Umbrella, and is an important white glove and source of funds.
Illegal evidence partial.
Several secretly filmed videos of the interior of the casino. The images are blurry but the environment can be identified. Several recordings of loan sharking, yin-yang contracts, and violent debt collection narrated by the victims. A list of suspected smuggled artifacts and blurry photos of the transaction. A bank statement partial showing a huge amount of funds transferred from Sihai Group to a shell company.
Zhao Sihai's special medical records in a private clinic proving his heart disease. The intelligence was very detailed.
Although some key evidence such as the identity of Umbrella and overseas accounts was incomplete, it was fatal enough. Especially Zhao Sihai's heart disease and those illegal evidences.
Bai Shaoshang has some skills.
Lin Feng's eyes flashed coldly. The value of this information far exceeded the hundreds of thousands he paid.
With these, dealing with the Sihai Chamber of Commerce is no longer a blind confrontation. We can strike with precision. Ding! The host successfully obtained key enemy intelligence, triggering the side quest: disintegrate the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Mission progress updated.
Task requirements: disintegrate or subdue the Sihai Chamber of Commerce and resolve the threat posed by Zhao Sihai.
0100. Task time limit: 29 days remaining. Tip: you can use the intelligence you have to carry out targeted attacks.
The system prompt sounded at the appropriate time. Lin Feng looked at the information, his brain working rapidly.
Fight directly?
Although he has good physical strength and mastered driving, although the car is gone, the other party has more people and guns, so the risk is too great.
Call the police?
The chain of evidence is not complete, and the existence of the Umbrella may complicate things. The best way is to make him lose his composure and collapse from within. Lin Feng's eyes were sharp: money leopard, loan sharks, casinos, smuggling, and Zhao Sihai's heart disease.
A plan gradually took shape in his mind.
The core was to create chaos, lure the snake out of its hole, and eliminate it at a specific point. And all of this required a key entry point.
Qian Bao,
the vice president in charge of usury and underground casinos, with a violent and greedy personality, was Zhao Sihai's right-hand man and the best breakthrough point. Lin Feng clicked on the detailed information about Qian Bao in the intelligence. He is an extreme gambler, especially fond of playing big games in underground casinos, winning or losing millions of dollars.
He was lustful and kept several mistresses. He has a hot temper and is easily irritated.
Responsible for managing the largest underground casino Jinding Club disguised as a high-end private club. There are usually only 2 bodyguards around him because they think they are in their own territory.
Golden Tripod Club. Qian Bao.
Lin Feng raised a cold arc at the corner of his mouth. It starts with you. He needed a new identity, one that could get into the Golden Tripod Club and be eligible to gamble with Chen Bao.
This required money and a suitable personality.
Lin Feng immediately thought of the female shopping guide who was fired from the Brunello Cucinelli store yesterday.
Her name seemed to be Lu Qian?
She was extremely contemptuous of him at the time, and her face was ashen when she was fired by the store manager.
Isn't this person who was fired from a luxury store resentful and familiar with high-end brands a perfect guide?
She must know some people who pursue luxury but are financially distressed, or want to get into the high-end circle. Lin Feng immediately searched through some social relationship information attached to the intelligence and quickly found Lu Qian's contact information and a vague address.
Lu Qian. I hope you won't let me down.
Lin Feng started the Mercedes-Benz G63 and drove towards the address provided by the intelligence. Half an hour later, Lin Feng's car stopped at the foot of an old apartment building. He followed the address and knocked on a security door on the third floor with a cheap blessing character on it. The door opened, revealing Lu Qian's haggard, distraught face. She obviously hadn't slept well the previous night, and her eyes were red and swollen. When she saw that the person standing outside the door was Lin Feng, the man who had caused her to lose her job yesterday, but who was now wearing top-notch men's clothing and had an outstanding temperament, the expression on her face instantly changed from confusion to extreme fear and resentment.
It is you? What are you doing here? Are you trying to make fun of me?
Lu Qian's voice was sharp and tearful, and her body was shaking slightly with fear and anger. Lin Feng looked at her, his eyes calm and still, as if he was looking at a tool. Do you want to make some quick money?
Money that can pay off your credit cards or even buy you a few bags of your dreams?
Lu Qian was stunned, and a hint of surprise and a hint of hidden desire flashed across her resentful eyes.
Chapter 11, Money Leads the Way, a first look at the casino.
The Mercedes-Benz G63 attracted a lot of attention at the entrance of the old residential area.
Lu Qian saw that it was Lin Feng and almost burst out with resentment. It's you? Are you kidding me? I'll give you a chance to turn things around.
Lin Feng got straight to the point, pulling out a stack of brand new banknotes from his handbag and slapping them on the doorframe. 20,000, advance. Help me get into the Jinding Club, and I'll give you another 100,000 if you succeed.
The smell of ink from the banknotes rushed straight into her nose, and Lu Qian's resentment was instantly torn apart by greed. She grabbed the money and nervously twisted the edge of the banknote with her fingers. What are you going to do? Gambling, big money.
Lin Feng stared at her. Find a reason to bring me in, and say I'm the nephew of a coal boss from Western Province. My last name is Chen, my family just got a mine. I'm stupid, I have a lot of money and I like to show off.
Lu Qian's eyes darted around. Jinding Club was the territory of Xianbao.
She knew a hostess named Lily there. She used to envy Lily for being able to hang out with a small boss and enjoy a good life.
Now this opportunity has fallen on her head. 120,000.
It's enough for her to buy 3 Chanels that she has always dreamed of.
Okay.
She gritted her teeth. Wait for me for 10 minutes. When she came out again, Lu Qian was like a different person. The smell of cheap perfume was so strong that it choked her.
Her tight leopard print skirt showed her excess fat. Her false eyelashes fluttered like a fan. She squeezed into the passenger seat.
The leather seat of the Mercedes-Benz made her move her butt awkwardly. But her tone was deliberately familiar. Don't worry, Mr. Chen.
Lily is my sister.
I will make sure everything is arranged for you. You are so stylish, it's perfect.
The Jinding Club is hidden in the basement of an inconspicuous office building in the south of the city. The elevator goes straight down to B3.
When the heavy soundproof door opens, a deafening clamor mixed with the smell of cigarettes and alcohol hits you in the face. The lobby is dazzlingly magnificent.
Under the crystal chandelier, the baccarat, roulette, and Texas Hold'em tables are crowded with red-eyed gamblers.
Waitresses in deep V-short skirts shuttle back and forth with drinks, and the intercom on their waists is faintly visible. A voluptuous woman with glitter eyeshadow turned towards me and said, "Hey Chan.
What a rare guest. Who is this?" "Young Master Chen from Western Province. His family owns a mine."
Lu Qian raised her voice and boasted, "Bring young Master Chen here to play, but you have to serve him well." Lily glanced at the Patek Philippe on Lin Feng's wrist and smiled sweetly. "Mr. Chen, please come this way."
"Can we open the VIP room for you?" "No need."
Lin Feng casually took out a few $100 bills and stuffed them into Lily's collar. "Right here, lively."
The banknote slid into the deep groove, and Lily laughed even more happily. "Mr. Chen is straightforward." "What are you playing?" I'll change the chips for you. First, 500,000.
Lin Feng threw the card over.
His movements were careless and his voice was low, but the greedy eyes around him were instantly fixed on him. Ding, ding, ding.
50 golden chips worth 10,000 yuan were piled on the baccarat table, dazzling like a small mountain. The middle-aged men at the same table were breathing heavily.
The dealer was a cold-faced young man who glanced at Lin Feng. Buy the banker.
Lin Feng didn't even look at the cards, he grabbed 5 chips and threw them into the banker area.
The cards were opened.
The player had 8 points, and the banker had 3 points.
The 50,000 was taken away by the dealer in an instant.
Tisk. Lin Feng frowned and grabbed another 10 chips and pushed them over. Banker.
Open again. Player 9, banker 5. 100,000 evaporated.
There were suppressed sneers and whispers all around.
A local rich man from the western province? He has a lot of money to burn, this is a gift. Brother Bao has some snacks to go with the wine tonight.
Lin Feng seemed not to hear and pushed 150,000 chips for the third time. Continue the banker. The cards are turned over. The player has 6 points, the banker
0 points. Lose again.
In less than 10 minutes, 300,000 were wiped out. The gamblers at the same table looked at him with eyes that had changed from greed to undisguised mockery.
Lu Qian's face turned pale and his palms were full of sweat. Damn it.
This is weird. Lin Feng cursed and irritably loosened his collar, revealing his well-defined collarbone. He pushed the chair away and grabbed the remaining chips. I don't want to play this anymore.
Change the table. Play dice. I don't believe this.
With a depressed mood and the sound of chips clinking, he walked straight to the crowded dice table at the back of the hall. In the center of the crowd, a bald man with a face full of flesh and a little finger-thick gold chain around his neck was slapping the table with saliva flying. Big.
Big. Big. Open it for me. It's the leopard.
There were nearly 1 million chips in front of him, and he was obviously in good form. A sharp-faced henchman beside him was busy collecting money and stacking them, while another muscular bodyguard crossed his arms and scanned the crowd with hawk-like eyes. Lin Feng pushed through the crowd and squeezed to the empty seat next to Qian Bao.
Voila!
He piled all the remaining 200,000 chips on small.
By now, the dealer shouted. Qian Bao glanced at Lin Feng's pile of chips, then looked at his stupid and rich face, grinning and showing his gold teeth. Hey, little brother, buying the opposite of Brother Bao?
You have guts. The dice cup was open 4, 5, 6, 15.
Ha ha ha. Brother Bao is so awesome. The henchman laughed wildly and collected the money.
Qian Bao proudly drank a mouthful of foreign wine, his golden teeth flashing, and he slapped Lin Feng's shoulder heavily with his palm leaf fan-shaped hand, with enough force to break bones. Boy.
Did you see that? With Brother Bao, dragons have to coil and tigers have to lie down. Want to win money? You have to follow Brother Bao's luck.
Lin Feng was shaken by his pat, and his face flashed with anger, unwillingness and a hint of stubbornness that only young people have. He stiffened his neck and took out his cell phone. Damn it.
Bad luck. Wait for me to transfer some more money. Brother Bao, right? Wait for me for 10 minutes. Let's play something bigger. Do you dare?
Qian Bao looked like he had heard a huge joke.
He exchanged a glance with his follower and laughed out loud. Ha! You little brat is pretty tough. Okay. Brother Bao is in a good mood tonight, so I'll play with you. I'll wait for you. Let's see how many coins you can come up with.
His eyes flashed with the cruel pleasure of a cat playing with a mouse. Lin Feng walked to the corner, turned his back to the casino, and quickly operated his phone. The dim light from the screen illuminated the corners of his cold mouth. His mind sank into the system. System, filter one-time gambling skills.
Enough points. Light curtain brush out. Gambler possession experience card primary, 100 points required for redemption.
Effect, master level gambling skills dice, poker, roulette within 30 minutes. Perspective potion weak, 150 points required for redemption. Effect, can see through a layer of non-metallic objects such as dice cups, playing card backs within 10 minutes, cooldown 24 hours.
Exchange for the God of Gamblers experience card.
Lin Feng did not hesitate.
Ding. Consumed 100 points, exchanged successfully. The item has been stored in the system space and can be used at any time. There are 200 points left.
Lin Feng switched back to the bank app, his fingers flying. A minute later, he walked back to the dice table with his phone, shaking the screen towards the leopard. A glaring screenshot of a bank deposit text message.
Account income, 5 million renminbi.
Brother Bao, 5 million. Lin Feng raised his chin slightly, his eyes provocative. Let's play dice and guess the size.
One hand is 1 million. Do you dare? The entire dice table fell silent in an instant. Chapter 12, The Gambling Table Crushes the Rich Boy. 5 million. A handful.
There were gasps. Even the flesh on Xian Bao's face twitched. He had been in the business for half his life and had seen millions of dollars in gambling before, but this was the first time he was challenged in public by a nephew of a coal boss. The gold tooth flashed in the light. Boy, you have guts. Xian Bao pushed away the hostess who was leaning against him, grabbed the bottle and took a big gulp, his eyes fierce. I'm playing with you.
I'm afraid you'll lose everything and cry for your parents.
Change the chips. 5 million golden chips were piled in the middle of the gambling table, like a burning mountain of gold. The atmosphere was extremely tense, and all the gamblers gathered around, craning their necks. Lu Qian squeezed into the crowd, digging her fingernails into her palms, afraid that Lin Feng would lose all his money and implicate her, and she was also trembling with excitement at the huge gamble.
Mr. Chen, please place your bet.
The dealer's voice was a little dry. Lin Feng didn't look at the dice cup. He glanced at Qian Bao's face, which was flushed with alcohol and excitement, and tapped the table with his finger. 1 million, small.
Ha ha ha. Still want to buy small?
I want big. Xian Bao grinned and smashed a bunch of chips into the big area. The sound of the golden chips colliding was harsh.
Ding. Use one-time skill, Gambler Possession Experience Card Primary.
A stream of cold air instantly rushed into his brain, and countless fragments of information about dice collisions, probability calculations, and dealer habits exploded. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly became as sharp as an eagle, and his ears moved slightly.
Be sure to place your bet.
The dealer's voice trembled slightly, and he held the dice cup in his hand.
3 dice rolled and collided rapidly in the cup.
The sound was so clear to Lin Feng, who was blessed by the god of gamblers, that it seemed like slow motion.
Click. Click. 2 of the dice stopped, and 1 was still jumping mischievously.
Lin Feng's mouth corners curled up slightly.
The dice cup is revealed. 2, 3, 3. It's 8 o'clock. Wow. The whole audience was in an uproar. Brother Bao. The henchman's face turned pale.
The flesh on Xian Bao's face suddenly stiffened, his gold teeth clenched and he stared at the 3 dazzling dice. The dealer pushed the pile of chips in front of Xian Bao to Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't even raise his eyelids, tapping the table with his fingertips. Continue. 1 million, still small.
Damn it. I just don't believe it. Big.
Xian Bao's eyes were red, and he roared and dropped another million.
The dice cup opens again. 1, 2, 4. 7 is small. Fuck.
Xian Bao slammed his fist on the table, knocking over the wine glass and spilling the wine. The surroundings were dead silent, and you could hear a pin drop.
2 hands, 2 million gone. Brother Bao, your luck seems to be not so good? A slick and laughing voice suddenly sounded.
The crowd parted, and a young man in a flashy sequin suit and slick back hair walked over with a girl with an internet celebrity face in his arms, the Richard Miller diamond watch on his wrist sparkling. It was the famous dandy in Jiangcheng, the son of Zhou Real Estate, Mr. Zhou. He had long noticed the high-handed gambling here, and even more so the unfamiliar fat sheep face of Lin Feng. Seeing Xian Bao being defeated, he immediately came up to fan the flames. Do you want a brother to help you turn your luck?
This. Mr. Chen, right? Brother Bao is an old senior, and you are young and don't know the rules, so why are you so cruel?
Zhou Xiaoying looked sarcastic, but his eyes were greedily staring at the mountain of chips in front of Lin Feng. Xian Bao was holding back his anger, and upon hearing that, he immediately took advantage of the situation. Young Master Zhou is right.
Boy, do you dare to find someone else to play with you?
Young Master Zhou is the gambling master of our Jiangcheng. He raised his thumb, wanting to throw the hot potato away and kill someone with a borrowed knife. Lin Feng raised his eyes, paused for a second at Zhou Xiao's face that was full of stupid and rich, and sneered. Okay.
What are you playing? I'll accompany you.
Great.
Zhou Xiao pushed the internet celebrity away and sat down opposite Lin Feng. Let's play something manly. All in.
The bottom bet is 100,000, and there is no upper limit.
Do you dare? Deal the cards. Lin Feng uttered 2 words. The dealer put on a brand new deck of cards and shuffled them expertly. The poker table was cleared in an instant, leaving only Lin Feng and Zhou Xiao. The air seemed frozen, with only the rustling sound of the cards. Zhou Xiao got an open card, the King of Spades. He knocked on the table proudly, 100,000. Lin Feng's card is the 10 of Hearts, so he calls. In the second round, Zhou Xiao got the King of Clubs, a pair of kings. His breathing became noticeably heavy, and he suppressed his ecstasy, 500,000. Lin Feng got the 9 of Diamonds, showing 10 and 9, which were not a pair. He didn't even raise his eyelids, follow. In the third round, Zhou Xiao got a hidden card not turned over, and a Queen of Spades was added to the open card. The cards, a pair of kings, a queen. He pretended to be calm, but the greed in his eyes was about to overflow, 1 million. Lin Fengming added a club 8. The cards were 10, 9, 8, all mixed cards, and of different suits. In Sohari, it was almost a garbage hand. Everyone thought he was crazy. Follow. Lin Feng put out another 1 million chips. In the fourth round, Zhou Xiao got a hidden card, and the last exposed card was a diamond jack. The cards, a pair of kings, jacks, and queens. His heart was pounding, and he suppressed his excitement, 2 million. He was almost sure that his whole card was a king. 3 kings. He had the opponent for sure. Lin Feng's last exposed card was the Jack of Hearts. The cards were 10, 9, 8, J, still a mixed bag, still out of order. It was so bad that it couldn't be worse. Mr. Chen, your luck with cards is bad? Mr. Zhou couldn't help but taunt him, confident of winning. How about, just give up? Save some money? Lin Feng finally looked up at him, his eyes as calm as a deep pool. 2 million, I'll take it from you. If you get more, I'll give you 5 million. He grabbed a pile of golden chips and pushed them into the gambling pool with a splash. Boom! The whole place went wild. Is he crazy? You dare to shuttle with this card? 5 million. The smugness on Zhou Xiao's face froze instantly, like a chicken with its neck being strangled. He stared at Lin Feng's 4 dazzling miscellaneous cards, then looked at his own KKJQ, his heart pounding wildly. The opponent was either a super idiot, or the bottom card was a straight? But the cards were 10, 9, 8, J, and the bottom card must be 7 or Q to make a straight. The probability was too low. Cold sweat dripped down Zhou Xiao's temples. He had already bet all the 5 million cash chips he brought. If he wanted to bet another 5 million, he would have to write a check. If he lost, his father would skin him alive. But if he didn't bet, the fat meat in his mouth would fly away, and he would lose all his face. Master Zhou, are you coming or not? Xian Bao said sarcastically, Master Chen is waiting for you. Damn it! I follow. Zhou Xiao was so excited that the blood rushed to his head. He quickly wrote a check for 5 million and slapped it on the table, saying in a hoarse voice, open the cards. I have 3 kings. He suddenly turned over the bottom card, the King of Spades. 3 kings. The crowd exclaimed. This card has a great chance of winning in Sohari. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Feng, with pity and mockery. Lu Qian's legs went limp and she almost collapsed. Lin Feng's face was expressionless. He slowly picked up his hidden card, pinched it between 2 fingers, gently flipped it open, and slapped it on the table. 7 of Hearts. Cards, 10 of Hearts, 9 of Hearts, 8 of Hearts, J of Hearts, 7 of Hearts. 10, J, Q, K, A? No. It's 7, 8, 9, 10, J. A straight flush of hearts. Dead silence. Absolute silence. The blood on Zhou Xiao's face instantly faded away, his eyes bulged out, staring at the 5 dazzling red hearts, as if he had seen a ghost. Xian Bao opened his mouth, and his gold teeth forgot to shine. In the entire gambling hall, you could hear a pin drop, with only the sound of heavy breathing. Straight flush. 3 kings. Lin Feng's voice was calm, as if he was stating a trivial fact. He reached out and slowly gathered the 5 million check and all the chips in front of Zhou Xiao in front of him. The mountain of golden chips made a suffocating collision sound. Zhou Xiao's body swayed, and he didn't fall down because the internet celebrity screamed and held him up. He pointed at Lin Feng, his fingers trembling like he had a stroke, his lips moved, but he couldn't say a word, and finally his eyes rolled back, and he fainted from anger. Mr. Zhou! Mr. Zhou! The followers and the internet celebrity were in a mess.
Lin Feng didn't even look at the chaos over there, but turned his gaze to Qianbao, whose face was ashen. He pointed at the nearly 10 million chips piled up in front of him. His voice was not loud, but it drowned out all the noise.
Brother Bao, playing dice is boring, and I'm tired of poker. This little money. He paused, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Is it enough? Please invite Mr. Zhao behind you to come out for a cup of tea? Chapter 13, Breaking Through the Situation, pointing directly at Zhao Si. Please give tea to Mr. Zhao?
The flesh on Qianbao's face twitched violently, and his eyes were like poisoned knives, stabbing Lin Feng fiercely. The gamblers around him were silent, and even the henchmen who were dragging the unconscious Zhou Xiao subconsciously slowed down their movements. The air was so thick that it was suffocating. Kid, Qianbao's voice was squeezed out from between his teeth, with a bloody smell. Who the hell are you?
Are you kidding me? Xi Province, Chen Feng.
Lin Feng sat as steady as a mountain, fiddling with a few chips worth 10,000 yuan with his fingers, making crisp clinking sounds. I just want to make friends with Boss Zhao.
This little bit of sincerity. He raised his chin towards the pile of chips. Not enough? Qianbao was furious.
Young Zhou was treated like a pig and fainted in his place, which was already a big problem. The guy in front of him won 2 million from him, and took away nearly 10 million from young Zhou.
In the end, he used the money he won as a stepping stone to meet the boss Xiao Si.
This guy was shitting on Qianbao's neck, and he still asked him for paper.
Make friends?
Qianbao grinned and slammed the table, shaking the chips.
Okay. Brother Bao will play one last round with you. Just play dice and guess the number. If you win, I will take you to see Master Zhao in person. If you lose. His eyes were full of ferocity. Leave your 2 hands behind. Do you dare? A naked threat. The temperature in the casino dropped sharply.
Lin Feng smiled, leaned forward slightly, and looked teasingly. Brother Bao, your bet is not equal.
Is my hand worth just showing you the way? So what the hell do you want? Qianbao growled. Simple.
Lin Feng's voice turned cold.
If I lose, I'll give you my hand. If you lose. His eyes were like ice spikes, piercing Qianbao. In the future, when you see me in Jingding, kneel down and call me master. You're looking for death.
The iron tower-like bodyguard behind Qianbao took a step forward, his fists as big as casserole pots clenched so hard that they made a clattering sound, full of murderous intent. Qianbao raised his hand to stop the bodyguard. His face was so gloomy that water was about to drip out.
He stared at Lin Feng. This kid is too weird.
He can get a straight flush in poker and dice.
He just lost 2 small hands in a row. Is there really a ghost? But in the public eye, it is difficult to get off the tiger. If he doesn't accept it, Qianbao will not be able to stay in Jiangqing anymore. Okay. I'll take it.
Qianbao squeezed out a few words from his back teeth, his eyes looking murderous. 3 dice, guess the total number.
1 hand determines life or death. Dealer.
The cold-faced dealer was under great pressure, and his hands were shaking. He took out a brand new black opaque dice cup, put 3 ivory dice in front of everyone, and covered the cup. He held the cup tightly with both hands, took a deep breath, and his arm muscles bulged. He began to shake it crazily with all he had learned in his life.
Crash.
The dice spun and collided at high speed in the confined space, and the sound was as dense as a rainstorm hitting the plate. Qianbao's eyes widened, his ears pricked up, trying to catch the slight difference in the landing point. This was his most powerful skill, which he had practiced for many years. The dice cup slammed down on the table. The dust settled.
Kid, it's your turn.
Qianbao panted and grinned. He had just been concentrating and could vaguely hear that the score was too high, but he couldn't be precise. He bet that this kid couldn't hear it. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Lu Qian was so scared that she slumped in the chair at the back. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, his posture even a little lazy. His mind moved slightly.
Ding. Use item, perspective potion weak effect. An imperceptible coolness instantly covered my eyes.
My sight penetrated the black plastic dice cup, just like clearing away a layer of mist. The scene inside the cup was clearly revealed.
3 ivory dice lay quietly on the green velvet. 4, 5, 6. 15.
The potion is only effective for 10 minutes, so you must kill with 1 strike. Lin Feng retracted his gaze and tapped his fingers lightly on the table, as if he was thinking. Time passed by minute, and the gambling hall was so quiet that you could hear your heartbeat.
What? Are you scared?
Shen Bao sneered, but cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Lin Feng raised his eyes, and a cold arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. 15.
What? Xian Bao was stunned.
I said, total points, 15 points. Lin Feng repeated in a clear voice.
Xian Bao's pupils shrank suddenly.
He had just heard that it was roughly a little bigger, but he would never dare to be precise to 15 points.
Was this kid guessing? Or bullshit?
Shen Bao tried to remain calm, looking aggressive on the outside but actually being timid.
I guess, 13 points.
He deliberately said a number that was close but different.
Open the cup.
Lin Feng stopped looking at him and signaled to the dealer.
Countless eyes were fixed on the dice cup.
The dealer's hands were shaking. He took a deep breath and suddenly opened the lid of the cup.
4, 5, 6. 15 o'clock. It was clearly visible. Hiss. The sound of gasps became continuous. 15 o'clock. It's 15 o'clock. My God. How the hell did you hear that? Brother Leopard lost.
Shen Bao was struck by lightning, his face turned pale as paper, and he staggered back a step, only to be supported by the bodyguard to prevent him from falling. He stared at the 3 dice, his eyes bloodshot, as if he wanted to smash them.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Kneel down and call me master.
Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. He was still sitting, playing with a golden chip between his fingers, looking down at the distraught Xian Bao with indifferent eyes.
You're cheating.
Xian Bao raised his head suddenly, with a frenzied gleam in his eyes.
He pointed at Lin Feng and roared, "Catch him! Chop off his hands for me!"
The Iron Tower bodyguard and the sharp-mouthed henchman immediately showed fierce looks on their faces and rushed over around the gambling table. Several black-clad thugs watching the scene also quickly surrounded them.
Ha!
Lin Feng sneered, and at the moment when the bodyguard's giant hand was about to grab his collar, he moved. His master-level fighting consciousness made his body like a spring, and he slid away from the chair strangely, avoiding the capture. At the same time, his left hand was as fast as lightning, grabbing the heavy metal chip rack on the gambling table and swinging it fiercely towards the bodyguard's face.
Bang! With a dull thud, the metal frame hit the bodyguard's cheekbone.
Blood splattered. The bodyguard didn't even make a sound, and his 200-pound body fell to the ground. Lin Feng's movements did not stop. He used the force of his body rotation to kick out his right leg like a steel whip. With the sound of breaking wind, the whip kick fiercely swept the chest of the sharp-mouthed follower who was rushing towards him.
Crack! A bone-breaking sound that makes your teeth ache.
The henchman screamed and flew backwards, knocking over 2 thugs who were rushing over him, and rolled into a ball.
In just 2 seconds, the 2 fiercest fighters lost their fighting power in an instant.
The remaining thugs were frightened by this brutal move and dared not to move forward. The gambling hall was in chaos, with screams everywhere.
Stop!
A majestic low shout came from the entrance of the VIP channel. An old man in a navy blue tang suit, with gray hair and a gaunt face, walked slowly with a red sandalwood cane, surrounded by a group of black-clad men with even more solemn auras. His eyes swept across the messy gambling hall, passing by the fainted Zhou Xiao, the bloody bodyguard, and Shen Bao, who looked ashen, and finally stopped at Lin Feng. The look was not sharp, but it carried the heavy pressure of having been in a high position for a long time, as if it could penetrate people's hearts.
Master Zhao.
Shen Bao seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw, and he rolled over and crawled, pointing at Lin Feng. He cheated.
He messed up the place. He even hurt our brothers. You. Shut up.
Zhao Sihai's voice was not loud, but it made Shen Bao silent instantly. He walked to the gambling table, looked at the points in the dice cup, and then looked at the dazzling mountain of chips in front of Lin Feng. Finally, his eyes fell on Lin Feng's face and he slowly spoke.
Young man, that's a good move. I wonder which group of people you are from. What advice do you have for me, Zhao Sihai?
Lin Feng casually threw away the bloody chip rack, picked up the wet towel on the table and slowly wiped his hands, meeting Zhao Sihai's scrutinizing gaze, with a slight smile on his face.
It's not like I can give you any advice. I just want to ask Boss Zhao.
His voice suddenly turned cold, and he spoke each word with clarity in the silent casino. When are you going to pay back the blood debt owed by your Sihai Chamber of Commerce, and the rotten umbrella behind you, with interest?
Chapter 14 Deterrent Field, Undercurrent. Blood debt? Rotten umbrella?
Lin Feng's words were like two red-hot iron bullets, smashing fiercely into the silent casino. The air froze, and even the light of the crystal chandelier seemed to be frozen. The only remaining calmness on Zhao Sihai's face, belonging to a superior, instantly cracked, and a cold wave of shock and anger surged in his eyes.
How dare you?
Zhao Sihai squeezed out two words from his teeth, his knuckles clenched white as he leaned on his cane. The muscles of the group of black-clothed men behind him instantly tensed, and their murderous aura was like tangible ice water flowing over the floor. Several gamblers who were close to him chattered their teeth and almost collapsed. Xian Bao grabbed at the straw, pointed at Lin Feng and screamed, "Master Zhao! You heard it! This little bastard is here to mess up the place and seek revenge. He just cheated. Kill him. Capture him." Zhao Sihai's voice was as cold as the frozen soil of Siberia. There was no emotional fluctuation, but it carried the majesty of deciding life and death. With one order, the foremost dignified black-clad men behind him pounced out like cheetahs. Their movements were swift and fierce, far beyond the previous thugs. Two blocked the left and right, one went straight for Lin Feng's throat, and the last one kicked like an axe, sweeping towards Lin Feng's lower body. They cooperated tacitly, showing their killing moves, and were obviously elites who had seen blood. A suppressed cry was heard in the gambling hall. Lu Qian was so frightened that she covered her mouth tightly, her face covered with tears and snot. Lin Feng's pupil shrank slightly, but his body remained motionless like a rock. Just when those four powerful palms and legs were about to hit him.
System.
Exchange for one-time deterrence field. Target, radius of 10 meters.
Lin Feng's thoughts were as fast as lightning. Ding.
Consume 150 points to exchange for one-time deterrence field weak effect successfully.
Takes effect immediately and lasts for 30 seconds.
Buzz. A terrifying pressure that was invisible and intangible, but as heavy as a mountain, suddenly descended.
It was like the pressure of the deep sea acting on the soul in an instant.
The four elite bodyguards who pounced on Lin Feng suddenly froze, and their movements instantly deformed. The man who rushed in the front, his finger was only an inch away from Lin Feng's throat, but it was like hitting an invisible wall of size, and he could no longer move forward. The fierceness on his face was instantly replaced by extreme fear, his eyeballs bulged out, covered with bloodshot, and a strange ho-ho sound came from his throat, as if his neck was strangled by an invisible giant hand. The other three were the same. They fell down halfway through their kicks, their bodies shaking violently like sieves, and beads of sweat soaked their black suits in an instant. They felt like ants being stared at by prehistoric beasts. An irresistible fear that came from the instinct of life clenched their hearts, and even breathing became extremely difficult.
Not only them.
With Lin Feng as the center, within a radius of 10 meters, all the people covered by the force field: Zhao Sihai, Chen Bao, the dealer, the gamblers who were close to him, including the thugs who had just struggled to get up, all had pale faces and stiff bodies, as if they were cast into a spell of immobilization. Xian Bao's legs softened, and he fell to his knees with a thump.
His crotch quickly became wet, and he was actually scared to pee.
In the entire gambling hall, only Lin Feng stood calmly. He was like the center of a storm, calmly enduring everyone's horrified gazes. He slowly straightened the cuffs of his suit that were slightly wrinkled by his movements, and his eyes passed over the stiff bodyguards and fell on Zhao Sihai's face, whose face was equally pale and whose forehead was covered with fine cold sweat. "Boss Zhao," Lin Feng's voice was clear in the dead silence of the hall, with a kind of cold penetrating power. 3 years ago, in the shantytown in the west of the city, an accidental gas explosion killed 7 people from 2 households. Among them was a bricklayer named Lin Guodong and his paralyzed wife. Their only son was studying in another city at the time and luckily escaped. Zhao Sihai's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle.
The hand holding the cane couldn't help but tremble slightly.
This secret that was buried very deeply. The Sihai Chamber of Commerce took a fancy to that piece of land for development, and the compensation was 30% lower than the market price.
Lin Guodong took the lead in refusing to sign.
Lin Feng took a step forward, and his leather shoes stepped on the smooth marble floor, making a crisp click, click sound. Every step seemed to step on the tip of Zhao Sihai's heart. Cutting off the water and electricity, throwing feces and smashing the windows, all failed to make the stubborn old man give in. In the end, an accidental fire cleaned it out. Afterwards, the street director Wang, who was in charge of the shantytown renovation project, died of a sudden heart attack. The only eyewitness, the old man who collected scraps, accidentally fell into the river on the long-distance bus back to his hometown.
"Boss Zhao, this was a great way to finish it off."
Lin Feng stopped less than 3 meters away from Zhao Sihai. The invisible deterrent force field made Zhao Sihai's breathing more and more difficult. His heart was beating wildly, as if it was going to explode his chest. He stared at Lin Feng, trying to find clues from this young, unfamiliar face. Who are you? Zhao Sihai's voice was dry and hoarse, with a fear that he himself was not aware of. This young man not only knew the inside story, but also possessed such unpredictable means. Who am I? Lin Feng raised a cold smile. You can call me a debt collector. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes swept across the mountain of chips worth nearly 10 million on the gambling table, and then looked at the leopard lying limp on the ground, shaking like a sieve. This amount of money may not be enough to buy your boss Zhao's life. Lin Feng's voice was a little playful, but it's more than enough to buy one of your dogs. Upon hearing this, Shen Bao raised his head abruptly, his face drained of all color, and only desperate pleading remained in his eyes. Master Zhao. Master Zhao. Save me. This kid is evil. He. Shut up. Zhao Sihai shouted, forcibly suppressing the surging blood and fear, and his brain was working rapidly. The opponent's methods were strange and his background was unknown. The cost of fighting hard was too high. Moreover, he mentioned umbrella. This is the most fatal. Must hold steady. Young man, if you have too much temper, you may get into trouble easily. Zhao Sihai tried to make his voice sound steady, with a hint of the tone of a superior. There is always a way to solve the past. Xian Bao was ignorant and offended you. I will ask him to apologize to you. As for the rest, we can find a quiet place and talk it out. Let's talk? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, as if he had heard something interesting. He raised his wrist and glanced at the valuable Patek Philippe. I'm not free tonight. I'll pay for your life and the umbrella behind you first. He turned his gaze to Qian Bao, who was still immobilized by the force field and had a face full of fear. His voice suddenly turned cold, like an ice spike piercing his bones. Qian Bao, tomorrow at 12 noon, at the scrapyard of the old steel plant in the north of the city. Bring everyone you can. We will settle the account. If you don't come or dare to call the police. Lin Feng paused, his eyes swept over Zhao Sihai, and said meaningfully, I will go to visit your wife and your precious son who was in junior high school at the aristocratic school. I heard that your son likes to feed stray dogs on the way home from school. Shen Bao was struck by lightning, and the fear in his eyes was instantly replaced by great panic. His wife and children are his lifeblood. The other party even found out this? No. No. I'll go. I must go. Qian Bao burst into tears and screamed desperately. Very good. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. The 30-second time limit was about to expire, and the pressure of the deterrent force field began to recede like a tide. He no longer looked at Zhao Sihai, whose face was as gloomy as water, and turned around, calmly walking towards the exit of the gambling hall. The bodyguards and thugs who were blocking his way collapsed to the ground as if exhausted the moment the invisible pressure disappeared, and no one dared to stop him. Everyone, including Zhao Sihai, could only watch the tall figure passing through the messy gambling hall and disappearing at the elevator leading to the ground. The moment the elevator door closed, Zhao Sihai slammed the sandalwood cane in his hand to the ground. Investigate. Dig deep for me. I want to know who this Chen Feng is. I want all his information before dawn. His voice was distorted by extreme anger and a hint of unspeakable fear. Leopard, what should we do with Brother Leopard? A confidant asked with gritted teeth. Zhao Sihai's bloodshot eyes swept over Qian Bao, who was lying on the ground with his pants soaked. His eyes were icy cold without a trace of warmth. Waste. Get rid of him. Let him go tomorrow. Bring weapons, bring everyone who can fight. I want that little bastard to be killed without a complete body. He turned and walked towards the VIP channel, his steps somewhat unsteady. Lin Feng's last words were like a poisonous snake entwining his heart that rotten umbrella. How much did he know? Chapter 15, Gold and Yuan Barrier, Waste Car Killing Game. 3 o'clock in the morning, in the north of the city, at the old steel plant scrapyard. The pale moonlight penetrated the broken roof of the factory and cast distorted and bizarre shadows on the piles of scrapped car wreckage. The air was filled with the mixed smell of rust, engine oil, and old dust. In the dead silence, only the occasional crunch sound of mice gnawing on metal could be heard. In the middle of the scrapyard, a relatively open space has been cleared. At the edge of the open space, more than a dozen figures stood still like sculptures, all wearing black combat uniforms, tactical vests, and well-equipped. Their positions seemed random, but they formed a defensive circle of mutual support. Their vigilant eyes were like searchlights, scanning every shadow around them. These people had a dignified and fierce aura, and their eyes were as sharp as eagles. They were the elite team that Lin Feng had hired from the temporary security section of the System Mall at a high price. The code name was Black Shield. The hiring time, 24 hours, the fee, 800,000 system funds, not quota. At the core of the open space, a brand new Mercedes-Benz G63 AMG was parked, its body glowing cold matte black in the moonlight. Lin Feng sat on the hood, a lit cigarette between his fingertips, the scarlet flame flickering in the darkness. At his feet, Lu Qian was curled up on the cold ground with her hands tied behind her back, shivering with cold. The delicate makeup on her face had long been worn out by tears, and only fear and pleading were left in her eyes. Mr. Chen, please let me go, Qian Bao will kill me. Lu Qian's voice was filled with tears and she was shaking. She regretted it so much. Why did she covet the 120,000 yuan and get involved in this deadly vortex? Lin Feng blew out a smoke ring, and the smoke curled and dispersed under the pale moonlight. His voice was calm. Shut up. Your mission is to be a bait and lure the mad dog Qian Bao. If you catch it well, you will survive. If you don't catch it well. He paused and flicked the ash. Go down in advance and kowtow to the 7 members of the Lin family to apologize. Lu Qian's whole body froze. She was so scared that she didn't even dare to cry. She could only bite her lips tightly and let out suppressed sobs. Ding! The host has been detected to have made a large amount of consumption, 800,000 for security, triggering the Spendthrift Achievement primary level and rewarding 50 points. Current points balance, 150 points. Daily quota task 5 million, the remaining quota is 4.2 million. Please complete the consumption as soon as possible. The system notification sounded in his mind. Lin Feng put out his cigarette and glanced at the dial on his wrist. It was less than 9 hours until noon. System, filter for disposable environmental modification items, those with enough points. Light curtain brush out. Optical camouflage force field generator small, 120 points required for redemption. Effect, makes the designated area 50 m radius perfectly blend with the environment at the optical level, lasting for 1 hour. Electromagnetic interference trap trigger, 80 points required for redemption. Effect, after being buried, a strong electromagnetic pulse is generated in the trigger area, paralyzing all unprotected electronic equipment and engines within the range. Exchange for optical camouflage force field. Lin Feng said without hesitation. Ding! Consumed 120 points, exchanged successfully. The item has been stored in the system space and can be deployed at any time. 30 points left. Lin Feng's mind moved slightly, and a palm-sized device shaped like a black metal spider appeared in his palm. He casually threw it to the captain of the Black Shield team, a square-faced man codenamed Anvil. Anvil, activate this thing and cover this open space. I want this place to disappear before the target appears. Understood, boss. Tiezhen took the device and without any hesitation, he immediately ordered 2 team members to find the best hiding place for deployment. As system mercenaries, they would not be surprised if their employer took out anything beyond common sense, and they were only responsible for executing orders. Soon, a very slight buzzing sound was heard, and an invisible ripple spread out with the metal spider as the center. The scene at the edge of the open space began to be distorted and refracted in a way that was imperceptible to the naked eye. The outline of the pile of scrapped cars became blurred, and the light was cleverly guided and integrated. From a distance, the open space seemed to be wiped out of thin air and completely integrated into the surrounding continuous car cemetery. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction and looked at Tiezhen again. Have you arranged the surprise outside? Don't worry, boss. Anvil pointed to several hidden corners and the entrances to the necessary passages. According to your drawings, we have installed high-strength alloy tripwires, counterweight triggered shotgun mines, modified non-lethal stun grenades, and the electrical grid generator you provided. They are all camouflaged. As long as they drive in, we will ensure that they will have an unforgettable welcome ceremony. The power grid generator blueprint provided by Lin Feng was redeemed by him from the Black Technology Blueprint Simple category using system points. Although it was just a basic one-time product, a high-voltage current released instantly was enough to make ordinary vehicles break down instantly. Redeeming the blueprint cost 50 points. The previous balance was 150, and after redeeming the camouflage force field 120, there was 30 points left. Obviously, this was a subsequent operation, and there might have been some points that were not counted or small errors before, so the plot is more important here. Very good. A cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes.
He opened the car door and sat in the spacious driver's seat of the G63. He used the system funds to buy this car in the early morning. Not only did he do basic bulletproof modifications, windows, tires, but he also temporarily welded thickened alloy plates on the key parts of the chassis and engine compartment, which cost nearly $2 million. The heavy body brings a solid sense of security. He leaned back in the comfortable leather seat and closed his eyes to rest. In his mind, he could clearly see the blurry smiling faces of his parents when they were alive, as well as the coldness and despair when he received the bad news 3 years ago. This hatred had already been ingrained into his bones. Time passed by, the pale moonlight was gradually replaced by the gray skylight, and the scrapyard was filled with the cold morning mist. 11:50 a.m. The dead silence of the scrapyard was broken by a dull and dense roar of engines that came from far away and approached. It was like the roar of a wild beast. "Boss! They're coming! There are a lot of them!" Tian's steady voice reached Lin Feng's ears through the individual soldier communicator. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He looked out through the car window with a bulletproof grille installed. The only entrance to the scrapyard was filled with dust. Leading the way were 3 large Jinbei vans that had been roughly modified and welded with thick bumpers and steel plates. The windows were covered with dark film, so it was hard to tell how many people were inside. Behind them were 7 or 8 sedans of various types, and even 2 pickup trucks. People were standing in the back of the pickup trucks, holding shiny machetes and steel pipes in their hands. A quick look showed that there were definitely more than 50 people. The convoy was like a ferocious steel centipede, with the fierce momentum of a desperado. It violently smashed open the rusty iron gate at the entrance and roared into the scrapyard. Qian Bao is coming. With all the desperate men he can muster, they are coming out in full force. Chapter 16, Iron Cemetery, Blood Debt Repaid with Blood. The steel centipede-like convoy rushed into the silent scrapyard with a savage momentum to crush everything. The smoke and dust rolled up like a huge khaki wave, instantly engulfing the entrance. The driver of the leading Jinbei car was obviously an old hand, stepping on the accelerator and turning the steering wheel quickly and fiercely, trying to use speed to disperse the possible ambush. "Go in. Find that little bastard. Chop him up and feed him to the dogs." Qian Bao's hoarse and crazy voice came through the team's intercom, with a desperate madness. He sat in the passenger seat of the second Jinbei, staring at the front with bloodshot eyes, holding a 5-shot shotgun with a sawed-off barrel tightly in his hand. The fear and humiliation of last night turned into a rage that burned away reason. However, just as the first Jinbei was about to rush across the seemingly normal gravel ground at the edge of the clearing, swish! A sharp sound of metal friction and tearing suddenly rang out. Several high-strength alloy tripwires as thick as a child's arm, hidden under the floating soil, suddenly bounced up and stretched straight. Like a giant python coming out of a cave. Bang! 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 The chassis of the Jinbei van in the front was instantly stuck by the tripwire. The huge inertia made it feel like an invisible giant hand was holding down its head and tail. The whole car body suddenly fell forward, the front of the car was slammed into the ground, and the rear of the car was lifted high. The rear wheels were spinning wildly in the dust. The thugs in the car were caught off guard and crashed into a ball like a rolling gourd, screaming and cursing. "There's an ambush! Shit! Tripwire!" The vehicles following behind had no time to brake. The second Jinbei crashed into the rear of the car in front. The third car crashed into the pile of scrapped cars next to it because the driver subconsciously turned the steering wheel sharply, making a deafening metal collision sound. The whole convoy instantly became a pot of boiling porridge. "Now! Fire!" Anvil's cold voice rang out over the communication channel. Whoosh! 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 Several dull firing sounds rang out from several hidden corners. Fist-sized, iron-gray round canisters were ejected by high-pressure gas, drawing an arc and landing precisely in the center of the crowded convoy. Boom! 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 It wasn't a violent explosion, but a dull thud like a giant hammer hitting a drum. A blinding bright light and a terrifying noise of over 170 decibels instantly erupted. A stun bomb. Ah, my eyes. Ears. My ears. I can't hear anything. In the cars closest to the explosion, the thugs covered their ears in pain and curled up like shrimps in boiling oil. Their eyes were white. The severe pain of tearing eardrums and the strong dizziness made them lose their fighting ability instantly. The bright light and noise were like invisible shock waves, sweeping across the chaotic convoy. Power grid. Start. Anvil ordered again. Sizzle, sizzle. At the edge of the open space, on several seemingly randomly discarded piles of metal scraps, dazzling blue-white electric snakes suddenly erupted. Several electric grids woven with high-strength alloy wires and covering a wide range were instantly activated. The violent electric current poured down like a waterfall. Ah! Help! 2 cars and a pickup truck that tried to bypass the vehicle from the side just happened to crash into the power grid. The violent current instantly pierced the tires and conducted along the metal body. The thugs inside and outside the car were like being hit by a high-voltage wire. Their bodies twitched violently, and they let out shrill, inhuman howls. Their hair stood on end, and the stench of burnt flesh filled the air. Black smoke billowed from under the hood of the vehicle, and it was completely broken. Just one encounter. More than 1/3 of the convoy brought by Qianbao was paralyzed. There were wailing everywhere, like hell on earth. Damn it! Shoot them! Kill them! Qianbao's head was broken and bleeding in the second Jinbei car. He looked like a madman. He pushed open the deformed car door, raised his shotgun, and was about to pull the trigger at the place where the figure was swaying at the edge of the open space in front of him. However, the moment he showed his head. Bang! A crisp gunshot. It was not the roar of a hunting rifle, but the unique muffled sound of a pistol equipped with a silencer. Qianbao's right wrist, which was holding the gun, suddenly burst into a ball of blood. The shotgun flew out of his hand. He let out a pig-like scream and fell down, holding his wrist. Snipers! They have guns! The sharp-eyed thugs screamed in fear. The Black Shield team hired by Lin Feng is not only good at defense, but also has accurate long-range firepower. Fear spread like a plague among the remaining thugs. They were ferocious when bullying ordinary people, but they instantly became timid when faced with the well-trained, well-equipped and ruthless professional security guards. Don't panic! Don't panic! They are few in number. Charge forward. Kill them. A muscular man with a face full of flesh, who seemed to be the leader, waved a machete and tried to organize his chaotic men to charge at the lonely black Mercedes-Benz G63 in the middle of the open space. In their opinion, as long as they caught that Mr. Chen, everything would be over. The 20 or so desperados who were still able to move, with red eyes, brandished machetes and steel pipes, howled like wild animals, and rushed towards the Mercedes-Benz like a tide. They stepped over the bodies of their companions and the twisted wreckage of the vehicle. Their faces were hideous. The Black Shield team used abandoned vehicles as cover and fired calmly, with accurate bullets knocking down the people in the front. However, the enemy had too many people and was fearless or driven crazy by fear and money, so the momentum of the charge was not completely curbed. The thugs in the front were less than 10 meters away from the Mercedes-Benz. The machetes in their hands could even reflect the outline of the car window. The wide bulletproof doors of the Mercedes-Benz G63 suddenly popped open without any warning. A figure shot out from the driver's seat like a dormant cheetah. It was Lin Feng. He did not use any weapons, and his speed was amazing. In the astonished eyes of the first thug, Lin Feng had already approached him. His left hand stretched out like a venomous snake, accurately grasped the opponent's wrist holding the knife, and twisted it violently. Snap! There was a bone-breaking sound. The thug screamed and the machete fell out of his hand. Lin Feng's movements did not stop. While twisting his wrist, his right leg lifted up from bottom to top like a siege hammer. A fierce crotch-kicking kick. Bang! There was a dull sound of flesh hitting flesh. The thug's eyes bulged out instantly, and a strange ugh sound came out of his throat. His body arched like a cooked prawn and he fell straight back. The second thug's steel pipe hit the back of Lin Feng's head with a sound of wind. Lin Feng seemed to have eyes on his back. Without turning his head, he slid slightly to the left, and the steel pipe fell over his shoulder. At the moment when the opponent's strength was exhausted, Lin Feng bent his right elbow and pushed back fiercely like a cannonball. Bajiquan Dingxin elbow. Bang! The tip of the elbow hit the second thug's chest hard. The strong man's body, weighing nearly 200 kilograms, was lifted off the ground by the elbow and flew backwards. In the air, blood foam and broken internal organs were already gushing out of his mouth. It hit the people rushing behind, knocking down another group. With his master-level fighting skills and a body strengthened by the gene optimization fluid, Lin Feng was like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep. His movements were concise, swift, and ruthless to the extreme. Every move was accompanied by a clear bone-cracking sound and a shrill howl. Grabbing the dislocated bones, whip kicks to sweep the shins, palm knife to chop the neck.
The most vulnerable joints and vital points of the human body were like toys waiting to be disassembled in his hands.
Less than a minute later,
the last fighter who tried to rush towards him was hit hard on the temple by a high sweep kick. Without even a grunt, he flew out like a broken sack and hit the roof of a scrapped Santana, completely motionless. Lin Feng stood among the wailing and rolling thugs. He shook off the bloodstains on his wrists. His eyes were like cold searchlights, penetrating the smoke and chaos, and accurately locked onto the second Jinbei van with its front end dented. Chen Bao was covering his bleeding wrist and crawling out from the passenger seat, trying to get under the car. Lin Feng walked over step by step, his leather shoes stepped on the broken glass and blood, making a heart-shaking squeaking sound. Every step seemed to step on Chen Bao's nerves that were on the verge of collapse. "Brother Bao," Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but it clearly covered the surrounding groans and sporadic gunshots in the distance. "Why are you hiding?
It's time to settle the account."
Chen Bao was so frightened that his soul left his body. His face was covered with snot and tears, and he spoke incoherently. Don't kill me.
"Young Master Chen. Master Feng. It was all Zhao Sihai who ordered it. It was him. He asked me to set the fire. He hired someone to silence the witnesses. I am just a dog. Please spare me. I will give you all my money. My wife and children."
"Spare you?" Lin Feng stopped in front of him, looking down at this enemy who was lying on the ground like mud. There was no emotion in his eyes, only deep coldness. 3 years ago, when you led people to throw feces and smash the windows, the old man of the Lin family begged you, did you spare you? When you saw the fire burning, the people inside begged you, did you spare you? Lin Feng slowly raised his feet, the soles of his heavy military boots glowing coldly under the dim light of the sky. "The lives of the 7 members of the Lin family, the dead of my parents." His voice was calm, but it contained a monstrous hatred. "Use your pair of running errands and your dog life to pay the interest first." The moment the words fell, the raised foot, with tremendous force, stomped hard on Xian Bao's right knee. Snap! A clear, hair-raising sound of bones breaking, accompanied by a leopard's heart-wrenching, inhuman howl, suddenly tore through the sky above the scrapyard.
Chapter 17, Thunder, Rain, and Dew, All Goddess Grace.
Xian Bao's inhuman howl echoed over the scrapyard, like the last roar of a dying beast, piercing the pervasive smoke and smell of blood. He hugged his completely deformed right knee, curled up like a shrimp, twitched and rolled wildly on the cold mud, tears streaming down his face, and looked filthy. Lin Feng indifferently retracted his foot, the sole of his heavy military boots stained with dark red blood mud. He did not look at the rotten flesh on the ground again, as if he had just crushed a troublesome bug. His eyes swept across the battlefield. The Black Shield team members were like efficient scavengers, quickly and professionally cleaning up the mess. The injured but still able to move thugs had their weapons confiscated and were roughly dragged aside for centralized custody. Those who had completely lost their ability to move were simply stopped from bleeding and left to groan on the spot. Several lifeless bodies were covered with oily canvas. The air was filled with the nauseating smell of rust, gunpowder, blood, and burnt flesh. "Boss," the outer guard post reported that an unidentified vehicle briefly stopped on the road outside the scrapyard and then quickly left.
"It seems to be an observation post." Anvil's steady voice sounded in the headset, breaking the brief silence.
"The characteristics of the target vehicle have been recorded."
"Got it."
Lin Feng's voice was calm, as expected. How could Zhao Sihai, an old fox, place all his bets on Xian Bao, a mad dog? He walked to the second Jinbei car with a dented front, bent down, and pulled out a bulging black sports bag from under the passenger seat where Xian Bao had just hidden. After unzipping the bag, inside were several bundles of brand new $100 bills that had not yet been opened, roughly estimated to be more than 200,000 yuan, as well as 2 old Nokia mobile phones, obviously clean numbers used specifically for communication, several bank cards, and a USB flash drive tightly wrapped in waterproof oilcloth. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. It was not surprising for a desperate criminal like Chen Bao to carry cash and a clean mobile phone with him, but this deliberately hidden USB flash drive. He immediately put the USB flash drive into his pocket. "Boss, what should we do with this?" Tianjin pointed at Lu Qian, who was tied up and thrown next to G63, witnessed the whole massacre, and was almost incontinent due to fear. Her face was as pale as paper, her eyes were empty, her lips were trembling, and she couldn't even say the words to beg for mercy. Lin Feng glanced at her, as if he was looking at a useless piece of trash. This woman, greedy and stupid, was a good bait, but that was all. Take her to wash her hands, change into clean clothes, and let her wipe her face clean. Lin Feng's voice was cold. Then, send her to the door of the nearest police station and throw her out. Tell her to watch her mouth. If she wants to live, forget everything that happened last night and today. If she says one more word. He paused, and the rest of the words were self-evident.
Understood.
Tianjin nodded and waved his hand to signal 2 team members to come forward and lift up the limp Lu Qian. Lin Feng ignored him, opened the car door and got into the driver's seat. The heavy bulletproof door isolated the blood and chaos outside. He took out the oilcloth-wrapped USB drive and inserted it into the card reader port of the car computer. A prompt box pops up on the screen requiring a password.
System, how many points do I need to crack the password of this USB drive? The target USB flash drive uses basic AES-256 encryption. Cracking it requires 10 points. Confirm? Confirm. Ding. Consume 10 points, crack successfully.
There was only one encrypted folder in the USB drive, which was cracked by the system again. It contained several audio files and an encrypted address book. Lin Feng clicked on a recording from a recent date. After the crackling sound of electric current, a deliberately lowered but gloomy voice sounded, which Lin Feng would never mistake. It was Zhao Sihai. Qian Bao, that jerk, is in trouble.
He has too many tails. We must deal with them all. As usual, be quick and make it look like an accident.
Yes, it's over at the scrapyard in the north of the city, in the abandoned oil tank area.
Well, the fire must be strong and burn it cleanly.
I also cleaned up the tails of Director Wang's line.
He knows too much. Don't worry, you will get a lot of benefits. That's it. The recording time shows that it was just half an hour ago.
Not long after Chen Bao and his large group of people set out. A cold murderous intent instantly filled the carriage.
Zhao Sihai. What a ruthless man, who wanted to survive by cutting off the tail. Not only did he want to kill Chen Bao, he also wanted to cut off the line of Director Wang, who was in charge of the shantytown renovation 3 years ago and might know something about the inside story.
Lin Feng's eyes were as sharp as a knife.
He immediately opened the encrypted address book, which contained only one number without any remarks and a code name, Scavenger Viper. Anvil.
Lin Feng pressed the communication button, his voice cold. Immediately take 2 elites and go to the abandoned oil tank area in the east area of the scrapyard in the north of the city.
Quickly. Someone is trying to kill someone there.
The target code name is Viper. I want to see him alive or dead. Also, check for a street director named Wang. His address should be in the old district in the west of the city. Invite him to a safe place for protection, and wait for my news.
Got it. Boss. Tianjin didn't say anything and immediately ordered his troops to set off.
2 camouflaged, inconspicuous black cars drove away from the steel graveyard silently like ghosts. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and forced himself to suppress his surging anger and murderous intent.
Zhao Sihai, and the umbrella behind him, can't run away.
The most urgent task is to deal with the mess in front of him, and spend money.
Ding. The remaining daily quota task 5 million is 4.2 million. Please complete the consumption as soon as possible.
Detected that the host has successfully taken Revenge Phase 1, the trait of revenge is activated, and 100 points are awarded.
Current points balance, 170 points.
The system's prompt was like a cold spring, cooling his boiling blood.
Money must be spent. Strength must be improved as soon as possible.
Zhao Sihai, this venomous snake, was hurt, and the next counterattack will definitely be even crazier. He started the engine, and the black G63 let out a low roar, rolling over broken glass and bloodstains, and drove away from the battlefield where a bloody reckoning had just taken place. Half an hour later, in the city center, at the Jiangcheng Bank head office, VIP financial management room. The huge French windows overlooked the bustling streets, but the room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, with only the faint aroma of top-grade cigars. On the leather sofa, the branch president Zhang Long sat upright, with beads of sweat on his forehead. In front of him was a glass of top-grade Longjing tea that had already cooled, and he looked at the overly young man opposite him with complicated eyes. Just 10 minutes ago, this man who called himself Lin Feng was sent directly to his top VIP room by an emergency call from the head office. The tone of the call was unprecedentedly solemn, even with a hint of barely perceptible awe. Then, a huge sum of money of up to 20 million, like a meteorite from outer space, crashed into the young man's newly opened private account. The source of funds was as clean as distilled water, but the power behind it was unfathomable. What made Zhang Long's scalp tingle was that the young man in front of him seemed to still have a trace of a faint smell of blood and rust. His eyes were calm and deep, but even an old man who had been working in the banking system for 20 years felt palpitations. Mr. Lin, Zhang Long said carefully, trying to make his voice sound steady and professional.
I wonder if you have any specific financial plans for this money?
Our bank can provide you with the top private banking services, including global asset allocation, private equity, hedge funds.
Wealth management? Lin Feng picked up the teacup and gently blew away the non-existent foam on the water.
His movements were casual, but he had an unquestionable sense of control.
No rush. President Zhang has been in the Jiangcheng branch for 10 years, right?
Zhang Long's heart skipped a beat, not understanding why the other party suddenly brought this up. Yes, Mr. Lin has a good memory. You have worked diligently for 10 years and have achieved outstanding results, but you are still stuck as the deputy branch president. Above you is an idiot who can only flatter and gain promotion through nepotism. Lin Feng's voice was calm, as if he was stating a fact that had nothing to do with him. Last year, the bad debt that almost caused the branch to lose hundreds of millions was saved by you, and you saved the day and plugged the hole. In the end, the credit went to the person above you.
Don't you feel aggrieved?
Zhang Long's expression instantly became extremely interesting, with shock, shame, and embarrassment of being seen through intertwined. These things were the dirty things that only the top executives of the branch knew about.
How could the other party know so much? Mr. Lin,
Zhang Long's throat was dry and he didn't know how to respond for a moment.
I've read your resume.
Lin Feng put down his teacup, his eyes fixed on Zhang Long's face. You have the ability. You have the skills, too. What you lack is an opportunity, a platform that allows you to show your skills and no longer have to look at the faces of idiots. He leaned forward slightly, and an invisible pressure enveloped Zhang Long. I plan to set up an investment company in Jiangcheng, with an initial registered capital of 100 million yuan, and there is no upper limit for subsequent additional investment. I need a helmsman, someone who can help me manage my money and make a breakthrough in the financial circle of Jiangcheng. Zhang Long's heart started beating wildly.
100 million. Initial registered capital. Unlimited subsequent additions. This is simply a golden pie falling from the sky. No, it's a gold mine. Mr. Lin means.
Zhang Long's voice trembled without him even noticing.
Annual salary of 5 million, after tax. 5% of the company's profits as your dividend.
The figure Lin Feng reported was like a heavy hammer, hitting Zhang Long's heart hard, making him breathe hard.
You are fully responsible for the company's affairs. I only look at the results. I have only one request.
Lin Feng paused, his eyes suddenly became sharp as a knife. Absolute loyalty.
What I give you is far beyond your imagination.
But the price of betrayal. He didn't say anything else, but the cold murderous aura that seemed to be brought from a sea of corpses and blood made Zhang Long feel like he was falling into an icy cave. The huge temptation and the extreme deterrence, like ice and fire, impacted Zhang Long.
An annual salary of 5 million plus bonuses.
This was beyond his imagination.
And the mysterious background and ruthless tactics shown by the other party.
He had no doubt that the fate of betrayal would be worse than that of Qianbao. Zhang Long stood up suddenly, his body trembling slightly due to excitement and nervousness. He took a deep breath, as if he had used up all his strength, and bowed deeply to Lin Feng, his voice filled with a determination to go all out.
Mr. Lin. Zhang Long is willing to serve you. From now on, I will follow your lead. If I have any second thoughts, I will be punished by heaven and earth. Ding.
It is detected that the host has successfully recruited important business talents potential A level, and the achievement of knowing the pearl with wisdom has been achieved.
100 points of reward. Ding.
Large expenditure promised annual salary of 5 million plus future dividends, spendthrift achievement intermediate achieved.
200 points rewarded. Current points balance, 470 points.
Daily quota task 5 million remaining quota is 4.2 million. The host can use the quota to register and inject capital for the company at any time. The system's notification sounded like the most beautiful piece of music. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Long, who was extremely excited, and finally a faint smile of control of the situation appeared on his face.
Very good.
He stood up and walked to the huge French window, overlooking the bustling city below. His voice was calm but contained unquestionable power. Zhang Long, your first task is to register a company called Longyuan Capital. The registered capital is 100 million yuan, and you must complete it today using the funds I give you. Then, use all your connections to keep a close eye on the Sihai Group, especially their recent capital flows, loan applications, and the whereabouts of Zhao Sihai himself. He tilted his head slightly, the sunlight outlining his cold and hard profile, his eyes as deep as a cold pond. Zhao Sihai, that old dog, bit me, and it's time for him to spit it out with interest. Chapter 18, Dragon Abyss roars for the first time, Black Umbrella stuns. Long Yuan Capital. 100 million registered capital? In the cigar room of a top private club in Jiangqing's financial circle, smoke filled the air. A middle-aged man with meticulously combed hair and gold-rimmed glasses looked at the internal news he had just received on his mobile phone and was so shocked that he almost dropped the Cuban cigar in his hand on the expensive Persian carpet. Old Joe, is the news accurate? Opposite him, an elegant old man wearing a custom-made suit and with a calm and elegant temperament put down his red wine glass and frowned. It's absolutely true. The man called Lao Zhou was another vice president of Jiangcheng Bank, who had always been at odds with Zhang Long. He lowered his voice, with disbelief and a hint of barely perceptible jealousy. The Industrial and Commercial Bureau has just completed the name verification, and the capital verification report has been issued. 100 million in real money. The legal representative is this Lin Feng. The one who is operating is Zhang Long's mortal enemy. Zhang Long? The elegant old man was none other than Li Rutai, the helmsman of the Taiha Group, a very influential company in Jiangqing's business community. He pondered for a moment. This person has the ability, but he lacks background and opportunities. This Lin Feng, who is he? How could he easily give him 100 million to play with? Nothing can be found. Old Joe shook his head, his face solemn. The background is as clean as a blank sheet of paper, but too clean. The funds came from a top private bank in Switzerland, nested layer by layer, and the source is impossible to find. What's even more bizarre is... He moved closer and lowered his voice. Just this morning, there was a huge commotion at the scrapyard of the old steel plant in the north of the city. It is said that Qian Bao brought dozens of people there, but they were wiped out. Qian Bao himself lost both legs and his life or death is unknown. And that place is within the radiation range of the registered address of Lin Feng's new company. Isn't that a coincidence? Li Rutai's hand holding the wine glass trembled slightly, and the deep red wine rippled in the glass. Qian Bao? The notoriously fierce mad dog under Zhao Sihai? Dozens of people, all wiped out? A chill quietly climbed up Li Rutai's spine. He has been in the business world for decades and knows that there is no rise without reason. A young man with a mysterious background, ruthless means and strong capital, with a financial expert who has been suppressed for many years, suddenly appeared at this critical juncture and pointed his spearhead at Zhao Sihai, a local snake who has been entrenched in Jiangqing for many years. The storm is coming. Li Rutai muttered to himself, his eyes becoming extremely deep. He immediately took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Notify everyone that all recent cooperation projects between Taiha Group and Sihai Group will be suspended. Reassess the risks. Also, use all your connections to check this Lin Feng for me. I want to know what he likes, what he hates, and what he wants. Similar news and instructions, like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, quickly spread and fermented in Jiangqing's financial circles and certain shady levels. Overnight, the names Long Yuan Capital and Lin Feng became mysterious symbols that countless people tried to inquire about, fear, or try to cling to. At the same time, in the west of the city, there is a dilapidated old residential building. The air was filled with a strange smell of cheap disinfectant and old oil smoke. In the narrow and dim corridor, an old man with sparse gray hair and a hunched body, wearing a washed-out gray jacket, was tremblingly taking out the key and preparing to open the rusty security door. He was Wang Youfu, the deputy director of the street who was in charge of the shantytown reconstruction project in the west of the city 3 years ago. After the accidental fire, he was transferred to a quiet and idle position, and his health was getting worse and worse. He knew too many things he shouldn't know, and lived in fear, like a frightened bird. As soon as the key was inserted into the keyhole, Wang Youfu's cloudy old eyes suddenly shrank. Under the crack of the door, there seemed to be an extremely subtle reflection that didn't belong here. Like something was stuffed in? A huge fear instantly seized him. He suddenly remembered the rumors he had heard a few days ago, saying that Qian Bao was in trouble. Zhao Sihai had to clean up the mess. He turned around and tried to run. But it's too late. A large hand wearing a black tactical glove silently stretched out from behind him like a pair of pliers, tightly covering his mouth and nose. The other hand strangled his fragile throat like lightning. Ugh! Wang Youfu's eyes widened in horror. His face, covered with age spots, instantly turned red and purple. He struggled in vain, like a fish out of water. Turbid tears flowed from the corners of his eyes.
It's over. Zhao Sihai is here to silence us. Just when he felt that he was about to fall into darkness. Stop! A deep and sharp shout rang out in the narrow corridor. The force that was strangling Wang Youfu's throat suddenly loosened. He collapsed to the ground, coughing and gasping violently, with stars flashing before his eyes. In the blurred vision, two men in black jackets and sturdy figures appeared at the corner of the stairs like ghosts. The muzzle of a gun in one of them was pointed steadily at the shadow that had just attacked Wang Youfu. The attacker obviously did not expect an ambush, and his movements froze. It was a man with a sturdy build, wearing a black tights, and a black mask covering his face, revealing only a pair of cold triangular eyes. It was Zhao Sihai's scavenger codenamed Viper. Black Shield. A trace of surprise and fear flashed across Viper's triangular eyes. He recognized the other party's equipment and the unique, battle-hardened aura. This was no ordinary bodyguard. The target is Wang Youfu, the person to be protected. Put down your weapons and give up resistance. Tiezhen's voice was as cold as iron, and the muzzle of the gun did not move at all. Another team member quickly stepped forward, blocking in front of Wang Youfu, and stared at Viper vigilantly. The Viper's eyes flickered, like a real venomous snake assessing its prey. The other side came prepared, well-equipped, and outnumbered, so there was no chance of winning in a head-on fight. He glanced grimly at Wang Youfu, who was still in shock on the ground, then looked at the anvil, and let out a meaningless low hiss from his throat, and his body suddenly shrank back. Bang! A gunshot. The sound of the pistol with a silencer was muffled. The bullet hit the wall just past where Viper was standing. But Viper's movements were incredibly fast, like a boneless loach. He twisted and rolled at an incredible angle in the narrow corridor, avoiding the fatal blow. At the same time, he flicked his wrist, and two black balls the size of ping-pong balls flew out of his hand. Laugh! Thick, pungent smoke instantly exploded in the narrow space. It was pitch dark. Smoke bomb. Protect the target. Anvil roared, pointing the muzzle of his gun vigilantly in the direction of the smoke-filled stairs. When the smoke was slightly dispersed by the cold wind blowing in from the broken window, the staircase was already empty, with only the remains of two smoke bombs still hissing on the ground. Viper ran away. Chase. Anvil gave the order immediately, and a team member chased after him like a cheetah. Another team member quickly helped the limp Wang Youfu up. Director Wang? We were sent by Mr. Lin to protect you. You are safe. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin? Wang Youfu was still in shock and looked at the unfamiliar face in front of him blankly. Come with us, it's not safe here. Without further ado, the team members carried the weak Wang Youfu and evacuated quickly. In Jiangcheng, halfway up the Nanshan Mountain, there is a private sanatorium with strict guards and a quiet environment. In the most luxurious suite on the top floor, Zhao Sihai, wearing a silk nightgown, stood in front of the huge French window, his face gloomy enough to drip water. Outside the window was the bustling night view of Jiangcheng, with thousands of lights, but it could not dispel the chill and rage in his heart at all. Waste. A bunch of waste. He slammed the red sandalwood cane in his hand hard on the thick carpet, making a dull sound. The expensive red wine glass was swept to the ground by him, and the red wine spread on the white cashmere carpet like blood. Behind him, several of his trusted aides were silent as a mouse, not daring to make a sound. That idiot Qian Bao. Dozens of people. With weapons. He didn't even hurt the other person, but he was disabled instead. Where is he now? We don't even know whether he is dead or alive. Zhao Sihai's voice was distorted with anger. Brother Bao. Qian Bao was thrown in front of the North District Hospital. Both of his knees were shattered and his right wrist was pierced by a bullet. The doctor said, even if he is cured, he is disabled. A confidant reported with gritted teeth. Waste? He got it easy. Zhao Sihai's eyes flashed with ferocity. Where's Viper? He was asked to deal with an old thing that was half buried in the ground. How come he failed? Viper was intercepted by another group of people when he was about to take action. Another confidant's voice trembled. The other party was well equipped and well trained, like foreign mercenaries. Viper escaped with serious injuries. Wang Youfu was taken away by them. Mercenaries? Zhao Sihai turned around abruptly, staring at his men with bloodshot eyes. Intercept? Take Wang Youfu away? Who is against me? Instantly, the devilish young figure in the casino flashed through his mind. Chin Feng? No, Lin Feng.
The Lin Feng who called himself a debt collector.
Lin Feng, Long Yuan Capital.
Zhao Sihai gritted his teeth and recited these two names. An unprecedented chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Not only was the opponent ruthless, his background was mysterious, and he had abundant funds, but he could also mobilize such a professional armed force. This was definitely not an ordinary dragon crossing the river. What made him even more frightened was that the other party mentioned Umbrella. His biggest secret and support. Could it be? At this moment, the secretary's deliberately suppressed but panicked voice came from outside the suite. What? Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection Team? Arriving tomorrow? Focusing on the inspection. Old city reconstruction and land development areas? And they specifically asked to review files from 3 years ago? Zhao Sihai's body shook violently, and his face turned pale as paper in an instant. He pushed away the subordinates who were blocking him, staggered to the outside, and snatched the phone from the secretary. Hello? Old leader. It's me. Say hi. Zhao Sihai's voice was filled with fear and pleading that he himself was not aware of. The Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection Team suddenly came here. Is this the direction of the wind? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, and then an old, tired voice with deep disappointment and alienation came, like a final verdict. The wind is strong in the sea. Take care of yourself. This umbrella is old and can't hold up anymore. Beep beep beep. The busy tone sounded. Zhao Sihai held the phone, as if all the bones in his body had been pulled out, and froze in place in despair. The phone slipped from his hand and hit the carpet with a dull sound. It's over. The umbrella is really about to rot. A cold despair entangled his heart like a poisonous snake. The bright lights outside the window, in his eyes, were like guiding lights to hell. Chapter 19, Umbrella Ribs Break, Dragon Abyss Devours Gold. The wind is strong, take care of yourself, the umbrella can't hold up anymore. The busy tone on the phone was like a death knell, buzzing in Zhao Sihai's ears. He stood stiffly on the white cashmere carpet stained with red wine, and the last trace of blood on his face faded away. The bright night view of Jiangcheng outside the window was distorted into the reflection of the furnace of hell in his eyes. It's over. It's completely over. There was only cold cutting and self-protection in the old and tired voice of Mr. Su. This umbrella that had protected him for more than 20 years and allowed him to call the wind and rain in Jiangcheng, at the most critical moment, abandoned him without hesitation, just like discarding a dirty rag. The Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection Team named the old city renovation and the archives from 3 years ago. This was clearly aimed at Zhao Sihai's coffin. Mr. Zhao? The secretary picked up the phone on the ground tremblingly, and his voice trembled as he looked at Zhao Sihai's distraught look. Get out! Zhao Sihai suddenly roared like a wild beast, his bloodshot eyes swept over the confidants in the room who were silent as a cicada. Get out! Get out! The secretary and his confidants retreated as if they had been pardoned, and quietly closed the heavy wooden door. In the luxurious and silent suite, only Zhao Sihai's heavy breathing could be heard. Fear was like a cold poisonous snake, biting his heart. He staggered to the wine cabinet, grabbed an unopened bottle of top-grade whiskey, roughly unscrewed the cap, and took a few big gulps from the bottle. The spicy liquid burned his throat, but it could not dispel the bone-chilling coldness at all. Lin Feng. Long Yuan Capital. And Wang Youfu, who was taken away by the mercenary. These fragments were madly stirring in his confused and terrified mind. Not only was the opponent's means cruel, but his power was also unfathomable. Even Su Lao's umbrella that once covered the sky was forced to cut off his arm to survive. Is there still a way for me to survive? Escape. You must escape immediately. Leave Jiangcheng. Leave the country. This thought came to his mind like a life-saving straw. Zhao Sihai threw away the bottle of wine, rushed to the inner room of the suite, and hurriedly opened the safe. It was filled with bundles of US dollars, euros, gold bars, and several passports with different names. He shoved the cash and gold bars into an inconspicuous black travel bag and clutched the passports tightly in his hand. The photos on the passports were all of him, but the names were different. This was one of the backup plans he had left over from his years of business. At this moment, the screen of his personal mobile phone on the bedside table suddenly lit up without any warning. There was no ringtone, no vibration, only the dim light of the screen, reflecting his pale face. The incoming call number displayed on the screen is a string of random, garbled numbers. Zhao Sihai's heart suddenly stopped beating. A fear from the depths of his soul, even greater than facing the Provincial Commission for Discipline inspection team, instantly seized him. This ghost number that only the core of the top umbrella structure knows and is used to issue the most urgent and final instructions. His hands were shaking and he could barely hold the phone. He slid open the answer button and put the receiver close to his ear. "Hello?" His voice was so dry and hoarse that it didn't sound like a human voice. There was no sound coming from the receiver, only a dead silence. But this silence was more suffocating than any roar. It was as if an invisible, cold hand was strangling his throat. After a few seconds of absolute silence, especially electronically processed, cold, flat, synthetic sound like the friction of metal slowly sounded. Zhao Sihai. Mission, silence. Coordinates, Nanshan Sanatorium, top floor suite. Order, clear. Just one sentence, like the cold ice of the netherworld, instantly froze Zhao Sihai's blood. His hand holding the phone trembled violently, his teeth chattered, and a fishy sweetness surged into his throat. Clear? It's not about letting him run away. It's about letting him die. Right here in this nest where he thought he was safe. Just like dealing with Qian Bao and Wang Youfu, he was eliminated cleanly and neatly. This is the final way that Umbrella deals with the abandoned child who has lost his value and may become a burden. Silence. Forever silence. No. No. Mr. Su. Mr. Su, save me. I have shed blood for the organization. Zhao Sihai howled desperately and miserably into the phone like a trapped beast forced into a desperate situation. However, the only response he got was an extremely slight click coming from the receiver that was the sound of the call being completely disconnected. Then. Beep beep beep. Busy tone. Click. The phone slipped from his weak hands and hit the thick carpet, the screen shattering. Zhao Sihai's legs went limp, and he collapsed completely on the carpet, his body twitching violently and uncontrollably. The huge fear and despair overwhelmed him like a tsunami. He knew that from this moment on, he was already a dead man. The only difference was whether he would die at the hands of the upcoming Commission for Discipline Inspection, or die under the faster and cleaner elimination of his own people. Ha 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 ha. He laughed nervously, and the laughter became louder and louder, more and more crazy, tears and snot mixed together and flowed down, like a madman. Retribution, it's all retribution, Lin Guodong, Yuan, ha ha. Zhangchang, Longyuan Capital's temporary headquarters, top floor office. Outside the huge French window, the lights were on, and the neon outlined the bustling outline of the city. There was only a warm yellow floor lamp in the room, and the light was soft. Lin Feng sat back in the large leather boss chair, closing his eyes to rest. The air was filled with the mellow aroma of top-grade cigars and a faint smell of rust. That was the smell that had just been brought back from the bloody Shura field in the north of the city, and it had not yet completely dissipated. Zhang Long stood respectfully in front of the desk, holding a freshly printed report that still smelled of ink in his hand, with an expression of irrepressible excitement and a hint of fear on his face. "Boss, I've found out. The core asset of Sihai Group is the Jindinghao Yuan project they developed on the original site of the shantytown in the west of the city. The location is excellent, but in order to speed up the progress and reduce costs, Zhao Sihai used a lot of low-quality building materials, the project payment was seriously in arrears, and a huge amount of pre-sale funds were misappropriated to fill other holes. Now the project's funding chain has been completely broken, and the bank has sent loan reminders several times. As long as we can take over the debt of this project, or directly acquire it at a low price." Zhang Long's voice trembled slightly because of excitement. He seemed to see a huge cake emitting tempting golden light. What shocked him even more was that he used top connections and unconventional means that he had never dared to think of before to dig out the core secrets of the Sihai Group in just half a day. Behind this, it was obvious that Lin Feng's unfathomable background was supporting him. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, with a deep calmness in his eyes, as if Zhang Long was not talking about a business opportunity worth hundreds of millions, but what to eat for dinner. "Dat?" Lin Feng picked up the limited edition DuPont lighter on the table and fiddled with it casually between his fingers, making a crisp metallic opening and closing sound. "Too slow. What I want is this project, to completely change my last name to Lin." He leaned forward slightly, his eyes fell on Zhang Long's face, with a sense of control and oppression. "Zhao Sihai will not survive tonight. The umbrella behind him can't protect himself. Sihai Group is leaderless.
Now is the best time to swallow it up.
Zhang Long's heart was shaking.
Zhao Sihai will not survive tonight?
Although he had a premonition, but hearing Lin Feng pronounce the death sentence of a tyrant in such a calm tone, he still felt a chill rushing to his head. But he immediately suppressed this chill and replaced it with a stronger excitement.
What a domineering hand! Only by following such a boss can you have a real future. Boss, what you mean is a direct acquisition.
Zhang Long's voice was filled with a hint of tentative enthusiasm.
It's not an acquisition.
Lin Feng raised his lips with a cold arc. It's acceptance. He picked up the intercom on the table, dialed a number, and said only 2 words, "Come in."
The heavy wooden door of the office slid open silently. Tiezhen's steady figure, like an iron tower, appeared at the door.
He strode to the desk with a tablet in his hand and placed the tablet respectfully in front of Lin Feng.
On the screen, there were scanned copies of several electronic documents.
The top one was the equity and debt transfer agreement. The signature of the transferor was Zhao Sihai's familiar, sloppy, and crazy signature. Transferee, Longyuan Capital, Lin Feng.
And the signing time of the agreement was just over 10 minutes ago.
This? Zhang Long was so shocked that he almost lost his voice.
Zhao Sihai signed it? Free transfer? How is this possible? Could it be that the boss has sent someone?
He didn't dare to think about it anymore.
Mr. Zhao Sihai is well informed.
Before leaving Jiangcheng to enjoy his old age, he decided to donate all his properties and debts to Longyuan Capital free of charge to make up for his slight mistakes in the past. Lin Feng's voice was calm, as if he was reading an insignificant press release, including but not limited to the Jindinghao Yuan project, all properties and debts under the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, and the overseas funds in his personal account that are not convenient to be seen by the public. Zhang Long took a breath of cold air and looked at Lin Feng with an indescribable awe. How could this be a business trick? This was a naked dimensionality reduction crushing. It was to cut the grass and eradicate the roots. Not only did Zhao Sihai lose his life, but even his bones were squeezed clean. Anvil, you personally lead the team and cooperate with Mr. Zhang. Lin Feng pushed the tablet towards Zhang Long. Take these agreements and immediately go to the headquarters of Sihai Group, as well as the major project sites and chambers of commerce. Bring the people of Black Shield with you. I want the sign of Longyuan Capital to be hung on the top of the Sihai Group headquarters building before the sun rises tomorrow. Who dares to stop me? Lin Feng paused, picked up the DuPont lighter, and lit it with a click. The faint blue flame danced in his deep pupils. Use Zhao Sihai's fate to teach them the consequences. Yes. Boss. Tiezhen accepted the order in a deep voice, his eyes as sharp as a knife. Zhang Long took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed his turbulent emotions, took the heavy tablet computer with trembling hands, straightened his back, and spoke with unprecedented firmness and enthusiasm. Boss, don't worry. Before dawn, Jiangcheng will no longer be Sihai. Ding. The host has successfully received the target assets valued at approximately 850 million, triggering the achievement of snatching by tricks and tricks. 300 points rewarded. Ding. Spend money like water achievement advanced achieved. The value of assets acquired in a single day exceeded 500 million. 500 points rewarded. Current points balance, 1,270 points. Daily quota task 5 million, remaining quota is 4.2 million. The host can use the quota to integrate assets at any time. The system's prompt sounded like an exciting war drum. Lin Feng looked at the backs of Zhang Long and Tiezhen, who left with a resolute fighting spirit, leaned back in his chair, and cast his eyes out the window at the night of Jiangcheng that belonged to him and was being reshuffled by blood and capital. He picked up his phone, and the screen showed the interface of an encrypted communication software. The contact had only one code name, Deep Throat. A short message was sent. The ribs of the umbrella are broken, waiting for the dust. Chapter 20, Bloody and Fire Ending, the beginning of the super rich. The night is as dark as ink, so thick that it cannot be dissolved. Nanshan Sanatorium, top floor suite. The heavy curtains blocked the last ray of light from the outside world. Only a dim sleeping lamp at the head of the bed cast a swaying shadow on Zhao Sihai's pale face. He curled up on the carpet in the corner of the room, his back against the cold wall, holding the black travel bag full of cash, gold bars and passports tightly in his arms, like a drowning man holding the last piece of driftwood. He nervously opened and closed the zipper of his travel bag, making a monotonous and piercing squeak. Every sound made him tremble violently like a frightened bird, and his bloodshot eyes scanned every shadow corner in the room in fear. The numbness brought by alcohol had long disappeared, leaving only the cold fear that penetrated deep into his bones.
Clear. Silence.
The cold electronic synthesized sound, like the friction of metal, echoed repeatedly in his mind like a spell.
Escape? How to escape?
Old Sue had abandoned him, the organization had issued a purge order, and there was also Lin Feng, the evil spirit, waiting outside. He felt like a moth caught in a spider web, with deadly threads hanging from all sides. The more he struggled, the tighter he got.
Time passed by in silence and fear. Every second seemed as long as a century.
Zhao Sihai's spirit was stretched to the limit, his temples were throbbing wildly, and sweat soaked his silk nightgown, sticking to his body sticky and cold.
Sudden. Sizzle, sizzle.
The dim sleeping lamp at the head of the bed flickered a few times without any warning.
The light flickered and emitted a slight electrical noise.
Zhao Sihai's heart seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand. He raised his head suddenly, and his pupils shrank into needle points due to extreme fear.
Here they come. They are coming. The purge has begun.
He tried to get up, but his legs were as soft as noodles. The travel bag in his arms fell apart with a crash, and bundles of US dollars and gold bars fell to the ground, reflecting an attractive but cold luster under the dim flickering light.
Bang!
There was a very slight muffled sound. It wasn't a gunshot, but more like the sound of something heavy falling to the ground. It came from the direction of the kitchenette that came with the suite.
Zhao Sihai's body stiffened instantly.
He covered his mouth tightly, not daring to make a sound, and stared at the half-open door leading to the small kitchen with desperate eyes. In the darkness, it seemed as if something was moving silently.
They are the scavengers. The organization's top killers.
They are like real ghosts, appearing from any unexpected place, using the most unexpected way to completely silence their targets. There was a very subtle sound of metal friction coming from the kitchen, like the sound of a gas valve being slowly turned on.
Zhao Sihai's blood rushed to his head instantly. Gas. They wanted to create a gas leak explosion. Blow him to pieces. Disguise it as an accident. No. No.
The huge desire to survive overwhelmed the fear.
Zhao Sihai let out a heart-wrenching howl, and with strength coming out of nowhere, he used his hands and feet to frantically crawl towards the door of the suite. Help! Help! There's a killer! He rushed to the heavy wooden door and twisted the doorknob frantically. But the door didn't move at all. It was locked from the outside.
The confidants and bodyguards he brought with him had apparently also received the silent order and completely abandoned him.
Despair was like an icy tide that instantly drowned him. Just then. Beep beep beep.
A faint but clear electronic timer countdown sound suddenly rang out from the direction of the small kitchen.
The sound was cold and regular, like the death knell. No.
Zhao Sihai let out a final roar of extreme despair, his body curled up into a ball due to extreme fear.
Boom.
The earth-shattering explosion suddenly tore through the quiet night sky of Nanshan.
The location of the top-floor suite instantly turned into a huge, rolling red fireball.
The solid tempered glass was torn into pieces by the shockwave like paper, and it was sprayed out with flames and thick smoke. The entire sanatorium building was shaking violently in this terrifying explosion.
The flames shot up into the sky, illuminating half the sky red. It was like the bloodiest final chapter of an era. Almost at the same time, the lights were bright in the Sihai Group headquarters building. The atmosphere in the chairman's office on the top floor, which once symbolized Zhao Sihai's supreme authority, was now solemn and depressing.
Behind the huge mahogany desk, it was no longer Zhao Sihai who was sitting, but several middle-aged men in suits and leather shoes with extremely ugly faces. They were the founders and shareholders of Sihai Group, and at this moment, they were like ants on a hot pot. Chaotic noises could be heard faintly from downstairs. It was the angry suppliers, the workers who were owed wages, and the reporters who heard the news, surrounding the building tightly.
Have you contacted Mr. Zhao? What did Mr. Su say?
A bald shareholder wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling.
Director Zhao has lost contact.
There was a huge explosion at the sanatorium, just now. The firefighters and police are all there. The secretary rushed in, his face as pale as paper, bringing news that was like a bolt from the blue.
What? Explosion? The conference room exploded instantly. Panic spread like a plague. Zhao Sihai died? Just then. Bang! The heavy double doors of the conference room were pushed open with such force that the heavy door panels hit the wall with a loud noise. Everyone looked up in astonishment.
At the door, facing the bright lights in the corridor, stood two groups of people. On the left, Zhang Long was the leader, followed by several members of the Black Shield team with stern expressions and sharp eyes. Zhang Long was holding a thick document in his hand, with an irrepressible victorious spirit on his face. On the right, there was a group of men dressed in different clothes, but all of them looked tough and had ferocious tattoos. The leader was a bald strong man with a ferocious scar on his face and fierce eyes. He was the boss of another branch of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, nicknamed Scarchang. The confidants following behind him were all carrying heavy travel bags in their hands, and their eyes were greedy and fierce as they scanned the fat sheep in the meeting room.
Zhang Long? What do you mean?
An elder recognized Zhang Long and shouted in shock and anger.
It's meaningless.
Zhang Long stepped into the conference room, his voice steady and powerful, with an unquestionable momentum. I am here on the orders of Mr. Lin Feng of Long Yuan Capital to take over all assets and debts of Sihai Group. This is the gratuitous transfer agreement signed by Mr. Zhao Sihai himself, as well as the relevant legal documents. He slammed the document in his hand on the huge conference table with a bang. Bullshit! How could Mr. Zhao sign such a... The bald shareholder jumped up and started to curse.
Zhao Sihai is dead.
Scarchang interrupted him rudely. His voice was like a broken gong, with the arrogance of a desperado. Just now, the Nanshan Sanatorium was blown to pieces.
Sihai Group is now ownerless.
According to the rules of the underworld, whoever sees it gets a share. His greedy eyes swept over the shareholders who looked ashen. You old guys have sucked enough blood over the years. If you know what's best for you, spit out what you should spit out, take the money and get out. If you don't know what's best for you... A burly man behind him suddenly unzipped the travel bag in his hand.
Inside was a bag full of white lime powder?
But in this tense atmosphere, it was enough to form a huge deterrent. The conference room was dead silent. The news of Zhao Sihai's death was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, crushing everyone. On one side was Zhang Long, holding the legal documents, with the mysterious and ruthless Lin Feng standing behind him. On the other side was Scarchang, who took advantage of the situation and was vicious and evil.
Despair enveloped everyone. I sign.
The bald shareholder was the first to break down. He picked up the pen with trembling hands and signed his name on the equity transfer agreement prepared by Zhang Long. With someone taking the lead, the collapse was like a domino effect. Under the cold gaze of the Black Shield team members and the silent threat of Scarchang's bag of lime powder, the other shareholders and elders signed one after another with pale faces. Scarchang looked at this scene, with a hint of pride and greed in his eyes. He planned that after Zhang Long finished the legal documents, he would use force to take over several of the most profitable sites and projects. He wanted to at least take the fattest piece of meat from the huge legacy of the Sihai Group. However, just as the last shareholder signed and Zhang Long put away the document, Scarchang. Zhang Long suddenly turned around and looked at Scarchang, who looked very proud. A cold smile appeared on his face, as if he was looking at a dead person.
Mr. Lin asked me to bring you a message.
What?
Scarchang was stunned, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart.
3 years ago, 3 days before the shantytown fire, Zhang Long's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. 3 of your lackeys took 200,000 yuan from Chen Bao and broke 3 ribs of Lin Guodong, who took the lead in refusing to sign the compensation agreement.
Mr. Lin has always remembered this account.
Scarchang's expression suddenly changed. A chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He suddenly realized that he was not here to share the cake, but a pig that was delivered to the door to be slaughtered. Get started! Zhang Long shouted. The Black Shield team members were like cheetahs that had been preparing for a long time, and they suddenly jumped up. Their target was directly aimed at Scarchang and the few confidants he brought with him. Their movements were as fast as lightning, and they cooperated tacitly. Scarchang was also a desperate criminal, and his reaction was extremely fast. He roared and wanted to grab the guy hiding in his waist. But he was fast, and Black Shield was even faster. Bang! 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 Several dull sounds of flesh hitting each other and short howls rang out almost at the same time. Scarchang's wrist was instantly broken by a fierce grab. The few confidants he brought with him didn't even have a chance to react. They were neatly knocked to the ground, their joints were removed, and they were dragged out like dead dogs. The whole process took no more than 5 seconds. The conference room was dead silent again. The only sound was the heavy breathing of Scarchang, who was pinned to the ground with his hands tied behind his back, due to severe pain and fear. Zhang Long walked up to him and looked down at the thug, whose face was covered with flesh but now only showed fear. Mr. Lin said that it is only natural for a son to pay for his father's debt. Break 3 of his father's ribs, and then use all your bones to pay it back slowly. Zhang Long's voice was like a judge's verdict, take him away. 2 members of the Black Shield team dragged Scar, who looked ashen and completely limp, out like a dead dog. Zhang Long looked around at the former Sihai Group executives who were silent and trembling in the conference room. His voice returned to calm, but with a stronger sense of oppression.
Now, Sihai Group is officially renamed Longyuan Industrial Group.
Everyone, return to your respective positions and maintain the normal operation of the company.
Mr. Lin is kind enough to give you one chance. Whether you can grasp it depends on you.
He no longer paid attention to these people, turned around and strode out of the conference room. Behind him was the completely changed Sihai, no, Longyuan headquarters.
Ding!
The main mission of Jiangcheng Overlord Phase 1 is completed.
Successfully eliminated the main enemy Zhao Sihai, disintegrated the hostile forces Sihai Group Chamber of Commerce, and established the initial foundation Longyuan Industry.
Task reward, 2,000 points. System quota permanently increased to 10 million day. Unlock primary artificial intelligence assistant business analysis intelligence processing.
Ding!
Detected that the host has successfully integrated and accepted a large business group, and the Business Empire Achievement Primary has been achieved.
Reward points 500 points. Current points balance, 3,770 points.
Daily quota refresh, 10 million.
Please complete the consumption as soon as possible.
The system prompt sounded like an exciting triumphant song in Lin Feng's mind. He stood in front of the French window on the top floor of Longyuan capital, overlooking the city that he had just reshuffled with iron, blood, and capital. In the distance, the flames that had been shooting up into the sky from the direction of Nanshan had gradually dimmed, leaving only billowing smoke, like the last embers of an old era.
The phone vibrates. An encrypted message from Deep Throat.
The ribs of the umbrella are broken, the dust has settled.
Su is critically ill, the embers are about to go out.
Lin Feng looked at the screen, his face expressionless, except for the deepest part of his eyes where the bone-chilling coldness melted a little, but left behind a deeper, abyss-like depth. He put away his phone and looked towards the provincial highway in the distance where the lights were brighter.
Jiangcheng is too small.
The blood debt has been paid, but the road to counterattack has just begun. System, Lin Feng's voice rang out in the empty office, calm and powerful, screen the relevant intelligence and initial business targets of the provincial stage.
Instructions received. Primary AI assistant started, analyzing and screening. Chapter 21 Jin Ning's first arrival, his sharp edge intimidates the villains.
Jining City, the capital of Jiangnan Province. The huge billboards at the highway exits flashed in the midday sun, and the skyscrapers lined up one after another outlined a skyline that was far more sharp and flamboyant than that of Jiangcheng. The air was filled with greater ambitions and a faster pace. A Mercedes-Benz G63 AMG with tough lines and matte black body, with a dusty and wild atmosphere, merged into the slightly congested traffic at the exit. Lin Feng lowered the window, and the warm wind of early summer came with the unique hustle and bustle of the metropolis. He calmly swept his eyes over the hurried and brightly dressed people, but deep in his eyes was the coldness and hardness tempered by the blood and fire of Jiangcheng.
Boss, shall we go directly to the hotel? Anvil's steady voice came from the driver's seat.
Sitting in the passenger seat was another core member of the Black Shield, codenamed Wrench. Jiangcheng had settled down, and Long Yuan's foundation was initially stable. Lin Feng only brought these 2 elites north, traveling light, but with a restrained edge.
No.
Lin Feng retracted his gaze and tapped his knee with his fingertips.
Go to Yunding International.
Yunding International, a newly completed top-level apartment in Jining City, occupies a rare plot of land in the city center. It features a 360-degree panoramic skylight luxury house. It was sold out as soon as it was launched, becoming a symbol of the new rich in Jining. Lin Feng's goal is one of the few remaining king-level buildings there, a duplex skylight luxury house on the top floor overlooking the entire city. The system quota has been refreshed, 50 million month. This money must be spent on the right things, and it must be spent in a high-profile manner. Half an hour later, at the Yunding International Sales Office, the huge crystal chandelier illuminated the 10-meter-high lobby with golden splendor, and the air was filled with the scent of high-end fragrance and money. The well-dressed sales consultants shuttled around like butterflies, accurately capturing the value of each potential customer. Lin Feng was wearing a well-tailored dark casual suit with no obvious logo, and the Patek Philippe on his wrist reflected a low-key cold light.
Behind him followed the anvil and the wrench. The two of them were like silent iron towers, with an imposing manner. Their combination was completely different from the buyers around them who brought assistants or female companions, and instantly attracted countless eyes, curiosity, scrutiny, and even a hint of imperceptible contempt. They were unfamiliar, young, and did not look like local tycoons. A woman with a sales manager badge and delicate makeup came up to them, twisting her waist with a professional smile on her face. Her eyes quickly swept over Lin Feng and the other two. When she passed the black G-Class parked in a conspicuous position at the door, a hint of understanding flashed in her eyes, and her smile suddenly became more sincere. "Hello, sir, welcome to Yunding International. I am the sales manager Lisa. What type of apartment would you like to see?" "We. Top floor duplex, West Unit. Paid in full." Lin Feng interrupted her, his voice flat as he directly reported the target. Lisa's smile froze for a moment. The top floor duplex on the west side. It was the best building in the entire project, with a construction area of nearly 800 square meters, a private sky garden and a helipad design, and the asking price was 98 million. Full payment? "Sir, you mean the west unit? The top floor duplex?" Lisa's voice was a little dry, with an unbelievable tentativeness. The price. "Price is not a problem." Lin Feng glanced at her, and his calm eyes made Lisa's heart tremble inexplicably. He stopped talking nonsense and walked straight to the sand table area, with a clear target pointing to the top of the model of the tallest building. At this moment, a voice with obvious superiority and mockery sounded from the side. "Hey, Sister Lisa, a new client? Looking at the top floor? You're so arrogant." A young man wearing a flashy bright pink Givenchy t-shirt, silver gray hair, and exaggerated diamond earrings, walked over with a hot girl with an internet celebrity face in his arms. The Richard Miller on his wrist was dazzling under the light, and he looked Lin Feng up and down with a frivolous look. "Mr. Zhou." Lisa immediately put on a more enthusiastic and even flattering smile. "How come you have time to come here today?" "I'm bored, so I brought my baby to see the scenery." Zhou Xiao Zhou Kai, one of the top playboys in Jining, the prince of Zhou real estate. He raised his chin slightly, pointed his nose at Lin Feng, and said in a teasing tone, "Brother, you are from another place, right? Do you know how much the top floor duplex costs? 98 million. Not Zimbabwean dollars. Full payment? You have to be careful before you brag. Don't swipe your card and the balance is insufficient, it will be embarrassing." Ha ha ha. The internet celebrity in his arms also covered her mouth and giggled, looking at Lin Feng with undisguised contempt. The salesman around and several customers who were looking at the house also cast a look of amusement or watching the show. They had seen many such ignorant outside nouveau riche in Jining. Anvil and Wrench's eyes turned cold and they took half a step forward. Lin Feng raised his hand, signaling them to stay calm. He didn't even look at Zhou Kai, his eyes still on the model on the top of the sand table, as if he was looking at an insignificant toy. He took out his phone, tapped a few times casually, and then turned the screen to Lisa. A glaring screenshot of a bank deposit text message. Account income, 100 million renminbi, 100 million renminbi. Lisa's breathing instantly stopped. Her eyes were fixed on the long string of zeros, her mouth opened unconsciously, her mind went blank. 100 million. In a current account. Just like that, it arrived? The sneer on Zhou Kai's face froze instantly. He was close and saw the astronomical figure clearly. His arrogant expression seemed to be frozen, and his silver gray hair seemed to be stiff. The internet celebrity in his arms was so shocked that he covered his mouth with his eyes wide open. The entire sales office seemed to have been muted. All eyes were focused on Lin Feng's small mobile phone screen, filled with shock, greed, and disbelief. "Is that enough?" Lin Feng took back his phone, his voice as flat as if he was asking, "How is the weather today?" "Enough, enough. Absolutely enough." Lisa's voice suddenly rose, she was so excited that she almost broke it, her face flushed with excitement. "Mr. Lin. Please wait a moment. I will get the contract right away. Right away. Top VIP service." She almost ran towards the VIP room, the sound of her high heels hitting the marble floor was as rapid as drumbeats. Zhou Kai's face turned red and white, and his arrogance was shattered by the 100 million cash. He felt his face burning, as if he had been slapped dozens of times in public. Especially those vague, mocking eyes around him, he wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Humph. What's so great about having a little money? You nouveau riche. Zhou Kai became furious and said this in a cowardly manner. He hugged the internet celebrity's face and wanted to leave, trying to save the last bit of his face. Wait. Lin Feng finally raised his eyes, and for the first time his gaze fell on Zhou Kai's face, which was twisted by shame and anger. His eyes were very calm, but it made Zhou Kai's heart jump suddenly, and an inexplicable chill rose up. You just said, bragging? Lin Feng raised a faint arc at the corner of his mouth, with a hint of cold sarcasm. Now, does your face hurt? You. Zhou Kai was so angry that he was shaking all over, pointing at Lin Feng, but he couldn't utter a word. In the face of the absolute strength money crushing, all his proud family background and dandy behavior seemed so pale and ridiculous. Lin Feng no longer paid attention to the noisy fly and turned to Lisa, who was running back with a thick contract in her hands shaking with excitement. Sign the contract. Also, I want the East unit on the top floor, too. Boom! The sales office was in an uproar again. One unit for 98 million was not enough. Another one was needed? This was not luxury, but inhumanity. Zhou Kai's eyes went dark, and he almost vomited blood. He felt that his face had been stepped on and rubbed repeatedly by the other party. Staying any longer would only bring humiliation upon himself. He glared at Lin Feng fiercely, his eyes were as resentful as a poison knife, and then he dragged the equally stunned internet celebrity face and rushed out of the sales office in disgrace, his back in a state of embarrassment. Under the gazes of countless shocked, awed, and even fanatical people, Lin Feng signed his name on 2 house purchase contracts with a total value of nearly 200 million yuan. The whole process was smooth and flowing, as if he had just bought 2 cabbages. Ding! Large amount consumption purchase of top-class real estate for 196 million, spending money like water. Achievement Hall of Fame achieved. 1,000 points rewarded. Ding! Successfully intimidated the son of a local tyrant Zhou Kai, and the achievement of showing off your talents was achieved. 200 points of reward. Current points balance, 4,970 points. Daily quota refresh 50 million, remaining quota is 30.4 million. System prompt, unlock the primary business scan function. Can identify endangered but potential companies. The cold system prompt sounded in his mind, like the most pleasant war drum. Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly. Jin Ning's first stop, a good start. There are still more than 30 million left in the quota, it's time to find a place to continue spending. Chapter 22, A Wise Eye Recognizes a Pearl, a Hidden Gem. In the evening, in front of the Lanting, the most high-end private club in Jining City, luxury cars and elegantly dressed people gathered. Zhou Kai was full of anger and came with a group of bad friends. He was slapped in the face in public at Yunding International in the afternoon, and he couldn't swallow this breath. He wanted to get back the place he was most familiar with and the way he was best at. Mr. Zhou. You're here at last. The club manager came forward with a nod and a bow. His eyes swept over the group of aggressive second generations behind Zhou Kai, and his heart skipped a beat. Stop talking nonsense. Open the number 1 bar for me. The best wine. The most beautiful girls. Call them all over. Zhou Kai waved his hands irritably, his face gloomy. Damn it, I met such an ignorant country bumpkin today, how unlucky. Yes. I'll arrange it right away. The manager didn't dare to ask more questions and went to make arrangements immediately. Hall number 1 was extremely luxurious. Outside the huge circular French window was the dazzling night view of Jining. Inside the hall, crystal lamps were shining brightly, and top-notch speakers were playing psychedelic electronic music. A group of girls dressed in cool clothes and good looks filed in, and were instantly divided up by Zhou Kai's group of friends. Zhou Kai took a few sips of expensive foreign wine. The spicy liquid burned his throat, but it couldn't quench the depression in his heart. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. His voice was full of anger. Howsy? Check for me. The foreigner who bought 2 penthouses in Yunding International this afternoon. His name is Lin Feng. Dig deep. I want to know where he lives. Where he came from. What does he want to do in Jining? After hanging up the phone, Zhou Kai drank the wine in the glass, stared at the bright lights outside the window with sinister eyes, and cursed in a low voice. Damn. Lin Feng. I'll let you know who owns Jin Ning. At the same time, there was another slightly deserted high-end place in Jining City, a membership-based high-end talent headhunting salon Bolo Hui. The lighting was soft, the environment was elegant, the air was filled with the aroma of coffee and a faint smell of cigars. Elites were talking in low voices in groups of 3 or 2,
and the atmosphere was completely different from the hustle and bustle of Lanting. Lin Feng sat on a comfortable sofa in the corner with a glass of water in front of him.
Anvils and wrenches stood like door gods not far away.
He had just spent another large sum of money from his credit limit, 3 million, becoming a diamond member of this top headhunting salon, gaining access to the most core talent pool. System: start primary business scan, screening targets, hotel management, endangered potential enterprises. Lin Feng's mind moved slightly. Primary business scan started, accessing local public and authorized business databases, cross-analysis in progress.
Warning: weak firewall and anti-scanning program enterprise level detected. Do you want to spend 10 points for deep penetration? Penetrate. Ding.
Consuming 10 points, deep scan completed. Target locked. An invisible stream of data poured into Lin Feng's mind, instantly constructing a clear business map.
Among them, a dim but extremely tenacious cursor with a core energy point was highlighted. Target Enterprise, Jinding Hotel Management Group. Status: endangered.
Core issues: broken capital chain gap of approximately 120 million, infighting among shareholders, and loss of core talent. Potential highlights: the founding team with Su Qingxue as the core is extremely capable and has created the glorious Jinding brand. It holds the long-term lease rights of several high-quality properties in core areas. It has a mature 5-star hotel management system and loyal middle-level backbones. Reason for endangerment: malicious attack by local giant Marriott International, dumping at low prices, poaching, supply chain disruption, suspected short selling by capital giants behind the scenes. Scanning evaluation: if sufficient funds are injected, more than 50 million, and internal pests are removed, there is huge potential.
Estimated return on acquisition investment: 300% plus short term, brand value Rebirth long term.
Su Qingxue. Lin Feng's gaze lingered on this name for a moment. The system scanned and attached an extremely brief public resume. Former vice president of operations for the Asia-Pacific region of a top international hotel group, she was put on ice for refusing unreasonable transfer orders and unspoken rules from the headquarters. She returned to China 3 years ago to take over the family's endangered business, but failed to turn the tide and was attacked from both inside and outside.
Interesting.
Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. An endangered enterprise, a strong core, and a top talent who was also in trouble and whose ability is seriously underestimated.
This is exactly the prey he needs.
He immediately called the salon manager, a capable middle-aged lady, and said, "I need all the information about the Jinding Hotel Group, especially its current CEO, Ms. Su Qingxue. The more detailed the better. Also, arrange a meeting between me and Ms. Su. She will decide the time and place. The cost is not a problem." A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the person in charge.
The Jinding Group is now a hot potato, and people in the circle are avoiding it. This young and mysterious Mr. Lin actually took the initiative to approach it? He also wants to meet Su Qingxue, who is known for her coldness, toughness, and stubbornness.
Mr. Lin, Jinding's situation is very complicated.
Ms. Su has been under a lot of pressure recently, I'm afraid.
The person in charge reminded tactfully. When the pressure is high, you need someone to break the deadlock. Lin Feng interrupted her, his tone unquestionable. "Do as I say."
Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll arrange it right away. The person in charge didn't dare to say anything more and left in a hurry.
Lin Feng picked up the water cup and took a sip. Jinning's stage was indeed bigger and deeper than Zhangqing's.
Marriott International? Capital Tycoon?
A cold arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. It was just right. He could use this Jinding Group to test how muddy the water in Jinning was, and also to test whether his newly acquired business scanning wisdom was worthy of its name.
There is still more than 20 million yuan left in the credit limit.
It's time to find a place to spend more lavishly.
Chapter 23, Lanting Gambling, a Thunderous Thought. Lanting Club, Hall Number 1.
The deafening music was turned up to the maximum, and the psychedelic lights flashed wildly. The air was filled with the strong smell of high-end perfume, cigars, and alcohol. Zhou Kai was surrounded by a group of friends in the middle of a huge circular sofa, with a scantily clad girl on each side, and the coffee table in front of him was piled with opened expensive foreign wines and fruit plates. The alcohol and the flattery of the people around him numbed the humiliation of the afternoon a little, but Lin Feng's hatefully calm face still pierced his heart like a thorn.
"Brother Kai. Don't think about that blind bumpkin. Come on, drink. We won't go home until we are drunk tonight."
A second-generation guy with dyed yellow hair shouted, holding a cup.
"That's right.
In Jinning's little piece of land, it's a place where dragons have to coil and tigers have to lie down. If anyone dares not to give Brother Kai face, I'll find someone to deal with him later, another echoed. Joe Kai took a big gulp of wine, the spicy feeling burning his throat. He slammed the glass down on the table, his eyes sinister. Cleaning up? That's too easy for him. I'm going to make him kneel down and beg for mercy. Let him know what it means to live a life worse than death. He took out his cell phone, the screen lit up. It was a message from Housie, only a few short sentences. Target, Lin Feng. Staying at West Unit on the top floor of Yunding International. Movement entered the Bulhui Talent Salon at 8 p.m., suspected of recruiting people. No other background information, the source of funds is extremely secret. Bulhui? Joe Kai sneered, pretending. Do you really want to take root in Jinning? Dream on. A trace of malice flashed in his eyes. Rat. Keep an eye on him. See where he goes tonight. I want to meet him in person. After hanging up the phone, Joe Kai tugged at his collar in annoyance. Just staring wasn't enough to relieve his anger. He needed something more exciting. His eyes swept over the scattered poker cards on the coffee table, and an idea came to his mind. Just drinking is boring. Let's try something exciting. Joe Kai grabbed the playing cards, shuffled them a few times, and slammed them on the table. Texas Hold'em. The bottom bet is 100,000. There is no upper limit. Do you dare to play? Brother Kai has spoken. We must dare. Play. Whoever is a coward is a grandson. 100,000 bet? Brother Kai is so domineering. The box was filled with the sound of ghosts and wolves howling. These second generations had no other skills, but they were good at gambling and playing with women. A 100,000 yuan bet was not a small amount for them, but under the alcohol and Joe Kai's coercion, no one dared to say no. The game started soon. The dealer was a young girl arranged by the club. She was not very good at playing cards and her hands were shaking with nervousness under the unscrupulous gazes and teasing sounds of Joe Kai and others. Joe Kai seemed to be in good form, winning several small games in succession. Millions of chips were piled up in front of him. His mood improved slightly, and that arrogant smile of control over everything appeared on his face again. Deal. Deal. What are you taking so long for? He urged the dealer, tapping his fingers on the table impatiently. Just then, the heavy double doors of hall number 1 were pushed open silently. There was no notification from the waiter, and no knocking on the door. A tall figure appeared at the door, against the dim light of the corridor outside. He was wearing a simple dark shirt and trousers, and his posture was straight, like a sword drawn from its sheath. Behind him, one on the left and one on the right, stood two men with a solemn and sturdy aura, like iron towers. The deafening music seemed to have stopped for a fraction of a second at this moment. Everyone in the box instantly focused their attention on the uninvited figure. Lin Feng. The smile on Joe Kai's face froze instantly. It was as if he had seen a ghost. The cards in his hand almost fell to the ground. How did he get here? How did he find this place? Oh, it's quite lively. Lin Feng's eyes calmly swept over the messy card table, the disheveled girl, and Joe Kai's face twisted with astonishment and anger, and the corners of his mouth raised a hint of a smile. Mr. Zhou, I just met you this afternoon, and you're gambling again tonight? It seems that you are in a good mood. His voice was not loud, but it strangely penetrated the noisy music and reached everyone's ears clearly. With a condescending scrutiny, Joe Kai and his group of friends felt extremely uncomfortable. Lin Feng. Joe Kai stood up suddenly, his face livid, the numbness brought by alcohol instantly replaced by anger. Who the hell let you in? Get out. You are not welcome here. Opening the door for business, is there any reason to chase away customers? Lin Feng walked in calmly, as if he was taking a walk in his own backyard. The anvil and the wrench were like two door gods, silently blocking the club's security guards who tried to stop them. The overwhelming momentum completely quieted the noise in the box, leaving only the psychedelic background music still playing in vain. I heard that Mr. Zhou is playing Texas Hold'em? Lin Feng stopped in front of the huge gambling table, his eyes fell on the pile of chips in front of Zhou Kai, with a hint of amusement. A 100,000 bet? It's just a small game, not very interesting. What the hell do you mean? Zhou Kai was completely enraged by Lin Feng's nonchalant attitude. He slammed the table and said, You think it's too small? Fine. Come on if you dare. Bet 1 million. Do you dare? Boom. A suppressed exclamation rang out in the box.
A million bet? The stakes were too high. Even Joe Kai's best friends changed their expressions. Everyone looked at Lin Feng, waiting to see his embarrassing look when he was scared off by the huge stakes.
Lin Feng smiled. He slowly took out a black card from his pocket and gently placed it in the middle of the gambling table. The card did not have any bank logo, only a set of raised, mysterious golden digital codes.
1 million bet?
Lin Feng shook his head, as if he was talking about an insignificant number.
Too much trouble. Let's decide the winner in one go.
He raised his hand and pointed to the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the box, which faced the dazzling night view of Jining.
Let's bet, can I make Jining City light up for me, for 30 seconds? There was deathly silence in the box. Everyone was stunned. Turn on the lights for 30 seconds? What does that mean? Let the whole city of Jining light up for him? What a joke. This is Jining. Not his backyard. Ha 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 ha.
Joe Kai was stunned for a moment, then burst into crazy laughter, laughing so hard that tears came out, pointing at Lin Feng. Turn on the light?
30 seconds? Are you fucking drunk or crazy? Who do you think you are? The mayor? The governor? Or the Jade Emperor? Ha ha ha. Idiot.
His friends behind him also burst into laughter, looking at Lin Feng as if he were a mental patient.
Lin Feng ignored the laughter in the room.
He calmly took out his phone, dialed an encrypted number, and said only 3 words, clearly.
Turn on the light. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. The laughter in the box gradually died down, and everyone, including Joe Kai who was laughing wildly, subconsciously looked at the dazzling night view of Jining outside the window with a hint of inexplicable suspicion. Sudden. Without any warning.
With the Lanting Club where they were located as the center, like a lake surface where a stone was thrown. A huge halo made up of countless bright lights visible to the naked eye quickly spread out from the inside out like a miracle. First, in the CBD core area where Lanting is located, all the landscape lights, neon lights, and billboards of the skyscrapers went out instantly. Then, wherever the halo passed, the lights of the commercial streets, main roads, and even the residential areas in the distance, as if controlled by an invisible giant hand, quickly fell into darkness layer by layer, piece by piece.
10 seconds. It only took 10 seconds. The core area of Jining City, which was brightly lit just now and looked like a city that never sleeps, was plunged into a heart-pounding, endless darkness with the exception of necessary traffic lights and emergency lighting. It was as if a dazzling giant beast had its soul sucked out in an instant. Inside the box, in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, the glass that just reflected the bustling lights of the city now only showed the deep darkness outside. And the faces in the box that were completely distorted and pale as paper due to extreme shock and fear were reflected on the glass. The wild laughter on Joe Kai's face froze completely. He was like a rooster with its neck pinched, his mouth wide open enough to fit an egg, his eyes bulging out, staring at the all-consuming darkness outside the window. A chill rushed from his coccyx to his head, instantly freezing all the blood in his body. The friends around him froze in place like petrified, their faces drained of all color, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. A few timid girls even let out suppressed, kitten-like whimpers. The entire Tianzi No. 1 hall was terribly silent. Only the background music was still playing the psychedelic melody in vain, but at this moment it sounded like the death knell of hell. Lin Feng stood in front of the huge darkness, his figure a little blurry in the dim light of the box. He turned around slowly, his eyes calmly fell on Joe Kai, who looked like a clay sculpture or a wooden sculpture. His voice was not loud, but it exploded like thunder in the ears of every distraught person. Mr. Zhou, you lose this round. He picked up the black card on the table and flicked it lightly with his fingertips. It's not just money that's lost. Chapter 24 President Long Yen, Redemption in the Dark Night. Jinding Hotel Group Headquarters, the President's office on the top floor. Outside the huge French window, the night view of Jining, which was extinguished by Lin Feng's thought and then gradually restored, was visible. The light was reunited, but it could not dispel the frozen coldness and despair in the room. The air was filled with a decadent atmosphere that even expensive incense could not cover up. Su Qingxue stood alone in front of the window. She was wearing a well-tailored dark gray cashmere suit that covered her tall but slightly thin body. Her back was straight, like the last bamboo that refused to bend in the wind and snow. Her cold and beautiful face was reflected in the dim light outside the window, with clear lines, but revealing a jade-like paleness and fatigue.
Her eyes, which were once as sharp as an ice lake, were now silent without a ripple, leaving only a bottomless tiredness and a hint of determination. On the desk, a document was spread out like a final verdict: Marriott International's humiliating letter of intent for a full acquisition. The price was shockingly low, and the terms were so harsh that the name Jinding would be completely erased from history. Next to it were several shareholders' joint ultimatums demanding that she sign and accept the acquisition immediately.
Internal and external troubles were like a noose, strangling her to the point of suffocation.
The phone screen was lit, with a message from her mother from the nursing home, with words that pretended to be calm and asked cautious questions. The look in her father's eyes when he handed the shaky golden tripod to her before his death, the hard work of several generations of the family, and the loyal employees who followed her and persevered, but now may lose their jobs.
Mr. Su, there is a Mr. Lin Feng who insists on meeting you.
He said that he has investment intentions introduced by Bolhui. Secretary Xiao Chen's voice came cautiously from the intercom, with a hint of hesitation and worry.
Lin Feng?
Su Qingshue's long eyelashes trembled slightly. This name, along with the incredible gambling game at Lanting in the afternoon and the terrifying rumor that the lights were turned off in the whole city, exploded like thunder in the top circles of Jinning. A mysterious, powerful dragon crossing the river.
He came to find her? To invest? At this moment when Jinning was already a broken ship destined to sink? No.
Su Qingshue's voice was as cold as ice, without a trace of warmth. What she needed least now was these vultures who took advantage of the situation.
No matter how gorgeous the other party was wearing.
But Mr. Su, he is just outside the door. Xiao Chen's voice was filled with tears. Before he finished speaking, the heavy wooden door of the office was pushed open silently.
No knocking, no announcement. Lin Feng appeared at the door, followed by an anvil as silent as a mountain.
His eyes calmly swept across the office filled with despair, and finally fell on the lonely back in front of the window.
Ms. Su Qingxue? Nice to meet you.
Lin Feng's voice was not loud, breaking the silence.
Su Qingxue turned around abruptly.
Her cold eyes instantly ignited with anger and extreme vigilance at having her territory invaded. Who let you in?
Get out.
Her voice trembled slightly because of suppressed anger, with a sharpness on the verge of collapse. Lin Feng ignored her anger, walked in, his eyes fell on the glaring letter of intent for acquisition on the desk, and his brows frowned slightly.
Marriott International? You have a big appetite.
His tone was flat, but with a hint of cold sarcasm.
It has nothing to do with you.
Su Qingxue stepped forward and stood in front of the desk like a cat whose tail was stepped on.
Her body was tense, like a lioness defending her last territory. Mr. Lin, right?
If you are here to laugh at me, or want to take advantage of the situation to get a piece of the pie, then please leave immediately. Even if the golden tripod is rotten, it is not the place for outsiders to point fingers. Her chest rose and fell violently.
The pressure, humiliation, unwillingness, and despair of the past few days erupted like a volcano at this moment.
Her eyes were slightly red, but she stubbornly refused to let the tears fall. Lin Feng looked at her quietly. This woman was like a bow stretched to its limit, which could break at any time. He needed this bow, but first, he had to keep her alive.
I'm not here to laugh at you.
Lin Feng's voice was still calm, but it carried a hint of unquestionable power.
I'm here to give you a choice.
A choice that allows Jean Ding to survive and makes Marriott International pay the price.
To survive? Su Qingxue seemed to have heard a huge joke.
The corners of her mouth showed a bitter and cold arc, and her eyes were full of desperate mockery.
What to survive? Money? Mr. Lin, do you know how big the whole of Jinding is? Do you know who is standing behind Marriott? Do you know those shareholders? I know.
Lin Feng interrupted her, his eyes were like torches, staring into her eyes burning with despair. I know that Jinding's capital chain was broken by 120 million. I know that behind Marriott there is Hongsheng Capital setting up a short position. I know about your shareholders. Mr. Wang received a 3 million yuan bribe from Marriott, and Mr. Li embezzled 8 million yuan from the group to make up for his own stock trading losses.
Do I need to continue? The color on Su Qingxue's face instantly faded.
She swayed and held onto the cold desk to barely stand. These deadly inside stories that she had tightly covered up as the final bargaining chip, and even prepared to take to the grave.
The other party actually knew them all? Who is he? What on earth does he want to do?
A huge feeling of powerlessness and even deeper despair instantly seized her. The last bit of strength she had to struggle seemed to be drained away. It turned out that all her persistence and efforts were so ridiculous and vulnerable in front of the real behemoth.
Even the last fig leaf was ruthlessly torn off. So, you are one of them too? Su Qingxue lowered her voice, with a kind of exhaustion and resignation. Are you here to give me an ultimatum? Or, to watch me perform like a clown?
She slowly stepped back, her back pressed against the cold French window glass. Outside the window, dozens of meters above, the night wind howled. A thought of relief, like a poisonous vine in the darkness, quietly grew. Maybe, if I jumped, everything would be over. I wouldn't have to face these ugliness and despair anymore. I wouldn't have to disappoint my father's trust. Her eyes gradually became empty.
Warning!
High-value target Su Qingxue has been detected to have extreme self-destructive tendencies.
Mental fluctuations are severe. Do you want to spend 100 points to exchange for the one-time mental comfort guidance item, Spring of Awakening?
Effect: instantly stabilize the target's emotions, dispel extreme negative thoughts, and guide the target back to rationality. The system alarm sounded sharply in Lin Feng's mind.
Exchange.
Lin Feng's thoughts were as fast as lightning.
Ding. Consumed 100 points, exchanged successfully. Effective immediately.
An invisible and intangible spiritual wave as cool as a deep spring water, with Lin Feng as the center, instantly enveloped Su Qingxue.
It was like a hot iron being thrown into ice water.
The dark thoughts, desperate illusions, and the tempting sense of relief that were growing wildly in Su Qingxue's mind melted away in an instant like ice and snow under the sun under the wash of this cool wave. An indescribable clarity and rationality once again occupied the heights of her mind. She shuddered suddenly. Her empty eyes quickly focused, reflecting Lin Feng's calm but powerful face again. The terrible thought just now made her tremble with fear, and her back was instantly soaked with cold sweat.
What happened to me just now? Jin Ding will not die.
Lin Feng's voice sounded at the right time, with a strange and convincing stabilizing force, like a magic needle that firmly nailed her heart that had just experienced a storm. The only ones who will die are those who betrayed and plundered. He took a step forward, his eyes as sharp as a knife, as if they could penetrate Su Qingxue's soul. Su Qingxue, tell me, are you willing? Are you willing to watch your father's hard work being sold at a low price? Are you willing to watch those termites and enemies divide everything up, and then revel on the corpses of you and your employees? Are you willing to give in like this? The two words willingly were like a heavy hammer, hitting Su Qingxue's heart hard.
No. I won't give up.
A long dormant, almost extinguished flame suddenly reignited from the deepest part of her heart. That was her pride, her indomitable spirit. It was the backbone that supported her to resolutely return to China from her position as vice president of a top international group and take over the mess. Her eyes, like quenched ice, became sharp and cold again, burning with the flames of revenge and rebirth. The power in her body that was crushed by despair, like a dormant volcano, began to surge again.
What do you want me to do? Su Qingxue's voice was still a little hoarse, but there was no despair anymore.
Only the cold will to fight and the determination to perish together with her was left. Lin Feng looked at the fire rekindled in her eyes, and finally a faint curve appeared at the corner of his mouth.
It's very simple.
He picked up the letter of intent from Marriott International on the table, and without even looking at it, he tore it up.
Swish! The sound of paper tearing was like the clarion call for a counterattack. Call all shareholders and executives to hold a meeting immediately.
Lin Feng's voice was firm and decisive, with absolute confidence that he was in control of everything. I will take you to clean up the mess.
Chapter 25, Thunderous Clearance, Dragon Abyss Devours the Cauldron.
Jinding Hotel Group Headquarters, top floor conference room. The atmosphere around the huge circular conference table was oppressive and strange. The lights were bright, but the undercurrent could not be dispelled. Several major shareholders and group executives sat upright, with different expressions on their faces. Bald Director Wang's eyes flickered, and he glanced at the door from time to time, tapping his fingers nervously on the table. The pot-bellied Director Li pretended to be calm while drinking tea, but there was uneasiness in his eyes. Some of the other small shareholders and executives were worried, while others had erratic eyes. The air was filled with a tense feeling of impending storm.
Boss Su suddenly called an emergency meeting. What's going on? What else could it be? They must be unable to withstand the pressure. Although Marriott's conditions are harsh, they are better than bankruptcy and liquidation. Humph, you should have signed it long ago. Why is a woman holding on so stubbornly? Director Wang, Director Li, you guys have to take the lead later. The door of the conference room was pushed open. Su Qingxue walked in. She changed into a more imposing black suit and skirt. Her cold and beautiful face was expressionless, and her eyes were as sharp as a knife, sweeping across the crowd. The aura that had just been ignited, with a cold and angry flame, instantly made all the whispers disappear. What made everyone's heart stop was that behind Su Qingxue, there was a man who was too young and had a calm face. It was Lin Feng who had caused a huge wave in Jining that afternoon and plunged Lanting into a dead silence at night. Behind him, there were two men who were like iron towers and had indifferent eyes anvil and wrench. Mr. Su. Who is this? Director Wang pretended to be calm and asked first, but he did not dare to look Lin Feng in the eye. Mr. Lin Feng, founder of Longyuan Capital and new strategic investor of Jinding Group. Su Qingxue's voice was cold. Without any nonsense, she directly announced the bombshell news. Investors? Director Wang almost jumped up. Boss Su. For such a big thing, have you gotten the board's approval? Don't you know what Jinding's current situation is? Who else is willing to throw money into this bottomless pit? That's right. Who knows if he's a liar? Director Li immediately chimed in, looking strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Money is not a problem. Lin Feng finally spoke. His voice was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. He casually pulled out the main chair next to Su Qingxue and sat down. His movements were as natural as the owner of the place. Longyuan Capital, the initial capital injection. 150 million. It will be used to pay off emergency debts, pay employee wages, and launch a counterattack against Marriott International. Boom! The conference room exploded instantly. 150 million? Initial capital injection? Everyone's breathing became heavy. The eyes looking at Lin Feng were full of shock, greed, and disbelief. Impossible. Director Wang screamed, his face turned pale in an instant. Su Qingxue. Where did you find this liar? He talks big but doesn't have any real money. His words stopped abruptly. Because the tower-like man behind Lin Feng the anvil stepped forward silently and placed an open tablet on the table in front of Director Wang. On the screen, there were several candid photos of Director Wang and a vice president of Marriott International in a secret club. Below the photos, there were clear screenshots of bank statements showing that one of Director Wang's overseas accounts had recently received 3 remittances totaling 3 million. The remitter's remarks were extremely obscure, but the direction was self-evident. Director Wang was like a duck being strangled by the neck. His eyes were wide open, the blood color on his face instantly faded away. His body couldn't help but tremble violently. Director Wang, Lin Feng's voice was like a cold venomous snake, drilling into Director Wang's ears. Explain, what did you consult about for this 3 million consultation fee? Director Wang's lips were trembling, cold sweat was pouring down his face, and he couldn't utter a word. And you, Director Li. Lin Feng's gaze turned to the fat Director Li, who looked ashen. You misappropriated 8 million yuan from the group to fill the hole you lost in Macau Lisboa. You used fake invoices and related transactions to settle the accounts. You played a lot of tricks, didn't you? Tiezhen pushed another document in front of Mr. Li. It contained Mr. Li's spending records at the Macau Island Casino, copies of the transfer vouchers for embezzling public funds, and screenshots of chat records in which he instructed the finance department to falsify accounts. The evidence was irrefutable. Mr. Li's fat body was like a deflated ball, slumped in the wide seat, his face was ashen, and a dark wet mark quickly appeared on his crotch. He was actually scared to pee. The entire conference room was in deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned by the sudden thunderous means and the irrefutable evidence before their eyes. Fear was like a cold tide, instantly drowning everyone. Su Qingxue watched all this coldly, with a surge of revenge in her heart, and was even more shocked by Lin Feng's unfathomable intelligence ability. These hard evidences that she had spent countless efforts on but still failed to fully grasp, were actually easily obtained by the other party. Call the police. Arrest them, an executive who was still sober shouted tremblingly. No hurry. Lin Feng waved his hand, his eyes swept over the silent crowd, and his voice was calm with control over everything. Sign this agreement before calling the police. Anvil placed a stack of papers in the center of the conference table. Agreement on the gratuitous transfer of equity and debt? A shareholder exclaimed in shock after seeing the title. That's right. Lin Feng leaned forward slightly,
his eyes like a real pressure covering the whole place. Director Wang, Director Li, and all shareholders and executives who have participated in damaging the interests of the group, transfer all your shares in the Jinning Group and all your personal claims against the group to Longyuan Capital free of charge. Sign, take the stolen money you have embezzled over the years, and get out of Jinning immediately. Longyuan can temporarily not pursue the bad things you have done. He paused, his eyes suddenly became as sharp as a knife, and his voice was like the cold wind of the netherworld. If you don't sign, or dare to play tricks. Lin Feng's eyes swept over the pale faces of Director Wang and Director Li. Guess, will the police arrive first, or will you experience the fate of Qian Bao and Zhao Sihai first? Qian Bao. Zhao Sihai. These two names, which were once notorious in Jinning and even in Jiangnan province, have now become synonymous with blood and destruction. Thinking of Lin Feng's incredible methods and the hard evidence in front of them, the huge fear completely broke the psychological defenses of these termites. I sign. I sign. Director Wang was the first to collapse. He crawled to the table, grabbed a pen, and signed his name on the agreement without even looking at it, and put his fingerprint on it, as if the agreement was a red-hot iron. I'll sign too. Right now. Mr. Li also struggled to get up, tears streaming down his face, and signed faster than anyone else. Several other small shareholders and executives who had participated in the dirty deal were rushing to get in, fearing that if they were a step slower, the invisible butcher's knife would fall on their heads. In just a few minutes, a stack of signed and fingerprinted agreements were collected by the anvil. Get out. Lin Feng spat out one word. Director Wang, Director Li and others rushed out of the meeting room in a daze, as if they had been pardoned. They didn't even bother to pick up the briefcases that fell on the ground, leaving behind only a few puddles of smelly urine and a mess in the room. In the conference room, only Su Qingxue, Lin Feng, Anvil Wrench, and a few executives who had remained neutral or loyal to Su Qingxue were left. They were shocked beyond words as they watched the dreamlike reversal in front of them. Su Qingxue took a deep breath, suppressed her turbulent emotions, and looked at Lin Feng with a complicated gaze, with gratitude, shock, and a hint of deep awe. She walked to the conference table, picked up the capital injection agreement that symbolized the rebirth of the golden tripod, and picked up the pen. Mr. Lin, here is the 51% equity transfer agreement of Jinning Group and the CEO appointment letter. Su Qingxue's voice returned to its usual coldness, but with a firmness. I will sign. But I have a condition. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at her. Jinning must retain the brand. I will personally crush Marriott International under my feet. Su Qingxue's eyes burned with cold flames as she spoke every word. Lin Feng looked at the unyielding fighting spirit in her eyes, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. As you wish. The pen tip slid across the paper, making a rustling sound. An old era ended, and an era belonging to Long Yuan and Su Qingxue officially began on the ruins of Jinning. Ding! Successfully acquired held a high-quality potential enterprise Jinning Hotel Group, and the Insightful Eyes achievement advanced was achieved. 500 points reward. Ding! Large amount of capital injection 150 million, spendthrift achievement legendary level achieved. 1500 points reward. Current points balance, 3,870 points. Daily quota refresh 50 million, remaining quota is 35 million. Chapter 26, Hacker Attack and Defense, First Show of Strength. The news of the change of ownership of Jinning Hotel Group swept through the business community of Jinning like a hurricane. The scandal of Wang Dong, Li Dong and others rolling out of Jinning in disgrace added a bit of blood and mystery. The names Lin Feng and Long Yuan Capital completely changed from rumors to awe-inspiring reality. However, the storm has just begun. Marriott International Headquarters, top floor president's office. The huge mahogany desk was kicked hard, making a dull thud. The expensive purple clay teapot fell to the ground, with fragments and tea splashing everywhere. Waste. A bunch of waste. Marriott's president, Sun Wanhao, a man in his 50s, well-maintained but full of anger, roared at his silent subordinates like a mad lion, "The cooked duck can fly away?" And the pot was taken away with it. Where are those two idiots Wang Yud and Li Fuhai? Let them die. Mr. Sun. Mr. Sun, we can't contact Mr. Wang and Mr. Li anymore. It is said, they were frightened and ran away overnight. A vice president reported while wiping his sweat. Run away? Sun Wanhao was so angry that he was shaking all over. He grabbed the crystal ashtray on the table and wanted to smash it, but he finally slammed it on the table. Investigate. Investigate that Lin Feng.
And that bitch Su Qingxue. I want to know all their details. Now. Immediately. Yes. Mr. Sun.
The subordinates retreated, tumbling back as if they had been pardoned. Sun Wanhao was panting heavily, staring at the direction of the Jinding Group building outside the window with a sinister look. Behind him stood a young man wearing a plaid shirt, thick glasses, and a gloomy temperament.
He was Marriott's ace network security consultant with a high salary, nicknamed Viper. Venomous Snake. Sun Wanhao turned around abruptly, his facial muscles twisted. Get them. Get them to death. I want Jinding's official website to be paralyzed. The reservation system to crash. Customer information to be leaked. And that Long Yuan capital. I want all their shady transaction records to be exposed to the sun. I want them to be ruined. Now. Immediately. Understood, boss.
Viper pushed up his glasses, and a hint of bloodthirsty excitement flashed in his eyes behind the lenses.
Give me an hour, and make Jinding and Long Yuan a joke on the internet.
He immediately sat down in front of a top-of-the-line computer next to him. His hands began to dance on the keyboard like phantoms. Lines of green codes flashed down the screen like waterfalls, filled with cold murderous intent. At the same time, at the headquarters of Jinding Group, in the brand-new president's office, the atmosphere was solemn. On the huge electronic screen, the real-time monitoring images of the Jinding Group's official website were displayed.
Mr. Lin, Mr. Su. The number of visits to the official website increased by 3,000% in 10 seconds. The server load instantly went off the charts. The reservation system was hit by a large number of fake orders and DDoS flood attacks. The technical director's face turned pale, and his voice was filled with fear. The other party's attack is too fierce. Our existing firewall can't stop it at all. At most 3 minutes, the system will completely collapse. The customer database is also in danger. Once customer information is leaked, especially the privacy of high-end VIP customers, it will be a devastating blow to the newly reborn Jinding brand. Su Qingxue looked at Lin Feng with a cold face. The mall was like a battlefield. She expected Marriott's counterattack, but she didn't expect it to be so mean and swift. Lin Feng leaned back in the large leather chair, his expression calm. In front of him was an open laptop, with a complex code flow jumping on the screen. However, unlike the chaos on the technical director's side, the screen on his side seemed unusually stable, even with a sense of calmness that seemed to be in control of the overall situation. Ding! A large-scale network attack against the host's affiliated company Jinding Group has been detected. Attack source, Marriott International Viper. Threat level, high. Do you want to spend 200 points to redeem the temporary permission for primary artificial intelligence assistant network defense counterattack expertise? Exchange. Lin Feng's mind moved slightly. Ding. Consume 200 points, primary AI assistant network specialization activated. Permissions loading. An invisible torrent of data instantly poured into the computer in front of Lin Feng, and the originally gentle code flow on the screen instantly became violent and efficient. It was like a sleeping king opening his eyes. The other party used the Viper Type 7 hybrid attack script, which combines DDoS floods, SQL injections, and zero-day vulnerability attacks. Lin Feng looked at the screen and calmly reported the other party's technical details, as if reading a menu. There are 3 attack springboards, and the main control IP is disguised in the Cayman Islands? The technical director and several engineers nearby were stunned. The opponent's professional attack and concealment were actually seen through by Lin Feng in an instant? Mr. Lin, what shall we do now? The technical director's voice trembled. Why are you panicking? Lin Feng tapped his fingers on the keyboard a few times, like a general deploying his troops. Firewall policy adjustment, priority, protect the core customer database. Diversion, redirect 80% of the junk attack traffic through the mirror node and return to Marriott International's official website server. Following his instructions, the red warning line on the screen, which represented the attack traffic, began to divert and redirect strangely, as if being controlled by an invisible giant hand. The pressure on Jinding official website dropped suddenly. How is this possible? The technical director's eyes almost popped out as he looked at the miraculous reverse data flow on the monitoring screen. What kind of magical operation is this? Meanwhile, Marriott International headquarters. Viper was immersed in the pleasure of attacking, with a grim smile on his face.
Suddenly, the alarm on the monitoring screen in front of him flashed wildly.
The green indicator bar representing the attack traffic suddenly plummeted. What's going on?
Viper's face changed and his fingers frantically tapped the keyboard to check.
Next second,
the screens in front of him suddenly went black. Then, the red curve representing the server load of Marriott International's official website soared like a rocket.
It instantly went off the charts. Warning! Warning! The server has been attacked by a DDoS flood from an unknown source. The traffic peak has exceeded the tolerance limit by 300%. The official website is down. The booking system crashed.
The internal mail server has been hit by a massive spam attack.
The system is paralyzed.
The security gate of the customer database has been subjected to a brute force attack.
The firewall is in danger.
A shrill alarm sounded in Marriott's technical department.
The technical department, which had been in good order just now, suddenly became a mess. All the technicians were pale and in a panic. No! Impossible!
Viper looked at the red alarm on his screen, which indicated that Marriott's server was under crazy attack, and the IP address marked as attack source pointing to his own control computer.
He was completely stunned. How could the traffic he sent to attack Gene Ding bounce back to attack him? And it was doubled? Counterattack! Counterattack quickly!
Sun Wanhao rushed in angrily and roared, just in time to see that his company's official website had turned into a miserable state of 404 errors.
Boss, yes, the other side has a master. His methods are too weird. Our attacks were all bounced back.
Viper's voice was filled with unprecedented fear and confusion. The skills he was proud of were as ridiculous as a child in front of the other side's unpredictable methods.
Waste. A bunch of waste.
Sun Wanhao was so angry that he kicked over the chair next to him.
Jinding President's office.
On the electronic screen, the green running curve representing Jinding's official website is as stable as before. The reservation system has resumed smoothly. The security gate of the customer database is as solid as a rock. On a small split screen next to it, the hilarious scene of Marriott International's official website crashing and the technical department in chaos was being broadcasted in real time.
Done.
Lin Feng closed his laptop, as if he had just swatted a fly. He looked at Su Qingxue, who was shocked and had not yet recovered, and said calmly,
Boss Su, the first step of the counterattack is complete. Now, it's your turn. Su Qingxue took a deep breath and suppressed the turmoil in her heart.
She looked at Lin Feng with even deeper awe and an indescribable conviction. She picked up the intercom on the table and her voice returned to the cold and efficient voice of a strong woman. Notify all heads of the PR, marketing, and operations departments to gather in conference room 1 in 10 minutes. Launch the first step of the Nirvana plan, a full-scale counterattack against Marriott International. She put down the phone and looked out the window towards the Marriott International building, her cold red lips curled up in a sharp arc.
The war has just begun.
But this time, the one standing behind her is a real, crazy dragon crossing the river. Chapter 27 Traffic Backflow, The Wrath of the Super Rich. Marriott International Headquarters, Technology Department. The piercing alarm sounded like the howl of a dying beast, echoing wildly in a room filled with the smell of burning the green smoke from an overloaded server and the smell of cold sweat. On the screen, the blood red line representing the server load stubbornly stuck to the ceiling, and the homepage of the official website stubbornly displayed the cold mockery of 404 not found.
The reservation system?
It had long become a sea of garbled characters. The internal communication software frantically popped up desperate messages such as server crashed, unable to access, and under attack.
Beads of sweat rolled down Viper's forehead, hitting the expensive mechanical keyboard with a dull click.
His glasses were covered with a layer of fog, and his fingers turned into afterimages on the keyboard, trying to regain control and block the attack traffic that was pouring back like a flood. However, it seemed that there was an invisible hand of God on the other side, accurately controlling every torrent of data. His proud Viper Type 7 hybrid attack script now became a noose to strangle Marriott. You useless bastards! Do you guys deserve my support?
The website is down. Booking is down. Email is down. Even the fucking internal system is almost down. That's your fucking hour? President Sun Wanhao's roar almost blew the roof off.
His face was livid, veins on his neck were throbbing, and the collar of his expensive custom-made suit was torn open, looking awful. He stared at the glaring 404 on the Marriott official website on the screen, and felt that his heart was also 404 at the same time.
Son, President's son, our opponents, are not human.
Viper's voice was tearful, filled with fear of the collapse of faith in technology.
Our attacks were all bounced back. And the amount was increased. I can't find any way to fight back. The firewall is like paper in front of them. He tried to track the ultimate source of the bounced traffic. The IP jumping on the screen was like a ghost. Every time it was located, it pointed to an absurd place such as the Antarctic Research Station or the Mariana Trench and then disappeared in an instant, as if mercilessly mocking his incompetence. Bullshit. If it's not a human, then it must be a ghost?
Sun Wanhao kicked the back of Viper's chair, causing him to stagger along with the chair.
Investigate. Investigate Jean Ding. Investigate that damn Long Yuan. Investigate that bastard Lin. I want to know who is behind this. I want him dead. Immediately. Right now.
At this moment, a manager from the marketing department rushed in, his face as pale as paper. Mr. Sun.
Mr. Sun. It's bad. The internet is going crazy. What the hell happened again?
Sun Wanhao felt that his blood pressure had burst through the top of his head. Jinding Group's official website is not only not down, but they also posted a screenshot of our website being down in the most eye-catching position on the homepage. The manager's voice was shaking, and even added a striking title: Marriott International's technology collapsed, customer information security is in danger?
Jinding always protects your privacy. What? Sun Wanhao's eyes were bloodshot. He rushed to a usable computer and tremblingly entered Jinding's website address. The homepage of Jinding official website is a refreshing blue and white color scheme, and it runs incredibly smoothly.
On the huge carousel advertisement at the top of the homepage, there is a high-definition screenshot, the classic 404 error page of Marriott official website. Next to it is a dazzling large title, and there is a line of small words below: Jinding Hotel Group, using the latest quantum encryption technology concept, your information security is absolutely protected by us. Click to view the details of the Nirvana plan.
Puff.
Sun Wanhao only felt a sweetness in his throat and a fishy smell rushed to his forehead. He swallowed it back, but his vision was already darkening.
Killing people and destroying their hearts. This is a naked killing and destroying their hearts. He was in a state of panic, and his official website had become a laughingstock around the world, but the other party was not only unscathed, but was also using his body to advertise? And what the hell was this quantum encryption technology? Sun Wanhao felt like his lungs were going to explode. Hurry! Contact the media. Where is the PR department? Issue me a statement. Say that we were maliciously attacked. It was Jinding's doing.
Sun Wanhao screamed hysterically.
Mr. Sun. Our official website and official WeChat account are down. We can't send anything.
The PR director cried. Internal communications are down, and the channels for external communication are blocked by our own people. Rebound traffic. This is simply the most frustrating PR crisis in history. Jinding Group, President's office. The atmosphere is completely different from the chaotic Marriott. The huge electronic screen was clearly divided into several areas: a real-time and smooth operation data chart of the Jinding official website, a curve of the stable access of the reservation system, and a small window occupying the corner playing in real-time the chaotic and doomsday-like surveillance footage of Marriott International's technical department obtained from special channels. Su Qingxue stood in front of the screen, and for the first time, a smile of shock and revenge appeared on her cold and beautiful face. That smile was like a thawing glacier, breathtakingly beautiful, yet with a hint of sharpness. She saw with her own eyes how Wanhao went from being an aggressive hunter to being a fleeing prey in just a dozen minutes, and all of this was caused by the young man sitting quietly on the sofa behind her. Lin Feng seemed to have little interest in the battle situation on the screen. He was looking down at a page on a technology news aggregation website called TechBurst on his phone. This website is known for its timely reports and sharp angles, and is quite influential in the technology and financial circles of Jining and even Jiangnan province. At this moment, the discussion on the Marriott official website crash and the quantum encryption of the Jinding official website has dominated the website. With a tap of his fingers, he sent the link and brief introduction of the website to Su Qingxue. Boss Su, Lin Feng raised his head, speaking in a calm tone as if he was discussing what to eat for lunch. How much is the traffic and industry influence of this tech burst worth? Su Qingxue instantly understood what Lin Feng meant. A sharp light flashed in her eyes, and she said without hesitation, if it is a simple acquisition, the premium is 50%, which is about 50 million. But if we wanted to speak out immediately and fully to cooperate with our next move, it may cost more. She estimated the price of a regular commercial acquisition. Lin Feng nodded, as if 50 million was just $5. He picked up his cell phone, dialed a number directly, and pressed the hands-free button. The phone was answered almost immediately, and a middle-aged male voice with obvious flattery and awe came. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin? What do you want? It was Mr. Liu from Bulhui. The shocking gambling game at Lanting in the afternoon and the terrifying legend of the city turning off the lights at night later restored had already made Lin Feng a living devil in his heart who must not be offended. Mr. Liu, please help me make an appointment with the boss of TechBurst. Now. Lin Feng said concisely. Now. Mr. Liu was stunned for a moment, but reacted immediately. Okay. Okay. Mr. Lin, please wait. I'll contact him right away. Even if I have to tie him up, I'll bring him in front of you. Mr. Liu's voice was filled with unquestionable urgency. Less than 3 minutes after the call was hung up, Lin Feng's phone rang again. It was a strange number but one that was filled with extreme tension and respect. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin? My name is Qian Jin, the person in charge of TechBurst. Mr. Liu said you were looking for me? The voice on the other end of the phone was dry and full of uneasiness. Boss Qian, Lin Feng said straight to the point without any greetings. TechBurst, I want it. Name your price. Ah. There was a clear gasp from the other end of the phone, followed by the sound of a chair being knocked over. It was obvious that the other party was stunned by this sudden acquisition. Mr. Lin, our website is currently doing well and we have no plans to sell it. 100 million. Lin Feng's voice was flat as he directly reported a number that made the person on the other end of the phone speechless instantly. Only heavy breathing was heard on the phone. 100 million. This was almost 3 times the market valuation of TechBurst. The huge financial shock made Qian Jin's mind go blank in an instant. Sign the agreement now and the money will be deposited immediately. You will retain 10% of the shares, continue to be the content director, and double your annual salary. Lin Feng's voice was full of unquestionable magic, or, you can refuse. Lin Feng did not mention the consequences of his refusal. But Qian Jin, who was on the other end of the phone, instantly thought of the legend of Lanting, the terrifying power that could instantly turn off the lights in Jining City, and the glaring 404 on Marriott's official website. A chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Deal. Mr. Lin. I'll sell it. I'll come over to sign the agreement right away. Qian Jin's voice was trembling, but full of ecstasy of surviving a disaster and excitement of climbing up to a giant. Rejection? What a joke! This is not an acquisition, it's clearly a golden brick falling from the sky and hitting him. Very good. Bring the official seal and necessary documents and come to Jinding Group. Lin Feng gave an address and hung up the phone directly. The whole process was smooth and there was no nonsense. Su Qingxue listened to the whole process. Even though she was mentally prepared, her heart still beat a few times. 100 million. Acquiring a website that is not a core asset but just a platform for public opinion. This kind of courage, or in other words, this kind of willfulness that regards money as a pure number and tool, made her once again deeply realize the weight of the word super rich. Lin Feng put down his phone and looked at Su Qingxue with a cold smile on his face. It is safer to hold the position of public opinion in your own hands. President Su, are you ready for the first bullet of the Nirvana plan? How does it feel to use Marriott's own corpse as a stepping stone? Su Qingxue took a deep breath, straightened her back, and the fire in her eyes burned even more fiercely. Everything is ready, just waiting for the gunshot. From now on, Jinding's counterattack will completely turn into the most fierce offensive. And Wan Hao's nightmare has just begun. Ding! Spend 100 million to acquire high-quality media assets TechBurst, and achieve the Control the Mouthpiece achievement. Reward points 1,000 points. Ding! Successfully resolved the crisis of the affiliated company and launched a fierce counterattack, and the achievement of decisive killing was achieved. Reward points, 500 points. Current points balance, 5,370 points. Daily quota refresh 50 million, remaining quota is 25 million. Part of the funds for the acquisition of the website will be paid from Longyuan Capital account and will not affect personal quota. Chapter 28, The Fangs of Capital, The Beginning of Devouring. In the brightly lit conference room of the Jinding Group, the atmosphere was solemn and exciting. On the huge projection screen, several core instructions were clearly listed. TechBurst, the homepage headlines, app pop-up push notifications, and official account matrix all focus on the Marriott official website crash incident, digging deep into its pain points of lack of technical capabilities and huge security risks to customer information. Jinding official website official microblog continuously publish technology comparisons soft articles, highlighting Jinding's comprehensive technology upgrade after Long Yuan Capital's investment and information security has reached a new industry benchmark quantum encryption concept. Offline channels, all Jinding affiliated hotel front desk and lobby advertising screens scroll through carefully edited comparison videos Marriott's 404 crash screen versus Jinding's smooth booking experience. Customer care, a security notice was sent to all Jinding members and recent booking customers, emphasizing Jinding's emphasis on information security, and attached a small, no-threshold coupon as a reassurance. Su Qingxue stood in the main seat, like a female marshal about to go on an expedition, with a cold and penetrating voice, clearly deploying the details of the first step of the Nirvana plan to each department head. Her instructions were crisp and logical, and she made full use of the excellent opportunity created by Linfeng, the technical collapse tragedy that Marriott brought upon itself. PR department, I want to see at least 5 mainstream financial media and 10 local portals follow up and report on Marriott's technological disaster tomorrow morning. Emphasize the blow to consumer trust. Marketing department, hurry up and make the comparison advertisement for me. I want to cover all offline channels that Jinding can reach before 12 o'clock tonight. Online channels should also be launched at the same time. Operations department, we must appease our customers. The discount coupons can be bigger. Now is not the time to be stingy. We need to take back all the panicked customers that Marriott has lost. Technical department, Su Qingxue looked at the technical director who was still a little dazed after just experiencing a miraculous defensive battle. Your first priority now is to defend it for me. Make sure it is watertight. At the same time, cooperate with the marketing department to tell our technical upgrade story in a more beautiful way. Do you understand? Understood. President Su. The technical director suddenly shuddered, straightened his chest and answered loudly, his eyes filled with unprecedented confidence and enthusiasm. With Mr. Lin's mysterious means in charge, he felt that he could defend the Milky Way. The meeting was conducted efficiently. Everyone was like a wound-up spring, because everyone understood that this was a counterattack that concerned the survival of Jinding and their own future and destiny. Behind them stood the mysterious Mr. Lin, who could collapse Marriott's technical department with a wave of his hand and spend billions of dollars to buy the public opinion position. Just as the meeting was coming to an end and all instructions had been made clear, there was a gentle knock on the meeting room door. Tianjin pushed the door open and walked in, followed by a middle-aged man in a suit and tie who was sweating profusely, holding a briefcase tightly in his hand, and looking nervous yet extremely excited. It was Chen Jin, the boss of TechBurst. Mr. Lin. Mr. Su. I brought the agreement. I brought the official seal too. Shen Jin's voice was a little distorted due to excitement. He drove all the way here, and in his mind he was repeatedly confirming whether the dizzying 100 million yuan that had just arrived in his bank card was real. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Tianjin stepped forward, took the document from Chen Jin, glanced at it quickly, and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't even look at the specific terms for an acquisition of this level. Details were meaningless in the face of absolute power and money. He turned directly to the last page, picked up a pen, signed his name in the party A position with great fanfare, and then handed it back to Chen Jin. Chen Jin signed his name in the party B position with trembling hands, almost reverently, then took out the official seal, dipped it in ink, and stamped it down forcefully. With a light pop, the acquisition agreement officially came into effect. Director Qian, Lin Feng looked at Chen Jin, changed his address, and directly gave him a new position. I want to see the first headline of TechBurst within 5 minutes. Yes. Mr. Lin. No. Mr. Lin. President Su. Don't worry. I will personally supervise it immediately. I will ensure that Marriott's glorious deeds will spread all over the internet. Chen Jin immediately got into the role, and his face instantly switched to the excited state of a professional media person. He didn't even have time to wipe the sweat off his face, and immediately took out his mobile phone and began to issue instructions frantically. 5 minutes later. On the homepage of TechBurst, in the most eye-catching headline position, a long article with sharp wording and detailed evidence with multiple screenshots of the Marriott official website crash and a timeline of the technical paralysis was released. Title: Marriott International suffered an epic technical crash. The official website, reservation and email systems were completely paralyzed for more than an hour. Is customer information security at risk? The article not only details the disaster process, but also quotes the analysis of several anonymous technical experts, pointing out Marriott's outdated technical architecture, insufficient security investment, and management's disregard for customer privacy.
At the end of the article, it even throws out a soul-searching question: would you dare to stay in such a hotel group? Is your information still safe?
At the same time, TechBurst's official Weibo, WeChat public account, and app pop-up push notifications were all in full swing, instantly pushing this news to the forefront.
Marriott International Headquarters. Sun Wanhao looked at the tablet that his assistant had just handed over. On it was the TechBurst headline article that was as sharp as a knife, and the mocking, questioning, and panic comments that flooded in like a tide. His last bit of luck was completely shattered. Lin Feng, Su Qingxue, you were so cruel. Sun Wanhao's teeth were clattering, and his eyes were bloodshot. He knew that the collapse of technology was just the beginning, and the strangulation of public opinion was the most fatal. Stock price. He suddenly thought of something, rushed to the computer, and opened the stock market quotation software. On the screen, the stock chart of Marriott International WHGJ can no longer be described as diving, it is almost a free fall. The stock price had already fallen slightly at the opening due to the failure of the acquisition of Jinding. At this moment, under the impact of TechBurst's headline article that triggered public opinion and the fermentation of the entire network, the stock price was like being hit hard by an invisible giant hand. 5%. 8%. 12%. In just over 10 minutes, the decline widened rapidly. Selling orders surged, buying orders were few and far between, and panic spread like a plague. The market value was like an ice cream in the hot sun, melting rapidly. Every penny that evaporated was like cutting into Sun Wanhao's heart. Hold on. Hold on to the stock price. Use the reserve fund. Buy back. Buy back immediately. Sun Wanhao roared at the trader on the other end of the phone, his voice hoarse. However, once panic formed, especially under the negative impact of technological collapse and risk of customer information leakage that shook the foundation of the company, the repurchase funds of tens of millions of yuan were thrown in, but not even a decent splash was made, and they were instantly swallowed up by the surging selling. The stock price still plunged downward without hesitation. 15%. The limit down is just around the corner. It's over. It's all over. Sun Wanhao slumped down in his boss chair, his face ashen. He knew that this was just the beginning. Tomorrow, all the front pages of major financial media will be about Wanhao's scandal. The stock price will probably continue to fall. Banks will withdraw loans. Partners will waver. A vicious cycle abyss is opening its huge mouth to him. At this moment, another dedicated phone on his desk rang shrilly. It was from his biggest backer, the vice president of Hongsheng Capital, who was in charge of this matter. Sun Wanhao grabbed the phone tremblingly as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Zhang? Mr. Zhang. Save me. Jinding. Save you? A bone-chilling, furious voice came from the other end of the line. Sun Wanhao. You idiot. Look at what you've done. We've been setting up this scheme for so long, and we were about to take over the golden tripod, but not only did you let someone take away the cooked duck, you also made yourself a laughingstock around the world. The stock price plummeted. The technology collapsed. Now even TechBurst has turned against us? Do you know how much this has cost us? Mr. Zhang. It's that Lin Feng. He's the one who did it. I don't care who did this. The other party interrupted him rudely. You clean up this mess right now. Right now. Stabilize the stock price. Suppress public opinion. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Hongsheng will no longer clean up the mess for you, a piece of trash. Bang. The phone was hung up. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Sun Wanhao's last hope was shattered. A cold despair completely overwhelmed him. He seemed to see the shareholders forcing him to abdicate, the bank's debt collection letter, and the end of everyone pushing down the wall. Jinding Group, President's office. Lin Feng and Su Qingxue stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the dazzling night scene of Jinning. Su Qingxue's phone kept sending reports. Mr. Su. TechBurst is trending on the headlines. #1 on the internet. Boss Su. Marriott stock price plummeted 15%. It's close to the limit. Mr. Su. The number of bookings on our official website has increased by 30%. Most of them are from Marriott's frequent travelers.
There was not much excitement on her face, only a kind of cold satisfaction of revenge and control over the overall situation. She turned her head slightly and looked at Lin Feng beside her. The neon lights outside the window cast changing light and shadows on his calm face. His deep eyes reflected the lights of the entire city, as if everything was under control.
Mr. Lin, the next step, Su Qingshua's voice was filled with a hint of barely perceptible excitement. Should we go and visit our dear Hongqing capital? They seem very anxious. Lin Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a cold and playful smile. Urgent? Then let them be more anxious.
When the market opens tomorrow, let Tiezhen and the others make a move.
Su Qingxue understood.
The fangs of the financial market were about to show their most ferocious side under the will of Longyuan capital.
Marriott was just an appetizer.
The real prey Hongqing capital, and the greater forces behind it, were Lin Feng's target. Lin Feng's eyes were cast towards the brightly lit financial district in the distance, where the headquarters of Hongqing capital was located. He gently stroked the screen of his mobile phone, which had just received a message. Account changes, successfully purchased 3.7% of Marriott International WHGJ's outstanding shares, becoming its sixth largest shareholder held by an anonymous proxy.
This is just the beginning.
The bloody feast of capital has just served the first course.
The wealthy, who hold unlimited ammunition, will be the most terrifying predator in this feast. Ding!
Successfully used capital means to attack the opponent Marriott International, and the financial Fong achievement was achieved.
Reward points 800 points. Ding!
The reputation of the affiliated company Jinning Group has been greatly improved, and the turning stone into gold achievement advanced has been achieved.
1,000 points of reward. Current points balance, 7,170 points.
It has been detected that the host's influence and the scale of assets under his control have increased significantly, and the monthly quota has been automatically increased to 100 million month. The new quota will be refreshed at midnight. The cold system prompt sound echoed in Lin Feng's mind, like a victory drum. This conquest dominated by money and power was advancing unstoppably towards a more ambitious goal.
Chapter 29 Swallowing Marriott, a gluttonous feast.
Jinning Financial Center, the top floor of Marriott International's headquarters building, is now a dead silent and desperate place.
Sun Wanhao slumped in the large leather boss chair, staring at the intricate crystal chandelier on the ceiling with empty eyes.
On the screen, the stock price chart of Marriott International WHGJ showed a green free fall line that had hit the limit down without any suspense, like a cold tombstone, announcing the end of an era.
20%. Limit down.
The huge amount of sell orders was like a flood that broke through the dam, firmly locked at the limit price. His last attempt to buy back the funds to support the market was swallowed up in an instant without even a wave. The phone had stopped ringing long ago, and no one called in.
Shareholders? They were probably frantically selling or preparing to force the emperor to abdicate. Banks? The debt collection letter was probably on the way. Hongqing capital?
That cold phone call had already made its attitude clear, abandoning the pawn. The office door was roughly pushed open, and several directors who were usually respectful to him rushed in with undisguised anger and anxiety on their faces.
Mr. Sun, the stock price has hit the limit down. What should I do? We spent all our reserve funds on it. And not even a splash. What did Hongqing say?
They can't just stand by and watch someone die.
Sun Wanhao, you must give an explanation. Wanhao didn't get the golden tripod, but he has to pay for it. All of our wealth is in it.
The accusations in panic were like countless needles piercing Sun Wanhao's nerves.
He raised his head suddenly, and his bloodshot eyes shot out a fierce light like a beast. Confess? What do you want to confess? It's that Lin Feng. It's that bitch Su Qingxue. They are the ones who did it. If you have the guts, go and catch them. Lin Feng? Su Qingxue?
A director sneered. What's the point of saying this now?
Stock price. Market value. Our money. Sun Wanhao, Hongqing has given up on us. You must come up with a solution immediately. Otherwise, we can only hold an interim board meeting and initiate emergency procedures.
The words emergency procedure were like a cold dagger, piercing Sun Wanhao's last line of defense. Initiating the emergency procedure meant dismissing him as president, which meant that Sun Wanhao would completely lose everything.
No. No. I still have a way. I still have.
Sun Wanhao spoke incoherently, his eyes frantically looking around the office, as if he was trying to grasp the last straw. Suddenly, his eyes were fixed on the half-opened bottle of expensive foreign wine next to his desk, and a crazy and desperate idea instantly seized him. He staggered over, grabbed the bottle, and drank it straight from the bottle. The pungent liquid burned his throat and stomach like fire, but it brought a numbing pleasure. 1 bottle, 2 bottles. He tried to use alcohol to numb the bone-biting fear and cold despair. The directors looked at the crazy Sun Wanhao with only contempt and indifference on their faces. No one spoke anymore, but quietly left the office filled with the smell of failure and alcohol. They knew that this hotel tycoon who once called the shots in Jinning was finished. At the same time, on the top floor of the Jinning Group, in a temporarily converted operations command room with a very high security level, the atmosphere was completely different from the dead silence of Marriott, filled with the cold rhythm of efficient operation. The huge screen was divided into more than a dozen areas: Marriott International's real-time stock price and in-depth trading data, Jinding's official website and its hotel's booking data soaring chart, TechBurst and other media platforms' public opinion heat monitoring, and an encrypted financial transaction terminal interface. Lin Feng sat in front of the central command desk, his expression as calm as water. On the trading terminal screen in front of him, the numbers were jumping at an astonishing speed. Su Qingxue stood beside him, looking at the operation record representing the seat of Longyuan Capital on the screen. Even though she was used to seeing big storms, her heart couldn't help but beat wildly at this moment. 945, 120 million yuan was used to place a large number of buy orders at the price limit 20% to take over the panic selling. 5.8% of the outstanding shares were instantly bought. 10:10, Marriott's stock price briefly opened the limit down, rebounded to 15% due to a huge amount of buy orders, attracting some bargain hunting funds and stop-loss orders. 10:15, 11:30, Lin Feng's operation seat is like a ghost. Sometimes he would place small orders to create panic using some of the chips he bought at a low price and suppress the stock price back to the limit price. Sometimes he would place a huge amount of buy orders at the limit price, like a gluttonous mouth, greedily devouring all the chips that dared to be sold. Every operation was precisely stepped on the emotional note of the market, using panic and greed to suppress the stock price at a low level, and at the same time frantically buying. 11:30 midday closing, Marriott International stock price closed at the limit down 20%. Longyuan Capital's trading records show that it has purchased 17.3% of Marriott International's outstanding shares. It cost about 850 million. In addition to the 3.7% purchased anonymously yesterday, the total shareholding ratio has reached an astonishing 21%. It has surpassed Hongsheng Capital 18% and become Marriott International's largest shareholder undisclosed. During the lunch break, the entire financial market was shocked by Marriott's tragic scene. The stock price plummeted continuously, and the market value evaporated by nearly half. The mysterious seat that was frantically buying stocks at the limit down price triggered countless speculations and panic. Who was it? Who had such terrifying financial resources and courage to make money in the abyss? Su Qingxue looked at the cold 21% shareholding ratio on the screen, and her breathing became a little rapid. 21%. This means that Lin Feng already has the absolute right to speak on Marriott International. And he completed all this in just a few hours. It cost nearly 1 billion. This is simply a textbook level taking advantage of your illness to kill you capital predation. Mr. Lin. Su Qingxue's voice was filled with a trace of awe that she herself did not realize. 21%. We are already Marriott's largest shareholder. Next. Lin Feng's eyes were still fixed on the trading terminal, his fingers tapping the tabletop, as if he was waiting for something. He did not answer Su Qingxue, but whispered to the anvil beside him, "Contact Hongsheng Capital and tell them that Marriott's major shareholder wants to talk to them. I will visit Hongsheng in person at 1:30 p.m. Tizhansen took the order and left. Su Qingxue's heart was shocked. Visiting Hongsheng? At this time? With the record of having just swallowed up 21% of Marriott's shares? This was not a visit at all, it was clearly a naked demonstration and declaration of war. They were going to drag Hongsheng Capital down completely. She seemed to have seen the furious face of Mr. Zhang from Hongsheng. At this moment, the door of the command room was knocked urgently, and an assistant in charge of information monitoring pushed the door in with a strange look on his face. "Mr. Lin, President Su, Marriott International, just received urgent news." Sun Wanhao, he. What's wrong with him? Su Qingxue frowned. He was in the office, drank too much, and suffered a massive myocardial infarction. Just now, he's gone. The assistant's voice contained a hint of sadness, but more of a calmness that was none of his business.
Sun Wanhao, dead? Su Qingxue was slightly startled, and then a complex emotion surged in her heart.
There was the pleasure of killing her enemy, and also a bit of grief for the death of the rabbit. This man who once dominated Jean Ning and almost pushed her into a desperate situation ended his life in such an embarrassing and desperate way. His greed, his arrogance, he provoked the existence that he should not have provoked. All of this came to a bloody end with his death. She subconsciously looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's face did not show any fluctuations, as if he had just heard a trivial piece of news. He did not even take his eyes away from the trading terminal, but simply said, "Got it."
The tone was chillingly calm.
Su Qingxue looked at Lin Feng's calm face, and a chill crept up her spine. This man's mind was harder and more, colder than she had imagined. In his eyes, Sun Wanhao might have always been just a chess piece, an obstacle, or even, not even an opponent. His failure and death could not cause a ripple on Lin Feng's huge chessboard. Lin Feng's eyes swept across the stock price of Marriott International on the screen, which was stuck at the limit down.
The corners of his mouth finally raised a cold arc. It's better to die. It won't get in the way. Mr. Su, get ready.
In the afternoon, we will go to meet our old friend from Hongsheng Capital. His finger gently slid across the Hongsheng Capital logo on the screen, like the Grim Reaper leaving a mark on the roster.
Marriott's swallowing was just an appetizer.
The real prey in this capital feast had just been served.
Ding!
Successfully completed the acquisition of Marriott International WHGJ for a controlling stake 21% and achieved the whale swallowing achievement.
2,000 bonus points. Ding!
The target person Sun Wanhao died indirectly due to the host's actions in line with the decisive killing setting, and the invisible deterrence achievement was achieved.
500 points of bonus points. Current points balance, 9,670 points. Monthly quota refresh 100 million, the remaining quota is 100 million. The funds for controlling Marriott are paid out from Longyuan Capital account and do not affect personal quota. The cold system prompt added a cold footnote to this bloody capital feast. Chapter 30, Dragon Abyss appears, Thunder of Grandeur. 1:30 p.m. Hongsheng Capital Building, the core CBD of Jining City. This skyscraper with glass curtain walls and sharp shape is one of the landmarks of Jining and even the entire Jiangnan financial community.
It symbolizes wealth, power, and unfathomable energy. However, today, on the top floor of the building, in the CEO's office, which symbolizes the highest power of Hongsheng Capital, the atmosphere is as depressing as the dead silence before a storm.
Trash. A bunch of trash.
The priceless blue and white porcelain vase from the Ming Dynasty Jiajing period was smashed to the ground and shattered instantly.
Fragments flew everywhere.
Zhang Hong, the vice president of Hongsheng Capital, a man in his 50s with meticulously combed hair but a distorted face at the moment, was roaring into the phone, his voice hoarse, veins throbbing on his forehead.
One Lin Feng. One Su Qingxue. Two bastards who jumped out from nowhere. They actually swallowed up Wanhao? And they became the largest shareholder? What the hell do you do for a living? That idiot Sun Wanhao is dead, so what? But why should we, Hongsheng, shoulder the mess he left behind? The stock price has hit the limit down. The market value has evaporated by half. The stocks in our hands have become worthless. And we still have to face the visit of that lunatic? Fuck.
The person on the other end of the phone was obviously explaining something carefully, but Zhang Hong couldn't listen at all. He slammed the phone to the ground.
Visit?
I'll visit his grandmother. Zhang Hong panted heavily, pacing back and forth like a trapped beast. His expensive Italian handmade leather shoes made a dull sound as they stepped on the precious Persian carpet.
Investigate. Use all your connections. Dig deep into the ground to find out the details of this Lin Feng. Where did he get the money? Who's behind him? Longyuan Capital? Find out where Longyuan came from. Now. Right now.
Several of his core staff members were silent, not daring to speak. They had never seen Mr. Zhang, who was known for his shrewdness and cunning tactics, lose his composure like this. Marriott's collapse came too fast and too violently, and Lin Feng's move was so ruthless and accurate that it was frightening. He did not play by the rules at all, and caught everyone off guard.
Mr. Zhang.
A senior analyst wearing glasses said with a stiff face, at present, there is very little information about Lin Feng. We only know that he suddenly appeared in Jining a few days ago and spent 200 million cash to buy Tianzi No. 1 at the Lanting Club.
That night, something inexplicable seemed to have happened, causing a brief power outage in the area where Lanting was located. After that, he took over Jinding and teamed up with Su Qingxue. Then there was today's attack on Marriott. As for Longyuan Capital, the registration information is extremely simple, and the source of funds cannot be found, as if it appeared out of thin air.
Can't find out?
Bullshit. Can money just fall from the sky?
Zhang Hong turned around abruptly, his sharp eyes scraping across the analyst's face like a knife. Contact overseas for me.
Find the top business intelligence agency. No matter how much it costs. I want to find out every ancestor of Lin Feng for me.
Yes, the analyst was sweating profusely. At this moment, Zhang Hong's secretary pushed the door open in a panic, his voice trembling. Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang, the front desk reports that Mr. Lin Feng and Ms. Su Qingxue have arrived. They are in the lobby downstairs.
Here we come.
Zhang Hong's body froze instantly, and the rage on his face faded like a tide, replaced by an extreme gloom and solemnity. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. To be able to sit in this position in Hongsheng, he is definitely not an ordinary person.
Just the two of them?
Zhang Hong's voice returned to its coldness. There are 2 more followers who look very difficult to deal with, the secretary added.
Oh. Good.
Very good. Zhang Hong's eyes flashed coldly. He straightened his tie that was pulled crooked by himself and tried to restore his usual control.
Please ask them to come up. Directly to my office. I want to see how brave this wild dog that crossed the river is. The secretary quickly left to make arrangements.
Zhang Hong walked to the huge French window, overlooking the prosperous Jining city below, his eyes flickering. Lin Feng, Long Yuan, no matter where you come from, if you want to run wild on Hongxing's territory, you must be prepared to be torn to pieces.
A few minutes later,
the heavy wooden door of Hongxing's president's office was pushed open silently. Lin Feng walked in first. He was still wearing the same casual clothes, but at this moment, he seemed to be carrying an invisible pressure like a huge army. He looked calm, and his eyes casually swept across this luxuriously decorated office full of money and power, and finally fell on the back of the person pretending to be calm in front of the window, with a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth. Su Qingxue followed closely behind, wearing a neatly tailored black business suit, with no expression on her cold and beautiful face, and her eyes were as sharp as ice. After experiencing the blood and fire baptism of Jinding Rebirth and Marriott swallowing, her aura of a strong woman became more condensed, and she was not afraid of a giant like Hongsheng. Behind them, the anvil and the wrench stood like 2 silent iron towers, guarding the door on the left and right, their eyes indifferent, but emitting a cold aura that kept strangers away. Their existence itself was a silent deterrent. Zhang Hong turned around slowly and forced a formulaic yet ice-cold fake smile on his face. Mr. Lin, Mr. Su, I've long heard of your names.
It's true, seeing is believing. I wonder what brings you here uninvited today. He deliberately emphasized the 4 words uninvited.
Lin Feng ignored the sting in Zhang Hong's words. He walked straight to the huge mahogany conference table in the middle of the office, pulled out a chair opposite the main seat, and sat down casually, as relaxed as if he were at home.
Su Qingxue stood beside him, like his most loyal deputy. Mr. Zhang, there's no need to be polite.
Lin Feng got straight to the point, his voice was calm but carried an unquestionable power. You and I both know exactly what the current situation of Marriott International is.
I'm here today to discuss only one thing.
He leaned forward slightly, his eyes fixed on Zhang Hong as if they were real. I, Longyuan Capital, want all the 18% of Marriott shares held by Hongsheng.
Name your price. Boom.
Although they were mentally prepared, when Lin Feng so blatantly and domineeringly proposed to acquire the Marriott shares held by Hongsheng, Zhang Hong and his staff still felt a chill from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. This was no longer a slap in the face, this was a direct step on the face. It was a complete disregard and contempt.
Lin Feng. The fake smile on Zhang Hong's face disappeared instantly, replaced by rage and ferocity. Who do you think you are?
This is Hongsheng. This is not a place where you can act wildly.
Marriott's shares?
You're dreaming. Even if they rot in Hongxing's hands, it's not your turn to take advantage of them.
Getting a bargain?
Lin Feng chuckled, as if he had heard some funny joke.
Mr. Zhang, you know better than me what Marriott's stock price is now. The 18% stake is not much more valuable than waste paper on Hongxing's books.
Keeping it will only drag down Hongxing's financial report and bring more trouble and doubts. His fingers tapped the tabletop lightly, making a crisp sound, like the beat of a life-threatening drum. and I am willing to help Hongxing solve this problem at a reasonable price.
This is a win-win situation. Win-win?
Zhang Hong laughed in anger. Mr. Lin, stop pretending to be so high and mighty here.
Isn't it because of you that Marriott has become like this? You want to buy it at a low price now? I tell you, no way.
I, Hongxing Capital, am not afraid of threats.
You want shares of Marriott?
Sure. 3 times the market price.
A penny less.
He quoted an impossible sky-high price, purely for the purpose of humiliating and rejecting.
The atmosphere in the office instantly dropped to freezing point.
Several executives of Hongxing held their breath and looked at Lin Feng nervously. They knew that Mr. Zhang was just trying to hold on, betting that Lin Feng would not dare to completely break up with him on Hongxing's territory.
The smile on Lin Feng's face slowly faded.
He looked at Zhang Hong's face, which was distorted by anger and bravado, and his eyes gradually became colder, like a cold current in Siberia.
Zhang Hong.
Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard in every corner of the office, with a kind of heart-pounding calmness. Do you think that the Hongxing building is very solid?
Zhang Hong was stunned and didn't understand what Lin Feng meant.
Lin Feng did not look at him again, but tilted his head slightly, and said a few words to the air, or to some invisible existence, cool down the server room of Hongxing. By the way, take a look at all the historical operation logs of their core trading system in the past 3 months to see if there are any interesting discoveries. No need to copy, just clear the access traces directly.
The moment the words fell,
the lights of the entire Hongxing Capital building flickered very slightly without any warning. Then, the green indicator light embedded in the wall of the top floor office, which represented the stable operation of the core system of the entire Hongxing Capital, suddenly turned into a dazzling red without any warning. A sharp and short alarm sounded in a core area deep in the floor that was absolutely confidential, and was immediately forcibly extinguished.
What's going on?
The technical director behind Zhang Hong's face changed drastically.
He suddenly took out his cell phone and dialed with trembling fingers. Hello? Computer room? What happened?
The room supervisor's voice was horrified and changed from the other end of the line. No.
I don't know.
The temperature of all core servers suddenly soared abnormally.
The highest level overheating alarm was triggered.
The backup cooling system was locked for unknown reasons and cannot be started.
We are manually cooling it physically. Data is at risk of being lost. And
the security team reported.
The core transaction database. It seems
to have been scanned by unknown permissions.
The source cannot be traced. No data was copied. But the access records were cleared. Can't find out who did it.
The technical director's phone fell to the ground with a click. He looked at Zhang Hong with a pale face, his lips trembling, unable to say a word. The whole office was dead silent. Everyone felt a chill running from the coccyx to the top of their head.
Silently. How could the other party instantly hack into the core server room and transaction database of Hongxing Capital? And could they precisely control the temperature, lock the backup cooling system, and scan and clear the access records?
This was simply a magical method. This was beyond their understanding of the word hacker.
The blood on Zhang Hong's face instantly faded away.
He stared at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with unprecedented fear.
He finally understood what Lin Feng meant by, "Is the Hongxing building very solid?"
The other party didn't need to use force at all. Just move his fingers to stop the financial heart that Hongxing relied on for survival. Even dig up those historical operations that were not allowed to see the light.
Cold sweat poured down Zhang Hong's forehead and back like a waterfall, soaking his expensive shirt in an instant.
He felt his calves trembling. The rage and toughness just now seemed so ridiculous and pale at this moment. Lin Feng stood up slowly and looked down at the trembling Zhang Hong with an indifferent look as if he was looking down at an ant.
"Mr. Zhang, what do you think of my proposal?"
His voice was still calm, but it sounded like a cold wind in Zhang Hong's ears.
"My time is precious. You have 1 minute. 1 minute." The countdown to death was beating wildly in Zhang Hong's heart.
Su Qingxue looked at the dramatic scene in front of her, and saw the financial tycoon who was so arrogant a few minutes ago trembling like a lamb to be slaughtered. She felt an indescribable awe and a sense of belonging towards Lin Feng's unfathomable power. Following such an existence, it is called truly looking down on the world.
I'll sell it."
Zhang Hong's voice was hoarse and dry, full of humiliation and fear, as if he had used up all his strength to squeeze out these two words, just, at the market price.
He gave in completely. What do you mean by 3 times? It's good enough to save my life.
Very good. Lin Feng's face reappeared that faint but chilling smile. He glanced at the screen of his mobile phone, which showed that Marriott International's stock price was still at the limit down.
Boss Su, I'll leave the rest to you,
Lin Feng said to Su Qingxue. He naturally didn't need to do the specific operation of acquiring shares himself.
Yes, Mr. Lin.
Su Qingxue nodded in response, her voice cold and powerful. She knew that from this moment on, Marriott International would completely become a fish on the chopping board of Longyuan Capital. And Hongsheng Capital, this once invincible behemoth, also revealed its weak nature for the first time in front of Longyuan, the fierce dragon crossing the river. Lin Feng no longer looked at Zheng Hong, whose face looked as pale as death. He turned around, took Su Qingxue, the anvil and the wrench, and calmly left this office, which symbolized the highest power of Hongsheng but was now filled with shame and fear. Behind him, there was only Zhang Hong, who was slumped in his chair and seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant, and a group of Hongsheng executives who were silent as if they had experienced a nightmare. Tiezhen took a step back and stopped at the door. He turned around and gave a simple but cold smile to the distraught Zhang Hong, and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Mr. Zhang, my boss asked me to remind you, this building looks solid, but if the foundation is not clean, it will collapse very quickly. Please take care of yourself. After saying that, he strode up to follow Lin Feng's back. Zhang Hong's whole body trembled violently, and his pupils suddenly contracted.
The foundation is not clean?
He instantly thought of the transaction records that had been scanned. A chill deeper than before instantly froze him completely. The fangs of Long Yuan were truly revealed to Hong Sheng for the first time, bringing not only physical pain, but also deep fear. Zhang Hong knew that from today on, a sword of Damocles named Lin Feng would always hang over Hong Sheng's head.
Ding!
Successfully deterred and reached a deal acquired Hongsheng shares in Marriott, and they knocked the mountain to shock the tiger. Achievement was achieved.
Reward points 1,500 points. Ding!
The strength of Longyuan Capital has been initially revealed, and the achievement of initial display of power has been achieved.
500 points of reward. Current points balance, 11,670 points.
It has been detected that the host's asset scale and influence have increased again, and the monthly quota has been automatically increased to 300 million month. The new quota will be refreshed at midnight. System prompt: when the points exceed 10,000, the preview rights of the intermediate mall will be unlocked. The detailed list needs to consume points to activate and view. The cold system sound echoed in the dead silence of the top floor of Hongsheng building as Lin Feng left. A more ferocious capital giant has raised its cold head and overlooked the hunting ground called Jinning. The real conquest has just begun. Chapter 31, The Wind Rises in the South, The Banquet at Hongmen. In Jinning, shrouded in the darkness of night, the lights of thousands of homes cast a shadow on the surging undercurrent. The humiliation suffered by the top management of Hongsheng Capital has not yet dissipated, and a deeper vortex is brewing. On the top floor of Jinning Group, the lights in Longyuan Capital's temporary operations room stayed on all night, but the atmosphere had changed. Marriott International's 68% stake was firmly in their hands, like a huge piece of fat that had just been swallowed and needed to be digested and integrated. The huge influx of funds and the details of the asset delivery made Su Qingxue and her carefully selected financial team, who had just been called back from a short break from the intense battle, fall into high-speed operation. The screen was no longer a real-time battle interface, but a dense stream of data and acquisition integration progress bars.
But beneath this calm appearance, a greater pressure was quietly descending. The confidential internal line in front of Su Qingxue rang.
She glanced at the caller ID, frowned slightly, and quickly picked up the phone. A slightly old but very majestic voice came from the other end of the phone. It was Mr. Zhao, the Secretary General of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce and a veteran of the Jinning Chamber of Commerce. He had some friendship with Su Qingxue's late father.
Qingxue.
Mr. Zhao's voice was calm and composed, with no emotion or joy. The Wanhao incident caused a lot of noise. Uncle Zhao, Su Qingxue said respectfully, but with a hint of distance. In the business world, competition is the survival of the fittest, so some accidents are inevitable. Jin Ding is also defending its own living space.
Haha, living space?
Mr. Zhao chuckled with a subtle knock. It's good for young people to be aggressive. But in Jiangnan, the plate is so small, and one move can affect the whole body. Hongsheng just called me and expressed deep concern and confusion about this. Mr. Lin and Longyuan Capital, who suddenly appeared. After all, Sun Wanhao of Wanhao is also an old face of our Chamber of Commerce. It's been less than a day, and he is gone, and the property has changed hands. It's too fast, so fast that it makes people scared. Su Qingxue sneered in her heart. Hongsheng had just been blackmailed by Lin Feng, and now he went to the Chamber of Commerce to complain? It seems that Zhang Hong's invitation failed to completely kill his fluke. She said in a deep voice, "Uncle Zhao, business behavior is subject to laws and rules. Sun Wanhao's incident was an accident. We deeply regret it, but it has nothing to do with this matter. As for the change of ownership of Wanhao, it was the choice of the market, legal and compliant. Mr. Zhang of Hongsheng may have some deviations in his understanding of market rules." There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, and Mr. Zhao's voice seemed to be a little deeper. Rules are everyone's rules. Mr. Lin's methods are too sharp, which makes many people feel uneasy. How about this? The day after tomorrow night, it happens to be our Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce's quarterly routine tea tasting party at the Tingfeng Pavilion, Yaiyuan. Mr. Lin and you, as the hottest new upstarts in Jinning's business community today, the Chamber of Commerce will naturally do its best to be the host. By then, several heavyweight vice presidents of the Chamber of Commerce and President Zhou Zhanglin will want to meet the two young talents. Mr. Zhang from Hongsheng will also be there, which is also a chance to be frank. What do you think? Tea tasting party? Su Qingxue's heart was alarmed. This is clearly a carefully prepared Hongmen banquet. Zhou Zhanglin, the president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, is a veteran tycoon who has been rooted in Jiangnan for decades and has a complex relationship. His influence far exceeds that of Hongsheng, and he has a close relationship with the forces behind Hongsheng. Zhang Hong suffered a loss, and this is going to use the Chamber of Commerce as a big tree to put pressure. Uncle Zhao, Mr. Lin's schedule is uncertain, I need to ask for instructions. Su Qingxue did not agree immediately. Haha, no problem. The Chamber of Commerce sincerely invites you, and we look forward to hearing from you. Mr. Lin and you, please do me the honor of coming. Some things are better said face to face than with undercurrents underneath, right? After Mr. Zhao finished speaking, he hung up the phone, but the irresistible pressure in his words was as real as substance. Su Qingxue put down the phone, her face solemn. She immediately found Lin Feng, who was looking at a tablet in the corner, and whispered to him the call from Mr. Zhao and the invitation to the tea tasting party word for word, especially emphasizing the identity and background of President Zhou Zhanglin and the strong threat behind this invitation. Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce? Zhou Zhanglin? Lin Feng put down the tablet, his eyes flashing with a hint of understanding and a hint of mockery. Zhang Hong really is not giving up. This tea tasting party is probably a dangerous place, right? It's definitely a Hongmen banquet. Su Qingxue said with certainty, Zhou Zhanglin represents the most traditional and exclusive capital force in Jiangnan. They are used to defining their own circles, and outsiders who want to squeeze in or disrupt the situation will inevitably be suppressed by the joint efforts. Hongsheng has a lot of weight in his circle, and the way we rose was so overbearing and fierce, it must be seen as a thorn in the eye. I'm afraid that there will be a pack of wolves surrounding us, making things difficult, using tricks, forcing us, and even using the combined influence of the Chamber of Commerce within the legal scope to encircle and restrain us. Encirclement and suppression? Lin Feng raised a cold arc at the corner of his mouth. That's perfect. If we don't muddy the water, how can we know what monsters are hiding underneath? We have to wade into this muddy water ourselves. His fingers unconsciously tapped the edge of the tablet, and a barely perceptible gleam flashed in his eyes. All right. I also want to see how strong this so-called Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce is, and whether it is qualified to stand on the other side of the chessboard. The strong confidence and condescending attitude revealed in these words made Su Qingxue's tense nerves inexplicably calm down. She was about to discuss the details of the banquet, but Lin Feng's eyes fell back on the tablet in his hand, and his brows were slightly frowned. Su Qingxue followed his gaze and saw an encrypted email notification. The source was unknown, and the content was just a short line of cold code: target H1 Macau status, eliminated. Confirmed by K. Confirmed. Su Qingxue's heart shuddered. A bounty on the dark web? Target H1? Zhang Hong of Hongsheng was codenamed H1? Mr. He from the Lanting Club? Eliminated? And the word used was so cold. Lin Feng actually made sure that the bounty in Haojian was confirmed and executed while dealing with Hongsheng? This execution ability made her feel cold. Lin Feng didn't seem to care that Su Qingxue saw this message. He closed the email notification interface casually, as if he was just dealing with a trivial matter, then raised his head and regained his composure.
Tell Mr. Zhao that you and I will be at the banquet on time at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. Understood. Su Qingxue gathered her thoughts and agreed immediately. She knew that from now on, every second was a preparation for the tough battle tomorrow night. She turned and walked towards the team and began to arrange instructions to collect the background, relationship network, and recent movements of all the core members of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. This would be their important intelligence bases. Lin Feng stood alone in front of the huge French window. Outside the window was the bustling night of Jining, with lights shining like a sea of stars. His eyes reflected this bustling scene, but his mind was full of thoughts. The points were 11,670, and the monthly quota was about to be refreshed and increased. More importantly, the preview permission for the intermediate mall had been opened. Just now when he was browsing the system interface, he saw several preview area grids that were shining with different lusters. Item: Stardust Low Orbit Microsatellite Cluster Deployment Retrieval Kit. Item: Eye of Insight Business Intelligence Holographic Deduction Module 7 days limited. Item: Honeycomb Microbionic Spy Drone Prototype plus 10 units. Item: Lingxi Low-Level Mind-Inducing Potion 1 dose. Item: Bulwark Personal Biofield Protection Device Trial Version 72H. Technology: Cold Nuclear Fusion Miniaturized Energy Core Principle. Incomplete gray is not selectable. There are so many items, far beyond the scope of the primary mall, covering information, energy, defense, and even biotechnology. The redemption points are also staggering, easily reaching thousands of points. Especially the great cold nuclear fusion technology, although it is only a fragment, the potential value marked is simply strategic. Lin Feng's eyes lingered on the Eye of Insight and Telepathy potions for a moment. The banquet tomorrow night seems to require some special means. At this moment, the clock quietly skipped 0. Ding! Monthly quota refresh 300 million, available quota is 300 million long yuan coins. The original account quota of 500,000 will be automatically transferred to the living account. A cold reminder sounded. 300 million long yuan coins. Almost at the same moment. Buzz! A faint but clear vibration, as if coming from the depths of the earth, swept across the entire Jining city in an instant. Countless high-rise buildings resonated slightly, and the light swayed slightly for unknown reasons, as if some huge monster was silently moving its muscles. Deep in Lin Feng's eyes, a faint blue light flashed like a pole star. He clearly sensed that deep in a planned super-large underground project in the city, a group of Quantum Stealth Communication Information Control Hub Server Cluster, with a larger scale and several orders of magnitude more power had completed the energy switch and officially went online in the darkness unknown to anyone. This wave of power was invisible and intangible, but it was like an invisible hand of a god, quietly covering the entire Jining. Everything became transparent in Long Yuan's sight. Lin Feng's communicator vibrated again, a special encrypted channel. Anvil, boss, the new home server node has been settled. It's very stable. The signal clarity is 5 times better than before, and the coverage is preliminarily estimated to radiate the entire Jiangnan province and part of the coastal area. The quantum computing team is on standby and can reason with those dishonest people at any time. Lin Feng, yes. Tomorrow night at the Tingfeng Pavilion, we will add double insurance. Let the worker bees nickname of the technical team clean up the place in advance. The message was sent. The invisible eye of heaven had quietly opened and locked onto the location of the banquet tomorrow night. Who was the real hunter in this Hongmen banquet? Chapter 32, Hearing the Wind and Thunder, Dragons and Tigers Crouching. The elegant Tingfeng Pavilion is located on the shore of a carefully constructed artificial lake in the western suburbs of Jining. This antique and extremely luxurious clubhouse is usually a great place for the giants of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce to gather for tea and discuss secrets, but tonight the security is particularly strict. The low-key and luxurious domestically made top-grade car slowly stopped under the guidance of the waiter, and the door opened. Lin Feng was still wearing the casual outfit that looked casual but was actually made of top-grade materials, while Su Qingxue was wearing a low-key and luxurious navy blue high-end dress, looking cool and capable. Behind the two of them, the anvil and the wrench were like two silent mountains. When Lin Feng and Su Qingxue appeared side by side at the door of the main hall of Yeyuan, the hall, which was originally filled with low laughter and the sound of teacups clinking, became quiet in an instant, as if a mute button was pressed. One after another, the gazes, some probing, some scrutinizing, some full of hostility, some pretending to be calm, were all focused on the two of them like dense probes. Especially Lin Feng, the mysterious young man who rose like a comet and turned Jin Ning upside down, was exposed to the spotlight of Jiangnan's top capital circle for the first time.
Sitting on the main seat was an old man in his 60s, wearing an elegant Chinese-style double-breasted shirt. His hair was gray and combed meticulously. His face was gaunt and his eyes seemed calm, but they contained the depth and majesty of a person who had been in a high position for a long time.
He was the president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, a giant with a huge root system and profound influence in Jining and even the entire Jiangnan province. Zhou Zhenglin. On Zhou Zhenglin's left sat Zhang Hong, the vice president of Hongsheng capital. Zhang Hong looked much more haggard than yesterday, but he was trying to be energetic. Deep in his eyes, he looked at Lin Feng, with deep hatred and a hint of fear that was difficult to conceal. On his right sat a middle-aged man with a shrewd smile and a slightly plump appearance. He was Mr. Zhao, who had just called. Several other vice presidents and heavyweight directors were sitting around, with different expressions, but all of them revealed their rejection and vigilance towards Lin Feng and Su Qingxue. In their view, Lin Feng's method of swallowing up Marriott and exerting pressure on Hongsheng was a complete rule-breaking. After a brief silence, Zhou Zhenglin picked up the exquisite celadon teacup and took a sip without saying anything immediately, as if he was savoring the suffocating atmosphere. An invisible sense of authority permeated the tea fragrance. Su Qingxue sneered in her heart, straightened her back, and looked at Zhou Zhenglin without flinching. She was about to speak, but Lin Feng beside her made a small gesture to let her calm down. Lin Feng's eyes were as calm as an ancient well, and he casually swept across the entire venue, as if he was just strolling through the vegetable market. Finally, his eyes fell on Zhou Zhenglin, who was sitting in the main seat, and a faint arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's very windy here, President Zhou.
No wonder it's called Tingfeng Pavilion.
It's a pun. It means something literal, but it also means that there is an undercurrent.
Zhou Zhenglin put down the teacup and finally revealed a faint smile on his gaunt face, but his eyes were as sharp as a hawk. The wind starts from the tip of the green duckweed. The wind direction in Jining has changed quite quickly recently.
Little friend Lin, do you think this wind is a tailwind or a headwind? Wind direction?
Lin Feng sneered softly and pulled open an empty chair opposite Zhou Zhenglin without hesitation and sat down leisurely.
This position is extremely sensitive. It is usually reserved for the most important or the most prestigious guests. He actually sat down like this?
This action instantly made the faces of several directors darken.
Even Mr. Zhao's eyelids twitched violently.
Su Qingxue's heart was pounding, but she still stood firmly beside Lin Feng, her cold face full of determination to advance and retreat together. Lin Feng seemed not to notice the reactions of the crowd. He looked directly at Zhou Zhenglin and spoke in a calm but clear voice. I don't care which way the wind blows. I only know that anything that blocks the way, whether it's grass or stone, must be blown away.
Boom. Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. The atmosphere in the entire hall instantly dropped to freezing point. Like a taut bowstring. Everyone was stunned by Lin Feng's naked arrogance and provocation. For the first time, Zhou Zhenglin's eyes flashed with an irrepressible anger.
Zhang Hong stood up like a cat whose tail was stepped on, pointing at Lin Feng and shouting, Lin Feng,
you are too presumptuous. What kind of place is this? This is Chairman Zhou's birthday party. Tea tasting parties are traditionally named after Chairman Zhou's birthday. How can we allow a guy like you who doesn't know the limits of heaven and earth to run wild? How dare you?
Lin Feng turned his head and swept his eyes across Zhang Hong like an icy blade. The sneer on the corner of his mouth was filled with endless chillness.
Mr. Zhang, it seems that the cup of tea referring to the transaction I gave you yesterday was not strong enough? Have you forgotten your position so quickly? Do you need help to wake you up?
His fingers seemed to tap on the table unconsciously and very lightly.
Almost at the same time.
The screen of Zhang Hong's newly replaced confidential mobile phone suddenly lit up strangely, and an extremely piercing shrieking alarm sounded instantly. Garbled characters and warning signals scrolled wildly on the screen. Then, there was a light pop sound, and an indescribable smell of burning spread. All the delicate electronic components inside the phone, in front of everyone's horrified eyes, actually burned through and exploded in just 1 second, completely scrapped into a pile of waste plastic and metal with green smoke.
Ugh!
Zhang Hong was so frightened that his soul flew out of his body. He screamed and threw the scalding and smoking cell phone wreckage away as if he had been electrocuted. He looked at Lin Feng in horror, then at the smoking corpse on the ground, and finally at Lin Feng's cold eyes, as if he was looking at a dead person. A chill from the depths of his soul instantly froze the blood in his body.
He slumped back into his chair with a plop, his face as pale as paper, his teeth chattering, and he couldn't even utter a word. Strangely destroying a top-level encrypted mobile phone? silently, without any operation. This can no longer be explained by science.
The other directors who were indignant just now and wanted to teach Lin Feng a lesson, now all looked like they were being strangled by the neck, their faces turned pale, and cold sweat instantly soaked their backs. The look they gave Lin Feng was filled with fear that penetrated deep into their bones. Zhou Zhenglin clenched his hand holding the teacup so hard that his knuckles turned white. He stared at Lin Feng's finger tapping the table, an almost negligible movement, thinking of the disaster in Hongxing's server room and Zhang Han's loss of composure at the moment. A cold chill climbed up his spine. The young man in front of him was simply a devil in human skin. He controlled a power that they could not understand. Deathly silence. Deathly silence. Only Zhang Hong's heavy breathing and the faint smoke from the remains of the scrapped mobile phone reminded everyone of what had just happened. After all, Zhou Zhenglin is an old fox who has experienced many storms. He forced himself to suppress the waves of panic in his heart. His expression changed several times and finally turned into a hoarse dry laugh. Ha, ha, little friend Lin, you are really extraordinary. Vice President Zhang is also confused because of concern. Sit down, everyone sit down. He tried hard to maintain the occasion. Lin Feng ignored his pale attempt to smooth things over. He leaned forward slightly, staring at Zhou Zhenglin, whose face was ashen. His voice was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. President Zhou, I've had enough of the tea fragrance from this tea tasting party. I don't want to listen to the rules of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. I also think Jinning's pond is too small. Every word Lin Feng said made the hearts of the giant crocodiles present twitch violently. I'm not here today to drink tea and chat, nor am I here to pay my respects and listen to teachings. Lin Feng's eyes swept over the crowd with a cold look that looked down on the world. I'm here to inform you all. He paused slightly, making sure every word was clearly imprinted in everyone's mind. Marriott International will, from now on, officially become part of Longyuan Capital and be renamed Longting Hotel Group. The contract for the transfer of the 18% equity held by Vice President Zhang Hong on behalf of Hongxing Capital is in the hands of my lawyer, and Hongxing needs to cooperate in the transaction. As Lin Feng spoke, Tiezhen behind him took out a folder expressionlessly and placed it gently on the table. The people at Hongxing looked ashen, and Zhang Hong was trembling like a sieve, not even daring to look at Zhou Zhenglin. Secondly, Lin Feng's voice suddenly rose, with unquestionable majesty. In the core area of East Lake CBD, Jinjiang New District, there are 3 office buildings under planning that are about to become landmarks: Future Tower, Morningstar, and Universal Center. I, Longyuan Capital, want them. Boom! Even Zhou Zhenglin couldn't sit still anymore and stood up suddenly. The calmness on his face was completely broken. Lin, my friend. Those 3 buildings are key projects of the municipal government. The total budget is over 10 billion. The planning scheme has been finalized. The future focus of the entire financial center is there. You can't just take it away with a word. Those 3 buildings were a joint project of many giants of Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. They would be the core financial landmark of Jinning and even the entire Jiangnan province in the next 10 years. They were related to the distribution of huge strategic interests. Lin Feng wanted to swallow them all at once? This was no longer arrogant, this was to shake the foundation of the entire Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Really? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, with a cruel arc on the corner of his mouth. Chairman Zhou, you can call Deputy Mayor Huang, who is in charge of urban construction right now, and ask for his opinion. Zhou Zhenglin looked at Lin Feng's determined eyes, and the alarm bells in his heart rang wildly. He took out his mobile phone tremblingly, and in the horrified eyes of everyone, he directly dialed Deputy Mayor Huang's private number and pressed the hands-free button. The call was answered almost instantly. Hello? Lao Zhou. Deputy Mayor Huang's voice came, with a hint of strange enthusiasm, even nervous. What's the matter? I'm a little anxious. Zhou Zhenglin didn't bother to greet him and said in a deep voice, Deputy Mayor Huang, may I ask about the planning scheme for the 3 landmark office buildings in the core area of Donghu CBD? The person on the other end of the phone seemed to have expected this. Before Zhou Zhenglin could finish his question, Deputy Mayor Huang interrupted him immediately, speaking quickly and with a hint of imperceptible flattery. Oh. Old Zhou, you are asking about that. The city just held an emergency meeting. The project plan has undergone major strategic adjustments. Considering the need to centrally manage core financial resources and create a world-class benchmark, the superiors have carefully studied and decided to introduce a strategic partner with more international vision and technological strength. Lonyuan Capital, with its strong strength and outstanding strategic vision, has been identified as the only strategic leader and owner of this project. The relevant procedures have been expedited with special approval. Old Zhou, this is a major decision made by the city. It is a great thing that is conducive to the long-term development of Jining. Your Chamber of Commerce must strongly support it. Cooperate. Absolutely obey the overall situation. Deputy Mayor Huang spoke very quickly, as if he was afraid that something might go wrong if he was a second slower. He even emphasized the last sentence: absolutely obey the overall situation. Zhou Zhanglin held the phone, as if struck by a thunderbolt. He froze in place. His face turned from livid to ashen in an instant. The tone of Deputy Mayor Huang's eagerness to distance himself from the matter, even faintly filled with fear, was like a heavy hammer that smashed his last bit of fantasy. Higher ups? Strategic adjustments? Sole leader? Lin Feng, not only does he have great power, his hand can even reach the highest level of the municipal government. He can change the ownership of the core landmark project that the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce has coveted for many years in an instant without their knowledge? What kind of terrifying influence is this? Snap! The phone slipped from Zhou Zhinglin's hand and fell on the thick carpet with a dull sound. The entire hall was in complete silence. All the bigwigs of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce were like being cast under a spell. Zhang Hong even collapsed on his chair, completely desperate. They looked at the young man sitting in the main seat, as if they were looking at an ancient dragon that had broken free from its shackles and was sitting on top. Lin Feng stood up, without looking at the distraught Zhou Zhanglin, and looked down at the group of so-called giants who had just been so high and mighty, his voice as cold as an oracle. The notice is over. This tea tastes so boring. Qing Xue, let's go. After saying that, Lin Feng turned around, took Su Qingxue, the anvil, and the wrench, and calmly walked out of Tingfeng Pavilion Yayuan under the gazes of countless dull, fearful, and extremely odd eyes. That back figure was like an insurmountable mountain. Banquet? In the face of absolute power, the so-called Hongmen banquet is nothing but a laughingstock. It was not until Lin Feng's back disappeared outside the door for more than 10 seconds that a heavy gasp like someone being rescued from drowning was heard in the hall. Zhou Zhanglin fell back into his chair in despair, his face as pale as paper. He looked at the cell phone that had fallen on the carpet, then at the directors who looked pale, and a feeling of powerlessness and deep fear that he had never experienced before seized him. Jiangnan Sky. It really changed. And these so-called giants have, in just those few dozen minutes, truly experienced what it means to be an ant looking up at a dragon. Chapter 33, Dragon Leaps to the Sky, Undercurrents Surge. The Maybach S680 slid silently into the late-night traffic in Jining City, like a dragon in the shadows. The carriage was silent. Su Qingxue sat beside Lin Feng, her body still tense, her heart still beating uncontrollably. The scenes in Tingfeng Pavilion just now were replayed in her mind: Lin Feng's sharp edge, Zhang Hong's phone's strange self-destruction, Zhou Zhinglin's momentary loss of consciousness, Deputy Mayor Huang's tone full of fear and obedience on the phone. Especially Lin Feng's casual want for the 10 billion landmark project, like a heavy hammer, completely shattered all the unspoken rules that Jin Ning had originally had. That was not just a display of power, it was an absolute force that was above the rules. She had thought she had understood Lin Feng's unfathomable depths before, but only at this moment did she really get a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg of his vast territory. He was the one who could turn the clouds over and rain over, looking down on the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce as if it were nothing. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin. Su Qingxue's voice was filled with a barely perceptible dryness and awe. Those 3 buildings in Donghu were taken over just like that? She needed confirmation and needed to regain some sense of reality from the shock. Lin Feng leaned back in the comfortable chair, closed his eyes and rested. His fingertips seemed to still recall the touch of the operation in the virtual interface just now. Yes. The money has been transferred. The server confirmation letter from the Planning Bureau and the Urban Investment should have been issued. In 2 days, someone will send the documents to Jinding. His tone was as calm as if he was talking about buying a few kilograms of fruit. The money has already been transferred? Su Qingxue's breath stagnated. That was a deal worth tens of billions. How much money did he have? No, this was beyond the scope of money alone. Without an absolutely powerful background and irresistible power, even if you held hundreds of billions in cash, it would be impossible for a key project of the municipal government to change hands overnight. The power behind this made her feel suffocated with awe. At this moment, Su Qingxue's private encrypted mobile phone in her bag vibrated. She took it out and looked at it, and her pupils suddenly contracted. It was a screenshot of an internal emergency notice from the deputy director of the Jining City Planning Bureau, her secret channel for many years.
Content of SMS. The municipal office issues an urgent order. Emergency adjustments to the East Lake CBD landmark projects Future Tower, Morningstar, and Universal. Designate Longyuan Capital as the sole strategic leader and owner. The original plan is invalid. All related approval processes are suspended, waiting for new instructions. Internal notification: strictly block the news and fully cooperate. Highest confidentiality level SSS. At the end of the message, the deputy director added a line of trembling words: Xingxue. God as power is unpredictable. Be sure to follow Mr. Lin closely. Gudong. Su Qingxue swallowed subconsciously. The cold screen of the phone was as hot as a soldering iron. The highest confidentiality level SSS? The power of heaven is unpredictable? Even the deputy mayor is so secretive?
Her knuckles turned slightly white from holding the phone too hard. She raised her head and looked at Lin Feng, who was resting with his eyes closed beside her. His profile looked extremely deep in the light and shadow flowing through the window.
Who is he? What kind of existence is he?
Countless questions surged in her mind, but in the end, they all turned into an extremely complex emotion.
Shock, awe, belonging, submission, and even a hint of an indescribable sense of peace? With such a being standing behind her, why would the golden tripod worry about not prospering? Why should she fear those evil spirits? Mr. Lin.
Su Qingxue took a deep breath, her voice carrying an unprecedented firmness and a hint of softness that she herself did not even notice. Tomorrow morning, do you need me to prepare anything? The integration of Marriott and the launch of the East Lake CBD project required the establishment of a dedicated team and promotion plan as soon as possible. She had begun to habitually think about how to implement his will. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and glanced at her. He saw the changes in Su Qingxue's eyes at this moment. The change from extreme shock to awe, and then to the firm attachment like finding a backbone, was exactly what he needed.
No hurry. Lin Feng's tone was still calm. Clean up the tail first.
He took out his mobile phone, and an encrypted file was displayed on the screen: the illegal debt transfer certificates left by Wanhao Sun Wanhao, the original records of many related transactions and interest transfers conducted by Hongsheng Zhenghong and several overseas shell companies in the past few years,
and some transaction lists of several white gloves of Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce Zhou Zhanglin who laundered money in Australia City.
Lin Feng's finger swiped lightly on the screen. These things have been anonymously distributed to the Independent Commission Against Corruption, the Financial Regulatory Bureau, and several financial media that have been keeping an eye on them.
After dawn, Jining will be very lively. Su Qingxue looked at the shocking file title index on Lin Feng's phone screen and took a deep breath again. These are all ironclad evidences that are enough to sound the death knell for those big guys. Not only did he destroy their present, he also buried a grave behind them. Killing several birds with one stone, annihilating them all.
Hiss. The cold-blooded bodyguard, Tiezhen, couldn't help but grin and reveal a cruel smile.
The boss's finishing move was really dark and unique.
He still wanted to whip the corpse and grind the bones to scatter the ashes even after the death.
Yes. Mr. Lin. I know how to follow the media's direction. Su Qingxue's eyes instantly became as sharp as a knife. The knife of public opinion must be used faster and more accurately.
The car drove smoothly into the underground garage of the top private apartment complex where Su Qingxue lived.
Lin Feng also stayed here on this trip and booked the top floor viewing flat, which was convenient and took Su Qingxue's safety into consideration.
The elevator went up silently and stopped at the top floor duplex where Su Qingxue lived.
Mr. Lin, please take a rest. Su Qingxue led the way with a respectful attitude.
She sent Lin Feng to the door of the luxurious apartment opposite. Lin Feng nodded, and after the fingerprint and iris scans were passed, the heavy custom door opened silently. Back in her spacious and luxurious yet still temporary apartment, Su Qingxue took off her coat, leaned on the cold bar, and poured herself a glass of ice water. The cold liquid passed through her throat, but it couldn't suppress the heat in her heart. She walked to the huge French window and looked at the dazzling night view of Jining City below her feet. This city, after tonight, will usher in earth-shaking changes.
And she, Su Qingxue, is no longer the female CEO struggling to survive between Marriott and Hongsheng. Behind her is Long Yuan.
She took out her cell phone and called her assistant, Xiao Chun. Immediately notify all department vice presidents and directors to hold an emergency closed-door meeting at 7 a.m. tomorrow in conference room 1 of Jinding headquarters.
Meeting code, Tunlong. Prepare the following topics.
Her voice was calm and powerful, and each instruction was given clearly, outlining the blueprint for the giant ship to set sail. And on the other side of the wall, in Lin Feng's luxurious apartment, he stood in front of the equally huge French window, holding a glass of purified water that Su Qingxue had asked her assistant to prepare in advance. Outside the window was the most prosperous urban heartland of Jining. He called up the system virtual interface that only he could see. The points, 11,670, were still eye-catching. Ding! It is detected that the host has completed an important event node conquering the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, and the core influence has been significantly improved. Ding! The unlocking degree of Jiangnan province area map has been increased to 50%. Ding! Unlock the special achievement Dragon Coiled Tiger Crouching Elementary. Reward points 1000 points. Ding! Unlock the special achievement Jining Peak. Reward points 1500 points. Current points balance 14,170 points. Monthly fund pool quota 300 million, remaining quota 300 million. Donghu project funds are paid from the special fund pool, not the regular quota. Continuous reminder sounds rang in my head. Lin Feng's eyes were focused on the preview area of the system mall. After tonight's shock, his points were much more abundant. His eyes fell on two of the items. Eye of Insight Business Intelligence Holographic Deduction Module 7 days points required, 3,000 points. Lingxi Low-Level Mind-Inducing Potion 1 dose required points, 2,500 points. These two things will be his tools to control the overall situation more efficiently. Exchange. Lin Feng's mind moved slightly. Ding! Consumed 5,500 points. Redemption successful. Item has been stored in the system space. An extremely weak information flow that only Lin Feng could perceive instantly poured into his consciousness. The Eye of Insight module was activated. Instantly, a pale blue holographic map that covered the entire Jining city, which no one else could see, unfolded before his eyes. Countless tiny data streams and light spots representing various resources, relationships, and possible conflicts flowed and flickered on the map. Although it was limited to low level and could only predict the next 24-48 hours, and the accuracy was not 100%, this was already a super auxiliary that far exceeded common sense. On the map, most of the light spots representing the core members of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce dimmed, meaning they were unable to resist or were in chaos in the short term, while the light spot of Hongsheng Zhenghong was bright scarlet, and was weakly linking with a hidden signal source marked as Overseas Encrypted Channel, predicted probability 78%. At a remote safe house node on the edge of the city, an extremely obscure signal source marked Dark River H6 already entered anonymous flashed by. The system deduction gave a shocking danger warning flashing red box. Warning. High threat level hostile target infiltration detected. Agent H6, codenamed Dark River, has entered the country. Deduction of a connection with Hongsheng's 65% probability. Target intention deduction, targeted elimination of threats. High-level intelligence theft target, Lin Feng Longyuan Core. Status, lurking. Hidden River. Codename H6. Entry. The goal is to eliminate threats and steal core intelligence. Point to yourself. Lin Feng's pupils shrank instantly, as cold as a knife. Behind Hongsheng, there is indeed a more dangerous Dark River. Zheng Hong, this loser, actually dared to let the wolf into the house? He thought he could turn the tables like this? How stupid. Anvil. Lin Feng's voice was transmitted directly into the mind of Anvil, who was waiting in the car downstairs, through the encrypted headset. There was no warmth at all, just like the cold wind in the polar regions. Boss. Tees Hansen responded immediately. Notify Home Longyuan technical team. All worker bees activate the highest alert orange alert. Start the flytrap plan. Focus on searching for the target codenamed Dark River H6, whose characteristics are unknown, and is inferred to be a top killer or intelligence officer from abroad. Enable all public network biometric fuzzy scanning and big data behavioral model screening. I want this bug to stick to the net before it finds the grass. Lin Feng's command was cold and precise. Understood. Activate the Venus flytrap. Make it so that it can't even fart and become a specimen. Tianjin's sinister grin came through the headset. The invisible giant net has quietly spread out. Lin Feng closed the deduction shadow of the Eye of Insight. He gently shook the water cup in his hand, reflecting the prosperous night scene of Jining outside the window. Deep in his eyes, there was a cold depth and confidence in control of everything.
Underground river? H6? Very good. Another points package delivered to your door. This dragon crossing the river is worried that it can't find a stepping stone heavy enough to leap to a higher sky. System. Lin Feng called in his mind, call up the intermediate malt to preview the details, and filter and lock the combat defense enhancement branch and the spacetime special item branch. Points are power. He wants to prepare an unexpected gift for this venomous snake that is about to jump out. The light in front of him was changing, and more powerful item preview information was spreading out like stars. A higher level contest was quietly brewing in the undercurrent of the abyss. The night deepened. The lights of Jinning's thousands of homes reflected the turbulent tide beneath the calm. Ding! Triggering the SSS level mainline quest chain hidden prerequisite, Shadow of the Dark River. Mission objective, eliminate the threat of Dark River H6 and track down the intentions of the Dark River organization behind it. Phase-based rewards, special items technology unlocking rights and huge points will be issued depending on the degree of completion and the depth of intelligence acquisition. Warning, this organization is extremely dangerous SS level, please be careful. The cold system prompt marked the beginning of a deeper and darker chess game. Chapter 34, The Dragon Cries for the First Time, Technology Forges the Sword. The sun pierced through the clouds and sprinkled on the newly listed building of Longting Hotel Group in the center of Jinning. On the top floor of the building, in the joint office of Lin Feng and Su Qingxue, the atmosphere was solemn and efficient. The huge screen wall was divided into more than a dozen blocks, showing the integration progress bar of all key hotels, reservation systems, and financial data flows under Marriott International now Longting Hotel in real time, like countless blood vessels reconnecting, injecting new vitality into this huge body. Su Qingxue stood in front of the screen, her eyes sharp as an eagle, her voice clear and cold, and she issued precise orders one by one. After experiencing the shock of Tingfeng Pavilion and the horror of the Dark River last night, the aura of a strong woman in her became more condensed, like quenched steel, tough and sharp. She is no longer just the CEO of Jinding, but also the deputy and executor of the giant ship of Longyuan Capital. PR department, Marriott's brand name change to Longting has been published on all media partners. Emphasis on the three core words safety, technology, and rebirth. Marketing department, the integrated membership system upgrade plan must be on my desk before 3 p.m. I want to see the details of the exclusive upgrades and compensation for the original Marriott VIP users. Operations Center, all hotel managers, video conference will begin in 10 minutes. I will personally emphasize the new standards. Anyone who dares to disobey in discount service will be fired immediately. Technical department, the monitoring system integration must be foolproof. Last night's security level is the new normal. Anyone who dares to slack off will bear the consequences. Her orders were like war drums, beating on the hearts of every team member. No one dared to neglect, and everyone was like a precision instrument wound up, running at high speed. Although the silent sniper attack last night was perfectly resolved, the shadow left by the Dark River was like a sword hanging over their heads, making everyone tense. Lin Feng sat on the sofa in a corner of the office, with a thick project plan spread out in front of him. His fingers quickly tapped on the virtual keyboard, occasionally looking up to check the progress of the integration, and more often, his eyes fell on another virtual interface that only he could see that was the business intelligence map of Jinning City in the next 48 hours deduced by the Eye of Insight module. On the map, the light spot representing Zhenghong of Hongshang was still scarlet, but the link strength with a signal source marked as encrypted communication overseas was rapidly decreasing deduced probability, 92% probability of link interruption. Obviously, the flytrap operation of the worker bee last night was very effective, turning the Dark River agent code named H6 into a ghost in the online world, cutting off Zheng Hong's greatest reliance. At the edge of the map, there were still a few faint yellow dots representing other restless forces, but they all showed a bleak state of short-term inability to intervene in the deduction of the Eye of Insight. The situation has stabilized. It's time to show your true fangs. Lin Feng closed the virtual interface, picked up the document titled Longen Tech Startup Plan on the desktop, and said to Su Qingxue, who was deploying the hotel integration details. Qingxue, just follow the steps here. Now, we have more important things to do. Su Qingxue immediately terminated the meeting arrangement and quickly walked to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, please give your orders. Lin Feng pushed the plan in front of her. Longting Hotel is just the first step. The core of Longyuan Capital has never been real estate or services. Longyuan Technology Longen Tech is officially launched today. This is the preliminary framework. Su Qingxue picked up the plan and quickly flipped through it. Even though she was mentally prepared, she was still deeply shocked by the contents.
Core positioning. Taking fusion energy as the cornerstone long-term goal, the initial focus is on the four frontier directions of artificial intelligence, quantum communication, bioengineering, and new materials.
Start the project.
Zhulong Plan. Immediately start the research and development of Zhulong 1 modular smart home ecosystem. It includes 4 core modules: whole house smart hub AI housekeeper, security system biometric recognition plus quantum encryption, environmental regulation new material temperature control, and health monitoring biosensor. Skynet Plan. Relying on the advantages of existing quantum communication nodes, build a low-orbit satellite network covering the world and a ground-based ultra-high-speed quantum communication backbone network military-grade encryption standards. Rock Project. Secretly acquire integrate the country's top new material laboratories, focusing on high-strength lightweight composite armor materials civilian vehicles construction direction and biocompatible implant materials medical direction.
Tree of Life Project. Establish a high-end biomedical research subsidiary, focusing on gene-targeted repair delaying aging and neural signal enhancement prototype of brain-computer interface.
Capital investment. The first phase of startup capital injection, 10 billion Long Yuan coins.
Source: Long Yuan Capital Special Technology Fund.
Resource integration. Immediately launch the star hunting operation for top talents worldwide. Recruit top scientists and engineers in related fields at all costs.
Treatment: industry top salary plus Long Yuan equity incentives. No cap on research funding.
This. Su Qingshue's hand trembled slightly as she held the plan.
How could this be a technology company plan?
This was clearly to build a prototype of a technology empire spanning multiple strategic frontiers.
Each item was enough to cause an earthquake in the industry.
Especially the long-term goal of fusion energy, which was simply appalling. The initial investment of 10 billion yuan further demonstrated Lin Feng's determination and terrifying financial strength to build this empire.
Mr. Lin, are these projects taking too big a step? Especially fusion energy. Su Qingxue couldn't help but raise her concerns. Scientific and technological research and development is not a joke, it requires accumulation and precipitation. Big?
Lin Feng raised his lips with a deep arc. This is just the foundation. Our goal has never been to compete with others in the same dimension.
Funds, resources, technology.
For us, they are not a problem. He stood up and walked to the huge French window, overlooking the city awakening below him. His voice was filled with absolute confidence that he could control the future.
Long Yuan Technology's first project is the Zhulong project.
It is not just a smart home, but also the cornerstone of future smart cities and even personal terminal ecosystems. Within 3 months, I will have the Zhulong prototype on the stage of the world's top technology exhibition, so that everyone knows that the future of smart life is defined by Long Yuan. As for other plans, Skynet and Rock are the basic guarantees and moats, and Tree of Life is a long-term layout. Go forward as planned, and I will find the resources. Lin Feng looked into the distance. Fusion energy, that is the key to open a new world.
We can't rush it, but the direction must be clear. First, build the framework and gather talents.
Su Qingxue looked at Lin Feng's tall and powerful back, and the shock and doubt in her heart were instantly replaced by a fanatical conviction.
She finally understood Lin Feng's ambition.
This is not a simple business empire, this is to lead the technological revolution.
It is a real expansion of territory. I understand, Mr. Lin.
Su Qingxue's eyes became extremely firm. Even with a hint of fanaticism, I will immediately set about forming the core team of Long Yuan Technology.
Global headhunting.
At the same time, I will start the Zhulong project team. I will personally take charge and ensure that in 3 months, Zhulong will make a big splash.
Very good.
Lin Feng turned around, a hint of approval flashed in his eyes. Also, for Jinding, no, now it's Longting Hotel. For all high-end suites and presidential suites under Longting, the first batch of Zhulong 1 prototype systems will be pre-installed as a display window for internal testing and high-end experience. The slogan is, stay in the future, start now.
Su Qingxue's eyes lit up. This was a great idea. Using their own high-end hotel as the most luxurious technology showroom.
It could not only collect real user data, but also create a huge topic effect.
Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yes. Mr. Lin. I'll arrange it right away. Su Qingxue acted decisively and immediately picked up the phone to start making arrangements.
Lin Feng sat back on the sofa and called up the system interface. The points 14170 were flashing with an alluring light. He directly entered the preview area of the intermediate mall.
The Zhulong project requires core technical support, especially the Whole House Smart Center AI Housekeeper. Although the primary AI assistant is powerful, it is biased towards business analysis and intelligence processing, and lacks the ability to interact with emotions and control complex environments. His eyes were fixed on an item grid in the preview area. Item: Pangu Primary Universal Artificial Intelligence Core Limited Edition. Description: a weak artificial intelligence core based on an unknown architecture, with strong autonomous learning, logical deduction, environmental perception, and multitask collaboration capabilities. Limitations: no active creative thinking, no emotional module, and the highest authority is bound to the host. It can be perfectly adapted to scenarios such as smart home, basic industrial control, and data integration and analysis. Required points: 8,000 points. 8,000 points. Almost half of his current points. But its value is definitely worth it. This will be the real core of the Zhulong system to crush all competing products. Exchange. Lin Feng was determined. Ding. Consumed 8,000 points. Redemption successful. Item: Pangu Primary Universal Artificial Intelligence Core Limited Edition has been stored in the system space. A huge, indescribably sophisticated data stream instantly poured into Lin Feng's consciousness, establishing a deep connection with his spirit. He felt as if his mind was connected to a vast and calm database, and an absolutely obedient and extremely efficient tool was being generated. It had no emotions, no self, only pure execution, like the most sophisticated machine god. Pangu. Lin Feng called out in his consciousness. Master Authority command received. Core initialization completed. Standby state. A cold, absolutely rational, and emotionless electronic synthesized voice sounded directly in Lin Feng's mind. Access the Zhulong project database. Optimize the Whole House Smart Hub architecture. Priority: user experience, security, system stability. Generate the optimal design solution and technical implementation path. Command confirmed. Accessing target database. Analyzing estimated generation time, 4 hours and 32 minutes. The optimization plan will be camouflaged and adapted based on the current level of Earth technology. Perfect. Lin Feng showed a satisfied smile. With Pangu, Zhulong will surely shock the world at the Science and Technology Exhibition 3 months later. At this moment, the voice of the anvil came through the encrypted headset, with a hint of solemnity. Boss, when Worker B was cleaning up the electronic debris left by H6, it captured a fragment of encrypted residual signal. After decryption, it pointed to an encrypted cloud disk, which contained only one file titled Project Chimera. The content was some experimental data on biological neural enhancement and controllable mutation and human experiment records. The source pointed to a North American pharmaceutical giant called Norton Bio. Norton Bio? Human experiments? Chimera project? Lin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. A cold, murderous intent instantly filled his eyes. Ding. Triggering the SSS level mainline quest chain hidden key node, Norton's Shadow. Mission objective: trace the truth of the Chimera project and identify the connection between Norton Biology and the Dark River organization. Warning: Norton Bio is a top global pharmaceutical oligarch SS level threat with strong scientific research capabilities and political influence. Phase-based rewards: unlock the technical rights of the key nodes of the Tree of Life plan, gene-directed editing, and huge points. The cold system prompts are like the roar of war drums. The blueprint of the technological empire has just been unfolded, and the venomous snake from the abyss has quietly entangled the towering tree called Norton. A new battlefield has quietly opened up under the shadow of biotechnology. Chapter 35: Norton's Shadow, Fangs of the Abyss. Project Chimera. Human experiment records. Norton Bio. These words were like poisonous ice spikes, piercing Lin Feng's mind fiercely. The last message that the Dark River killer H6 delivered before his death last night actually pointed to such a sensational inside story. The cold light in Lin Feng's eyes almost became real. He immediately gave an order to Pangu in his mind. Pangu, immediately take over the encrypted file of Chimera project captured by Worker B. Perform deep decryption, traceability analysis, and build a related map. Priority: highest. I need to know all the details of this file, its source, and the depth of Norton Bio's connection with it. Command confirmed. Taking over encrypted files. Deep decryption started. Related information network crawling. Estimated time for full analysis: 11 hours and 28 minutes.
Pango's cold voice responded quickly, and a huge amount of computing power was mobilized in an instant, starting to gnaw at this secret from the abyss.
Anvil.
Lin Feng's voice was as cold as a knife through the encrypted channel. The original document will be physically destroyed. All worker bees who have come into contact with the document will sign the highest level confidentiality agreement SSS level and activate the memory fuzzification program psychological suggestion plus short-term memory clearing assistance. For secrets of this level, the fewer people who know about it, the better, and the risk of leakage must be minimized.
Understood. The trace cleaning program has been activated. I guarantee that even the damn data ghost cannot be found.
Tian's voice was filled with absolute obedience and a hint of coldness.
He was well aware of the danger of this level of information.
Lin Feng closed the communication and looked back at the title of Chimera Project on the screen.
Norton Bio, this giant with a huge empire in the global medical field, which seems bright and beautiful on the surface and advocates saving lives and healing the wounded, is actually conducting such anti-human taboo research behind the scenes?
Although that Eye of Insight module is in a cooling-off period, the deduction is over. Lin Feng's powerful mind has begun to work at high speed. H6 is a killer of Dark River, and Dark River is an organization that is hired by others or is itself an executor. H6 carried this document, and his purpose was definitely not just to steal.
It is very likely to be a transaction, or to pass on a warning? Or is it the product of factional struggles within Norton? Was this document falling into his hands an accident, or was it a carefully designed murder by Dark River or someone within Norton? Countless possibilities intertwined in Lin Feng's mind.
But one thing is certain, Norton Bio, this behemoth entrenched at the top of biotechnology, has become an enemy that Long Yuan must face. Its threat far exceeds that of local forces such as Hongsheng and Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. It has not only money and power, but also cutting-edge biotechnology that is enough to change humanity itself and even cause disasters.
Qing Xue. Lin Feng's voice brought Su Qingxue, who was immersed in the blueprint of a technological empire, back to reality. Mr. Lin? Su Qingxue keenly noticed the unusual solemnity in Lin Feng's tone.
Long Yuan Technology's Tree of Life project, Lin Feng looked at her with deep eyes, has been given the highest priority.
Resources will be doubled. As for the research direction, a top-secret sub-item will be temporarily added, codenamed Purification. Purification? Su Qingxue's heart trembled.
This code name itself carries a strong sense of confrontation. Goal: research on rapid detection, neutralization and defense mechanisms for unconventional biological weapons such as unnatural biological neurotoxins, genetically induced viruses, and directed cell decay inducers. Lin Feng's voice was calm, but every word was as cold as ice. Especially those that may involve inhumane technological products such as human gene editing and forced mutation.
Su Qingxue took a breath of cold air.
She instantly thought of the Dark River and the Chimera project that Lin Feng had mentioned before.
Could it be that Norton Biology was conducting such a terrible experiment? And was it targeted and even used by an organization like Dark River?
A chill rose from her spine. She immediately realized that the seriousness of the matter was far beyond her imagination.
I understand.
Su Qingxue said without hesitation, her eyes became extremely sharp. I will personally supervise the Tree of Life project. The Purification sub-project will use the highest security level laboratory and independent research team.
All personnel backgrounds will be triple-checked. Research data will be physically isolated. Very good. Lin Feng nodded. Su Qingxue's decisiveness and execution satisfied him.
In addition, use all our resources to secretly collect information about all non-public research projects, cooperative institutions, and resigned core researchers of Norton Bio in the past 10 years, especially those failed or terminated projects in the fields of neuroscience, genetic engineering, and virology.
He needed more puzzle pieces to restore the full picture of the Chimera. Yes. Su Qingxue immediately took note.
She knew that a war without gun smoke but potentially more dangerous had quietly begun in the field of biotechnology.
After processing the emergency order, Lin Feng looked out the window.
The stage for the science and technology exhibition needed to be built, but the threat of the abyss also had to be nipped in the bud. He needed a sharper knife and a stronger shield.
The system interface expanded again. Points balance, 14,178,000 is equal to 6,170 points. Although the cost was huge, the Panga core was worth the money.
Now, we need to prepare for possible biological threats or even more direct assassinations.
His eyes quickly scanned the preview area of the intermediate mall and finally locked onto two items. Item: Barrier Personal Biofield Protection Device Trial Version 72H. Required points: 2,500 points. Description: Based on the principle of unknown energy field, it generates a weak force field barrier that wraps around the user's entire body. It can effectively deflect weakened physical kinetic energy impact pistol bullet shrapnel, non-penetrating energy attacks, low-intensity lasers, electric shocks, and the penetration of most known chemical biological aerosols and contact toxins. The trial version lasts for 72 hours, and the force field strength is limited. It cannot resist large-caliber firearms or high-intensity energy weapons. Item: Honeycomb Microbionic Spy Drone Prototype plus 10 units. Required points: 3,000 points. Description: A group of fingernail-sized micro-drones with optical acoustic stealth, basic, short-distance high-speed flight, silent, biological signal simulation to confuse detectors, high-precision environmental scanning including biometric identification and self-destruction functions. They can be clustered and controlled through a dedicated control terminal in the form of a watch, suitable for tasks such as complex environment reconnaissance, tracking, fixed-point monitoring, and trace sample collection. Requires modification. The prototype has basic AI collaboration. One is for defense, the other for reconnaissance. They complement each other perfectly. Although the points are almost at the bottom, facing the threat of Dark River and the potentially more terrifying Norton, these investments are necessary to ensure survival. Exchange. Lin Feng thought again. Ding. Consumed 5,500 points. Redemption successful. Items: Barrier Personal Biofield Protection Device Trial Version 72H, Honeycomb Microbionic Spy Drone Prototype plus 10 units and matching control terminal watch have been stored in the system space. A weak energy flow instantly enveloped Lin Feng's body, and then quickly disappeared, as if it had never appeared. But he could clearly sense that an invisible, tough energy film was clinging to his skin. At the same time, a simple but technological black metal watch appeared on his wrist, establishing a connection with his consciousness. 10 imperceptible dots quietly floated in the system space, like a sleeping swarm of bees. Barrier activated. An invisible shield is added. Hive stand by. Invisible eyes open. Lin Feng gently stroked the cold surface of the watch, feeling the weak but real energy field in his body. A strong sense of security arose spontaneously. Technology is his armor and wings. At this moment, Pango's cold reminder sounded in my mind. Master authority. Preliminary correlation analysis of the Chimera project file has been completed. In-depth analysis and tracing are still ongoing. Keys summary. 1. Document authenticity, 99.7% original experimental record fragment. 2. Core content. Records show that the Blackwood Research Institute, secretly funded by Norton Biology, conducted a human enhancement experiment codenamed Chimera for 5 years. The source of the experimental subjects, volunteers obtained through illegal channels from all over the world, mostly missing persons. 3. Technical route. Through gene editing, CRISPR-Cas9 variant combined with specific nerve stimulation and biological hormone induction, attempts are made to insert enhanced gene fragments of specific animals such as cats and reptiles into the experimental subjects, with the goal of obtaining extraordinary agility, strength, senses, and tissue regeneration capabilities. 4. Result: failure rate 99.2%. All surviving test subjects showed uncontrollable gene collapse, organ failure, mental disorder, or extremely aggressive mutation. Records ended with a large-scale containment breach incident 3 years ago. Presumably the test subjects went berserk. 5. Links to Norton, funding flows, patents on specific inhibitors, and confirmation that 3 named researchers are senior Norton employees. 6. Dark River connection. A receiving instruction was detected in the file that was deliberately erased but left with traces of underlying data. The encryption method of the instruction source is highly consistent with the known pattern of Dark River, probability 87%. Speculation: the Dark River organization or its employer may be an insider, participant, or spy receiver of the remains after the accident. Chimera, genetic collapse, containment breach, Dark River peak. Lin Feng's face completely darkened. Norton Biology not only conducted anti-human experiments, but also created a group of failed products with inhuman powers that might be wandering around. And Dark River, this lingering killer organization, is likely related to these monsters, and may even have mastered some out-of-control technologies or samples. Is this the real purpose of Dark River H6 carrying this document? A warning? Or some kind of transaction certificate? Or, someone inside Norton wants to use him to clean up the mess and destroy the evidence? The fangs of the abyss were more hideous and chaotic than he had imagined. Ding! Shadow of Norton mission progress updated.
Obtain key information, the core content of the Black Forest Research Institute and the Chimera Project.
Triggers branch mission, out of control Chimera. Mission objective, track down the Chimera experimental subjects that may be wandering outside and their influence.
Warning, target is extremely dangerous physical biological contamination. Rewards, points in Tree of Life project technology fragments will be awarded based on the amount of cleanup and the value of the samples obtained.
The cold system prompt was like a variation of a war drum.
The stage lights of the technology exhibition had not yet been lit, but the hunt for the biological abyss had already begun.
The beehive control terminal on Lin Feng's wrist was slightly glowing with a faint blue luster. Chapter 36, Double Crisis, Thunderous Force Part 1.
On the top floor of Longting Hotel, the lights of Jean Ning outside the French window gradually lit up, but they could not dispel the coldness in Lin Feng's heart caused by the Chimera Project. The blue luster of the honeycomb control terminal on the watch was barely perceptible, and the barrier force field in the body existed silently like a second layer of skin.
Master Authority. In-depth traceability analysis shows that the Black Forest Research Institute has been abandoned in official records. However, 2 of its 3 core researchers entered Norton Biology's highly confidential project Team Omega Omega after the accident. The third person, the chief gene editing expert Heinrich Wolf, has a mysterious whereabouts, and the last signal disappeared somewhere in Africa. Pango's cold voice brought more fragments.
Lin Feng's eyes were as sharp as a knife.
2 cores were still in Norton, and 1 was missing?
This meant that the source of out-of-control technology, or even something more dangerous, might be spread out. Combined with the containment failure mentioned in the document and the possible spying of the Dark River, the situation was more complicated and dangerous than expected. Qingxue, adjust the priority direction of the purification subitem, focus on breakthroughs in the inhibition of gene-induced collapse and uncontrolled neurohormonal feedback loop. Lin Feng's voice was full of unquestionable determination. All data sources must be strictly reviewed to ensure that they are not reversely contaminated or tracked.
Su Qingxue looked solemn. Understood.
I have set up a physical isolation laboratory, and the core team is undergoing loyalty verification and confidentiality training.
In addition, regarding the background investigation of Norton Bio.
She projected a newly compiled briefing onto the screen. Norton Bio has recently had some non-public activities in Jining City. A charitable foundation under their name is funding the medical schools of several top universities in the city and a newly established high-end biological sample analysis center Alpha Life. The head of the center is Dr. Jack Rosen, the former director of Norton Europe.
Dr. Rosen? Jining City?
Lin Feng frowned slightly. Although the Eye of Insight module was cooling down, this coincidental connection immediately alerted him. Pango had taken over all the data streams he could obtain from the public network through a special algorithm. Pango, lock onto all public and semi-public information about the Alpha Life Center and Jack Rosen. Analyze their potential intersections with other forces in the city, especially the remnants of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce or Zhanghong of Hongshang.
Instruction confirmed. Analyzing. Related points, the construction contractor of the center is a construction company under Hongsheng Real Estate 87% probability.
In the center's medical equipment purchase order, the shareholder list of some sensitive equipment suppliers was found to have a suspected background of Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce 65% probability. The participants of Dr. Rosen's private dinner last week included the financial director of Hongsheng confirmed.
A vague clue emerges.
The remnants of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, mainly the Wang and Zhao families, Zhenghong of Hongsheng, and the Biological Center funded by Norton, these 3 may form a gray interest network around Norton technology or Chimera-related resources. Zhenghong is likely to try to find new support by contacting Norton or its periphery after his attempt to serve the Dark River failed. As for the remnants of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, they may have only seen the edge of a new pie, and greed made them involved.
There's really no peace for a moment.
Lin Feng sneered, his eyes full of murderous intent. Hongsheng and Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce are a bunch of clowns, like maggots attached to the bones. They must be thoroughly cleaned up. At this moment, an encrypted communication request came in from the head of the special service team, War Bear.
Boss. Emergency.
Zhan Xiong's voice was a little hurried. The brothers who monitor Hongsheng and Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce have sent a message.
The target has moved.
Wang Xiaodong and his son Wang Zhihai, along with a group of trusted elites, secretly left the Wang family mansion half an hour ago.
Target direction, western suburbs.
The vehicle they are riding in has been specially modified, and the signal shielding level is very high.
Also,
The secret sentry at Hongsheng reported that Zhang Hong's most trusted bodyguard captain, Mad Dog Lu Chang, is missing. He is also heading to the western suburbs.
Western suburbs?
Lin Feng instantly pulled up the map of Jining City in his mind. Western suburbs is vast and sparsely populated, with a mixture of abandoned industrial areas, docks, and warehouses.
It is a perfect place to hide dirt.
When Worker Bee monitored a secret account of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce before, he found that it frequently injected large sums of money into a coordinate code named Old Tavern, which was located in a large frozen logistics warehouse area on the edge of the western suburbs.
Could it be that it was the temporary base for the Chimera project or something related to Norton? Or is it the base where the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce and Hongsheng conspired to counterattack? Two-front crisis.
On one side is the unknown biological threat hidden in the center of Alpha Life with Norton's background, and on the other side is the possible desperate gamble of Hongsheng and the remnants of Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce.
The base chosen by the latter may be the key node for investigating the missing Chimera case. Time is of the essence.
You must crush the enemy with lightning speed before they can take action or something bigger happens.
Pangu.
Immediately generate an efficient clearing plan for the western suburbs Old Tavern area, a high probability target based on the existing resources of Worker Bee and Anvil, including the security forces deployed at Marriott Xianlongting.
Requirements: silent, rapid, and thorough.
Leave no survivors, no traces. Use of Class A tactical rations referring to exchanged technological equipment is allowed. At the same time, initiate a 24-hour top-level monitoring plan for the Alpha Life Center and Jack Rosen. Lin Feng's voice was decisive, with a sense of absolute command before the storm.
Command confirmed. Plan being generated. Available resources have been integrated.
Assault Team Silent Infiltration, Special Service Group War Bear Team 6 people, equipment, Worker Bee level exoskeleton basic strength protection enhancement, thermal imaging goggles, tactical dagger, high-frequency shock cutting knife effective against machinery, high-power stun gun non-lethal, silenced pistol emergency backup. Obstacle Clearance Electronic Suppression Team, Anvil leads the Worker Bee Team 4 people, equipped with multi-band jammers, portable hacker terminals, virus delivery tools, high-precision reconnaissance drones with electromagnetic interference bombs, and engineering blasting and cutting equipment low noise. High-end fire support command the boss himself, Pangu AI real-time battlefield information support, environmental scanning, path planning, threat marking, barrier biological force field protection, honeycomb micro UAV cluster reconnaissance non-contact collection of trace samples self-destruct attack. Backup and evacuation, prepare 2 groups of mobile vehicles on standby at different locations. The core of the plan, the Anvil team first silently paralyzes all external monitoring, communications, and electricity in the target area. The War Bear team rushes in to clear out the enemy. The Hive UAV scans the internal environment throughout the process and records all biological signals, suspicious samples.
All enemy electronic equipment must be physically destroyed or deeply erased.
The battlefield traces will be handled by professional cleaners later.
Estimated completion time of the plan, 1 minute and 15 seconds. Please confirm the command details with the main authority. Confirmed. Operation code, Broken Sword. Target, Old Tavern warehouse area. Set off immediately. Real-time information is synchronized to everyone. Commands issued. All units activated. Departure.
Lin Feng stood up, and the deep murderous intent almost became tangible. The temperature in the office seemed to drop several degrees. He looked at Su Qingxue, take charge of the center. Ensure the absolute safety of the hotel and the newly established Longyuan Technology headquarters. Raise the security level to war status.
No one is allowed to disturb without my permission. Su Qingxue felt the suffocating pressure emanating from Lin Feng, which was the same edge he had when he crushed the Dark River Killer last night.
She took a deep breath, her eyes were extremely firm. Understood.
Mr. Lin, don't worry. Leave this to me. Lin Feng nodded slightly and walked out of the office with big strides.
On the watch, the blue light of the honeycomb control terminal lit up steadily. Several imperceptible bionic drones quietly detached from the watch and slid into the darkness, like stones thrown into the water, and were the first to blend into the dark rainy night of the city, marking the beginning of this silent killing.
Chapter 37, Double Crisis, Thunderous Force Part 2.
Okay, this is the carefully written continuation of chapters 36 to 38. Each chapter is about 3,000 words, strictly maintaining the continuity of the story, the rhythm of the excitement, and conforming to the overall outline setting.
Chapter 36, Double Front Crisis, Thunderous Momentum Part 1.
On the top floor of Longting Hotel, the lights of Jean Ning outside the French window gradually lit up, but they could not dispel the coldness in Lin Feng's heart caused by the Chimera project. The blue luster of the honeycomb control terminal on the watch was barely perceptible, and the barrier force field in the body existed silently like a second layer of skin.
Master Authority. In-depth traceability analysis shows that the Black Forest Research Institute has been abandoned in official records. However, 2 of its 3 core researchers entered Norton Biology's highly confidential project Team Omega Omega after the accident. The third person, the chief gene editing expert Heinrich Wolf, has a mysterious whereabouts, and the last signal disappeared somewhere in Africa.
Pango's cold voice brought more fragments. Lin Feng's eyes were as sharp as a knife.
2 cores were still in Norton, and 1 was missing?
This meant that the source of out-of-control technology, or even something more dangerous, might be spread out. Combined with the containment failure mentioned in the document and the possible spying of the Dark River, the situation was more complicated and dangerous than expected. Qingxue, adjust the priority direction of the purification subitem, focus on breakthroughs in the inhibition of gene-induced collapse and uncontrolled neurohormonal feedback loop. Lin Feng's voice was full of unquestionable determination. All data sources must be strictly reviewed to ensure that they are not reversely contaminated or tracked.
Su Qingxue looked solemn. Understood.
I have set up a physical isolation laboratory, and the core team is undergoing loyalty verification and confidentiality training.
In addition, regarding the background investigation of Norton Bio.
She projected a newly compiled briefing onto the screen. Norton Bio has recently had some non-public activities in Jining City. A charitable foundation under their name is funding the medical schools of several top universities in the city and a newly established high-end biological sample analysis center Alpha Life. The head of the center is Dr. Jack Rosen, the former director of Norton Europe.
Dr. Rosen? Jining City?
Lin Feng frowned slightly. Although the Eye of Insight module was cooling down, this coincidental connection immediately alerted him. Pango had taken over all the data streams he could obtain from the public network through a special algorithm. Pango, lock onto all public and semi-public information about the Alpha Life Center and Jack Rosen. Analyze their potential intersections with other forces in the city, especially the remnants of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce or Zhanghong of Hongsheng.
Instruction confirmed. Analyzing. Related points, the construction contractor of the center is a construction company under Hongsheng Real Estate 87% probability.
In the center's medical equipment purchase order, the shareholder list of some sensitive equipment suppliers was found to have a suspected background of Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce 65% probability. The participants of Dr. Rosen's private dinner last week included the financial director of Hongsheng confirmed.
A vague clue emerges.
The remnants of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, mainly the Wang and Zhao families, Zhanghong of Hongsheng, and the Biological Center funded by Norton, these 3 may form a gray interest network around Norton technology or Chimera-related resources. Zhanghong is likely to try to find new support by contacting Norton or its periphery after his attempt to serve the Dark River failed. As for the remnants of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, they may have only seen the edge of a new pie, and greed made them involved.
There's really no peace for a moment.
Lin Feng sneered, his eyes full of murderous intent. Hongsheng and Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce are a bunch of clowns, like maggots attached to the bones. They must be thoroughly cleaned up. At this moment, an encrypted communication request came in from the head of the special service team, Warbear.
Boss. Emergency.
Zhang Xiong's voice was a little hurried. The brothers who monitor Hongsheng and Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce have sent a message.
The target has moved.
Wang Xiaodong and his son Wang Zhihai, along with a group of trusted elites, secretly left the Wang family mansion half an hour ago.
Target direction, western suburbs.
The vehicle they are riding in has been specially modified, and the signal shielding level is very high.
Also,
the secret sentry at Hongsheng reported that Zhang Hong's most trusted bodyguard captain, Mad Dog Lu Chang, is missing. He is also heading to the western suburbs.
Western suburbs?
Lin Feng instantly pulled up the map of Jining City in his mind. Western suburbs is vast and sparsely populated, with a mixture of abandoned industrial areas, docks, and warehouses.
It is a perfect place to hide dirt.
When Worker Bee monitored a secret account of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce before, he found that it frequently injected large sums of money into a coordinate code named Old Tavern, which was located in a large frozen logistics warehouse area on the edge of the western suburbs.
Could it be that it was the temporary base for the Chimera project or something related to Norton? Or is it the base where the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce and Hongsheng conspired to counterattack? Two-front crisis.
On one side is the unknown biological threat hidden in the center of Alpha Life with Norton's background, and on the other side is the possible desperate gamble of Hongsheng and the remnants of Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce.
The base chosen by the latter may be the keynote for investigating the missing Chimera case. Time is of the essence.
You must crush the enemy with lightning speed before they can take action or something bigger happens.
Pangu.
Immediately generate an efficient clearing plan for the western suburbs Old Tavern area, a high probability target based on the existing resources of Worker B and Anvil, including the security forces deployed at Marriott Zionlongting.
Requirements: silent, rapid, and thorough.
Leave no survivors, no traces. Use of Class A tactical rations referring to exchanged technological equipment is allowed. At the same time, initiate a 24-hour top-level monitoring plan for the Alpha Life Center and Jack Rosen. Lin Feng's voice was decisive, with a sense of absolute command before the storm.
Command confirmed. Plan being generated. Available resources have been integrated.
Assault Team Silent Infiltration, Special Service Group War Bear Team 6 people, equipment, Worker B level exoskeleton basic strength protection enhancement, thermal imaging goggles, tactical dagger, high-frequency shock-cutting knife effective against machinery, high-power stun gun non-lethal, silenced pistol emergency backup. Obstacle Clearance Electronic Suppression Team, Anvil leads the Worker B Team 4 people, equipped with multi-band jammers, portable hacker terminals, virus delivery tools, high-precision reconnaissance drones with electromagnetic interference bombs, and engineering blasting and cutting equipment low noise. High-end fire support command the boss himself, Pangu AI real-time battlefield information support, environmental scanning, path planning, threat marking, barrier biological force field protection, honeycomb micro UAV cluster reconnaissance non-contact collection of trace samples self-destruct attack. Backup and evacuation, prepare 2 groups of mobile vehicles on standby at different locations. The core of the plan, the Anvil team first silently paralyzes all external monitoring, communications, and electricity in the target area. The War Bear team rushes in to clear out the enemy. The Hive UAV scans the internal environment throughout the process and records all biological signals, suspicious samples.
All enemy electronic equipment must be physically destroyed or deeply erased.
The battlefield traces will be handled by professional cleaners later.
Estimated completion time of the plan, 1 minute and 15 seconds. Please confirm the command details with the main authority. Confirmed. Operation code, Broken Sword. Target, Old Tavern warehouse area. Set off immediately. Real-time information is synchronized to everyone. Commands issued. All units activated. Departure.
Lin Feng stood up, and the deep murderous intent almost became tangible. The temperature in the office seemed to drop several degrees.
He looked at Su Qingxue, take charge of the center.
Ensure the absolute safety of the hotel and the newly established Longyuan Technology headquarters. Raise the security level to war status.
No one is allowed to disturb without my permission. Su Qingxue felt the suffocating pressure emanating from Lin Feng, which was the same edge he had when he crushed the Dark River Killer last night.
She took a deep breath, her eyes were extremely firm. Understood.
Mr. Lin, don't worry. Leave this to me. Lin Feng nodded slightly and walked out of the office with big strides.
On the watch, the blue light of the honeycomb control terminal lit up steadily. Several imperceptible bionic drones quietly detached from the watch and slid into the darkness, like stones thrown into the water, and were the first to blend into the dark rainy night of the city, marking the beginning of this silent killing.
Chapter 37, Double Front Crisis, Thunderous Momentum Part 2.
The dark off-road vehicle was like a silent ghost in the rain, speeding towards the western suburbs of Jining City. Inside the car, Lin Feng closed his eyes to rest. Only the honeycomb terminal screen on his wrist flickered with a faint light, showing the 3-dimensional battlefield construction map sent back from the front.
Pangu's cold electronic voice reported synchronously in the car and in his consciousness. Master Authority.
Hive Vanguard unit has reached the perimeter of the target area. Target, Jinhai Port District No. 7 Old Frozen Logistics Warehouse Group abandoned for 5 years. Main target, Old Tavern refers to the internal Cora 03 warehouse.
Scan display.
Electronic defense, the outer wall is equipped with primitive infrared alarms and some unconnected cameras. There are wireless signal hotspots, low intensity and suspected short-range wireless communication signal sources 5 in the internal warehouse. There is a high-intensity signal shielding field in some parts of the warehouse area covering only the A03 warehouse. Physical defense, there are patrol sentries 2 people, carrying knives on the wall, secret sentries 4 people, holding pistols at hidden points outside the warehouse, and fixed guards estimated to be 6 people, including light automatic weapons inside the A03 warehouse gate and high on the second floor shelves. Internal situation A03, a large number of piled up bunkers. The main control room's second floor has monitoring screens covering the entrance and internal key roads.
The signal shielding in the main control room is the strongest, and there is a heat source reaction 1 person.
The temperature in the central area of the warehouse is abnormally low. It is suspected that part of the refrigeration system is activated, and there is an abnormal biological signal source. Compound, chaotic, atypical human. Enemy force identification, marked Wang Xiaodong, Wang Zhihai, father and son of the Wang family of Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, Hongsheng Mad Dog Lu Chang and his Hongsheng Elite 5 people, Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce Death Squad about 8 people, unknown armed personnel 3 people, well equipped, presumed to be mercenaries or Norton perimeter security.
Total number, 22 people.
Firepower, mainly pistols, at least 2 submachine guns, unknown heavy firepower. Special points: the low temperature area in the center of the warehouse is covered by heavy canvas, which is impenetrable to biological signal sources. A large diesel generator set is running deep in the warehouse noise mask.
Sure enough, there is something.
Lin Feng's eyes flashed with coldness. Chaotic and abnormal biological signals, low temperature areas? This almost matches the characteristics of the failed product described in the Chimera project. In order to turn the tables, these crazy people from Hongsheng and Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce are actually contacting or even harboring this kind of monster? Or is this place itself a stronghold of the Dark River or some peripheral force of Norton, and they happen to use it? Anvil, execute Plan B. First, paralyze all external alarms and communications. Keep the main control room and shielding field of the A03 warehouse inside. Make them deaf and partially blind turtles. Lin Feng quickly issued the order. It would be easier if there was signal shielding inside, catching the turtle in the jar.
Command confirmed. Work B team begins action. On a rainy night outside the old warehouse, several dark shadows lurked closer like ghosts.
A worker B member took out a device that looked like a laptop and tapped on the keyboard rapidly, while another person attached a palm-sized disc-shaped device to the wall.
External network node intrusion successful. Take over all cameras static loopback image coverage.
External infrared alarm has been logically short-circuited false alarm suppression.
The sound of the anvil is cold and calm.
Prepare to deploy Noisebugs high-frequency electronic jammers that can interfere with wireless communications in a specific frequency band, not covering anything. Deployment locations: entrance, guard rest area, main passage.
Start.
A piercing noise suddenly erupted from the earphones worn by the guards outside the warehouse.
The 2 patrolmen frowned and cursed as they pulled out their earphones to check.
One of the guards tried to contact the inside with the intercom, but only a rustling noise came out.
Damn it! Did this horrible weather mess up the signal?
A guard from the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce cursed.
Maybe the equipment has been flooded. Go in and tell the young master.
Another guard yelled twice into the intercom in annoyance. Seeing no response, he turned around and prepared to walk into the warehouse.
Right at this moment. Puff. Puff.
2 muffled sounds were so slight that they were almost drowned out by the sound of rain. 2 thin needles wrapped in strong electric currents shot out accurately from the darkness. They hit the back of the necks of the 2 guards. The 2 men's bodies shook violently, and they instantly lost consciousness and collapsed, and were silently dragged into a corner in the rain.
Outer sentries number 3 and number 4, clear simultaneously.
Zhang Xiong's voice sounded.
Wall patrol cleared.
Another SWAT team member responded. Just like the meshing of precision gears, in less than 10 seconds, all the sentries outside the warehouse were silently eliminated. The 6 members of the Warbear team were like black cheetahs blending into the rainy night, spreading out and approaching several entrances to the A03 warehouse.
Their exoskeletons made their movements lighter and more powerful.
Lin Feng's car stopped at a hidden location 1 kilometer away from the warehouse area. He got out of the car, and the raindrops hit him, but strangely they were bounced off by an invisible film. The barrier force field was activated. On the watch, 10 honeycomb microdrones had already sneaked into the warehouse, like invisible eyes, clearly projecting every corner and every nervous or ferocious face inside into Lin Feng's consciousness. Inside the A03 warehouse, the lights were bright but the atmosphere was depressing. The huge generator set deep in the warehouse emitted a steady roar. Hongsheng's Mad Dog Lu Chang, a bald man with a scar on his face and fierce eyes, was kicking the oil drum next to him angrily. Damn it! Where are the people outside? I called the intercom for a long time but there was no response.
Wang Xiaodong. Are all your people useless?
Wang Xiaodong, the once powerful tycoon in the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, looked extremely unhappy at the moment, and his son Wang Jihai was even more panicked. Next to them were the three well-equipped and indifferent mercenary leaders, and a European white man with a scar on his face was checking the MP5K submachine gun in his hand.
Brother Chang, calm down. Wang Xiaodong tried to remain calm.
Maybe the strong wind and rain have interfered with the signal.
Don't worry, we have our most reliable people outside. Let's focus on taking care of the treasures in the warehouse.
As long as this batch of goods is shipped to the sea, Dara Rosen from Norton said that he will ensure our prosperity and wealth.
We can also get more powerful guys. By then, Long Yuan, Lin Feng, will all die. His eyes flashed with madness and greed.
Humph.
That'd better be. Lu Chang spat. That foreigner Norton is so secretive.
He just asked us to take good care of this frozen thing and didn't tell us what it is.
But that smell.
He glanced at the low-temperature area covered with heavy canvas in the center of the warehouse with disgust.
It's so fucking disgusting. Like wild beasts and rotten meat mixed together.
The air near the low-temperature area in the center of the warehouse was filled with a faint fishy stench.
Don't worry about it. When the ship arrives, send this plague away. Wang Jihai's voice was trembling, and he couldn't help but look at the canvas again.
The outline of the steel structure was faintly visible under the canvas, and there was a low sound, like the suppressed breathing of a beast.
I don't know if it's an illusion. Master Authority. The worker bee team has sealed off all warehouse entrances. Electronic suppression is fully complete. The enemy is trapped. The sound of anvils rang out.
The guard distribution of the main control room has been marked.
You can conduct a strong attack.
The members of the War Bear Squad have already leaned against the inside of several rolling doors of the warehouse, with their cold blades unsheathed. Lin Feng stood in the rain, looking at the clear IFF map, guard position marks, and the specially marked abnormal biological signal source on the watch screen. A cold arc appeared on the corner of his mouth.
Clearance operation, begin. War Bear. Group A. Group B. Storm the main control room. Clear out all resistance. Anvil. Release the paralyzing cloud. Throwing location, the central area with dense guards. Except for the main control room. Hive.
Collect air samples from the surface of the frozen area.
Release noise to disrupt the enemy's morale. 3 instructions, like the announcement of the god of death. Boom. Boom.
The rolling shutters of the 2 warehouses were silently torn apart by the small directional blasting device. Zhan Xiong and another team member rushed in like lightning. The high-frequency oscillating cutting knife in their hands drew a cold arc of light.
Puff. Puff.
The 2 Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce soldiers guarding the door didn't even utter a cry of surprise, their throats were cut open in an instant.
Blood gushed out. Enemy attack. The guards in the warehouse finally reacted. Throw it, the anvil yelled. Puff. Puff. Several fist-sized metal cans were accurately thrown from the broken door into the densely guarded central area.
The cans exploded, instantly releasing light green smoke.
Ahem, what? My eyes hurt. I can't move.
The 5 or 6 guards in the area covered by the smoke felt their bodies instantly paralyzed, breathing difficult, tears streaming down their cheeks.
They collapsed like wheat being cut. Buzz.
A piercing sound, like nails scratching glass, suddenly exploded in the ears of all the guards. This sound seemed to be able to pierce directly into their brains.
It was the sonic attack released by the hive noise.
The guards closest to them had splitting headaches and screamed in pain.
Ah! Damn it! The central area was in chaos in an instant.
Upstairs.
Main control room.
Lu Chang and Wang Xiaodong were in the main control room, and were startled by the explosion and screams outside. The huge glass windows allowed them to clearly see the killing that broke out instantly below.
Shoot! Kill them!
Wang Xiaodong roared with bloodshot eyes.
Day.
The 2 guards in the main control room and Lu Chang fired at the bottom almost at the same time. However, they were blocked by the debris bunker and smoke, and the effect was minimal. The War Bear team was experienced and had already used the bunker to launch precise point shooting.
Puff. Puff. Puff.
Fire came out of the muzzle of the silenced gun, and the guards below who were slow to react were knocked down one after another.
Damn it! Fight them! Lao Ku! Open the cage! Let that thing out!
Lu Chang's eyes turned red, and he yelled madly into the intercom. The warehouse was shielded, so short-distance communication was done by shouting. The Lao Ku he was talking about was the leader of a group of death squads guarding the low-temperature area of the center.
At the same time, buzz buzz buzz.
Several tiny shadows quietly approached the cold zone canvas in the center of the warehouse that exuded an ominous aura. A tiny mechanical arm stretched out and collected the air that exuded an abnormal smell. The air was filled with high concentrations of biological pheromones and trace amounts of neurostimulant hormone residues. Under the canvas, in the huge, frost-covered metal box, the low, chest-like panting sound suddenly stopped. Instead, there was a creepy, sticky, slippery, and tearing sound. It was as if something had awakened. The thick frost at the joints of the box began to show fine cracks with a teeth-grinding creaking sound. Zhang Xiong had already led his men to the narrow staircase leading to the main control room on the second floor. 3 mercenaries blocked the staircase and fired madly downwards. The bullets hit Zhang Xiong's worker bee armor and sparks flew. But the strong impact also made him stagnate. Cover! Another team member immediately raised his gun to suppress them. A hive drone flew silently towards the ventilation vent on the side of the main control room. The fierce battle on the stairs was in full swing. Wang Xiaodong looked at the one-sided massacre below and the constantly vibrating metal box, and a chill rose from the soles of his feet. He looked at Lu Chang's hideous face, the mercenaries' indifferent shooting, and caught a glimpse of an inconspicuous black shadow entering the ventilation duct.
Desperate fear completely overwhelmed greed.
He suddenly pushed his son Wang Jihai towards an inconspicuous emergency passage door inside the main control room.
Sure, hi. Run. Get out of here. Leave me alone. Dad!
Wang Jihai screamed in horror.
Boom! At this moment,
a deafening sound, mixed with the sound of metal tearing and inhuman roar, suddenly exploded from the center of the warehouse. The heavy canvas covering the central area was instantly torn into countless pieces by the violent force. The cold white air spread violently along with the strong, disgusting fishy wind. A huge and distorted shadow suddenly jumped out from the shattered canvas and white mist. Chapter 38, The Beast is out of the cage, the throne is overturned. That thing can hardly be called a human being. The hunched body, over 3 meters long, was covered with gray and black, rough and sticky stratum corneum skin like a wild animal. The limbs were extremely uncoordinated, the upper limbs were abnormally thick, and at the end were 5 hook-like, terrifying claws that shone with a cold metallic luster that was obviously the result of artificial modification. The lower limbs were short and powerful, and the anti-joint structure allowed it to burst out with amazing jumping power in an instant. The most horrifying thing was its head. It had no clear facial features, only a reptilian mouth that was almost split to the roots of its ears, filled with jagged, huge dagger-like fangs. A pair of turbid, yellowish, extremely violent and chaotic eyeballs were embedded above the crack, and there were only 2 black holes in the place of its nostrils. Ho ho gurgle! The deafening roar, with the echo of tearing metal and mixed with the sticky and slippery sound, instantly drowned out all the gunshots and screams in the warehouse. A stench storm swept across the place. It was an extreme stench mixed with rotting flesh, beast odor, and cold death. Chimeras. Out-of-control failures. Genetically broken monsters. They were actually stored here. And they were awakened. Time seems to freeze at this moment. The remaining guards of Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce and Hongsheng Group below had their faces frozen with fear, and then they burst into uncontrollable screams of terror. AA monster. Run! Run! They were only told to take good care of the box, but they had no idea that there was such a hellish visitor inside. Shoot! Kill it! Lu Chang was also frightened by the monster, but his fierce instinct made him roar while turning the muzzle of the gun towards the giant shadow raging below. Da-da-day! The bullets hit the monster's cuticle, but only splashed a few faint sparks. Ugh! The monster staggered, but in its confused mind, there was no fear, only boundless rage after being attacked. Its cloudy eyes instantly locked onto the control room. Roar! The huge body exerted force suddenly. The short and powerful anti-jointed lower limbs burst out with terrifying power. Boom! The ground was cracked. The huge black shadow was like a cannonball, accompanied by a sonic boom-like sound, and crashed straight into the main control room on the second floor. No!
Wang Xiaodong's soul was threatening to disappear. Boom crack.
The reinforced concrete columns were smashed to pieces by the monster's huge arms and heavy body like paper. The entire control room platform groaned under the heavy load and half of it collapsed.
The glass shattered instantly. The metal twisted and deformed.
The three mercenaries were knocked out like ragdolls, screaming and falling to the second floor, their lives unknown. Lu Chang frantically jumped to the side at the last moment, avoiding the center of the collision, but was also hit by the flying gravel and steel bars. One of his arms twisted instantly, blood dripping.
Dad!
Wang Jihai, who was pushed into the emergency passage by his father, only saw the collapsed platform and the monster's huge mouth that was swallowing him. He was so scared that his heart and liver burst, and he crawled and disappeared into the depths of the emergency passage.
Wang Xiaodong was not so lucky. He was right in the path of the monster's impact. He had no time to react. Snap! Puff! A huge metal claw pierced his chest in an instant like a hot knife cutting through butter. Then it tore it apart violently. The heart-pounding sound of flesh and bones being torn apart rang out. Wang Xiaodong's body was instantly torn in half. His internal organs and blood spurted out. His face was still frozen with extreme fear and disbelief. This former giant of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce actually died under the claws of the ferocious beast he had attracted. Damn it! The war bear team below, who were preparing to continue to eliminate the remaining resistance, were also shocked by this sudden change. But they were well trained, and the shock was only for a moment. Spread out. Find cover. Watch out for the monster's claws. Not flesh. Zhan Xiong roared. The sharpness of the monster's claws when it tore Wang Xiaodong apart was far beyond imagination. It was definitely not an ordinary biological structure. Roar! After tearing Wang Xiaodong apart, the chimera monster seemed to have vented a little anger. But its chaotic and crazy instincts were soon stimulated by the large amount of fresh blood and flesh and the noise sound waves in the warehouse. Its turbid eyes swept over the chaotic fleeing crowd below, and a gurgling growl came out of its throat again. Then, its huge body turned downward. It needs an outlet. Everyone give up the target. Protect yourself. Anvil. Smoke bombs. Don't let its attention be drawn to the door. Lin Feng's calm voice sounded in the communication channel, like a magic needle that stabilizes the sea. On the watch screen, the monster's energy signal was chaotic and violent, far exceeding that of ordinary humans. Hive. The cluster releases maximum power noise. Target, monster. Anvil. Release the backup paralysis cloud to cover the monster. At the same time, cut the path to the central freezer. Limit its movement space. Buzz. The extremely piercing noise attack, far more than the previous one, instantly exploded in the monster's ears. It was like countless steel needles piercing the brain. Although the chaotic brain was full of violence, it was not immune to such direct nerve interference. Roar! The monster's movements suddenly froze. Its huge body shook in pain. Its huge claws slapped its head frantically. At the same time, several paralysis cloud bombs exploded under its feet. The light green high-concentration paralysis gas instantly enveloped it. This gas is also effective for the nerve conduction of non-human creatures. The monster was paralyzed and disturbed by the noise, and its movements were obviously slowed down, and it fell into a temporary state of confusion. Its range of destruction was temporarily limited to a small area below the main control room in the center of the warehouse. Battle Bear. First clear out Lu Chang and other remaining enemies with weapons. Then retreat to the fortifications inside the warehouse entrance. Wait until it goes crazy and lure it out. Lin Feng gave precise instructions. This monster has amazing defense, and the risk of close combat is extremely high, so it must be outsmarted. Yes. The War Bear team immediately adjusted their targets, and took advantage of the chaos of the monsters, like a cold-blooded reaper of death. The bullets were accurately fired at the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce and Hongsheng warriors who were frightened and trying to escape. Puff! 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 Gunshots and dying screams rang out again, but they seemed insignificant under the monster's roar and noise interference. The Anvil team quickly began to cut the debris near the large load-bearing columns of the warehouse, trying to create a maze-like obstacle to limit the monster's possible advance path. Lu Chang dragged his severely injured arm and climbed up from the ruins of the collapsed main control room with difficulty, just in time to see the Battle Bear team slaughtering the remaining enemies.
Then he saw the terrifying monster below was temporarily trapped by the smoke and noise, and a feeling of despair and violence filled his heart.
Damn it!
They're all crazy. They're all crazy. He staggered towards a side door, clutching a waterproof tarpaulin bag tightly in his hand. It seemed to contain an account book or a storage disk. That was what Zhang Hong told him to bring back. However, he just rushed to the side door. Buzz! A tiny light flashed from the corner. Lu Chang felt his neck go numb. Hive unit, successfully implemented bioelectric interruption micro-high energy pulses targeting spinal nerve nodes.
Pango's reminder was cold and ruthless.
Lu Chang's body suddenly stiffened, his eyeballs bulged out, and with extreme fear and unwillingness, his huge body fell to the ground with a bang, and he completely lost consciousness. In less than 5 minutes, except for the temporarily trapped violent monster, all the armed forces of the Wang family of Hongqing and Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce and the entire warehouse, including Wang Xiaodong himself, were cleared out. Wang Zhihai and the old warehouse who was responsible for unlocking the door were nowhere to be found, presumably escaped through the emergency passage and the special exit of the frozen area.
Boss! The monster is about to break free from the paralysis.
Zhang Xiang's palms were sweaty as he watched the giant figure struggling madly in the paralysis gas, tearing up the ground in containers with its claws, and roaring loudly.
That power was too terrifying. All non-special forces personnel evacuate the warehouse immediately.
War Bear.
Attract its attention. Lead it to the side door of the warehouse. Anvil. Set up explosives outside the side door. Detonate it immediately when it rushes out. Make sure it inflicts heavy damage.
Lin Feng quickly adjusted his tactics, lured them out, and killed them with terrain and explosions.
Hive. Prepare to collect combat trauma samples, splash fluids, etc. Yes. Everyone execute it immediately. Roar. The paralysis effect faded. The noise interference also weakened due to the distance between the honeycomb units. The chimera monster was completely furious. It felt the ants below trying to trap it.
The violent instinct made it roar wildly, and its huge body started again. This time, its target was very clear, the war bear that was one of the sources of noise and paralysis, and was moving quickly towards the side door.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Every time the monster stepped on the ground, it was like a small earthquake.
Shelves were knocked over like building blocks.
It ignored obstacles and rushed forward like a mad rhino. The war bear increased its speed to the limit, relying on the mobility of its exoskeleton to dodge at high speed in the narrow passage that had been deliberately cleared in advance by the Anvil squad.
Come on! Monster! He roared to attract hatred. At the same time, he threw the last 2 strong light stun bombs backwards. Boom!
The dazzling white light and the huge roar caused the monster's movements to slow down again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Anvil team has accurately retreated to the hidden blasting point set outside the side door.
The monster was completely enraged.
It roared and broke through the last pile of collapsed cargo.
Its huge body rushed out of the shaky side door. Right at this moment. Detonate, the Anvil roared. Boom!
The high explosives buried in the ground on the path the monster must pass through were detonated instantly. The violent airwaves and scorching flames were like huge hammers, smashing hard on the huge figure that rushed out.
Roar!
A shrill roar mixed with pain rang out.
The monster's lower body and one arm were instantly blown into a bloody mess.
Sticky, blue-green blood mixed with broken stratum corneum and internal organs sprayed all over the ground. The huge impact force flipped half of its body to the ground.
Now!
Lin Feng in the car in the distance had sharp eyes. Anvil.
Shoot again. Aim at the vulnerable joint of the neck.
Use all your heavy firepower.
Hive. Sample. Day. Boom.
The roar of the grenade launcher and the roar of the submachine gun were concentrated. The bullets and fragments were like a storm of death, pouring down on the vulnerable areas of the monster's head and upper body that were temporarily unable to move due to the severe damage caused by the explosion.
Puff. Puff. Boom.
In the firelight and smoke, the monster's hideous head was beaten into a bloody mess. The huge body twitched violently for a few times, and finally stopped moving completely. The strong smell of blood and smoke mixed with its own stench filled the rainy night, forming a hellish scene. The warehouse district fell silent again, with only the roar of generators in the distance and the patter of raindrops hitting steel. The hive drones were flying around the explosion area like industrious worker bees, carefully collecting the splashed blue-green blood and tissue fragments that contained extremely chaotic genetic information. Lin Feng watched all this coldly through the watch screen. The battle was over. One of the Wang family's father and son died, and the other escaped Wang Jihai. Hongqing's Liu Chang was paralyzed and arrested. The interruption of bioelectricity may cause lifelong paralysis, but he is not dead. This out-of-control chimera beast was successfully annihilated. Samples are being recovered. The Wang family of Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, the deepest and most poisonous thorn in Jiangnan, was completely eliminated tonight. The core strength is gone. Warbear, leave a small team to work with Anvil to clean up the battlefield, all electronic and biological traces. Get rid of all the corpses, including the remains of the chimeras. The cleaners will take over later. They must be completely wiped out. Evacuate immediately. Take Liu Chang with you. Return to Longtong. Yes. Boss. The convoy restarted, drove away from the area that had just experienced a silent bloody storm, and drove back to the dazzling center of Jining. Jinning's sky has completely changed. Chapter 39, the building is about to collapse. Jining before dawn was shrouded in a layer of cold mist. The thunderous explosion in the western suburbs last night, though far away in the suburbs, was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up undercurrents in certain circles. For most citizens, it was just a vague roar in the ordinary night rain, not worth mentioning. But for those who are deeply rooted in this city and those eyes in the dark, this roar symbolizes a dramatic change. The command center on the top floor of the Longting Hotel was brightly lit. Su Qingxue stayed up all night, commanding with confidence. The joint team of Anvil and Warbear has returned. Liu Chang was put into a special medical monitoring room, deep paralysis, and all the clean samples brought back, including chimera blood fragments and core storage components of Hongqing Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce electronic equipment, were immediately sent to the physically isolated Level 3 Biosafety Laboratory BSL-3. The professional and efficient cleaner team acted with the precision of a scalpel, handling all the traces of battle, biological residues, and even explosion scorch marks in the western suburbs warehouse area as if nothing had happened. Boss. Su Qingxue projected a preliminary report in front of Lin Feng. The scene has been processed. Except for Wang Jihai and Lao Ku, whose identity has been locked, and he is Wang's old confidant Ku Yukai, who escaped through a special freezing channel, no one was left alive or with any direct traces. Nano-level monitoring has been implanted in Liu Chang's body, and Pangu is deeply analyzing his remaining memory fragments, trying to dig out the connection with Norton Biology in Zhanghong. In the laboratory, the joint team of Worker B and Qingxue has begun to analyze the chimera tissue fragments and the collected biological pheromones. The data flow is huge, and it is estimated that it will take 12 hours to produce a preliminary molecular map. Lin Feng's eyes fell on the scan image of the beaten-to-Smith chimera monster on the screen. The twisted genetic structure, the forcibly coupled alien biological template, the traces of the crude neural enhancement plug-in. This was the horrible epitome of the Norton creature, or the remains of the Chimera project. Have you found out the concrete evidence of Zhang Han's collusion with the Wang family, as well as the final destination of the old tavern account? Pangu is trying its best to trace the source. Su Qingxue called up another set of data. The flow of funds in the account shows that the last few large transactions were laundered through offshore companies, but one clear transfer of cleaning fees points to a company called Jinhai Logistics Consulting. It appears to be legal on the surface, but after multiple layers of penetration, the actual controller was identified as a named Jack Rosen's personal security consultant, Hans Kraus. And Rosen himself is in the top-floor apartment of the Alpha Life Center at this moment. Jack Rosen. The name of this former Norton European director, like a cold venomous snake, completely entangled the core of the Shijiao incident. Whether it was funding the establishment of the center, cooperating with Zhang Hong, or his personal consultant accepting money from the Wang family to deal with the problem Chimera Guard, or his Norton background, all clues pointed to him. Pangu, to what extent has the center of Alpha Life been infiltrated? Lin Feng's voice was flat. Completed. The center's internal structure blueprint, security system architecture, and all network devices have been identified. All public and encrypted communication channels of Rosen have been monitored, currently silent. Virtual control nodes have been established for the center's main ventilation ducts, power, and data centers not physically taken over. The center's BSL-2 laboratory has found multiple unregistered devices and independently operated internal LANs, which are physically isolated and cannot be remotely explored. There are independent networks and equipment under BSL-2? Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. This is not in compliance with regulations. Is the Worker Bee infiltration team ready?
On standby. Physical infiltration and sample acquisition can be performed at any time. Su Qingxue replied immediately.
Wait. Lin Feng suddenly had an idea.
Does the chimera biological pheromone extracted by the Qingxue team have any special activity?
Yes. It is extremely active and has strong neuro-induced mutation characteristics. We conducted a trace exposure experiment on standard white mice. Mouse number 1 showed significantly increased aggressiveness within 15 minutes, abnormal proliferation of muscle fibers similar to mild chimerism, and abnormally accelerated metabolism. Mouse number 2 experienced immune system collapse and died of organ failure within 48 hours.
This is a potent and uncontrollable biological inducer. Su Qingxue spoke quickly with surprise. Biological induction source, neural induction, activity.
A plan so bold that it was almost crazy instantly took shape in Lin Feng's mind.
Pangu.
Find a logistics tracking port in the BSL-2 isolation network node inside the laboratory that can receive the package and has the conditions for rapid freezing.
Command confirmed. Scanning found. Independent server in the BSL-2 area of the central warehouse. Labeled as Tracking of Low Temperature Transport Items and Management of Biological Specimen Expiration Dates. There is an independent physical port to connect the backup independent power supply and the ultra-low temperature freezer ADC. The logistics tracking ID suffix of this port is Zeta Alpha. Zeta Alpha. This is the special mark that appears repeatedly in an encrypted USB flash drive found on Lu Chang Zhanhong's backup. Right here. This is the handover point that Rosen left for the Wang family.
It may also be the channel for him to receive other special samples.
Qingxue.
Immediately seal a 5 microliter portion of the highest concentration, undiluted chimera blood tissue fluid taken from the most active area in a specially designed X-ray proof, electromagnetic scan proof, inert physical isolation protection container. Disguise it as a lost urgent delivery marked Zeta Alpha as quickly as possible and anonymously deliver it to the logistics receiving window on the B1 floor of the Alpha Life Center.
Su Qingxue understood Lin Feng's intention instantly.
A flash of shock flashed across her eyes, which then turned into absolute trust and execution. Understood.
Execute immediately. This was to use the sample zone terrifying activity to carry out a silent explosion in Rosen's laboratory. Pangu.
Synchronize the control center's logistics system.
Clear our delivery records.
At the same time, closely monitor all biosafety sensors in the center, personnel vital signs monitoring, and the special network fluctuations of Rosen apartment. Before the sample arrives at the preset low temperature port, the worker bee infiltration team will suspend operations and maintain maximum concealment. I want to see how Rosen will react when he receives this surprise gift.
A sample from hell is quietly being thrown towards one of its creators. Hongsheng Group Headquarters President's Office.
The once luxurious and spacious space was now filled with a dead despair. Documents were scattered on the mahogany desk, and the expensive ashtray was full of cigarette butts. Zhang Hong sat alone in the huge boss chair, like a sculpture with a soul drained out. Outside the window, the sky was getting light, and the city was waking up, but his world had collapsed.
A whole night. No news about Lu Chang. The signal shielding in the western suburbs was like a huge black hole, swallowing up the last information flow.
The subordinates sent to investigate reported that the periphery of the warehouse area was as quiet as usual, as if nothing had happened, but an extreme, palpitating silence. The core base of the Wang family was also completely silent, and even the servants who were responsible for daily maintenance were nowhere to be seen. What frightened him even more was that several secret networks were suddenly interrupted, as if an invisible giant hand had quietly wiped everything out.
He knew what it meant. Lost. Completely lost.
Whether it was the destruction of the Dark River or the desperate attempt to turn the tables with the help of Norton's external forces, they were all turned to dust in the explosion last night. Wang Xiaodong was dead. The informant confirmed this by the panic and chaos in Wang's house. Lu Chang was in danger. He knew that ruthless man too well, and he would definitely commit suicide if he was caught, and the only hope for a comeback chimera was also finished. The explosion location was exactly the core warehouse. Despair bit his heart like a cold poisonous snake.
Lin Feng. That devilish young man. How unfathomable are his methods. He can even deal with such a monster? Drip drip drip.
The private encrypted mobile phone that had been silent all this time suddenly started to beep rapidly. This was the highest level of alarm, coming from the self-destruction program of the independent backup data server hidden in the basement of Hongsheng Building. Once all the external monitoring nodes Liu Chang's vital signs, the core equipment connection of the west suburbs were interrupted and exceeded the critical value, it would automatically start.
Here it comes. The final reckoning.
All of Hongxing's secret accounts, its connections with the Dark River in Norton's peripherals, and the fragment of information about a taboo item of Norton that could lead to a greater disaster. All of these are stored in the core database.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Lin Feng must not get them.
A trace of sickness and final cruelty appeared on Zhang Hong's face. With shaking hands, he opened a hidden compartment at the bottom of the desk. Inside was an alloy password box. He entered a complex password of 24 digits.
Click. The box opens.
There was no gold, silver, or jewelry inside, only two things. A specially modified lighter containing a high-pressure cyanide poison capsule instantly lethal.
A palm-sized metal disc with complex patterns on its surface, an electromagnetic pulse EMP bomb.
He first touched the EMP disc carefully.
This was the last resort to completely destroy all data.
It must be detonated before the data was physically extracted. Then, he picked up the cold lighter and pressed a hidden button on it without hesitation. A cluster of flames ignited, but this was no ordinary fire, it was a passage to hell. He put the lighter to his mouth and took a deep puff. A pungent bitter almond smell instantly filled my mouth. Severe pain tore my nerves. Ugh! Zhang Hong's body twitched violently, and his eyeballs instantly became bloodshot and bulged. He stared at the computer screen on the table, and the countdown for the self-destruction of the backup database was ticking mercilessly, 15 seconds.
Chapter 40 Rosen's Beacon.
He used up his last bit of strength, and with trembling fingers, he pressed the EMP disc.
It must be activated at the last moment. Lin Feng. You can't win.
He squeezed out vague syllables from his throat, his face mixed with pain, despair, and a twisted pleasure. The data is destroyed, and Hongxing's trump card is completely gone.
Lin Feng, you can't get any core evidence.
Even, you can drag countless people in this building to be buried with you.
However, just when his fingertips were about to touch the EMP activation button,
just when the cyanide was about to completely block his life signal,
sizzle!
A tiny blue light that was almost invisible to the naked eye shot out from the top of an inconspicuous fire sprinkler smoke detector in the corner of the office like a ghost.
It accurately hit the wrist holding the lighter. Neural Biological Impulse Suppression Bomb. Micro Defense Unit pre-deployed by Hive. This is not a lethal weapon.
Its function is to instantly block the conduction function of a specific target nerve cluster. Zhang Hong felt as if his entire right arm was hit by a high-voltage current, and he instantly lost all consciousness. The EMP disc slipped from his weak hands. The lighter also slipped out of his hand and fell on the carpet, and the flame instantly burned a small hole in the expensive carpet.
Ah! He let out an unwilling and desperate roar.
The toxins were raging wildly in his body, but his attempt to forcibly activate the EMP was interrupted.
Bang!
The door of the office was slammed open. Several special service members equipped with special protective clothing rushed in. One of them quickly stepped forward and accurately injected an injection into Zhang Hong's neck, a nerve-neutralizing blocker, temporarily delaying the erosion of the brain by the toxin.
Boss!
The target is still alive. But the cyanide dose is extremely high, and the neutralizer can only keep him conscious for a few minutes. There are still 10 seconds left for the database self-destruct program to start. The team members reported hurriedly.
Countdown on the screen, 9 seconds.
There is only enough time to rush to Zhang Hong to interrupt the program, or try to physically shut down the server power. It would definitely be too late to rush to the table.
Pangu.
Forcefully take over the physical cooling fan of the backup server.
Extreme overclocking.
Burn the core directly. Lin Feng's cold voice sounded in the team members' earphones.
Command confirmed.
Taking over the fan control system. Power load setting, 250%.
Sizzle. Sizzle. Sizzle.
Inside the server cabinet deep underground, several key cooling fans were like chicken blood, instantly bursting out at crazy speeds far beyond the design limit. The core processor temperature monitor instantly soared to red.
3 seconds. 2 seconds. Snap. Snap. Snap.
Several consecutive piercing explosions and electric sparks came from inside the server. The huge overload current instantly burned the core circuit boards of the CPU and storage matrix. The pungent smell of burning filled the air. The self-destruct countdown is stuck at 1 second, and the screen goes black. On a physical level, the data core was forcibly burned. Although the hard disk array did not explode, the core processing unit and storage channel were completely melted. The data inside, which Zhang Hong had high hopes for and may involve the core secrets of Norton, has truly become burned ashes. What is left for future generations is only endless speculation and possible misleading clues. A few seconds later, Zhang Hong's dilated pupils suddenly contracted, as if he sensed something, and a hoarse, broken bellows-like, desperate last gasp came out of his throat. No. Impossible. Ashes. Then, the violent convulsions completely stopped. This once powerful underground tyrant of Jining, the last helmsman of the Hongsheng Empire, finally stared with unwilling eyes and swallowed his last breath. He saw the collapse of the empire, but failed to complete the final revenge. Alpha Life Center Penthouse. Jack Rosen, holding a fine-bone china coffee cup and wearing an elegant velvet morning robe, stood in front of the huge French window, overlooking the peaceful river under the rising sun. He had typical Nordic features, his blonde hair was meticulously combed, and his blue eyes were as deep as the sea, but at this moment, a trace of cold haze passed through them. The signal of the western suburbs warehouse was completely lost, and the Wang family's money stopped flowing. Failed. Failed without suspense. Lin Feng. It was really unexpected. He put down his coffee cup and tapped his fingers on the expensive mahogany tabletop. Hans, he whispered to the air, clear all overt connections with Jinhai Logistics Consulting. All informants from the Wang family in Hongsheng are dealt with silently physically eliminated. Understood, Doctor. A deep male voice came from the shadow in the corner and then disappeared. Rosen didn't care about the destruction of the Wang family in Hongsheng, as they were chess pieces that could be discarded at any time. He just regretted the loss of the precious Chimera Z7 sample. Although it was a failure, its data was still of reference value for some stability research in the Omega project. At this moment, a special tablet computer on the desk not connected to the central network lit up. A notification from the internal logistics system popped up on the screen. Core warehouse reminder. Zeta Alpha, the package has arrived successfully. Bioactivity tracking shows, high activity unopened. Automatically transferred to the B3 area low temperature shelf location, ZB17. Warning, a trace amount of unidentified pheromone leakage was detected outside the container. It is recommended to deal with it immediately. Zeta Alpha? Rosen's pupils suddenly contracted. This mark was only used for the most core and secret receiving channel. And the Wang family Hongsheng line was finished. It was impossible for anything to be delivered. Could it be a key sample urgently sent back by Norton headquarters? Or some other cooperative channel? But the time and path were too weird. Curiosity overwhelmed his vigilance. Especially the words high activity. This was crucial to his research. Hans, he called immediately, go to the ZB17 shelf of the core warehouse immediately. Deliver the newly arrived Zeta Alpha package safely to the BSL-3 core laboratory. The highest level of protection throughout the process. Quickly. 10 minutes later. When Hans Kraus, wearing the highest level of full-body protective clothing, carefully used a special isolation box to deliver the special container, which was less than the size of a fist, to the ultra-clean operating table of the BSL-3 laboratory, Rosen had carefully observed every step through the independent monitoring screen. The container was intact and the seal was special, which was indeed the highest level of packaging style of Norton's peripherals. He personally operated the robotic arm and opened the outer isolation box under the protection of multiple layers of physical isolation covers. Inside is a core sample tube with an inner liner filled with liquid nitrogen inert material and sealed with an alloy. He operated again and opened the core sample tube. There is no Norton headquarters logo label. There is no expected sample pattern. There was only a small disposable sample tube that seemed to contain half a tube of dark red viscous substance. An indescribable, icy, piercing, violent and chaotic aura instantly penetrated the cold nitrogen, causing Rosen to feel a chill in his heart even through multiple layers of protection. This biological characteristic was somewhat similar to the aura of the failed Z7. But more pure? More chaotic? He subconsciously operated the robotic arm, trying to use the laser scanning needle to extract a trace for basic mass spectrometry analysis. Just when the probe was about to touch the dark red liquid, a sudden change occurred. Bang!
A slight cracking sound, almost covered by the background noise of the laboratory. The disposable sample tube actually broke apart without any warning. The sticky dark red liquid instantly flowed onto the cold metal surface of the operating table. Sizzle! The moment the liquid came into contact with the air, it was like cold water dripping into boiling oil. Instantly, a tiny amount of light red gas rose up. The gas spread out in a very short time. Although most of it was instantly sucked away by the powerful negative pressure exhaust of the isolation cover system, there was still a trace, as if it was branded with the soul, that directly penetrated the high-efficiency filter layer of the protection system. It instantly filled the control room of the independent laboratory where Rosen was. Ah! Rosen felt a cold, sticky thing with endless chaos and devouring desire suddenly drilled into his respiratory tract and even every open pore. It was as if countless tiny, crazy worms were gnawing at his spirit. Mental shock. Biopheromone contamination. This is an active attack vector. This thing itself is harmless, but the biologically active pheromones it carries can instantly act on the higher nerve centers of higher mammals, causing intense discomfort and even mental interference. His vision suddenly went black. It was as if countless metals were rubbing and screaming in his head. A huge, twisted, terrifying phantom filled with endless hunger and desire for destruction instantly occupied his consciousness. It was the chimera monster whose head was blown up. Ugh! Rosen let out a short, painful roar, his vision went dark, and a nauseous feeling surged into his throat. He staggered back and slammed into the back of the control chair. Cold sweat instantly soaked his morning gown. This is not a physical attack. This is a spiritual and informational contamination echo from the genetic tyranny of the Chimera Project itself. Warning! The main control area detected abnormal and drastic fluctuations in the doctor's physiological indicators. The heart rate increased abnormally. Adrenaline surged. The brainwaves showed signs of epilepsy like peaks. The laboratory's AI alarm sounded shrilly. At the same time, Hans Kraus asked hurriedly through the communicator in BSL-3, "Doctor? What's wrong with you?" Rosen leaned back in his chair, breathing heavily. After more than 10 seconds, the horrible phantom and the intense physical discomfort receded like a tide. But the cold feeling of being swept by some twisted will remained in the depths of his mind like a brand. Looking at the dark red liquid on the BSL-3 operating table on the monitoring screen, which had lost most of its activity and looked like ordinary stains, and then looking at his own miserable appearance. This is by no means an accident. This is a warning. A naked declaration of war. Lin Feng. He not only destroyed the monster, he even captured its core mark. And used this mark, like a boomerang, to hit his face fiercely. Mocking his own greed and stupidity. Rage. An unprecedented humiliating anger burned in Rosen's heart. For the first time, a blazing flame ignited in the depths of his cold eyes. But beneath the flames, hidden was an unprecedented emotion mixed with fear and extreme excitement. Good, very good. Lin Feng, Long Yuan. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, but a twisted, morbid smile appeared on his face, like a scientist who found the most precious prey. Do you think you have a weapon? No. You released the seed of Pandora. It turns out that it really exists, brand of the tyrant? You gave me the most critical experimental direction. He growled hoarsely into the communicator. Hans. Seal off BSL-3. Fully disinfect the area. Remove all traces. Destroy all records of entry. Now. Start the beacon protocol. Send the following highly encrypted information to Norton headquarters. Rosen's eyes flashed with fanaticism. Omega Project, Tyrant's Mark reaction confirmed. Active sample Pandora's seed has been activated. Signal locked Jining City. Target Lin Feng Longyuan technology. Request, activate the gatekeeper sequence. The most dangerous hidden chess piece was quietly activated because of a fatal return gift. The core of the storm was strangely turning from the seemingly peaceful ruins of Jining to a darker and more terrifying direction. Chapter 41, The Dust Has Settled? A New Door. The midday sun shines on the glittering glass curtain wall of Longting Hotel, reflecting dazzling light. Jining City seems to have regained its surface calm, and the undercurrent under the water has been forcibly smoothed by an invisible force. Marriott Group, now Longting Hotel Group, and Hongsheng Group, two giant flags that once symbolized capital and the underground, collapsed almost at the same time. The news that Hongsheng Group's core database melted down,
President Zhang Hong died of a sudden heart attack in his office official announcement. Its assets were frozen and seized by creditors, and many executives were taken away for investigation. Instantly detonated the financial circle and public opinion field in Jining City. Hongshan, once a giant ship, sank into the abyss of debt and scandal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the speed was so fast that it was jaw-dropping. As for the Wang family of Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, the backbone Wang Xiaodong was sent to the doctor for acute illness, actually missing during the Hongsheng crisis, and his son Wang Jihai was investigated for multiple crimes such as suspected illegal business operations and bribery on the run, and the core industries were seized and auctioned. The remaining forces were instantly divided up by other members of the Chamber of Commerce and covetous opponents. The huge Wang family fell apart overnight, and its collapse was even more tragic than that of Hongsheng. There was an uproar and austerity within the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, and panic spread like a plague among former allies. Those forces that participated in the actions against Longting Longyuan to a greater or lesser extent were all in danger, and began to survive at all costs or seek new backers. In just one day, the power structure of Jining City was completely crushed and reorganized as if by an invisible giant hand. On the top floor of Longting Hotel, Lin Feng calmly listened to Su Qingshue's report.
Pangu's huge computing power was like weaving a web, accurately guiding this huge redistribution of wealth.
Boss, the scale of Hongsheng's core debt including bank loans and loan sharks has been fully exposed.
Several domestic creditors with deep backgrounds secretly guided by Pangu have entered the market.
We have acquired several of their most core high-quality land including the Old Port Reconstruction Area and Jiangwan CBD plots at low prices through multiple agent funds.
The total price is nearly 50% lower than the market price.
Hongsheng's shell and remaining non-performing assets have been left to the authorities to deal with and quell the storm.
The liquidation of the Wang family's businesses in Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce is progressing faster.
Their 55% stake in Jining Electronic Components Factory, 3 high-end hotel management companies, and 2 rare commercial plots in Xiqing District have been successfully delisted through our White Glove Company in Hong Kong Island in the name of international investment.
The transaction is completely legal and compliant.
Lin Feng nodded slightly. This two-front war is not only to eliminate the enemy, but also to plunder their capital foundation accumulated over decades. The flesh and blood of Hongsheng and Wang family that have been devoured will become the solid foundation for the rise of Dragon Abyss technology. Those high-quality plots of land and industries will be perfectly integrated into the grand blueprint of Dragon Abyss Tech Park. How is the surrender and loss of flesh of other families in Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce going?
Lin Feng asked.
It went very smoothly.
Su Qingxue smiled.
Li Henian, vice president of Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce and head of the Li family, personally handed in a visiting card, expressing his apologies for the past misunderstanding of Longyuan due to the influence of the Wang family, and sent a generous gift: the transfer of 35% of the shares of Jinyuan Testing, the top biomedical testing agency in Jining City, market value of about 2.5 billion, and a piece of land adjacent to the Wangjie Jiangwan CBD plot we just acquired. The Chen family took the initiative to give up their 2 seats on the board of directors of the Municipal Science and Technology Innovation Fund. The Chen family even offered the operating rights of 2 high-value routes in the port they control. These Jiangnan tycoons used real money to sever their past ties and try to gain a place in Longyuan's new order. Lin Feng accepted everything, but tacitly asked Pangu to conduct the highest level of risk assessment and secret monitoring on all participating families.
Temporary submission does not mean eternal loyalty. Where are Wang Jihai and Ku Yukai? Temporarily lost tracking. The last biological signal disappeared at the end of a county-level road leading to the mountainous area of the neighboring province.
Pangu has deployed satellite resources to cover the area, but no clear signals have been captured. They are very alert and may have activated primitive anti-tracking methods.
Lin Feng didn't care.
The 2 stray dogs had lost their foundation and minions, and their threat had been reduced. As long as they dared to show their heads again, Pangu's net would tighten at any time. At this time, Pangu's unique prompt sounded.
Primary authority.
Qingshue's laboratory has completed preliminary analysis of the Chimera Z7 tissue fragments and collected biological pheromones.
Core findings.
The genetic map is highly chaotic. It contains genetic fragments from at least 4 non-human primates, a large cat, multiple unknown archaea, and even deep-sea creatures. It is roughly stitched together and forcibly maintained in a stable state with neurostimulants. Key induction factor, an artificially designed synthetic molecule similar to a combination of steroids and special pheromones, codename Breath of Tyrant, was found in blood samples. The mechanism of action of this molecule is to stimulate the specific limbic system of the nerve center, amplify the instinctive desire bloodthirstiness destruction, and force the consumption of life potential to accelerate muscle explosion. Potentially related imprints key, an extremely weak but high-level mental imprint fluctuation was detected in the biological pheromones and special neurohormone residues. This fluctuation is highly homologous to the mental shock released in the Rosen experiment. It is speculated that it is the residual condensation of extreme pain and crazy consciousness when the chimera is subjected to overload transformation. Because its nature involves extremely chaotic bioenergy and mental waves, it has a strong contamination suggestion effect on sensitive peers such as senior scientists. Unexpected discovery risk, the fluctuation characteristics of the brand are extremely markable and diffusible. After limited laboratory simulations, if the contact source such as Rosen itself has specific spiritual qualities or has been marked by certain spiritual induction technologies, presumably the Omega project may be involved, it may cause the brand to form a weak echo beacon at the target's spiritual level. This is equivalent to inadvertently establishing a certain spiritual level indirect pointing between Rosen or a certain project and the source of the tyrant's breath, that is, Lin Feng himself, or the fact of destroying the monster when we deliver a return gift to Rosen. Risk level, very high, unknown. Mental imprint? Direction? Lin Feng's brows were instantly furrowed. The results of the laboratory simulation pointed to an extremely dangerous speculation. The return gift he gave to Rosen was not just a warning, but more like a beacon transmitter that accidentally engraved coordinates. His original intention was to return the other party's prying, but he might have accidentally activated a certain switch preset on Rosen or deep in the Omega project. As a result, he and the annihilated tyrant's breath source himself or the action itself were indirectly linked and located. Just like a lighthouse lighting up a halo in the dark. Pangu. Trace back all abnormal network, electromagnetic, and satellite communication signals at Rosen Apartments and Alpha Life Center after the sample delivery. Especially the abnormal jump point communications that go beyond the norm and point to unknown areas. Backtracking complete. Findings. 17 minutes and 34 seconds after the doctor encountered the mental shock. A weak, highly encrypted quantum encrypted signal pulse was detected inside the center, which lasted for 0.87 seconds. The transmission direction is consistent with the theory, Norton headquarters codenamed ARC Exclusive Quantum Satellite Communication Network. Signal signature fragment contaminated by multiple encryptions, keeper. Active, lock. Lock. This word hit Lin Feng's heart like the coldest bullet. It almost confirmed the laboratory's speculation. After being mentally polluted, Rosen immediately activated the highest level of communication protocol and sent out a message containing dangerous words such as gatekeeper and lock. And the target of the lock is most likely him, Lin Feng. The coordinates of the spiritual level. They are locked. A behemoth far beyond the Dark River, a research on forbidden genetic science, and possibly possessing unknown spiritual or biological technology, is about to cast a real gaze. If destroying the Dark River and destroying Wang Jiahongxing before was like clearing away the tigers and wolves beside his bed, then from now on, he would be facing a deep-sea monster from the ocean equipped with unknown weapons. The other party's research areas involved spirit, genes, unknown biological templates. These were beyond the scope of pure scientific and technological force. Lin Feng walked to the huge French window and looked down at the Jining city, which was undergoing a dramatic restructuring under the sun. There were tall buildings and endless traffic, and the prosperity obscured the cruel battles in the shadows. The groundbreaking ceremony of Longyuan Technology Center is about to be held. The blood and flesh left by Hongsheng and the Wang family are turning into nutrients to nourish the dragon. He stood at the top of Jining, but also became the center of a larger vortex. A new door has been opened to him. On the other side of the door is the unfathomable dark abyss called Norton Biology and its Omega project. Spiritual coordinates? Lin Feng whispered to himself, his eyes piercing through the bustling city and looking at the more distant skyline. Come on then. Let's see if you can lock my position first, or I can see through all your secrets first. The crisis has never gone away, it has only evolved into a more unknown and more bizarre form. The war on the edge of genes, consciousness, and cosmic truth has quietly begun. Chapter 42, Technological Edge, Genetic Hidden Arrow. Jining International Science and Technology Exhibition Center was bustling with people and flashes of lights like a sea of stars. The 3-day Light of the Future Global Frontier Technology Summit ushered in the most anticipated finale day, the global debut of Longjin Tech. The huge main exhibition hall was reserved by Longyuan and transformed into an immersive space with a futuristic feel. The dome was a flowing star map projection, and the ground was paved with intelligent luminous floors that could sense footsteps. The air was filled with a fresh and elegant ion scent. Executives from global technology giants, top scholars, investors, media reporters, and strictly screened VIP audiences crowded the entire exhibition hall. Everyone's eyes were focused on the diamond-shaped main stage in the center that looked like a suspended starship. Backstage, Su Qingxue took a deep breath and checked her headset and speech for the last time. She was wearing a neatly cut, silver-white, high-tech dress with dark light streamlines. Her cold and beautiful face, after careful modification, added a bit of the sharpness and calmness of a future leader. Behind her was the core prototype array of the Zhulong intelligent ecosystem, and each module exuded a sophisticated and restrained luster. Mr. Su, the global live broadcast signal has been connected, covering over 100 million people, and the peak is still soaring. The technical director's voice was filled with excitement and nervousness. Where is Pango? Su Qingxue looked at a specially made black metal cube next to her that looked like a work of art. It was one of the physical carriers of the Pango core, claimed to be a super server node. Network status, stable. Live stream, no abnormal interference. External environment scan, no active threat signal. Physical network. Pango's cold electronic voice sounded directly in her headset, with absolute control. Su Qingxue nodded, suppressing her surging emotions. She knew that Lin Feng was in a special viewing room backstage, like a magic needle that stabilizes the sea. This was the first cry that Longyuan Technology Empire sent to the world. Only success is allowed. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues from the global technology community. Su Qingxue's cold but powerful voice spread throughout the exhibition hall through the top sound system, instantly attracting all eyes. Welcome to Light of the Future, and witness the birth of a brand new ecosystem together. Her speech was concise and powerful, without any lengthy preparation, and went straight to the point. As she introduced, a huge holographic projection unfolded in the center of the stage, clearly showing the 4 core modules of the Zhulong system. Center Pango AI Butler, fluent natural language interaction, environmental perception and decision-making capabilities beyond expectations, and powerful multitask collaborative scheduling. Barrier security system demo version, millisecond-level biometrics, quantum encryption communication, intelligent behavior prediction and active defense strategy. Chiron environmental regulation, integrated adaptive regulation of temperature, humidity and light based on new materials, and air purification efficiency increased by 300%. Lingshu health monitoring, non-contact vital signs scanning with accuracy comparable to medical equipment, sub-health warning, and personalized health plan recommendations. The demonstration of each function caused a burst of exclamations from the audience. The understanding and learning ability demonstrated by Pango AI was astonishing. The barrier system intercepted the simulated intrusion demonstrated by a professional red team as perfect as a textbook. The comfortable environment created by Chiron was instantly felt, and the accuracy of the non-contact scanning data of Lingshu made medical experts look at it sideways. This is more than just a smart home system. Su Qingxue's voice rose, with unquestionable confidence. This is the cornerstone platform for future smart life, smart cities, and even personal health. Zhulong represents Longyuan Technology's understanding and commitment to the future. The applause was thunderous. It swept across the exhibition hall like a tsunami. Countless cameras flashed wildly. Longyuan Technology, this name, along with the stunning appearance of Zhulong, instantly spread throughout the global technology circle. However, at this peak moment of glory and praise, in the special viewing room backstage with one-way glass that overlooks the entire stage, Lin Feng was holding a glass of water, calmly watching Su Qingxue perform freely under the spotlight. In his body, the barrier biological force field was running silently like the most loyal guard. On his wrist, the screen of the honeycomb control terminal was glowing, and 10 micro-drones, like invisible scouts, had already been quietly deployed at various key nodes in the exhibition hall. Warning! Abnormal pheromone fluctuations detected. Pango's reminder sounded like an ice cone piercing the silence and instantly rang in Lin Feng's consciousness. Source: VIP Lounge Area Northwest Corner. Target individual, female, identified as Lisa Yang, Senior Technical Consultant of North Biomaterials, a North American emerging materials company. Fluctuation characteristics: highly consistent with the secondary metabolic residues of the induction factor of the tyrant's breath marked by the Qingxue laboratory. Concentration: extremely small, but with clear directional diffusion. Transmission path: air. Target: main control backend channel Su Qingxue path. Analysis: this individual has no malicious intent. Expression, heart rate, and body posture are normal. Speculation: passive carrier.
A pheromone slow-release capsule designed with time-delay environmental triggering has been implanted in his body. Currently, the capsule has leaked a small amount in advance due to unknown reasons. Assassination at the genetic level. Killing with a borrowed knife.
Using a senior technical consultant who was kept in the dark as a poison bottle, by releasing the tyrant's breath pheromone that can induce extreme violent instincts, the target is directly aimed at Su Qingxue, who is about to leave. As long as she passes through a specific channel pheromone diffusion area, even if she only inhales a very small amount, she may instantly lose control of her emotions, behave abnormally, and even trigger unpredictable aggressive behavior. In front of hundreds of millions of viewers, at the most glorious moment of Longyuan technology, a shocking scandal of the founder's mental breakdown was staged. This is 100 times more vicious than a direct assassination. Lin Fang's eyes instantly turned as cold as ice. Norton. Or their minions hiding in the dark. The action was faster, more covert, and more despicable than he expected. They actually used an innocent person as a weapon. Pangu. Lock on Lisa Yang immediately. Analyze the exact location of the capsule in her body and its activation mechanism. Hive. Target, Lisa Yang. Execute the wind collection operation. Start microenvironment gas replacement at maximum power. Create a local vacuum inert gas barrier around her. Simultaneously release a high-concentration broad-spectrum bioenzyme neutralizer targeting the tyrant's breath molecules. Form an invisible isolation circle around her. Do not let the pheromone spread out of the 1-meter range of her body. Notify Su Qingxue. After the speech, leave directly from the southeast security passage. Avoid the northwest VIP area. Reason: emergency technical adjustment. No explanation required. Lin Fang's orders came down like a storm in an instant. Command confirmed. Buzz. Lisa Yang was immersed in the shock brought by the Zhulong system, and was talking in a low voice with her colleagues. She didn't notice that within a range of less than half a meter around her body, the flow of air suddenly became extremely strange. Several imperceptible shadows were circling around her at high speed, forming an invisible force field. The gas she exhaled seemed to be instantly absorbed and replaced by an invisible cover. An extremely weak airflow neutralizer with a faint and fresh scent of grass and trees enveloped her. She even sniffed comfortably. The microcapsule buried deep inside her body, which was supposed to be activated at a specific time and place, had a tiny crack on its shell due to some unknown stress. The precise force field control of the hive? However, the trace amount of pheromone molecules that leaked out were instantly captured, decomposed, and made ineffective by the powerful neutralizer. Not a single bit of it escaped into the external environment. The speech ended. Su Qingxue bowed gracefully amid the applause. Lin Fang's concise instructions came to her earphone immediately. Although she was puzzled, she did not hesitate at all. Under the guidance of the etiquette staff, she quickly left from the exclusive passage on the southeast side of the stage and disappeared from everyone's sight, perfectly avoiding the preset trap path. The crisis was eliminated without billions of viewers noticing. In the special viewing room, Lin Feng looked at the neutralization completion report sent back by Pangu, and the coldness in his eyes did not dissipate. The passive carrier was found, but where was the launcher? Who implanted the capsule into Lisa Yang's body? Was there something fishy going on inside North Company? Or did Lisa Yang do something on her way to Jinning? Pangu. Immediately trace back all of Lisa Yang's travels over the past 72 hours. Focus on checking flights, hotels, and contacts. Screen all abnormal medical records or physical contact behaviors. Backtracking, found the key node. Ms. Lisa Yang took a short rest 5 minutes in the airport medical room due to slight dizziness after entering Jinning International Airport 36 hours ago. She received blood pressure measurement and soothing spray inhalation from an airport emergency doctor, work badge number JZ0743. The doctor's identity information was verified by the airport database. It is real and valid, with no abnormal records. However, after deep biometric comparison irisgate, it was found that the doctor had unnatural microadjustments on his face disguise, and his true identity is Ku Kai. Ku Kai. The old dog of the Wang family that escaped the net. He actually disguised himself as an airport emergency doctor. Taking advantage of that brief contact, he used a special sprayer containing minimally invasive implantable nanorobots to implant the deadly poison seed into the defenseless Lisa Yang's body. Lock on Ku Kai. Lin Feng's voice was chilling. Where is he now? The signal disappeared.
The last time its biological signal camouflage feature was captured was near the Xi'an Hospice Hospital in the southern suburbs of Jining City.
The signal is weak, and it is speculated that it has changed its camouflage again.
Related information: the largest shareholder and honorary president of the hospital is Li Henian, a veteran of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. He once gave Jinyu Diagnostics shares as a token of goodwill. Li Henian? This old fox who just presented his letter of surrender?
A sharp light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes.
What a good trick of borrowing a knife to kill someone and escaping from the shell. Did Ku Yukai surrender to Li Henian? Or did Li Henian have a deeper connection with the remnants of Norton? Using a family hospital that had just surrendered as a hiding place? Notify War Bear. Target: Xi'an Hospital. Top priority: silent infiltration. Target person: Ku Yukai. If Li Henian obstructs, he will be considered an accomplice. All means non-lethal are allowed. Pangu. Take over all surveillance and internal networks of Xi'an Hospital. Block all external communications. I want it to become an information island. Hive. Deploy in advance. Scan the target area. Look for Ku Yotsai's biological characteristics.
At the same time, prepare to collect Li Henian's sincerity sample referring to deep biological information, used for subsequent threat assessment. The fangs of counterattack, before the glory of the science and technology exhibition faded, had quietly stabbed into the deeper shadows. The edge of Long Yuan has never been just the brilliance on the exhibition stand, but also a fatal and precise blow to any enemy who dares to extend his claws. Chapter 43, Hunting on a Solitary Island, The Fox's Shadow. The moment the Beehive command was issued. In the southern suburbs of Jining City, within a 3-kilometer radius of the Xi'an Hospice Hospital, the originally noisy city background sound seemed to have been muted. The cell phone signal was full, but there was no way to connect to any network. There was only a piercing busy tone in the landline receiver. The emergency call bell for the nurse in the ward seemed to be out of order. The security surveillance footage was frozen at the last frame. Pangu's power was like an invisible giant hand, completely dragging the entire hospital into a deep sea of information interruption. Several black shadows as agile as cheetahs, the Special Forces team codenamed War Bear, silently cut off the only physical lines left in the hospital. The fire at the backup power interface flashed and disappeared. The last light source went out, and the entire hospital was completely plunged into absolute darkness. Only the faint light of the city in the distance reflected on the horizon outlined the cold outline of this isolated island-like building. Almost at the same time, 10 micro-drones of the Beehive sneaked into the building like ghosts. Visual mode switched. Infrared thermal imaging turned on. In the cold color imaging, every moving organism becomes a clear target. Alarm! In the storage room at the end of the West Wing corridor on the ground floor, several distorted human-shaped heat profiles are gathering abnormally. One of the heat sources carries a high-energy signal shielding device. The thermal radiation map is highly consistent with the portable equipment of a special forces of a certain country in the Pangu database. It is definitely Ku Yukai. He has at least 4 armed guards around him. War Bear Group 1, Group 2. Push forward through the main channel. Assault formation. 3 hive machines. Penetrate the ventilation duct and flank the storage room. Pangu. Draw the optimal penetration path for the target area's internal structure. Synchronize to the tactical eyepieces of the entire team. The rest of the hive units. Continue to suppress the sound waves. Focus on Ku Yotsai's direction. Maximum non-lethal intensity. Instructions are synchronized instantly within the encrypted neural communication channel. In the storage room. What's going on? Where are the lights? Where is the backup power supply? Damn it! It's completely dark. A mercenary cursed in panic, pointing his gun blindly forward in the darkness. Shut up! It's electronic warfare. Get down! Ku Yotsai's instinct screamed like a venomous snake. He was experienced, and the other party's level of information concealment was definitely not something that ordinary forces could do. Lin Feng. Before he finished speaking. Buzz. A terrifying high-frequency sonic boom, sharp enough to pierce the eardrums, suddenly poured in from the narrow ventilation grill above the head without any warning. This was no ordinary noise. It was a devastating attack specifically targeting the human vestibular balance system, precisely tuned by Pangu. The 4 militants were caught off guard, and felt as if a crazy blender had been stuffed into their heads. The world was spinning.
The strong and uncontrollable nausea and dizziness were like a tsunami. Wow! Some people vomited on the spot. Some people curled up with their heads in their hands. Some people screamed in pain. Kuyukai was already on guard, biting the tip of his tongue tightly to try to stay awake, but he also felt dizzy and his steps were unsteady. Boom! A big hole was accurately blown open on the outer wall of the storage room by the directional explosives. A dazzling white light suddenly shot in. War Bear! Put down your weapons. Resistance is futile. The cold declaration was accompanied by the explosion of a stun grenade. The four mercenaries, who were ravaged by high-frequency sonic booms, strong lights and loud noises, were like dead grass in the wind. They instantly lost all their resistance and were quickly subdued by the commandos while dizzy and vomiting. But in the last second before the explosion, Kuyukai, with the last bit of clarity, like a slippery loach, crashed open an inconspicuous garbage passage door marked abandoned on the back wall of the storage room. He fell in, tumbling and crawling. That was a maintenance shaft connected to the underground heating pipes now abandoned. It was bottomless and the stench was terrible. He plunged downward like a desperado. The target has entered the abandoned maintenance passage. Group 3, follow me. A War Bear team leader growled, and the beam of tactical flashlight pierced into the dark passage like a sharp sword. Deep in the underground maze. Like a frightened mouse, Kuyukai desperately crawled through the narrow space full of spider webs and rusted pipes, his lungs gasping like a broken bellows. The flashlights and low tactical instructions of the pursuers behind him were getting closer and closer. Like the footsteps of a death countdown. Click. 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 Clear footsteps suddenly sounded behind the corner of the pipe in front of me. Not fast or slow, but with a certain precise rhythm. Kuyotsai's hair stood on end. He subconsciously raised his gun. A man wearing the light blue logistics uniform of CIN Hospital and pushing a silver recycling cart loaded with medical waste slowly turned out from the corner. He was wearing a low crown cap and his face was covered with grease, covering most of his face, revealing only an overly rigid and calm chin. "What are you doing?" Kuyukai roared, and the muzzle of the gun trembled violently. The man pushing the cart stopped and looked up. The eyes exposed under the cap were so bright in the darkness that it was terrifying. That was not fear or ferocity, but a pure, inorganic observation stripped of humanity. Kuyotsai's heart suddenly twitched. He had only seen this kind of look in the eyes of the top tool-type killers. Clean up the waste. The man's voice was flat, as if it was synthesized by AI, but his eyes fell on Kuyotsai's face covered with sweat and mud, as if he was doing some kind of scan. Kuyukai. Body temperature 38.2, heart rate 159, adrenaline level peak. Target confirmed. He even accurately reported Kuyotsai's condition, completely ignoring the black muzzle of the gun. "Who are you?" Kuyukai took a step back in horror. "This person is definitely not from the hospital. Instructions: dispose of waste." The man repeated calmly, but one hand reached into the depths of the recycling truck. He was not looking for a weapon. He groped, his movements as steady as a robot, and pulled out a blue glowing medicine and a small syringe from the bottom of the stained recycling bag. His movements were precise and smooth, without a trace of human panic. Kuyotsai's mind exploded instantly. Dealing with waste? Dealing with him? He immediately understood that he was not a target of refuge at all. He was just a bait used by the Wang family and Li Henian to lure Lin Feng. Li Henian, that old bastard, wanted to kill him as a waste. Desperate madness surged in his heart, and Kuyotsai's finger was about to pull the trigger. Just at this moment, the pursuers' figures and flashlights appeared at the end of the passage behind Kuyukai. The beam instantly locked onto Kuyukai and the strange logistics worker. Target found. Put it down. Whoosh. The moment the pursuit beam fell, the logistics worker raised his arm like lightning. His movements were so smooth as if he had rehearsed them thousands of times. The syringe flashing with a faint blue light was like the tongue of a poisonous snake, fiercely piercing into Kuyotsai's carotid artery, which was slightly contracted due to despair and fear. He didn't even give Kuyukai time to pull the trigger. Ugh! Kuyotsai's whole body suddenly froze. His pupils instantly dilated to the extreme. Endless coldness and numbness rushed into his brain like an electric current. He wanted to scream, but he could only make a hoarse sound, and his body fell backwards uncontrollably. His consciousness was like a switch that was turned off, sinking rapidly. The logistics worker hooked his finger with extreme precision. Phew!
A thin, blood-stained glass tube was pulled out instantly.
It was the tube that was taken out from Kuyotsai's neck. In the glass tube, the remaining liquid with a strange blue hue was shaking slightly. That was the remaining sample of the tyrant's breath in Kuyotsai's body. The real target. The logistics worker didn't even look at Kuyukai, who was collapsing and losing his breath quickly, and stuffed the precious glass tube into a special metal cylindrical container. His movements were swift but orderly. He didn't even pay attention to the guns of the pursuers behind him. Stop! Don't move! The War Bear team members have rushed forward and locked their guns tightly. The logistics worker simply turned his face to the side, and the corner of his mouth under his cap twitched upwards very slightly. It was not a smile, but more like a cold program feedback, or a mark to confirm that the task was completed. Boom! Without any warning, a violent directional explosion suddenly occurred above a load-bearing beam that had been arranged long ago. Huge concrete blocks and twisted steel bars fell on the head like a rainstorm. Pungent smoke and dust filled the air instantly. Hide! The members of the War Bear team roared and rolled backwards to avoid the collapse. In the dusty rubble, the mysterious logistics worker and the container containing the deadly serum sample disappeared silently and completely like a drop of ink blending into the darkness. Not even a trace of biological heat signal was left, as if he had never existed. Only an empty medical waste recycling truck crushed by a huge rock and the body of Kuyukai with his eyes wide open and eyes open. Inside Longyuan Command Center. One of the dozens of screens in front of Linphone clearly projected the bloody images sent back in real time by the underground pipeline assault team ruins, Kuyotsai's body, and an empty car. The air was frozen. Panga's synthesized voice was more solemn than ever before. The biological sample tracking signal disappeared. High-precision directional blasting traces and biological signal simulation interference sources ultra-micro were left at the scene. Analysis conclusion: the action was predicted, and the target encountered a third-party top-level elimination unit code reference intelligence library, Thousand-Faced Fox. Threat assessment: severe escalation SS level. A blurry frontal portrait restored by AI flashed across the screen. The pair of cold, reflective eyes like inorganic matter under the shadow of the hat brim were fixed in the center of the surveillance camera. That was the only trace left by the Thousand-Faced Fox to Linphone. Linfeng's fist slowly clenched in the shadows, and his knuckles made a dangerous friction sound. His handsome face was covered with a layer of frosty frost that made people's hearts palpitate. This was the first piece that was eaten on his chessboard. Kuyotsai's body was a warning, and the disappearing glass tube was a naked declaration of war. Chapter 44, Jin Ning Night Battle, Silent Gunfire. Ding dong! The crisp and melodious doorbell rang in Wang Yuyan's modernist-style penthouse apartment filled with expensive artworks. It was late at night, and the city lights flowed silently outside the French windows. Wang Yuyan put down the tablet in her hand. On the screen were several fragments of encrypted communication records recovered from the broken communicator from Kuyotsai's relics. Her beautiful face looked particularly sharp under the cold backlight. Li Henian, that old fox, was indeed problematic. These fragments pointed to several huge international funds flowing to an offshore shell company, and the ultimate related party turned out to be a cutting-edge medical investment institution in North America with Norton technology background. This is definitely not a gesture of goodwill. It is the prelude to the venomous snake's backlash. The doorbell rang again. Wang Yuyan frowned and stood up, walking towards the security access control system. The built-in high-definition cat-eye screen lit up, showing a man standing outside the door wearing a golden field testing logistics uniform and a peaked cap with the brim pulled down very low. In his hand was a large silver constant temperature medical transport box with a clear and eye-catching golden field testing logo and biological samples, cold chain express label on the box. Hello, this is Jinyu Inspection's urgent delivery, please provide the receipt code. The courier's voice came through the access control system, calm and without any ups and downs. He took the initiative to hand over a disguised visual barcode scanner in his hand. Wang Yuyan's vigilance and doubts were not eliminated. Jinyu Inspection was a core organization controlled by Li Henian. An urgent document was delivered in the middle of the night? Too strange. Her slender fingers pressed the internal communication of the security system, ready to call the property management downstairs for verification, and ordered, "Give me the scanner." Right at this moment. Something strange happened suddenly. Without any warning, a black mist as thick as ink and spreading rapidly spurted out silently from the bottom of the incubator. This black fog is definitely not ordinary.
As soon as it touches the air, it expands at an alarming speed, with a strange sticky texture, like a giant ink octopus that opens instantly. The camera screen at the door of the apartment was instantly completely obscured. It was as if it was splashed with thick paint. Even more strangely, the heart rate alarm bracelet that Wang Yuyan was wearing, which could monitor the surrounding biological signals, suddenly made a shrill beep. The warning signal suddenly went out after flashing wildly. The signal bar of the Pango system on her wristwatch access terminal also instantly dropped from full to a gray disconnected state with no signal.
This is not an ordinary smoke bomb.
This is a particle-level signal blocker plus a powerful visual jammer.
No! Wang Yuyan's pupils suddenly shrank, and her body quickly retreated under the biological instinctive fear. At the same time,
100 meters above the apartment, a formation of beehive drones is approaching at high speed.
Warning! Warning!
A high-density cloud of unknown particles has been detected in the target area. The particle cloud structure highly interferes with electromagnetic signals.
Honeycomb sensor performance drops by 87%. Control link distortion rate is 65%. Visual mode failed. Infrared mode imaging is fuzzy. Signal lost in target area suite door and outer corridor.
Pango's cold alarm flashed red wildly on the three-dimensional tactical sand table in front of Lin Feng.
Pangu!
Immediately remotely activate all security systems in Wang Yuyan's suite. Prioritize the mandatory detection of vital signs. Lin Feng spoke as fast as a bullet.
Command confirmed. Forced execution of Deep Eye Life Scan. Scan failed. This area is shielded by particle cloud and cannot be penetrated. Beehive. Disband the formation. 3 aircraft in a group hover in a fan shape. Turn on the maximum power environmental scan. Look for the source of life heat.
Lin Feng's eyes were as solemn as iron.
Lost contact?
The signal was perfectly suppressed. This is the black technology trap specially built for the Beehive and Pango perception system.
Scanning. There is a high-intensity passive absorption layer inside the particle cloud.
The life heat source is covered.
Cannot be locked. The feedback from Pangu is breathtaking. Move away from the nearest warbear. Give up silence. Break into the building by force. Target. The highest apartment unit.
Lin Feng almost shouted. He stood up suddenly, his cold eyes swept towards the direction of Wang Yuyan's apartment outside the window.
Li Henian? Or Thousand Face Fox? Their fangs, after Kuyu Kai, bit the key figure of Jinyu inspection so quickly and accurately.
This counterattack was too fierce and too fast.
Inside the apartment. The front door surveillance camera has been swallowed by the black fog. There is only a thick, rolling black. Wang Yuyan's apartment is equipped with the world's top composite armored door lock system. Extremely high physical defense. Bang! 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 But the next second,
3 dull noises like heavy objects hitting each other, with a strange sense of distortion, were heard.
That was definitely not the sound of metal exploding.
It was more like some kind of powerful soundwave resonator acting directly on the delicate electronic components inside the door lock.
Zizizi, the faint whine of the overloaded chip inside the advanced electronic lock just sounded, and the heavy armored door was actually cracked open by a pure and violent physical force from outside.
The alloy door frame twisted and deformed with a teeth-grinding creaking sound. A hand wearing a special composite combat glove suddenly reached in from the gap and accurately caught the safety latch that was about to rebound.
The raised edges and corners at the joints of the glove flashed a dull metallic cold light.
The gap was instantly torn wider by a stronger force.
A figure wrapped in a gray-black matte combat suit squeezed in like a ghost.
The combat suit was made of a strange material, and the light falling on it seemed to be swallowed up and absorbed, forming a ghost effect that distorted vision. His movements were so fast that they were beyond the reach of the naked eye.
Like a figure in a high-speed camera being fast-forwarded.
Wang Yuyan had just pulled out a pocket self-defense pistol from behind the sofa cushions with the help of her muscle memory trained instinctively and pointed it at the door when she felt a gust of wind strong enough to freeze her blood rushing towards her.
Bang! A cold hand, like an iron clamp, tightly grasped her wrist holding the gun.
The other hand, with an overwhelming force, firmly covered her mouth and nose. The force was precise, completely stopping her from shouting and breathing, but not causing suffocation and fainting immediately. The technique was extremely professional. At the same time, a strong and unfamiliar feeling of numbness rushed to her whole body along the contact point. Wang Yuyan felt that her bones were wailing. She struggled hard, but all her strength was like a drop in the ocean. The opponent's strength far exceeded the limits of human beings. It was more like a war puppet driven by a machine. The cold pupils enlarged in front of her eyes, there was no emotion in them, only the absolute precision of locking onto the target. Behind him, the black mist of particles that devoured the surveillance was surging into the living room. The other hand holding the silver thermostat was already raised. The edge of the box instantly popped open. Inside was a disposable injection gun flashing a dazzling red light. The thick needle pointed directly at Wang Yuyan's carotid artery. Jining City, the cold, flat, metallic sound came from under the attacker's mask. Things have changed. Chapter 45, The Spiritual Web, Dragon's Rage Chasing Souls. Drip. Drop. Drop. A sharp alarm sounded in the top command center of Longting, piercing the dead silence. The vital signs monitoring signal built into Su Qingshua's watch completely disappeared. The last GPS coordinates stayed at a remote section of the junction of the Jining South Suburbs Ring Expressway and the national highway leading to the neighboring province. That place was as empty as a vacuum. Lin Feng stood there. Time seemed to freeze. The blood surging in his body was boiling and roaring like magma, but it was forcibly suppressed under the extremely cold will. He had just resolved a genetic assassination against Su Qingxue at the technology exhibition, and then Ku Yukai was silenced, Wang Yuyan was attacked, and now it was Su Qingshue's turn. Pangu. Target area. All surveillance. Satellite images. Signal base stations. Vehicle identification. Real-time coverage. Analyze all abnormal signals. Track all departing vehicles. Every word of Lin Feng was like an ice-tempered bullet, cold and precise. All mobile forces of Warbear. Move out immediately. Target coordinates. Block all intersections. In the sky and on the ground. Don't let a single bird out. Notify the top brass of the Jining City Bureau a secret contact has been established. Level 1 Counter-Terrorism Plan. Set up checkpoints at all entrances and exits of the target area's expressways and national highways. Check all silver commercial vehicles. Reason: pursuit of fugitives carrying high-risk biological weapons. Commands were spread out like an invisible giant net. The huge state machinery and Long Yuan's private power were pried at the same time. Jinning's night was tightened by invisible tension. Countless police lights were silently lit up in various parts of the city, and police cars shot towards the suburbs like arrows. Inside the command center. On the huge screen, the target coordinate area was highlighted and magnified. Pangu's computing power was running to its limit. Satellite remote sensing infrared optical coverage complete. Area scanning. Highway and national highway monitoring system intrusion completed. Analysis of vehicle trajectories passing within the time interval. Acquiring data from surrounding signal base stations associated active mobile phone signal scanning. Abnormality found. Vehicle track: an unlicensed silver Buick GL8 commercial vehicle entered the area 5 minutes before Su Qingshua's signal disappeared. 2 minutes after the signal disappeared, the vehicle left, heading to the national highway of a neighboring province. A snapshot of the license plate's temporary cover falling off blurred, suspected of being a fake license plate. Signal anomaly: at the same time when Su Qingshua's signal disappeared, a high-intensity, non-civilian frequency band directional electromagnetic interference pulse was detected in the target area, with precise coverage and a duration of 5 seconds. Interference source: unknown vehicle-mounted equipment. Satellite infrared capture key: at the moment of the interference pulse burst, the heat source distribution inside the Buick GL8 commercial vehicle was abnormally distorted. The 4 heat sources, driver plus 3 passengers that were originally evenly distributed, after the pulse burst, 1 heat source in the back row suddenly disappeared, shielded, transferred, and at the same time, a weak but persistent additional low-temperature heat source point was detected under the vehicle chassis. Refrigeration equipment. Lock on the target vehicle. Chase. Lin Feng's eyes were as sharp as a knife. Pangu. Invade the highway and national highway monitoring network of the neighboring province. Track GL8 in real time. Predict all its possible paths. Notify the security departments of neighboring provinces. Joint investigation. Target vehicle: silver unlicensed GL8. There may be a hostage and unknown cryogenic equipment in the car. The sound of police sirens echoed faintly over the national highway in the neighboring province. Several Longyuan special service vehicles disguised as ordinary social vehicles were like wolves smelling blood, chasing frantically along the route guided by Pangu in real time. But the night was dark, and there were many forks on the national highway.
Tracking was like finding a needle in a haystack.
Every time Pangu updated the location information, it showed that the other party was constantly changing routes, avoiding cameras, and was extremely cunning.
Time passed by. Every second seemed to burn Lin Feng's nerves.
He could mobilize a huge amount of material power, but Su Qingshua's life signal was like a stone sinking into the sea. That unknown shielding technology, that strange low-temperature heat source. Norton's method was beyond the scope of conventional kidnapping.
They didn't want money.
They wanted Su Qingxue herself. That low-temperature equipment, was it a biological sample storage box?
Or a container for loading cargo?
An indescribable anxiety and cold rage collided in Lin Feng's chest. He suddenly closed his eyes.
He was highly focused. The spiritual perception in his body, which was increasingly condensed due to the connection between the barrier force field and the Pangu AI, was catalyzed by extreme emotions, like dry firewood thrown into Mars, and it burned with a bang.
Buzz. The world suddenly lost all its colors and details in his mind. Only countless flowing lines and information flows remained. Pangu's cold data torrent seemed to have turned into a real river, rushing in front of his eyes. Satellite images, surveillance footage, vehicle trajectories, electromagnetic signal fluctuations. All information was no longer cold numbers, but energy bodies with their own unique breath and trajectory.
He could sense the ink-like disturbed trajectory left by the madly fleeing GL8 in the information flow.
He could even vaguely touch the wound torn by the powerful electromagnetic interference at the information level, which had not yet completely healed.
This is not vision. This is not hearing. This is direct perception at the spiritual level. Is it the evolution of the Eye of Insight deduction module? Or is it the potential breakthrough brought by the gene optimization fluid?
Lin Feng himself couldn't define it. He only knew that at this moment, he seemed to have transformed into an invisible giant net, covering the entire pursuit area.
Pangu.
Lin Feng closed his eyes tightly, but his voice was like a huge bell ringing in the command center, with a strange penetrating power. The target vehicle just entered the east entrance of the Y City Ring Expressway.
It is passing through Fenglinshan Tunnel. There is a weak electromagnetic interference in the middle of the tunnel. The exit ahead is in the southwest direction. The target intends to bypass Provincial Road S103. Enter Yunling Nature Reserve. Pangu Instant Capture Analysis confirmed.
The signal in the middle section of Fenglinshan Tunnel does have weak abnormal fluctuations, not equipment failure, which is consistent with the residual interference characteristics.
The direction of S103 Provincial Road is consistent with the vehicle avoidance strategy. Yunling Nature Reserve, the terrain is complex, there are many monitoring blind spots, and it is easy to hide.
War Bear.
Target, Yunling Nature Reserve. Block all entrances to the mountain. Activate the maximum reconnaissance range of Beehive.
Search all suspicious buildings, abandoned facilities, and underground fortification entrances.
The huge pursuit force turned in an instant.
Like a group of sharks smelling blood, they pounced on the vast mountains. Deep in Yunling Nature Reserve. A silver GL8 crawled hard on the rugged and hidden forest fire trail like a tired beast, and finally stopped in front of a huge mountain crack half hidden by dense vines. The inside of the crack was deep and dark, emitting a damp and cold atmosphere.
Outside the crack, several guards wearing the same gray-black combat uniforms and with a tough and cold aura were already waiting there.
The car door slid open. Two members of the Thousand Faces Fox, one male and one female dressed in the same outfit, came down, carrying Su Qingxue, who was covered with a black hood and tied up like a cocoon with high-strength restraints. Her body was limp and weak, obviously she had been injected with a strong sedative. Target status, stable. Restraint level, highest. The male member reported in a flat voice.
Take it in.
The cold cellar is ready. An equally emotionless voice came from the shadow of the crack. The group quickly disappeared into the deep crack. Deep in the crack, after a man-made downward passage, it suddenly opened up.
An underground space of astonishing size.
The temperature inside was extremely low and the air was chilly.
Several powerful industrial searchlights illuminated this huge underground cave. In the center of the cave stood a huge cylindrical metal tank emitting a faint blue light.
The surface of the tank was connected to densely packed pipes and cables, and its core area was a high-strength transparent observation window half a meter thick. Through the observation window, you can see the light blue liquid roiling inside, emitting a bone-chilling chill. Etched on the tank was a cold letter logo, Cryostasis Unit Norton Omega.
Norton Bio Project Omega Cryogenic Hibernation Unit. Su Qingxue was roughly fixed on a cold metal platform, which was facing the observation window of the dormant tank. Her hood was taken off, revealing a pale but still cool face. The strong sedative made her consciousness blurred, but her body instinctively trembled slightly due to the extreme cold. In her blurred vision, she could only see the outline of the huge blue tank that exuded the chill of death. A man in a white coat, rimless glasses, and an icy look walked to the platform. In his hand was a strange-looking injection device that looked like a small gun. The muzzle was a thick, hollow needle that flashed with cold light. Inside the needle was a viscous liquid that was as bright as liquid gold, but emitted deadly unstable radiation fluctuations. Dr. Jack Rosen salutes you, Ms. Su Qingxue.
The man's voice was flat, like reading a lab report. I am honored to inform you that you have been selected as the core sample carrier of the Omega project. Your gene sequence has rare stability and tolerance, and is the most perfect breeding ground for the Pandora seed, Norton's internal code for the Tyrant's brand.
He raised the golden injection gun and pointed the needle at the thickest artery in Su Qingxue's neck.
You will perfectly merge with the seed and become the mother that leads a new era of human evolution. Please sleep peacefully. The cold needle tip, carrying the declaration of death, pierced Su Qingxue's fair carotid artery.
At this critical moment,
buzz! An indescribably huge mental shock wave, like a physical storm, brought with it tremendous rage and icy will of destruction. It instantly penetrated the thick rocks, cold corridors, and strict guards, and descended upon this underground space like a divine punishment. This mental storm was not an indiscriminate attack. It precisely locked onto the man in the white coat holding the golden injection gun. Like countless invisible, barbed ice spikes, it fiercely pierced every neuron in his brain.
Ah! The man let out a shrill, inhuman howl.
The injection gun in his hand fell to the cold rock ground with a clang. He held his head tightly with both hands, and his eyeballs instantly became bloodshot and covered with spiderweb like bloodshot. It seemed as if countless steel knives were stirring and cutting wildly in his brain. All his thoughts, consciousness, and action commands were instantly torn into pieces in this violent mental storm. He only felt boundless pain and a fear from the depths of his soul, being ruthlessly crushed by some supreme will. This is not a physical attack.
This is a complete destruction of the spirit. The entire underground space instantly fell into a dead silence.
All the guards were frightened by the sudden terrifying mental pressure like frozen statues.
Even the cold machines seemed to be humming under the heavy load.
Only Su Qingxue, at the edge of the abyss of blurred consciousness, seemed to feel a familiar breath, as hot as lava and as cold as an iceberg, passing through her soul.
Was that Lin Feng? Pangu.
Lock the reverse coordinates of the mental shock source.
Lin Feng's voice roared in the mental link like thunder from the sky.
At that moment, the impact of the mental storm was like a stone throwing to test the waters, and instantly his vague mental perception network captured the exact location of the target.
The deep underground mountain cracks. The cold blue tank. The figure holding the lethal injection gun. Like a beacon suddenly lit in the darkness. Target, Yunling Nature Reserve. Coordinates accurate to longitude and latitude. Underground depth 120 meters. Structural analysis, Natural Karst Cave Transformation Project. War Bear. Lock on the target. Attack with all your might. Regardless of the cost. Hive. Everyone take off. Target area. Saturation electromagnetic suppression. Jam all signals. Notify the military special operations team through special channels. Share coordinates. Request bunker drilling and assault support. Qingxue, wait for me. The huge war machine was instantly ignited by the highest command. Long Yuan's anger finally found an outlet to vent. A strong attack on the Norton's nest hidden deep underground broke out in the darkest moment before dawn. Chapter 46, Tyrant's Mark, Speed of Life and Death. The cold muzzle of the gun was like a poisonous snake, pressing tightly against the back of Lin Feng's neck. That was not an ordinary metal touch, but a slight tremor with the rhythm of life, as if the weapon itself was some kind of living extension. The gunman, the apostle who had just broken through the wall of the hibernation capsule, with ice mist steaming all over his body. His eyes were like two burning blood moons at this moment, and the depths of his pupils were no longer human rationality,
but only the completely ignited primitive animal nature of the tyrant's mark. On the remaining wall of the syringe, the scarlet LV.3 mark was like a devil's grin. The perfect carrier. The apostle's voice was hoarse and turbid, like sandpaper rubbing against steel. Every syllable carried an inhuman sense of power, and his muscles squirmed like a living thing under his tight combat uniform. But clearing the source of pollution. First order. His desire for Su Qingxue had been suppressed by a more direct instinct crushing the threat that broke into the nest in front of him. Especially this threat, who also exuded the aura that made the tyrant's mark deep in his soul restless. Time is frozen. Lin Feng's muscles were tensed to the extreme. His mental perception network was expanding crazily under the threat of death. He could clearly see the subtle flexion and extension of the apostle's finger bones on the trigger behind him. He could feel the violent jump of the energy inside the living gun from the low-pressure standby state to the critical point in an instant. After a few seconds, the trigger will be completely pulled. A high-energy particle beam that is enough to blast his brain and cervical vertebrae into powder will gush out. Move. Must move. But can't hide. Ahead is the cryogenic platform that imprisons Su Qingxue. Ordinary evasion would be equivalent to exposing her directly to the line of fire. You can only come in. Boom. The apostle pulled the trigger instantly. The blinding particle beam pierced the cold air like a spear of light, carrying with it the scream of death. However, just 1,000th of a second before the particle beam was about to penetrate the back of Lin Feng's head, Lin Feng's body was pushed forward by an invisible force. He didn't dodge, but actively and inconceivably collided. He crashed hard into the edge of the metal platform in front of him that was prepared for Su Qingxue and had not yet been closed, and was connected to a large number of pipelines and electrodes. Bang! The blinding particle beam almost brushed past his head. It hit the solid alloy wall opposite, leaving behind a terrifying deep hole whose edge was red from the high temperature. Lin Feng, however, used the huge reaction force of hitting the platform to twist his body at an impossible angle, violating the laws of physics. Like a slippery fish. His right leg twisted with all the strength of his waist and abdomen, turning into an afterimage. It swept the wrist bone of the apostle's gun-holding wrist accurately and fiercely. Snap. A heart-pounding sound of bone breaking. The apostle's wrist bones collapsed and twisted strangely. Although he was strong, the sudden strength and body coordination were not yet fully matched, and joints were still the weak points of humans. The severe pain made him roar furiously. But the living gun did not fall out of his hand, but went completely out of control because of the pain stimulation. Buzz. 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 The gun body vibrated violently. The energy beam was like an out-of-control laser cutter, madly shooting indiscriminately in all directions. Swish, swish, swish. A Norton technician who didn't have time to dodge was cut in half by the beam. Boom. A precision pump machine that controls the cryogenic hibernation tank was blown to pieces. The entire underground space was in chaos. Bullets flew everywhere. Sparks flew. The alarm was triggered, and the piercing buzzer sounded mixed with explosions and screams. Chaos became Lin Feng's only barrier. Pangu. Lin Feng roared in his mental link as he rolled violently to avoid the attack. Take over all the undamaged surveillance cameras here. Find the location of the main control center. Takeover failed. The core network line has been physically cut off. The signal blockade has not been lifted. But the base's secondary backup line access point has been found. The coordinates are locked. Pangu instantly projected the location coordinates of a hidden passage onto Lin Feng's tactical eyepiece. It was a maintenance port in the wall interlayer. Lin Feng's figure flashed, and he shuttled between the radiating energy beams and the collapsed equipment like a ghost. He headed straight for the mezzanine. Don't even think about it. The apostle swung his wrist that was broken by the kick, and his eyes were filled with blood. Sizzle. He actually tore his wrist apart with his other hand. The titanium alloy skeleton embedded in his wrist, shining with metallic luster, was revealed in the bloody mess. He discarded the broken gun and pounced on Lin Feng like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex. Stop him. Lin Feng growled. At the same time, his hands moved like lightning, and he quickly pried open the maintenance port cover. Several loyal Norton militants tried to intercept the apostle, but the bullets hit him like hitting steel plates, only splashing a few sparks. The apostle threw a punch. As the fist struck, metallic edges and corners suddenly appeared under the skin.
Puff!
The chest of one militant collapsed, and blood mixed with internal organs spurted out.
Pure physical strength. Inhuman bone strength.
Lin Feng had no time to care about anything else. His fingers were like a phantom, inserting a miniature Pango signal bridge into the port.
Physical connection established. Trying to penetrate the network.
Pango's progress bar flashed wildly in Lin Feng's mind. The bloody wind behind him was coming. The apostle's grinning face was close at hand. His fist, with a strong wind that was enough to shatter the steel plate, hit Lin Feng's back.
Give me the data.
Lin Feng's eyes were red, and he was shouting wildly on the spiritual level.
Ding ding. Authority breakthrough. Secondary monitoring network taken over. Obtained ventilation duct map. Base structure map. Unencrypted log, Pango's feedback information poured in like a flood.
At the same time, a key record was transmitted, the physical destruction order issued by Security Director Li Henian with the highest authority an hour ago. All experimental data and core records will be forced to be transmitted to the preset deep space beacon for backup after the final defense is triggered, i.e. the self-destruction program or the apostle goes out of control.
Li Henian. It was indeed him. The real traitor.
But this thought only flashed through his mind. Lin Feng's spiritual perception network was like thousands of steel needles, piercing through all the structural diagrams the moment the Pangu data poured in.
Ventilation duct. A maintenance tunnel leading to Su Qingshue's direction.
Only 10 meters away from his current position.
Boom! The apostle's huge fist smashed down.
Lin Feng had just rolled away when the alloy cover where he had been crouching, along with the half-foot thick cement layer, was smashed to pieces.
A critical moment.
Lin Feng did not hesitate to knock open a fire inspection door hidden behind the collapsed equipment.
He rushed into the narrow and dark maintenance corridor.
He did not care if there was a trap ahead. The only thing in his mind was Su Qingshue's direction.
Su Qingshue's condition.
While running wildly, his mental perception frantically scanned the real-time thermal imaging local range of the base just sent by Pango. The outline representing Su Qingshue's life heat was in front.
But there was a larger, equally high-temperature distorted outline next to it.
That was the apostle.
He had blocked the exit of the maintenance corridor in some unknown way. Qingxue. Lin Feng roared.
In his hand, he threw a silver ball that had been compressed by the barrier force field and stored a high-voltage pulse device taken from the honeycomb core module that was enough to paralyze large machinery at the huge silhouette of the apostle in front of the corridor with all his strength.
Buzz!
The silver ball hit the apostle at the exit of the tunnel and exploded instantly.
The blinding blue-white arc exploded like a thunderstorm.
Countless violent electric currents, like entangled venomous snakes, instantly crawled all over the apostle's body.
Crackling. Roar.
The apostle roared in pain. His muscles spasmed violently.
The powerful pulse made his movements stiffen instantly.
Just this moment of stiffness. Lin Feng had already pounced out like a cheetah. He did not attack the apostle. Instead, he rushed directly to Su Qingshu, who was bound on the platform next to him. The high-frequency particle vibration dagger in his hand, specially made for war bear, accurately cut through the restraints.
Those special restraints that could trap brown bears to death broke with a sound. Let's go.
Lin Feng picked up Su Qingshu's cold and soft body and held it tightly in his arms. He turned around and rushed towards the other emergency exit he had just seen. Behind him, the apostle, who was temporarily paralyzed by the pulse, let out a terrifying roar like a wounded beast. His body was burned black by the high-voltage current, and his muscles twitched wildly, but he forcibly broke free from the electric snake with a more ferocious attitude. The wound was proliferating and healing at a speed visible to the naked eye.
His eyes completely turned into two pools of boiling blood plasma. Pangu.
After the self-destruct command is triggered, the data will flow to the node of the deep space beacon.
Destroy it for me.
Lin Feng held Su Qingshu and fled for his life in the horrific environment of the base explosion, collapse, and apostle pursuit, roaring wildly in the mental link.
Locked signal node coordinates. Coordinates have been shared to the Hive main weapon platform.
Outside the base, the hatch under the main platform of the beehive hovering in the sky opened.
A rotating and accelerating electromagnetic track was extended. The dazzling energy light gathered crazily at the end of the track.
The apostle was like an out-of-control battering ram, crashing down walls, tearing up pipes, and firmly locking onto Su Qingshu's breath in Lin Feng's arms, chasing after her relentlessly. Lin Feng was holding a person in his arms, and his speed was slowed down, with a life or death situation on the line. Above the clouds, the railgun charged to the critical point. A beam of light that tore through the sky and earth shot towards an invisible satellite node. Inside the base, the metal gate leading to the final escape exit was right in front of him. But the sound of death behind him was also behind him. A giant claw with electric light and burnt black smoke, with a metallic luster under the skin, grabbed Lin Feng's back fiercely with a scream that tore through the air. Burn your boats. Lin Feng used up his last bit of strength to push Su Qingxue and his arms forward and hit the heavy escape gate. At the same time, he turned around. The blow that condensed all his spiritual power was like an invisible giant hammer, fiercely hitting the apostle who rushed over. This was a fight to the death. Boom! Violent explosions sounded simultaneously from the escape passage and above the clouds. Flames and lightning intertwined to form a picture of destruction. Chapter 47, the dust settles, but the shadow remains. Time seemed to be stretched by a second. Lin Feng's invisible heavy hammer that condensed all his mental strength slammed fiercely into the apostle's mind that was filled with blood and violent will. This was not a physical attack, but a pure annihilation of consciousness. It was like boiling iron flowing into boiling ice water. Ugh, ah! The apostle's huge body suddenly froze in the air. For the first time, that hideous face showed an expression of extreme pain, confusion, and a soul being forcibly crushed. His claws grabbing Lin Feng's back also froze and trembled at this moment. His eyes filled with blood actually flashed a trace of unbelievable, human rational, and broken light on the verge of collapse. It was as if the killing machine instinct forcibly given by the tyrant's mark was torn open by this desperate mental shock. Boom! A dull, thunderous chain of explosions sounded from deep within the underground base. Shock waves, accompanied by flames and thick smoke, gushed out from the entrances of various passages. The earth was groaning in pain. At the same time, screech! The heavy alloy escape gate was pushed open by Su Qingxue with the last of Lin Feng's strength. The special forces who had been guarding the periphery immediately pulled it open. Strong light poured in. Fresh air mixed with the smell of gunpowder rushed in. Catch her! Lin Feng screamed with his last bit of strength. He pushed Su Qingxue, who had completely lost consciousness, towards the Special Forces team members waiting outside the door. Right now! The consciousness that was temporarily thrown into confusion by Lin Feng's mental storm was completely awakened by the violent collapse of the base. The destructive instinct of the tyrant's mark once again took the absolute upper hand. The pain in the apostle's eyes was instantly replaced by a more violent beast. The stagnant giant claws swung down again. The target was still Lin Feng. But Lin Feng's action of pushing Su Qingxue away just happened to expose a fatal gap in his body. Phew! The sharp claws penetrated without any hindrance. Blood splattered. The boiling blood was like spilled red ink, blooming in the air. Lin Feng's body felt like it was hit by a heavy artillery. He could clearly hear the crisp sound of his bones breaking. The severe pain overwhelmed all his senses like a tsunami. He was thrown forward by this huge force. Team leader! The Special Forces members outside the door were furious. Two members grabbed Su Qingxue tightly and dragged her backwards. Several other flames instantly focused their fire on the apostle who rushed out of the doorway. Da-day-day-day. The bullets hit the apostle's charred and rapidly healing skin and metal skeleton beneath the skin, making a harsh impact sound and sparks flying. Although it was not immediately fatal, the fierce firepower accurately suppressed the apostle's pursuit. He roared furiously and rushed forward in the rain of bullets. His target was firmly locked on Su Qingxue, who was being dragged away. Boom! 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 The entire base was like an ignited gunpowder barrel, with even more violent explosions sweeping from the core area. Huge concrete blocks and burning metal components fell like meteorites. The escape passages leading to the ground began to collapse in many places. The scorching airwaves burned everyone. Retreat! Retreat quickly! The passage is about to collapse, the Special Operations Commander roared. Take the people away. Lin Feng fell in a pool of blood, his consciousness blurred, but his voice penetrated the tactical headset intermittently amid the roar of the explosion. Detonate, at the preset point. He gave the order with the last bit of clarity he had left. Boom! Boom! The miniature explosives set in advance at the critical load-bearing nodes of the escape passage were instantly detonated. The rock layer at the top of the passage fell like a domino that was pushed down, smashing down wildly with a deafening roar. The huge rocks and steel bars instantly buried the narrow passage completely. A death barrier tens of meters thick was formed. It also completely isolated the inhuman monster that was burning with flames and roaring unwillingly. A few hours later, Jining, Longting Group's top medical center, was on high alert. In the pure white room, the medical cabin exudes a soft light. Su Qingxue lies quietly inside, her face still pale, but her vital signs have stabilized. Pango controls a variety of sophisticated life support and testing instruments around her, and the complex physiological data on the screen are slowly and firmly restored. Pango's core log records faithfully, the target's serum sample is being analyzed. The target's vital signs have been restored to 98.6%. The target's cerebral cortex scan shows a deep sedation state. It is expected that consciousness will recover naturally after 3 hours and 32 minutes. In the intensive care unit, the atmosphere was so heavy that it was suffocating. Lin Feng was lying in another more complicated life support device, with tubes and sensors inserted all over his body. He closed his eyes tightly, his face was pale, and the rise and fall of his chest was so weak that it was almost invisible. A huge bandage covered his entire left chest and back, and the oozing blood left a glaring mark on the white bandage. On the screen next to him, the cardiopulmonary function monitoring curve was like a weak candle in the wind, which could turn into a straight line at any time. Chen Bin and the most elite guards of Warbear stood on both sides, like steel sculptures, with only heavy pain and almost burning murderous intent in their eyes. A middle-aged doctor wearing a white coat, gold-rimmed glasses, and a gentle and elegant temperament is carefully checking the latest scan images and the dynamic simulation of the whole-body physiological model provided by Pangu. He is Jin Ning, and also the top surgical authority in the Longting medical system Jiang Weihe. He is not a member of the Warbear or a core member of Pangu, but he is absolutely reliable and professional, enough to bear this trust at the critical moment of life and death. Dr. Jiang, the team leader. Chen Bin's voice was dry and hoarse. Jiang Weihe's face was extremely solemn, even with a hint of disbelief and shock. He pointed at the scanned image of Lin Feng's chest cavity on the holographic screen. Look here. The fourth and fifth ribs of the left chest are comminuted fractures, and the broken bones are sharp. One of them is right here. His fingertips pointed at a bright red beating position less than 1 millimeter away from the heart. A sharp bone spur was hovering like the guillotine of the god of death. This bone fragment has pierced the pleura, and is only a thin layer of fat tissue away from his aorta and the most critical pacemaker node of the heart. It is almost right next to it. It is only a hair's breadth away. What's even more incredible is, Jiang Weihe called up the dynamic model of the moment of injury reconstructed by Pangu. According to the force impact trajectory simulated by Pangu, the huge impact force at that time should have instantly caused this bone to pierce the heart. He would have died without a doubt. But now, it is hovering on the edge of the heart. It's like the final trajectory was forcibly changed by some force. Jiang Weihe raised his bloodshot eyes and looked at Chen Bin. This is unscientific. What hit him at that time? Was it a solid shell? Even if he was wearing the most advanced bulletproof vest, the displacement of internal organs caused by this impact would be fatal. It is a medical miracle that he can hold on until now. Not to mention the strange stagnant state of the bones. I can only say, it was himself, or rather, it was his willpower and vitality that far exceeded that of ordinary people that forcibly kept him alive. What about the operation? Chen Bin asked, his voice filled with hope and fear. Jiang Weihe shook his head heavily and pointed at another dark red danger zone marked by Pangu next to the heart, here. Near the broken spine. Pangu detected extremely weak but unknown energy residue and unknown biological signal feedback. The location is very deep, close to the nerve bundle. The location he pointed to was just behind the fatal bone spur. That location is too risky. Any operation may directly detonate this unknown signal source. I speculate. It is likely to be the fragment of the source material that causes that inhuman bone power. It is dormant, but extremely unstable. The difficulty of the bone spur removal operation is already S-level. Plus the bomb next to it. Jiang Weihe took a deep breath, and the fatigue and helplessness in his eyes turned into a heavy sigh. The success rate of the operation is less than 30%. Conservative observation is the only option at present. We need time to wait for Pangu to analyze the nature of the unknown signal source, or wait for a miracle to happen again. Longyuan Underground Command Center. On the huge holographic screen, the last fragment of data forcibly transmitted by the base flickered and jumped. Pangu's core computing power was like a boiling volcano, trying its best to crack the ultimate goal protected by multiple layers of springboards and traps the Sky Fortress plan. On the screen, broken pixels were madly spliced together. Distorted images and incomplete information were quickly refreshed. A huge, fortress-like silhouette looms over the snowy polar region. The coordinates are suspected to be somewhere in the Arctic Circle. The complex biological structure perspective flashed by, with densely packed pipes and chambers like a honeycomb, filled with huge liquid tanks. A torn document appeared. The target status is stable. Creation God fusion degree is 87%. Waiting for the key. A cold electronic voice seemed to come from deep within the data repaired by Pangu. The mother sample has been obtained. Clear all connections on the ground. The last frame was a blurry moving picture. Above the endless snowfield, a huge metal shadow was suspended in an anti-gravity posture.
Like an ancient god. That outline was the Sky Fortress? The following is a row of bright red Pangu analysis conclusions marked as key points.
Based on the communication code fragments, capital undercurrents, and command-level restoration, the highest authorized person at the source of the base's physical destruction command is confirmed to be Li Henian. The highest authority executor of data backup mandatory transmission, Li Henian. In the core communication records of the base, there are abnormally high-frequency contact records between him and the encrypted target. WYZ characteristic analysis highly matches Wang Yaozong.
Many secret trips in Wang Yaozong's personal itinerary point to his core figures. Key, all core projects and capital turnover nodes of Norton Technology in the Asia-Pacific region cannot bypass Golden Domain Inspection and the Wang family's financial hub. Li Henian and Wang Yaozong are the key pillars of the Surface Action System. On the outskirts of Jining, there is a secret private club and an underground secret room. Wang Yaozong listened to his confidant's hurried report with a sullen face. Yunling base is completely destroyed. Lin Feng and that woman are out. Professor Li. Idiots. A bunch of idiots.
Wang Yaozong slammed his fist on the expensive rosewood table, and the precious tea set jumped high.
A useless Kuyukai. A thousand-faced fox hired at a sky-high price. An apostle trained with countless resources. Plus a base. And they still can't kill Lin Feng? They didn't even destroy a woman.
His chest rose and fell violently, and his eyes flashed with extreme hatred and a hint of subtle fear.
Where is Li Henian? This old fox. Now that the truth has been revealed, he should come out to clean up the mess. Take the dirty water back. Contact him. The confidant lowered his head and said in a panic, "We can't get in touch with him. Professor Li and the core team around him, all, are missing. It's like they have evaporated from the face of the earth. Our people went to check his secret base, but it was empty."
Wang Yaozong froze in place instantly, a chill running straight up his spine to his forehead.
Li Henian withdrew? No, not just withdrew. Was this decisively cutting off the tail? Leaving him, Wang Yaozong, to withstand Lin Feng and the inevitable, devastating revenge that would follow? A huge panic seized him.
For the first time, he clearly felt how sharp the sword of judgment named Lin Feng hanging over his head was.
Family, wealth, status, in the face of absolute power and anger, all seem to be in jeopardy. Outside the window, Jining City awakens in the morning light.
But the undercurrent at the top of this city is brewing a terrifying storm that will devour everything.
Chapter 48, Desperate Reverse Scale, Genetic Lock.
In the intensive care unit of Longting's top medical center, time is like a solidified block of lead, weighing heavily on the hearts of every guard. The monotonous ticking of the instrument cut through the dead air, and every beat seemed to hit Chen Bin's tense nerves. He stared at the weak struggling ECG curve on the life support system screen, and the blue veins on the back of his hand bulged like earthworms. Jiang Wei's bloodshot eyes stared at the dynamic physiological model constructed by Pangu on another screen in Lin Feng's body. The fatal bone spur was still hovering within a few millimeters of the edge of the heart, and the deep red energy area marked by Pangu was like a miniature bomb next to the heart, emitting an ominous halo.
No! Jiang Wei's voice was hoarse and rapid.
His fingers jumped quickly on the virtual keyboard, calling out the latest biosignal simulation analysis report conducted by Pangu. Pangu has calculated all conservative treatment paths. The fluctuation of the unknown energy residual field temporarily named X signal source began to show an accelerating increasing trend. Its energy field is like an unstable electrode that is being charged. It is continuously stimulating Mr. Lin's extremely fragile nerve bundles
and interfering with the hormone balance in the body.
If this continues, at most 6 hours, the risk of neurogenic heart failure will soar to more than 90%. Even if the bone spur does not move, his heart can't bear it.
Jiang Weihe's forehead was covered with fine cold sweat. Surgery is imminent.
But the operation itself, touching the bone spur or surrounding tissues, has a 99% chance of triggering the explosion of the X signal source.
This is a vicious circle. Bang!
Chen Bin punched the bulletproof glass wall hard, making a dull thud. Despair was like a cold iron hand gripping his heart.
6 hours. Surgery means death, no surgery means death. His red eyes turned to the silent Lin Feng in the medical cabin.
His pale face was like a sleeping god, but it exuded a withered breath.
Underground Command Center.
On the holographic projection, the vague outline of the Sky Fortress was suspended above the blizzard raging in the Arctic Circle.
Pangu's alarm suddenly flashed. Emergency.
Abnormal energy burst inside the target is locked.
The intensity is increasing exponentially.
The life activity of the target codenamed Chuanshan has exceeded the warning threshold.
High-intensity satellite-based directional communication flow with encryption level upgraded to SSS level detected.
Source: suspected Arctic Fortress target. Convergence: multiple springboard nodes in the eastern region of Asia. Ultimately pointing to the coordinate area where Li Henian was last known to lose contact.
Target content is being brute forced. Deciphered information fragment, anchor point activated matrix link confirmed coordinates synchronization started countdown. Analysis conclusion: Li Henian is not dead. He is establishing a higher level link with the Arctic Fortress. Su Qingxue has been remotely marked as a key anchor point. Unknown countdown started. Danger level, world destroying level. At the same time, another related information popped up.
Important discovery: the biomarker analysis of the apostle tissue sample LV.3 serum residue recovered from the last battle debris of the base shows that the molecular structure of the X signal source marked by Pangu in Mr. Lin's body is 78.4% similar. It is speculated that the X signal source is the residue of the highly concentrated purified Tyrant brand active substance fragments. Because Mr. Lin himself experienced the barrier enhancement and gene optimization fluid baptism, his body produced abnormal tolerance and rejection reactions, forming a stalemate.
Team leader. The technician's voice trembled. Mr. Lin. Mr. Su. They are all on a chain that is about to explode. That old bastard Li Henian used Mr. Su as a positioning beacon. Medical center.
The piercing alarm instantly tore through the dead silence of the intensive care unit.
All the screens flashed red wildly. Warning. Warning. Patient G013 Su Qingxue has a strong unknown biological signal fluctuation in her body. Source: nervous system. The intensity is rising rapidly. Warning.
The activity of the X signal source in patient F001 Lin Feng has exploded. Vital signs have deteriorated rapidly. Adrenaline concentration has soared to lethal levels.
Neurogenic shock is critical. Heart pressure has exceeded the safety limit.
Inside Su Qingxue's medical cabin, the soft light was replaced by a blinding red light. Under her tightly closed eyelids, her eyeballs were violently spinning in pain. On the cold life support platform, the restraints were rattling because of her unconscious and violent spasms. The curve on the monitoring screen was jumping like crazy. And Lin Feng, who was separated by a wall, suddenly flattened the faint curve on the electrocardiogram.
It became a straight line of death.
It emitted a continuous and terrifying monotonous long beep.
No!
Chen Bin's roar was like a wounded beast. Jiang Weihe's face was as pale as paper, and his hands were frozen in mid-air.
It's over. Are they all finished? At this desperate moment when everything is annihilated. Drip, drip, drip.
The ear-piercing death cry suddenly stopped. Instead, the beating heartbeat curve resumed. Although it was weak, it was clear and firm.
This is impossible? Jiang Weihe rushed to the screen in disbelief.
In the physiological model constructed by Pangu and Lin Feng's body, the suspended bone spur did not move at all. But the deep red X signal source area, the energy field that was originally raging like boiling oil, was now forced to be compressed and condensed in an instant, as if it was thrown into a black hole of absolute zero. It was firmly fixed in a state that violated the laws of physics. Its violent energy did not disappear, but was completely subdued and bound by a purer, more domineering, and more original power.
At the same time,
on the screen of Su Qingxue, the alarm next door, the wildly jumping unknown biological signal curve seemed to encounter an indestructible wall of size. The rising momentum was blatantly strangled. It began to oscillate violently and decay. The violent spasms of Su Qingshua's body slowly subsided, and the restlessness under her eyelids gradually calmed down.
Silence. Deathly silence. Then the medical team couldn't help but exclaim. Pangu. Report what happened. Zhang Wei's voice changed tone.
Analysis disorder, the core logic is incomprehensible. Pangu's electronic voice rarely carries a wave of confusion. A quantum energy surge beyond the current database record has been detected in Mr. Lin's body.
Energy source? Strength, exponential value overflow. Form, non-physical energy body, similar to. Mental barrier? Mode of action, strong constraint. Logical speculation, Mr. Lin's subconscious mind generates an extreme stressful field, which forcibly locks the runaway biological energy in the body. Its suppression of the unknown interference signal in the direction of Ms. Su belongs to the spillover radiation effect of the will field? Key connection, the peak time of the willpower field strength is less than 0.001 seconds away from the peak time of Ms. Su's signal mania. Consciousness connection? Wall of will? Zhang Weihe looked at the X-signal source model that was forcibly solidified like a miracle on the screen, and then looked at Pangu's conclusion, his lips trembling. The reverse scale, if it is touched, the world will turn upside down. He is using his life to build a wall for her. But how long can this wall of will last? Another dimension, the abyss of consciousness. Lin Feng felt like he was sinking in an endless void, surrounded by countless broken images and a torrent of information, the whistling of bullets tearing through the air, the burning blood eyes of the apostle, Su Qingshua's pale face, the cold blue hibernation tank, the flames of the explosion. Each time brought a soul-tearing pain, pushing him into a deeper nothingness. Until, a faint but clear alarm pierced through all the dark fog. It was the alarm in Su Qingshua's life support cabin. Clear the snow. This name is like a beacon lighting up in the dark abyss. The fragments of consciousness that were originally shattered, drowned by boundless pain and fear, are like star fragments attracted by the gravity of a black hole, condensing madly. Burning. A thought, beyond all logic and pain, turned into a blazing core that burned her soul. Lock it. Suppress it. Don't let anything hurt her again. Whether it's the evil thoughts that invaded her brain or the toxins left in her body. Lock it. Lock it. Lock it. He felt the violent alien fragment in his body. He felt it trying to explode and attack. Tear him apart. He also felt the extremely vicious connecting thread extending from the fragment, trying to pierce the warm coordinate in his consciousness. Su Qingshuo. Give it to me. Lock it up. Like a remnant soul roaring to the sky in the abyss, it declared the most resolute and original will against the strange poison in its body and the evil intentions that tried to link to Su Qingshuo. Reality dimension. The vital signs are stable at a critical low point. The X signal source is stable. The suppression effect is continuing. Zhang Weihe's voice was filled with the trembling of surviving a disaster. Immediately prepare to improve the efficiency of the life support system. Hold on. Pangu, re-estimate the operation time window. We must not stop at Wan Yaozong's place. Chen Bin's murderous intent was almost materialized, and he roared into the intercom, Group 3. Group 4. At all costs. Kill him. Focus on investigating the area where Li Henian's signal last disappeared. Pull him out of the rat hole. The golden sunset shines through the glass curtain wall, dyeing the medical center bloody. In this bloody silence, a countdown of survival and destruction has entered, a more urgent countdown at both the physical and consciousness levels. Chapter 49, The End of the Road, Signal Song. On the outskirts of Jining City, on the edge of an extremely secretive cargo rocket launch site. Inside the control center disguised as a civilian aviation material warehouse, the atmosphere was as depressing as the silence before a storm. Wang Yaozong sat in a swivel chair, his back as stiff as a stone sculpture. The messages on the screen kept refreshing. The family's core stocks were shorted massively by funds from unknown sources, and the market value evaporated by nearly half within an hour. The Swiss Union Bank urgently froze his family trust fund account, with the amount reaching billions of US dollars. The reason was involving the global anti-terrorism money laundering investigation. Outside the royal properties and private residences in Jining and surrounding cities, a large number of unidentified duty sentries wearing law enforcement recorders have sprung up like mushrooms after a rain. Longyuan Group, the White Glove controlled by Pangu, officially announced the suspension of all cooperation projects with companies related to the Wang family due to force majeure, and its huge industrial chain was instantly frozen. The contract with the top international security company was terminated due to unilateral breach of contract, and the core bodyguard team disappeared.
The cold blue light of the screen reflected his gray, bloodless face. Every beating message was like a heavy hammer hitting his heart, crushing the last fortress of money he was proud of. Lin Feng's revenge was silent, but accurate and deadly, like an invisible giant overlooking a struggling ant.
Boss! An old butler who had been loyal for 20 years cried and was terrified. The old house was surrounded. They said it was a tax investigation. No one was allowed in or out. The second wife and the third young master were inside. The Jinyu headquarters building was occupied by the Economic Investigation Bureau and the Procuratorate. Several vice presidents were taken away. Our safe house in the Caribbean Sea, all signals were cut off an hour ago. The island defense team has lost contact. Besieged on all sides. Really besieged on all sides. Wang Yaozong's bloodshot pupils suddenly shrank. He suddenly realized that Lin Feng's overwhelming strangulation was not to force him to show up or catch him. This was a signal to exterminate the clan. Cut off all his roots. Destroy all the evidence and support for his family's existence. Like a bulldozer, he was going to completely wipe out the giant Wang family from the real world. He would become a stray dog with nothing, and he didn't even have the chance to hide in the shadows and lick his wounds. A chill mixed with overwhelming fear instantly overwhelmed him. He was more desperate than the news of the destruction of the Yunling base. His proud business empire and network of contacts were so fragile in the face of the silent storm raised by Lin Feng. Is the rocket ready? Wang Yaozong's voice was as dry and hoarse as an old bellows, and each word was squeezed out of his throat with difficulty. It has been urgently loaded. The orbital parameters have been set to the alternate docking point for the International Space Station in low Earth orbit. But, the orbital window still has 1 hour. The technical director's voice trembled. A large number of unidentified vehicles have been discovered outside the launch site. The signal shielding range is expanding. They are compressing our space. There is no way out. I can only go. Escape. A last glimmer of madness flashed in Wang Yaozong's eyes. As long as he is alive, he still has the capital to turn the tables. Even if there is only a name left. Li Henian, the old fox, must have a way out. As long as he leaves this cage that has been locked by Lin Feng first, he can find him. Yes. Li Henian needs him. He holds the ticket to the Sky Fortress. Thinking of this, he actually had a twisted hope of luck in his heart. Boom! The huge rocket launch platform gave a dull roar as it started up. The tail jet was preheated, and the hot flames twisted the air, preparing for the final vertical transfer. As long as he entered the launch tower, locked the docking, and ignited the launch, he would temporarily escape Lin Feng's net. However, just as the rocket transfer platform was about to start moving out of the bunker warehouse. Woo! Woo! The sharp and piercing sound of rockets breaking through the air tore through the dusk like the flute of the god of death. Boom! 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 3 dazzling flames, like the spear of judgment, hit the giant load-bearing wheels and support arms of the rocket transfer platform with incredible precision. The violent explosion instantly tore and melted the solid steel. The huge moving platform made a harsh groan of metal distortion and tilted suddenly. It was stuck at the warehouse exit. Several heavy tactical assault vehicles broke through the outer wall and rushed in like a steel behemoth. The remote-controlled heavy machine gun tower on the roof spewed out dense flames, instantly tearing apart the engineers and security personnel on standby below the launch platform. Snipers in the distance fired accurately, constantly harvesting the firepower points that tried to organize resistance. Battle Bear! Attack! Shen Bin's cold voice spread through the encrypted channel to the headsets of all the commandos. In order to seize this key evacuation route, he had a brief and cruel communication with Lin Feng, who had just been out of the life-threatening observation period for less than half an hour. Time window. 10 minutes. We must take over the control area. Inside the command center. Lin Feng leaned on the bed. The pain in his chest was like a red-hot iron, and every breath involved the wound in the genetic toxin that was forcibly solidified by his will. His face was still pale and his lips were chapped, but his eyes were surprisingly bright, like burning cold stars. The holographic screen in front of him was divided into several parts: the first-person perspective of the frontline Warbear commandos, the 3-dimensional map of the rocket launch site, and the center the communication node model of the area where Li Henian lost contact, which Pangu was still cracking. The model was like a sophisticated honeycomb composed of countless springboard nodes, flashing dangerous light spots. Pangu, the fortress in the Arctic, is interfering with Su Qingshua's signal direction, frequency. Has the peak been captured?
His voice was hoarse, but with absolute calmness.
Capture.
The interference spectrum characteristics have been fully recorded and the characteristic filter model has been established.
Real-time analysis and matching of all directional spectra in the direction of Ms. Su. Very good. Import all the fragments of Li Henian's escape node communication, and all the scattered electronic fragments extracted from the scene where Ku Yukai and Wang Yuyan were attacked, into this interference signal filter. Use this filter as a master key to crack Li Henian's encrypted communication protocol. Reverse engineering. Using known weapons to reverse crack hidden paths. Pangu's core processor power was instantly pushed to 120%. The internal data torrent was like a surging galaxy. The special spectrum representing the Arctic interference signal on the screen was like a key with countless sawtooths, madly hitting and rotating into the honeycomb structure model composed of layers of springboard nodes and data traps. 1%. 20%. 50%. Every time he pushed forward, the model's shell cracked. The complex encrypted shell peeled off piece by piece as if it was burned by an invisible flame. 70%. 90%. The internal structure of the model gradually became clear. Thin data streams were exposed one after another. Cracking progress 99%. Critical path extraction. Communication record backtracking begins. Hidden secondary data packets discovered. Final analysis in progress. Rocket launch site. The battle is getting intense.
Wang Yaozong was surrounded by several trusted warriors and rushed to the secret entrance to the underground safety passage.
Bullets were flying around and explosions were continuous.
His face was covered with dirt and sweat, his expensive suit was torn, and his eyes were filled with the madness of saving his life.
Open the door. Open the door quickly, he roared. The heavy alloy door was quickly opened by the guard. Right at this moment. Buzz.
The face of a priceless custom watch inlaid with Tahitian black pearls on Wang Yaozong's wrist lit up imperceptibly.
That was not a notification. It was a faint light from a micro receiver buried deep in the strap being activated. Without warning, a cold electronic synthesized voice without any human emotion rang in his ears.
The voice came from the watch, like the devil's whisper, clearly covering the roar of gunfire around him.
Chairman Wang, there is only one ticket to the new world. Ants can only be used to fill the soil.
The voice paused for a second, as if with a metallic mockery. Thank you, for the wealth path you left behind, as the coordinate station for the first long-distance transmission of Creation God. It's perfect.
No. Li Henian. You old. The madness on Wang Yaozong's face was instantly replaced by boundless fear. He understood instantly.
All his secret asset transfer routes, his huge Swiss bank channel frozen by Long Yuan.
Even the secret overseas contact points he hastily opened in the chaos. All were deliberately leaked by Li Henian.
There is only one purpose when Lin Feng follows these lines to cut off his Wang Yaozong's foundation. Li Henian's signal will be able to flow through the blood vessels, accurately implanting something to link to the Creation God?
Into the huge information network woven by Lin Feng.
And the value of Wang Yaozong is only to use life and destruction to ignite this last transmission coordinate beacon.
He was sold out. Completely sold out. At the last moment, he was used as a consumable and set on fire. Boom!
A shoulder-fired armor-piercing rocket from a warbear attacker accurately hit the ground near the alloy door where Wang Yaozong and his confidant were hiding.
The violent explosion twisted and tore the alloy door apart.
The shock wave and debris instantly swallowed up several people at the door. Before the last consciousness was swallowed by darkness, Wang Yaozong only saw a string of undefined symbols and numbers flashing on his watch, W.7.4.
Like, the rhythm of Morse code?
Despair completely overwhelmed him.
At the same time, inside the command center,
Pangu's alarm sounded and holographic images burst out at the same time. The target's secondary data packet has been cracked. The images exploding on the giant screen were not documents or coordinates. Rather, it was an abstract image made up of pure electromagnetic waves and energy patterns.
Like a cosmic nebula flowing in the aurora.
In the center of the distorted light and shadow, an extremely complex, nested, fortress outline was outlined.
It was suspended in the violent sea of energy.
And below the distorted fortress outline, a line of flashing coordinate numbers that were like a brand on the bottom of the picture were accurately magnified by Pangu.
7805 and 10545 center point.
Signal attenuation trajectory points to the core area is approximately at the top of the stratosphere.
The coordinates are fluctuating. Continuous dynamic correction is required. The true coordinates of the Sky Fortress. And it is not completely fixed, but a moving signal trace?
Further below is a line of glaring blood red analysis conclusions.
Confirmed. Wang Yaozong's secret asset transfer channel Swiss Bank, etc. was used by Li Henian to complete the high-dimensional information disguise injection.
It has become the key disguise springboard node and amplifier of the Chuanshan link signal in the surface information network.
Wang Yaozong has been completely sacrificed. Alarm level raised. Li Henian's last signal finally points to a large human settlement near the 48 north latitude line.
It is highly suspected that he used the information camouflage layer to try to send key instructions to the Sky Fortress. Before the countdown signal disappeared, Pangu captured the high-frequency repetitive code in its communication flow, W.7.4.
Feature analysis, Morse code rhythm carrier to be deciphered. Medical Center. Zhang Weihe looked at Pangu's updated monitoring of Lin Feng's vital signs, that bone spur in his body. The Pangu 3D model showed that the slight edema at the edge of the suspended bone spur and the connection with the heart diaphragm was actually fading. Although it was slow, it was continuous and firm. The willpower field continues to solidify the X signal source energy field, and its reverse radiation effect begins to repair the torn physiological structure? The logic cannot be confirmed. The only record, the peak activity of the X signal source has dropped by 5%. Mr. Lin's physical signs are critically stable. Biological sample analysis, an unknown active enzyme outbreak has been detected.
The gene chain has shown extreme stress repair activity.
In the ward. In coma, Lin Feng's brows seem to be slightly frowned.
Deep in the solid barrier of will that was forcibly built by countless fragments to protect Su Qingxue, it seemed as if a silent lock turned and gently opened a door.
An instinct sleeping deep in the genes smelled the familiar source of power, a fragment of the LV.3 Tyrant's mark. It was locked, and in the struggle, it was absorbed and ignited the last remaining life code. A new evolution? Or a new crisis?
His fingertips trembled unconsciously.
Chapter 50, Genetic Furnace, Chains Broken.
The intensive care unit of Longting Medical Center was like a frozen ice cave.
Time was stretched out, and every second felt like a heavy lead weight.
On the screen of the instrument, Lin Feng's ECG curve was like a spider thread hanging over a bottomless abyss, beating weakly but stubbornly. Chen Bin's bloodshot eyes stared at the line, as if he wanted to weld it to the screen with his willpower. Dr. Zhang Weihe was completely immersed in the holographic physiological model constructed by Pangu, and the sweat on his forehead slid down his tense temples. In the center of the model, the bone spur hanging on the edge of the heart, wrapped in the breath of death, still exists, like the sword of Damocles. But at this moment, it is surrounded by a layer of energy barrier visible to the naked eye, flowing with a light golden halo. Pangu named it the wool barrier. It is this layer of almost miraculous power that erupted from the depths of Lin Feng's subconscious that forcibly solidified the rampage of the X signal source, confirmed to be a high-purity active fragment of the LV.3 Tyrant's mark, and temporarily maintained the delicate balance.
However, Zhang Weihe's expression did not relax, but became more solemn. He pointed to an area on the edge of the model marked as dark purple by Pangu. Look here. Although the barrier suppresses the activity of the fragments, the extreme energy field radiation it releases has not disappeared. It is like a continuously running miniature furnace, burning Mr. Lin's cells all the time. The chain reaction caused by this burning is more deadly than simple physical damage. The collapse of the genetic level has begun. He called up Pangu's latest molecular level scan. Countless blue light spots representing Lin Feng's own DNA chain in the purple radiation field are like metal thrown into strong acid, and the edges are constantly disintegrating, twisting, and breaking. His cells are accelerating apoptosis. Organ function is irreversibly declining. Metabolism is completely disrupted. This wall is burning himself. Chen Bin's fists creaked, his nails digging deep into his palms. Is there no other way? What about surgery? The risk of the operation is still 99% that the fragments will explode. Zhang Weihe shook his head painfully, and even if we can accurately avoid the fragments and remove the bone spurs, the process of genetic collapse in his body cannot be stopped. Pangu deduction, at most 12 hours. His body will be like a rotten wood eaten by insects, completely disintegrating. Unless
His eyes were fixed on the X signal source wrapped in the barrier of will in the center of the model, unless this radiation source can be completely transformed or eliminated.
Transformation? Chen Bin caught a glimmer of hope. Yes. Zhang Weihe's eyes flashed with a gleam of scientific research that was almost crazy. The essence of the X signal source is super high active biological energy. It contains enormous power in itself.
If we can use Pango to build a super precise biological energy guidance circuit, we can reversely guide this destructive radiation energy into Mr. Lin's own gene chain as fuel for repair and strengthening.
Success rate? Pango calculated, less than 0.7%. Zhang Weihe's voice was dry.
The energy is so violent that it far exceeds the limit of the organism. Any slight loss of control during the guidance process will instantly vaporize him completely at the cellular level.
This is more dangerous than surgery. But this is the only way to reverse the genetic collapse in theory. Boom! At this moment,
the alarm in the command center blasted through the wall like thunder in the medical area.
Global emergency.
North America, a large-scale indiscriminate violent attack on passengers broke out at San Francisco International Airport. The attacker's physiological characteristics were abnormally excited, suspected to be an unknown mental induction. Europe, many people in the commercial street in the center of Berlin experienced auditory and visual hallucinations, which led to a series of car accidents.
Abnormal mental wave band residues were detected at the scene. East Asia, passengers on Tokyo Shinkansen trains fight each other violently.
Biopheromone analysis points to high concentrations of neurostimulants. Pango Global Monitoring Network has captured multiple bursts of high-frequency mental interference waves of the same origin.
The synchronization error of the burst time is less than 0.5 seconds.
The source of interference points to an unknown cluster's satellite signal in low Earth orbit.
Key, the outbreak point covers the area where Lihenian's last active signal track exists.
Analysis conclusion: Lihenian has used the Global Information Node Wang Family Asset Channel disguise layer as an amplifier, and has successfully activated and spread the seed of creation mental induction meme virus on a large scale.
Goal: to create global panic and chaos to cover their final evacuation. Seed of creation. Chen Bin and Zhang Weihe's faces changed drastically. Lihenian's actions were faster and more ruthless than they expected.
He didn't care about being exposed at all. He was using the lives and reason of hundreds of millions of ordinary people around the world as a smokescreen
to cover his escape to the fortress in the Arctic. Pangu. Lock onto Lihenian's final signal source. Exact coordinates. Chen Bin roared into the communicator.
The signal source keeps jumping. The last strong and stable signal locked area, the southern shore of Lake Baikal in Siberia, the abandoned Soviet-era Deep Eye military radar station.
Signal characteristics: encrypted quantum communication. War Bear. Siberian Squadron. Act now. Target: Deep Eye radar station. Capture them alive. Medical Center Intensive Care Unit.
The instrument suddenly emitted a series of rapid sharp beeps.
Warning. The patient's will barrier is fluctuating. The activity of the X signal source is abnormally rising.
The rate of gene collapse is increasing rapidly. In Lin Feng's life support cabin, his body began to have uncontrollable slight spasms.
Under his pale skin, it seemed as if countless tiny electric currents were running wildly.
The light and shadow of the barrier of wool covering his chest flickered violently and flickered unsteadily.
On the Pango model, the purple area representing genetic collapse spread rapidly like a virus. Team leader. Chen Bin's eyes were bloodshot. Mr. Lin.
Zhang Weihe rushed to the control console, his consciousness is fluctuating violently.
Is it anger? Or, he sensed something? Pango captured the peak of a strong emotional storm in Lin Feng's brainwaves.
The abyss of consciousness. Lin Feng felt like he was trapped in a burning furnace. The purple flames licked his soul, bringing him the pain of his genetics disintegrating inch by inch. Every heartbeat seemed to tear apart the remaining consciousness.
Clearing snow.
This name was the only anchor point that sustained his last existence.
But at this moment, outside the anchor point, countless noisy fragments of information filled with pain, madness, and destruction poured in like a torrent. It was the chaos ignited by the seed of creation all over the world. It was the fearful howling of hundreds of millions of innocent people. It was Lihenian's cold and mocking face hidden behind the scenes. It was the greedy breathing of the monster called Creation God in the Arctic fortress. Anger.
The overwhelming anger was like boiling magma, which broke through the remaining dam of reason.
The people he protected were being threatened. The world he lived in was being trampled. And the culprit was on the run. Power. Give me power.
In the abyss of despair, a crazy thought split the darkness like lightning. Rather than being burned to ashes bit by this poisonous fire,
it is better to swallow it. Turn this fire that burns me into a sword that burns all enemies. Reality dimension.
On the Pangdo model in Lin Feng's body, the solid will barrier suddenly collapsed inwards.
No longer satisfied with suppression,
it turned into countless sharp spiritual tentacles burning with golden will flames, fiercely stabbing at the purple X signal source that was wrapped in it and struggling violently.
Boom! An indescribable energy storm exploded in Lin Feng's body. The will barrier and the fragments of the tyrant's mark collided violently. They merged. They devoured each other. Ah!
Lin Feng, who was in a coma, suddenly arched his body and let out a suppressed scream of pain. His skin instantly became hot and red, and the blood vessels under his skin bulged like a dragon. The muscles of his whole body spasmed and tightened to the limit.
The alarms in the life support cabin sounded instantly.
All physiological indicators soared like a roller coaster out of control.
Quick! Inject a strong sedative. Cool down physically. Zhang Weihe's face was pale and he gave orders in a hoarse voice. But Pangu's alarm was even more frightening, warning. An unknown high-intensity fusion reaction occurred between the will barrier and the X signal source. The energy level has exceeded the threshold. The organism is overloaded. Genetic collapse is accelerating. Estimated critical point of collapse, 3 minutes. It's over. It's completely over. Zhang Weihe's eyes went dark. Fusion? This is not guidance at all. This is a suicidal death.
Siberia, southern shore of Lake Baikal, Deep Eye Radar Station.
The heavy explosion-proof door was blown away by the directional explosion.
In the smoke, the commandos of the War Bear Siberian Squadron rushed in like cheetahs.
The infrared scan instantly locked onto the control room.
In the control room, several people who were left behind, wearing worn Soviet coats and with dull eyes, were subdued in an instant. On the central control console, the complex equipment was still running, and the screen was constantly refreshing the encrypted data stream. A temporary portable quantum communication terminal that was flashing with a faint blue light was sending out the last signal pulse. The target is not here, the captain reported hurriedly into the headset. The terminal self-destruct program has been activated.
Countdown 30 seconds. Tear it down. Chen Bin's order was as cold as iron.
The technician rushed forward, his fingers turning into afterimages on the keyboard.
Sweat soaked through his winter clothing. 15 seconds, 10 seconds. Pangu. Forcefully access. Copy as much as you can. Access failed. Physical isolation. 5 seconds.
The technician suddenly pulled out a core data storage card.
Crack. Sizzle. The terminal screen went black instantly. Sharp sparks and a burning smell emanated from the inside. Self-destruction complete. Captain.
The memory card has signs of physical fusing. It's partially damaged. The technician held up the memory card with burnt edges.
Send it back for analysis immediately. Everyone else. Search thoroughly. Dig deep underground. Medical center.
The terrifying fusion storm in Lin Feng's body reached its peak. The gold color representing will and the purple color representing the tyrant's mark were completely entangled. It turned into a chaotic gray-white vortex that exuded the breath of destruction and rebirth. In the center of the vortex, the fatal bone spur was shaking violently in the energy frenzy. It seemed that it would be crushed at any time. The purple energy of gene collapse was like an enraged tide, counterattacking crazily. But this time, the center of the newly formed gray-white vortex actually bred a powerful suction force with the meaning of swallowing and transformation. Like a black hole, it forcibly tore the collapsed purple energy flow and pulled it into the vortex.
Devour. Transform.
After the temperature on Lin Feng's body surface soared to the peak, it began to drop at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bulging blood vessels slowly calmed down.
The violent spasms gradually weakened. On the Pango model, the purple area representing the gene collapse, its spreading speed was actually slowing down. Pangu. Report. Zhang Weihe's voice trembled.
Unknown, the logic cannot be analyzed. Pangu's electronic voice carries an unprecedented wave of confusion. The fusion energy field tentative name, origin vortex, is forcibly absorbing the gene collapse energy and converting it into biological repair factors? The collapse rate drops below the critical point, but the conversion efficiency is unstable. There is a huge amount of energy dissipation. The physiological structure damage is irreversible.
Warning.
Core discovery: the origin vortex is trying to reconstruct Mr. Lin's gene chain.
But it lacks a key stable template. The reconstruction process is extremely dangerous. It may collapse at any time. Missing a template? Zhang Wei's eyes suddenly turned to Su Qingshua's life support cabin next door.
A crazy idea hit him like lightning.
Su Qingshua's genes. The gene sequence marked by the seed of creation with rare stability and tolerance. If we can obtain her gene sample, even if it is just a fragment of information, as a compass to guide the stable reconstruction of the origin vortex? Just at this moment,
the alarm in Lin Feng's life support cabin shrieked again.
Second collapse of vital signs. Energy dissipation of the origin vortex intensifies. Reconstruction process is blocked.
Gene chain breakpoints increase.
Puff.
Lin Feng, who was in a coma, suddenly spat out a mouthful of dark red blood foam with pieces of internal organs. His body twitched violently, and the electrocardiogram curve instantly became a dying straight line.
Then it suddenly bounced up. It was like swinging wildly on the edge of a cliff. There's no time. Zhang Wei's eyes were bloodshot, and he yelled into the communicator with a desperate determination, "Chen Bin. Arrange it immediately.
I want Miss Su Qingshua's active gene sample.
Now. Immediately. This is the last hope."